Yihai traverses the Douluo continent, starting with the acquisition of a heavy artillery martial soul, air cannons, laser cannons, nuclear bombs, positron cannons. Tang San, how is he able to strike me from 800 miles away? Qian Renxue, Yihai's nuclear bomb soul skill surpasses my ninth soul skill. Angel's Radiance. Bibi Dong, I unleashed a deathly light, yet Yihai sent me soaring to the divine realm. Chapter 1. Awakening what? Yihai, get up quickly. Have you forgotten what day it is today? Yihai, still in a daze, felt himself being lifted and dragged outside. What day? Isn't it the weekend? Do I still have to work? When will we mere mortals truly rise? Yihai mumbled. Suddenly, he became fully alert. Who possesses such strength to carry him outside? Is there no law? Is it permissible to drag someone from their room? Yihai glanced sideways. It was a middle-aged man in his 50s, of ordinary appearance, not particularly tall, yet muscular and broad-shouldered, exuding a majestic aura akin to a mountain. This middle-aged man carried him as though he were a mere chick, effortlessly. With a sidelong glance at Yihai, he continued to pull him outside, saying, Today is the day to awaken your martial soul. I've never seen anyone still sleeping at such a time. Yihai promptly retorted, Perhaps it's because you haven't grown enough. The middle-aged man. Yihai's instinctive reply left him momentarily stunned. Awakening a martial soul? What is that? Can it lead to a salary increase? Yihai then inquired, Awakening what? The middle-aged man replied, Awakening your martial soul. Yihai felt a flicker of confusion and asked, What martial soul? The middle-aged man felt a surge of anger within him, and he looked at Yihai, enunciating each word, Awakening your martial soul. Pausing for effect, the middle-aged man added, The people from the Martial Soul Hall are arriving soon. If you fail to awaken your martial soul, you will jeopardize your future. Martial Soul Hall. Upon hearing this name, Yihai's pupils constricted slightly. He glanced at his hands indeed. A pair of youthful hands met his gaze. Douluo continent. Martial Soul Hall. Awakening martial souls at the age of 6. A flurry of information surged through Yihai's mind, and he realized he had crossed over. He had entered the world of the Douluo continent. The middle-aged man before him was none other than Zhao Wujin. Yihai was a child found by Flander, unaware of his parents' identity, and now 6 years had swiftly passed, making him 6 years old. In Douluo continent, 6 years is the age to awaken a martial soul. Thinking of this, Yihai immediately declared, All right, stop dawdling, let's go quickly. Zhao Wujin, who is truly dawdling here? Zhao Wujin said no more and set Yihai down, walking toward the outside. Yihai followed Zhao Wujin out of the small house. It was a quaint village with thatched cottages, wells, wheat fields, and blacksmith shops, creating a picturesque rural scene. Ding! Detection of the host about to awaken their martial soul, activating the sign-in system. Would you like to bind? A cold voice echoed in Yihai's mind. Without hesitation, Yihai responded, Bind. Who would refuse a system? Regardless of what it is, binding first is the way to go after all. There's no harm in it. Ding! Congratulations, host, for binding the sign-in system. You have received a novice gift pack. Would you like to open it? The system's voice rang out. Yihai pondered for a moment and asked in his mind, What are the rules for signing in? The system replied, The host must sign in at designated locations and meet the sign-in conditions to receive rewards. Detected that the host is currently near Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy is the 4th sign-in location, and the conditions to be met are at least 3 soul rings obtained, including at least 1 soul ring over 5,000 years old. Yihai contemplated briefly and inquired, Can I know the specific sign-in locations? The system did not respond, but a map gradually unfolded in Yihai's mind. Beginning from a place called Holy Soul Village, followed by the Nodding City Soul Master Academy, the Soul Hunting Forest, Shrek Academy, and the outskirts of the Star Doe Forest. It encompassed nearly all of the protagonist Tang San's growth routes. Before Yihai could react, the system's voice echoed again. This system aims to allow the host to replace the contemporary protagonist Tang San and become the strongest protagonist. Thus, in addition to meeting various conditions at designated locations, at least 1 member of the protagonist group, aside from Tang San, must participate. The requirement is that at least 1 member of the protagonist group must participate. If no member participates, the sign-in will be deemed a failure. If 2 participate, a reward of 150% will be granted, and a maximum of 3 will yield 200%. Yihai nodded. The system's explanation was somewhat complex, yet ultimately straightforward. The Shrek 7 monsters form the protagonist group, which includes 6 individuals aside from Tang San. Each time Yihai signs in, he must have at least 1 participant to receive a reward. If 3 participate, he shall receive double the reward. This sign-in system has quite a few restrictions. Yihai remarked lightly. Aside from stringent criteria, such as at least 3 soul rings obtained, including at least one over 5,000 years old, the requirement for protagonist group members to participate adds to the constraints. Yet, the more restrictions there are, the better the rewards for signing in should be. After all, one gets what one pays for, and with such difficulty, would the system be so cruel as to withhold good rewards? Furthermore, this system has 3 fundamental rules that the host must adhere to. The system's voice continued. More rules? Yihai listened patiently. The system stated, first, this system aims to cultivate the strongest protagonist, so the host must not grovel before the protagonist or any member of the protagonist group. Yihai nodded. He had never contemplated groveling to anyone, and with the system, he felt an unprecedented confidence. The system continued, should the host grovel to the protagonist or any member of the protagonist group, this system will immediately self-destruct. Yihai, self-destructing on the spot? The system continued. Second, the host must not disclose any information regarding this system. If violated, immediate annihilation. The system pressed on. Third, regardless of what martial soul the host awakens, this system can develop the host's potential and martial soul to their utmost limits, so the host must not succumb to despair. Should the host display any signs of despondency, both the system and the host shall perish together. After absorbing the system's words, Yihai remained in a daze for quite some time. This system possesses a unique character. The 3 rules dictate that if Yihai dares to disobey, the outcome will be either the system's demise, his own death, or both perishing together. At least one shall perish. However, upon reviewing the 3 rules, Yihai found them not particularly daunting. Firstly, he had no intention of groveling to anyone. He sought to earn his status as a formidable figure through his own efforts and the system's assistance. Secondly, the system is Yihai's secret. He had never contemplated revealing it. Thus, it is not difficult to adhere to. Thirdly, Yihai is determined to become a formidable presence capable of striking down Tang San and Tang Hao with his fists and kicking Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue with his feet. How could he possibly succumb to despair? Having already been a cog in the corporate machine in his past life, how could he not seize the opportunity in the world of Douluo? This is not in Yihai's nature. Chapter 2. The Spirit Hall's tool. After a brief contemplation of the information conveyed by the system, Yihai nodded slightly. Overall, the system appeared to be quite commendable, though its seriousness was open to debate. Yihai turned his gaze towards Zhao Wujia, inquiring, Director Zhao, who will be awakening our martial spirits today? As the vice president of Shrek Academy, addressing him in such a manner was entirely appropriate. In fact, with Zhao Wujia and Flender, both 7-ringed soul sages, alongside 2 other high-ranking soul masters, Shrek Academy was more than capable of facilitating Yihai's awakening. However, due to the current financial constraints faced by Shrek Academy and Flender's notoriously frugal nature, it was evident that they would seize any opportunity to benefit from the Spirit Hall. Zhao Wujia replied nonchalantly, it will be a rather insignificant great soul master from the Spirit Hall. As a 7-ringed soul sage, a great soul master, being merely a 2-ringed individual, was indeed inconsequential in his presence. Yihai pondered. Then the question arises, how insignificant or significant is this soul master? Zhao Wujia, feeling parched, sensed the overwhelming power within him surging forth and glanced at Yihai, warning, I advise you to keep your words to a minimum before we arrive at the Spirit Hall, lest you find yourself missing a rib. Yihai shook his head, finding Zhao Wujia's lack of humor quite dull. The 2 soon arrived at a relatively large wooden cabin. The Spirit Hall maintained a branch in every city and village, though those in villages were merely larger wooden structures. Zhao Wujia led Yihai inside, where 3 children awaited them. The village where Shrek Academy was located was not particularly large, smaller than Holy Soul Village, and could only muster 3 or 4 suitable children a year. Yihai muttered quietly, it seems I will not have the opportunity to witness the legendary tool, Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao was the great soul master responsible for awakening martial spirits in Holy Soul Village, but now, in this village affiliated with Shrek Academy, Yihai was certain he would not encounter him. He was even uncertain of the current timeline. The village chief, Zhao Wujia, and the 4 children, including Yihai, began to wait patiently. Soon, a young man adorned in elegant attire entered the wooden cabin. He appeared to be in his 20s, dressed in a white outfit that exuded an air of refinement. Centrally displayed on his chest was a soul character, the standard attire for personnel directly affiliated with the Spirit Hall. As the young man approached to speak, he caught sight of Zhao Wujie. Despite Zhao Wujie's short stature, his robust physique imposed a certain pressure on the young man. Noticing the young man scrutinizing him, Zhao Wujie spoke up, "Stop dawdling and proceed with the awakening. Let us finish this quickly." Zhao Wujie did not reveal any aura of intimidation, yet his imposing figure was clearly not that of an ordinary person. He harbored some concerns about revealing his past grievances with the Spirit Hall. The young man, possessing a gentle temperament, upon sensing Zhao Wujie's agitation, ceased his examination and addressed the 4 children. "Children, please line up." The 4 children complied in the order of their arrival, with Yihai standing at the end. The young man smiled warmly. "I am a great soul master from the Spirit Hall, your guide and mentor. I will awaken your martial spirits one by one. Remember, do not be afraid, no matter what occurs." His gentle tone fostered an innate desire for closeness, an impression entirely derived from his amiable nature rather than any aura of threat. After speaking, the young man retrieved 6 dark, spherical stones and a gleaming blue crystal ball. He arranged the 6 black stones on the ground in the formation of a hexagram and gestured for the first child to step inside. Upon doing so, the young man raised his right hand, and a soft white light emanated from his palm. A pristine white flute materialized, with 2 yellow rings gently undulating above it. The young man's movements were elegant, and the flute possessed an air of sanctity. The children observed this spectacle with curiosity rather than fear. "Behold, this is the ideal soul master for awakening children," Yihai thought, recalling the neighboring Su Yuntao, whose martial spirit was a lone wolf. Once unleashed, it transformed him into a fearsome sight, striking terror into the hearts of all. Initially apprehensive of the young man's cheerful demeanor and graceful actions, Yihai was relieved when the young man did not unleash a fearsome spirit, but rather revealed a flute, suggesting an auxiliary martial spirit. The first child stood quietly within the hexagram, observing the young man with curiosity. The young man smiled slightly and infused 6 strands of soul power into the 6 black stones. Instantly, a faint golden light radiated from the stones, forming a delicate golden barrier that enveloped the child. "Extend your right hand," the young man instructed. The child instinctively complied, and speckles of luminescent light blossomed from his palm, revealing a slender, pale blue sprout. Blue silver grass? Yihai's heart skipped a beat as he immediately glanced at the child's left hand, relieved to find it empty. He had nearly feared it was Tang San's legendary blue silver grass with innate soul power. Fortunately, it was merely an ordinary blue-silver grass martial spirit. Blue-silver grass martial spirit? I have never heard of one possessing innate soul power, Yihai murmured softly. It is a useless martial spirit, lacking offensive, defensive, or supportive capabilities. Never mind. Child, come over and let us check if you possess any soul power. The young man appeared slightly disappointed, but remained committed to his duty of assessing the child's soul power. As anticipated, the child possessed none. Next, the young man awakened the martial spirits of the other 2 children, but they too lacked innate soul power. To become a soul master, possessing innate soul power was the foremost requirement. Even a single level could allow for further cultivation. However, without any soul power, it was impossible to become a soul master. Even those with top-tier martial spirits like the Haotian Hammer or the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile would face the same fate. Without innate soul power, they could not cultivate. Naturally, the level of innate soul power was also linked to the strength of the martial spirit. It was inconceivable for a top-tier martial spirit to have 0 innate soul power. Child, come forth and stand in the center. The young man then beamed at Yihai, as the other 3 children had awakened their martial spirits, all of whom, as expected, lacked the potential to become soul masters. Though he considered the likelihood of this child possessing innate soul power to be slim, he remained dedicated to continuing the awakening process for Yihai. Upon hearing this, Yihai remained silent and stepped into the center of the hexagram. Chapter 3. Steel Pipe Martial Spirit. As Yihai stood in the center of the hexagram, a sudden realization struck him, and he promptly thought, "System, open the novice gift package immediately." Indeed, throughout his journey, he had been preoccupied with contemplating the rules of the system and had completely forgotten to open the novice gift package. If the novice gift package granted him a 3-life martial spirit or innate soul power, it would be a regrettable oversight. The system's voice promptly echoed, "Ding." The host has opened a novice gift package. Innate soul power increased by 10 levels. Accompanied by the resonance of the system, a warm current surged within Yihai, circulating throughout his body and merging into every cell. Although there appeared to be no outward changes, Yihai was acutely aware that both his physical prowess and soul power had experienced a tremendous enhancement. With his innate soul power elevated by 10 levels, he had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of innate soul power. Fortunately, he had activated the novice gift package in advance. Otherwise, it would have been a squandered opportunity. Yihai felt invigorated. In the annals of Douluo continent's history, only 20 soul masters, including the contemporary protagonist Tang San, had achieved innate full soul power. Aside from Tang San, others such as Bibi Dong, Oscar, and Qian Renxue also possessed innate full soul power. This remarkable capability symbolized the utmost potential. Even a useless martial soul could still have the possibility of upward cultivation. Moreover, Yihai did not believe his martial soul would be a useless one. With the system at his disposal, even a home martial soul could evolve into the Pango Ho. Knowing he had innate full soul power reassured Yihai immensely. From this point onward, regardless of what his martial soul was, he could face it with calm composure. As Yihai approached the hexagram pattern, the young man immediately unleashed 6 streams of soul power, igniting 6 black stones. A faint golden light enveloped Yihai as he gently closed his eyes. A warm sensation began to rise within him, gradually flowing towards his right and left hands. When a warm current reached his right hand, it imparted a sense of weightiness, heat, and explosive power. Upon reaching his left hand, it emanated an aura of wickedness, enigma, and ethereality. Could be a dual martial soul? Yihai pondered silently. The dual sensations intensified increasingly. At that moment, the warm current in his right hand seemed to breach a threshold, and an inexplicable object suddenly emerged from his palm. Yihai's eyes flew open. A dark, rod-like entity, initially the size of a grain of rice, gradually expanded, ultimately transforming into a 1-meter-long black iron rod. Just as it took shape, an overwhelming pressure descended upon Yihai's right hand. He staggered, nearly toppled over. How heavy! The young soul master from the Spirit Hall quickly steadied Yihai's right hand, astonished by the unexpected weight, causing his own hand to sink slightly. The young man's expression turned serious as he remarked, "Your martial soul must weigh at least 30 pounds. A rare iron rod martial soul, likely of the strong attack type." The dark iron rod appeared heavy and solid. If accompanied by innate soul power, it could indeed develop into a formidable assault-type soul master. Just the weight alone implied substantial power. The young man was solely focused on Yihai's right-hand martial soul, oblivious to the faint crimson glow emanating from Yihai's left hand, along with a fleeting sense of malevolence. However, Zhao Wujia, standing in the corner of the wooden cabin, observed the changes in Yihai closely. A glimmer of insight sparked in his eyes, and he felt a stirring within. Yihai's left hand exhibited changes too. His ears had sharpened, and his aura had taken on a slightly sinister tone. Could it be a dual martial soul? As this thought crossed his mind, Zhao Wujia narrowed his eyes, fixating on Yihai in silence. If Yihai possessed a dual martial soul, he must be lured into Shrek Academy. Throughout the history of Douluo continent, there had been but a handful of dual martial souls, each extraordinarily powerful. If they did not perish prematurely, they would at least attain the rank of title Douluo. The total number of title Douluo across the entire Douluo continent barely reached a few dozen. Zhao Wujia's thoughts raced as he contemplated how to secure Yihai's admission into Shrek Academy. With determination, Yihai exerted himself, lifting the dark iron rod. With the foundation of innate, full soul power bolstering his physical capabilities, even as a mere 6-year-old child, he could nearly match the strength of an adult male. Upon raising the iron rod, Yihai discerned that it was not an ordinary iron rod, for it was hollow in the center. Soon, the young man also noticed its hollow nature, his face reflecting a hint of confusion. A hollow iron rod. What sort of martial soul could this be? In an instant, a term surfaced in Yihai's mind: heavy artillery. Having spent an entire night engrossed in dungeon and fighter before his transmigration, the character he had controlled was a gunner. Thus, upon seeing the hollow iron rod, he immediately recalled the heavy artillery that the gunner carried on his back. Heavy artillery. Could it be that I have awakened a martial soul of firearms? Yihai found it astonishing. However, the awakening of a firearm martial soul in the world of Douluo 1 seemed rather promising. Yihai contemplated, thinking to himself, in the world of Douluo 2, where soul-guided weapons are highly advanced, a firearm martial soul would be akin to the current hoe and shovel martial souls, essentially useless. But this is the world of Douluo 1, where firearms wield unparalleled might. While others engage in close combat with blades and spears, I can strike from a distance with heavy artillery. I can reach my foes while they cannot reach me. Splendid. Child, could you enlighten me about the martial soul you have awakened? What capabilities does it possess? The young man inquired. Typically, upon awakening a martial soul, the master would have a vague sense of its abilities, preparing for future soul ring additions. As the young man had never encountered such a martial soul, he was eager to learn about Yihai's. If it truly had never been seen before, he could report it to the Spirit Hall and receive a reward. Additionally, he was genuinely curious about this dark, solid, hollow martial soul. Yihai pondered momentarily, undecided whether to disclose this information to the young man, when he noticed Zhao Wujie approaching from behind, positioning himself partly in front of Yihai, and addressing the young man. I know what this martial soul is. The young man's eyebrows raised in curiosity. What martial soul is it? Zhao Wujie thought for 2 seconds before replying. It should be a steel pipe martial soul. The young man's brow furrowed in puzzlement as he asked, Steel pipe martial soul? What is its purpose? Zhao Wujie replied earnestly, dancing. Chapter 4. No, you don't want to. Puffed. Hidden behind Zhao Wujie, Yihai nearly burst into laughter. Zhao Wujie possessed an astounding imagination, claiming that the steel pipe martial soul's purpose was to dance. The young man looked perplexed, sensing something was amiss but unable to articulate it. Reluctantly, he stated, In that case, let's proceed to test the soul power. Seeing that the young man did not pursue the matter further, Zhao Wujie stepped back slightly, allowing Yihai to step forward. Yihai approached and placed his hand on the blue crystal ball, following the method the young man had demonstrated. A warm current surged once more from within Yihai, this time flowing entirely into his right hand. Instantly, the blue crystal ball blazed with brilliant light. The dazzling blue radiance illuminated the entire wooden cabin. Innate full soul power. The young man stood astonished. The wave of soul power had illuminated the blue crystal ball in an instant, and there could be no other explanation than innate full soul power. Yet, how could such a phenomenon arise in a small village? This is truly astonishing. The young man has served as the envoy for the Spirit Hall, presiding over the awakening ceremonies for several years, having awakened the spirits of at least 1,000 children. Yet, he had never witnessed anyone with innate full soul power. In fact, aside from a handful of exceptional individuals, few have even exceeded level 5 soul power. To his utter surprise, today he encounters a possessor of innate full soul power. The young man's gaze turned vacant, his thoughts swirling in complexity. He glanced at the blue crystal ball, his previously dazed expression now slightly solidified, his pupils constricting. He noticed that the radiance of the blue crystal ball continued to rise. Could it surpass innate full soul power? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he saw Zhao Wujie beside him raise Yihai's hand. Gradually, the brilliance of the blue crystal ball began to wane. Zhao Wujie remarked calmly, That's enough, don't push yourself too hard. This is sufficient. Yet internally, he mused, Do not seek the spotlight too much, or how could I keep you? Yihai, puzzled, replied, I am not overexerting myself. I feel I can still do more. Zhao Wujie shook his head, stating, You are mistaken. While Zhao Wujie conversed with Yihai, the young man finally regained his composure, excitedly grasping Yihai's hand, exclaiming, Young one, would you be interested in joining the Spirit Hall? Innate full soul power. This child possesses innate level 10 full soul power. With just a single soul ring, he could become a soul master, as long as he doesn't have a useless martial spirit. With the foundational innate full soul power, he could at least cultivate to become a 6-ringed soul emperor. The 6-ringed soul emperor is the backbone of the Spirit Hall. Moreover, given the weighty martial spirit this child showcased earlier, it is certainly not a useless one. If his martial spirit is commendable, he could easily become a 7-ringed soul sage. or even an 8-ring Douluo in the future. The young man, seeing such unparalleled talent, naturally felt compelled to recruit him. I think, before Yihai could finish. No, you do not wish to, he added. This junior is accustomed to a carefree life and may not enjoy a life of constraint. The Spirit Hall might not suit him. With that, he lifted Yihai by the collar and turned to leave the wooden hut. The young man silently watched Zhao Wujia carry Yihai away, remaining speechless. As Zhao Wujia is Yihai's elder, he could not force Yihai to join the Spirit Hall against his will. He could only feel a sense of regret. Innate full soul power is a rarity not seen for many years. Yet it is unfortunate that he cannot join the Spirit Hall. The young man shook his head, collected the 6 black stones and the blue crystal ball, exchanged a few words with the village chief, and then departed the village. Not far from the village, Zhao Wujia set Yihai down. After releasing him, Zhao Wujia said, "There is nothing good about the Spirit Hall. Following your uncle Zhao, you'll enjoy delicious food and fine drink." Upon hearing this, Yihai rolled his eyes. It was clear to any discerning individual that the Spirit Hall was superior. What audacity did Zhao Wujia possess to utter such words? Yihai replied nonchalantly, "The Spirit Hall has teachers at the title Douluo level." Zhao Wujia. Yihai continued, "The Spirit Hall also offers rewards in soul bones." Zhao Wujia. Yihai added, "The Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, is quite beautiful." Zhao Wujia. Yihai looked at Zhao Wujia and concluded, "The Spirit Hall Academy has a larger territory than Shrek Academy, superior faculty, abundant resources, and formidable backing." All right. Enough already," Zhao Wujia interrupted, sighing, "If you wish to go to the Spirit Hall, then go. I shall not stand in your way." Yihai glanced at Zhao Wujia and said, "When did I say I wanted to go to the Spirit Hall?" Zhao Wujia, taken aback, asked, "Did you not say all that to express a desire to join the Spirit Hall?" Yihai replied calmly, "I merely refuted your claims about the Spirit Hall being undesirable. Just because the Spirit Hall is excellent, does that mean I must join it? I do not wish to lead such a privileged life. I am content to live a meager existence, devoid of material wealth. Is that acceptable?" Zhao Wujia. After a pause, Zhao Wujia regarded Yihai, raising his thumb in admiration. "You are impressive, truly remarkable." Zhao Wujia could somewhat deduce Yihai's thoughts. Flinder had rescued Yihai and nurtured him for 6 years, which could be considered a life-changing favor. Yihai is not ungrateful. On the contrary, he is quite sentimental. Shrek Academy is currently facing financial difficulties with few students. Yihai's presence could help garner some attention for the academy. With Yihai's reputation as a possessor of innate full soul power, he could indeed attract some interest. Furthermore, given Zhao Wujia's past conflicts with the Spirit Hall, if Yihai were to join, it could lead to a confrontation between the two. Taking all these factors into account, Yihai chose not to join the Spirit Hall. Zhao Wujia's assumptions were correct. This was indeed Yihai's reasoning. However, what Zhao Wujia did not know was that Yihai had another reason for not joining the Spirit Hall. When Yihai signs in, he requires the participation of the protagonist group. If he were to join the Spirit Hall, he would essentially bid farewell to the sign-in rewards. Weighing the options between the system and the Spirit Hall, Yihai naturally chose the system. The system had already bestowed upon Yihai innate full soul power from the outset, something the Spirit Hall could never provide. As the two continued walking, Zhao Wujia suddenly inquired, "Yi lad, what exactly is your martial spirit?" Although Zhao Wujia had fabricated a reason to deflect the inquiry of the young man from the Spirit Hall, he genuinely did not know what Yihai's martial spirit was. Yihai looked at Zhao Wujia in confusion and replied, "Isnt, it's the martial spirit of a steel pipe, used for dancing." Zhao Wujia. Chapter 5. Is your luck this good? Do not jest with me. Speak. Zhao Wujia glared. Are you still hoping for a soul ring? After a moment of jesting, Yihai grew serious, stating, "It should be a martial spirit capable of ranged attacks. Director Zhao, what do you think?" With that, Yihai summoned his heavy artillery martial spirit. This martial spirit was entirely black, exuding a captivating aura, approximately 5 centimeters thick, with a hollow center of about 2 centimeters. Yihai infused some soul power into the martial spirit, and points of light began to coalesce in the hollow center. Yet due to the absence of a certain factor, it could not take form. Yihai speculated if I could acquire a soul ring, I could generate a cannonball in the hollow center, propelled through the entire barrel. This would allow for a greater attack range than typical weapons, such as swords and spears. Zhao Wujia listened attentively to Yi Hai's explanation, nodding slightly as he remarked, "Your martial spirit is indeed quite rare. I have never seen anything like it in my lifetime. Just hearing you describe it, I cannot visualize it. Once you acquire a soul ring in a few days, you must demonstrate it for me." Yi Hai nodded, "No problem." The two continued their journey toward Shrek. Suddenly, Zhao Wujia asked, "Yi lad, do you possess twin martial spirits?" "Yes, I have two," Yi Hai replied without reservation, summoning the other martial spirit. This second martial spirit appeared somewhat sinister, and once summoned, it exhibited an inexplicable craving for blood. "Indeed, twin martial spirits," Zhao Wujia murmured, his expression revealing a hint of excitement. The dual martial souls, if not prematurely extinguished, would at least be of the rank of title Douluo, an impressive foundation. Not to mention that Yi Hai possesses innate full soul power. His future achievements are boundless. He even stands a chance to ascend beyond the realm of Super Douluo, reaching levels above 95. Across the vast expanse of the world, there are unlikely to be more than 10 Super Douluos of such caliber. Before Yi Hai, Zhao Wujin had only encountered one individual with innate full soul power, Oscar, and in his 50 years of life, he had never witnessed a dual martial soul. Yet today, he not only met a bearer of dual martial souls, but also one who possesses innate full soul power. Such an extraordinary individual is destined for Shrek Academy. Just the thought of it sent Zhao Wujin into a frenzy of excitement, nearly bursting into laughter. With a grin, he remarked, "Indeed, Yi, you are quite impressive." As he spoke, he observed the changes in Yi Hai. His pupils were blood red, his ears elongated, his canine teeth protruding slightly from his lips, and his fingernails had grown 10 centimeters long. Zhao Wujin nodded and said, "Your second martial soul must be a beast martial soul. Can you sense its specific abilities?" In response, Yi Hai shook his head, saying, "No, I can only feel that it is related to blood. Nothing else can I sense for now." Zhao Wujin replied, "Well, that's normal. After all, you have just awakened your martial soul. For the time being, do not attach a soul ring to your second martial soul. Based on your description, your first martial soul appears to be a powerful attack type, weapon martial soul, sufficiently potent. Wait until you reach title Douluo before adding a soul ring to the second." Yi Hai nodded, comprehending the rationale. Attaching a soul ring to the second martial soul now would only yield a century or a millennium at most. But once he attained title Douluo, he could affix a soul ring of 100,000 years or more. Yi Hai then inquired, "Director Zhao, does this martial soul feel somewhat malevolent? Could there be any issues?" Zhao Wujin responded nonchalantly, "There is no such thing as good or evil in martial souls. Their nature depends on how one utilizes them. Do you know what martial soul the Pope of the Spirit Hall possesses? The Death Spider Emperor. Do you consider the Death Spider Emperor a righteous martial soul? And what of the Poison Douluo's Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor? Not a pleasant entity either. As long as you refrain from committing malevolent acts, the nature of your martial soul, evil or righteous, matters not." Yi Hai pondered upon this reasoning, finally feeling reassured. As they approached Shrek Academy, Zhao Wujin cautioned, "In a moment, I will speak with Flender. Refrain from interjecting." Yi Hai opened his mouth, but Zhao Wujin seemed to recall something and immediately admonished, "You must not interject at all." Yi Hai promptly closed his mouth. This was Zhao Wujin's way of preemptively avoiding complications. Yi Hai had no counter to this. Shrek Academy had a rickety wooden door, through which the interior grounds could be glimpsed. The entire academy resembled a creation born of playful antics by a few individuals. In truth, it indeed was. Flender, Zhao Wujin, and several other teachers had jointly founded Shrek Academy, yet they lacked both funding and resources. Thus, the current state of the academy was one of mere survival. The two entered through the door into the director's office. Flender was reclining in a chair, eyes closed, feigning sleep. "Flender, today, Yi has awakened his martial soul." Zhao Wujin could not suppress the joy that illuminated his face. Flender slowly opened his eyes, glancing at Zhao Wujin, and remarked, "It seems the outcome is favorable." Given the precedent set by Oscar, Flender held little concern for Yi Hai. Oscar had innate full soul power. Regardless of Yi Hai's exceptional talent, he would never surpass Oscar. The pinnacle of innate full soul power had been reached. What more could one hope for? Surpassing innate full soul power? Flender had never heard of such a figure throughout history. Flender eyed Yi Hai, nodded slightly, and then closed his eyes once more. His martial soul was the four-eyed cat eagle, which made him prone to drowsiness during the day. Observing Flinder's lethargy, Zhao Wujin thought to himself, I shall ensure you are astonished shortly. Do not blame me for it. Zhao Wujin then stated, Yihai possesses innate full soul power. No, even higher than that. Had I not interrupted him, the blue crystal ball's glow would have continued to rise, clearly indicating levels surpassing innate full soul power. Ah, excellent, Flinder replied nonchalantly, eyes still closed. Innate full soul power. At this juncture, Flinder abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. He fixed his gaze on Zhao Wujin, asking, You say Yihai also possesses innate full soul power? I have never even heard of such a thing. Such occurrences had only been mentioned in historical texts. Last year saw Oscar, and now this year. Yihai awakened his martial soul with innate full soul power. Flinder could no longer maintain his composure. Could it be that the heavens favored Shrek Academy? Was Shrek Academy on the verge of a resurgence? Flinder even contemplated whether he should venture out to find more children to test his luck. How fortunate that 2 children he found years ago both possessed innate full soul power. What extraordinary fortune! Zhao Wujin secretly chuckled, relishing the fact that Flinder, who had previously appeared so composed, was now stirred up. He spoke. Indeed, Yihai's soul power illuminated the blue crystal ball instantaneously. It can measure up to level 10 soul power, and this instant illumination signifies great potential. Had I not interrupted, he might have broken the crystal ball. Thus, I believe Yihai's innate soul power must exceed that of innate full soul power. Exceeding innate full soul power? Flinder furrowed his brow, pondering. As no such record existed in history, Yihai's situation left him somewhat befuddled. Flinder remarked, If it surpasses innate full soul power, what shall we call it? Innate super soul power? After a brief pause, he added, Regardless, Yihai's talent is undoubtedly exceptional. What is the nature of his martial soul? Since Yihai possessed innate full soul power, the next step would be to acquire a soul ring, and Flinder needed to gain insight into Yihai's martial soul. Zhao Wujin grinned, saying, He possesses 2. Which would you like to hear about first? Flinder's expression froze momentarily. He slowly turned his gaze towards Yihai, his eyes filled with incredulity. You possess dual martial souls? Flinder, being more knowledgeable than Zhao Wujin, had heard of dual martial souls, but had never encountered one. He could hardly fathom that Yihai not only possessed innate full soul power, but was also a bearer of dual martial souls. Dual martial souls and innate full soul power. Possessing either would indicate immense potential. Combined, they rendered his talent nothing short of monstrous. Could this young man truly aspire to become a super Douluo, or even a limit Douluo? Flinder swallowed hard, hastily taking a sip of water to steady himself. Zhao Wujin cast a casual glance at Flinder, remarking, Look at you so astonished. Aren't dual martial souls and innate full soul power merely feats of greatness? He had long since been astounded, hence his current composure. Flinder, disregarding Zhao Wujin, approached Yihai, stating, Please elaborate on your 2 martial souls. If both of these martial souls are indeed exceptionally powerful, then the opportunity for the rise of Shrek Academy rests upon Yihai's shoulders. Yihai briefly described his 2 martial souls, the heavy cannon martial soul and a beast martial soul associated with blood. After a moment of contemplation, Flinder inquired, Yihai, which martial soul do you wish to attach a soul ring to first? Flinder had never heard of the heavy cannon martial soul, and, hesitant to make a judgment, entrusted the decision to Yihai. Yihai had already contemplated this. The heavy cannon martial soul should be a formidable assault-type weapon soul, while the beast martial soul related to blood remained uncertain. However, Yihai speculated it could possibly be a vampire martial soul, which would align with an agile attack type. The distinction between choosing one over the other for the soul ring attachment seemed negligible. Thus, he decisively opted for the heavy cannon martial soul, eager to test the power of this weapon soul. Very well. Tomorrow we shall venture to the Stardow Forest to hunt for your soul ring, Flinder proclaimed with resolve. Yihai agreed and was about to take his leave when a youthful voice suddenly interrupted from outside. Principal, I heard that Yihai awakened his martial soul today. The door to the principal's office creaked open, revealing a child of 7 or 8 years old. The child possessed enchanting peach blossom eyes and a gentle facial structure, exuding handsomeness. Oscar, The name flashed through Yihai's mind. Yihai, what brings you here? It seems you have completed your awakening, Oscar said with a smile. Yihai responded casually, of course, I've finished. I merely awakened 2 ordinary martial souls, with soul power that barely reaches innate full capacity. Oscar's smile instantly faltered. You also have innate full soul power? Last year, after awakening his martial soul, Oscar felt on top of the world, being the first in history to possess innate full soul power in a food system martial soul, which had him feeling invincible. However, that pride was swiftly eclipsed this year by Yihai's achievements, twin martial souls, and innate full soul power. How infuriating. Oscar felt as though he had been dealt a harsh blow and quickly retorted, Yihai, don't talk to me. I'll pretend I didn't hear you. Hurry and take that back. Yihai chuckled and continued, not only do I possess innate full soul power, but my twin martial souls are both powerful, one weapon soul and one beast soul, one assault type, the other an agile type. Enough, Oscar exclaimed, covering his ears, feeling as though Yihai's words were a curse, rendering him dizzy and distressed. Yihai, cease your antics, Flinder interjected, recognizing the potential impact of Yihai's words on Oscar's confidence. Oscar, you are remarkable in your own right, being the first in history to possess innate full soul power in a food system soul master. With diligent training, you have great potential to become a titled Douluo. Oscar nodded, rekindling a flicker of confidence. I understand, principal. The following day, as Yihai lay in a drowsy state, he was abruptly roused by Zhao Wujia, who burst through the door and seized him by the nape of his neck. You brat, it's time to hunt for your soul ring. You can't laze about all day. Zhao Wujia's booming voice echoed near Yihai's ear, leaving him momentarily dazed. Instantly alert, Yihai glanced at Zhao Wujia and quipped, Grandpa Zhao, do you not fear that one day, when you grow old, no one will be there to care for you? Zhao Wujia replied nonchalantly, aside from you, there's also Oscar. Yihai retorted, if Oscar dares to take care of you, I'll break his legs. I'll break yours right now, Zhao Wujia declared sternly. The two exchanged intense glares. After a moment, Yihai implored, please set me down. Once I attain a higher realm, I will certainly ensure Zhao Wujia experiences being lifted by the nape of his neck. Indeed, he was that petty. Zhao Wujia released Yihai, and together they exited the modest wooden cabin where Yihai resided. His dwelling was not within Shrek Academy, but in a small cabin constructed by Flinder in the village. The rules of Shrek Academy must not be broken. Even Yihai and Oscar, prior to reaching level 20, could not officially join the academy. Naturally, no one would suspect that Yihai and Oscar would not reach level 20 before the age of 12, as they were both born with innate full soul power. Yihai, boasting innate soul power above level 10, could easily reach level 20 within 3 years. Chapter 7. Have you reached level 20? This time, Zhao Wujia led Yihai on the quest for his first soul ring. The initial soul ring required for Yihai was merely over 400 years old, easily found along the edge of the Douluo forest. With Zhao Wujia, a 7-ring soul sage, present, there was no need for concern regarding danger. Shrek Academy lay merely 500 miles from the Douluo forest, and Zhao Wujia escorted Yihai, reaching the forest's edge within half a day. The Douluo forest was an expanse of untouched wilderness, home to countless soul beasts, with a core area even hosting soul beasts over 100,000 years old. Zhao Wujia surveyed the towering trees and solemnly stated, Ye brat, your martial soul is an assault-type weapon soul. I will certainly seek out an attack-oriented soul beast for you. Do you have any specific requirements? After pondering for a moment, Yihai replied, ideally, something related to explosions. Zhao Wujia nodded, understood. Once we enter, stay closely behind me. Yihai affirmed with a nod, and the two stepped into the Douluo forest. What about that explosive rabbit? Zhao Wujia inquired quietly. A few dozen meters away, a rabbit with fiery red fur was foraging for food. This soul beast, known as the explosive rabbit, possessed the ability to exhale fireballs with considerable power. Upon hearing Zhao Wujia's description, Yihai nodded. That should work. What is its age? Zhao Wujia responded, approximately 400 years. Perfect for you. Excellent. We'll take it, Yihai declared without hesitation. Without further ado, Zhao Wujia unleashed his martial soul. With a roar, his physique expanded, his already formidable muscles swelling to nearly double their size. And he grew taller, transforming into an imposing figure. His eyes shifted to a brownish hue, exuding an overwhelming might, akin to a ferocious beast. Too yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black rings, 7 soul rings, rose from beneath Zhao Wuji's feet. He immediately employed his martial soul, aiming for a swift resolution. The 4,000-year soul ring on his body glimmered, targeting the distant, explosive rabbit, and in the next moment he surged forward. Zhao Wujia's 4th soul skill, target tracking. Although Zhao Wujia was not particularly fast, this 4th soul skill allowed him to instantly close the gap between himself and his adversary, compensating for his shortcoming. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Wujia stood before the explosive rabbit, his massive hand descending. With a resounding thud, the explosive rabbit had no time to react before being knocked unconscious by Zhao Wujia's strike. Observing the explosive rabbit sprawled unconscious, Zhao Wujia retracted his martial soul and beckoned to Yihai. "Yi brat, come over and finish off this explosive rabbit, then you may absorb its soul ring." Yihai hastily approached, drawing forth a dagger to slay the violent rabbit. A circle of pale, yellow soul rings slowly emanated from the creature's lifeless form. Zhao Wuji spoke solemnly. "Yi, this violent rabbit is a soul beast of 400 years, perilously close to its limit. When you absorb the soul ring, you must endure and persist. Failure to do so will lead to but one outcome: death." Yihai's expression turned grave. The system had yet to unleash its power, and the absorption of the soul ring relied solely on his own strength. The threshold for the first soul ring was 423 years, while the violent rabbit had already surpassed 400 years, making the absorption a daunting task. Nevertheless, Yihai had mentally prepared himself. He nodded resolutely and sat cross-legged on the ground, drawing the pale yellow soul ring above him to commence the absorption. As the soul ring reached Yihai's head, a searing and explosive energy surged into his body, causing him to emit a muffled groan as his temperature soared. This sensation was akin to traversing a scorching desert, with intense heat inflicting pain from within. Yet, within Yihai's diminutive frame resided the spirit of an adult, and he gritted his teeth, enduring the searing energy without the slightest relaxation. Zhao Wuji observed the determination etched on Yihai's face and nodded in approval. "Well done, Yi. You are performing far better than Oscar did during his first soul ring absorption." Innate full soul power and dual martial souls had laid an exceptionally solid foundation for Yihai. His future growth would depend on perseverance, luck, and resources, with perseverance being an essential trait for any formidable individual. This was merely a 400-year soul ring. The absorption of 1,000-year or even 10,000-year rings would be exponentially more arduous. Without perseverance, how could one hope to absorb such formidable rings? Time passed, and the intense heat gradually subsided. Waves of warmth began to flow toward his right hand. In the next moment, Yihai opened his eyes. The heavy cannon martial soul manifested in his palm, adorned with a small yellow soul ring. "What soul skill have you obtained?" Zhao Wuji inquired upon noticing Yihai's awakening. Without hesitation, Yihai activated the yellow soul ring, causing it to shine brightly. Boom! An intangible and formless cannonball erupted from the muzzle, hurtling directly towards Zhao Wuji. His pupils contracted slightly as he swiftly raised his hand. Bang! The cannonball detonated, unleashing a powerful shockwave that spread outward. Zhao Wuji stumbled back 2 steps, assessing the situation. "Not bad. The power is considerable. But could you perhaps give me a heads up next time?" Yihai retracted his martial soul, replying, "Sure, I'll let you know in my mind." "All right. Since you have acquired a soul ring, let us hasten our return," Zhao Wuji remarked, glancing at the sky. They had not wasted much time. Having swiftly obtained the soul ring in the Stardow Forest, they had approximately 2 hours until darkness fell. If they traveled at full speed, Zhao Wuji could return before nightfall. Yihai shook his head, stating, "Teacher Zhao, we need to find another soul ring." "Why?" Zhao Wuji furrowed his brow. "Did I not tell you that the second martial soul should not yet be imbued with a soul ring?" Yihai scratched his head, realizing he had not mentioned anything about adding a soul ring to the second martial soul. Upon absorbing the violent rabbit's soul ring, he felt his soul power had seemingly reached its limit. He recognized the sensation as a sign of reaching level 20. "Uncle Zhao, I'm already at level 20. Shouldn't I acquire a second soul ring?" Yihai innocently remarked, having forgotten about any cooldown period for soul ring absorption. Zhao Wuji blinked, seemingly processing the information, and widened his eyes in disbelief. "You are at level 20? Level 20? His voice twisted with astonishment at the mention of level 20. What kind of divine soul beast was this violent rabbit, allowing one to reach level 20 upon absorption? Chapter 8. What soul skill have you gained? No, wait. It is not merely the violent rabbit that is extraordinary. It is Yi Hai himself. Zhao Wuji regained his composure and gazed at Yi Hai. Previously, he had only known that Yi Hai's innate soul power was higher than level 10. Zhao Wuji had assumed it was around levels 12 to 13. But now, it appeared that Yi Hai's innate soul power was at least at level 19. The violent rabbit, being merely a 400-year soul beast, could at most grant Yi Hai a single level of soul power if absorbing the violent rabbit's soul ring had propelled him to level 20. Then Yi Hai's innate soul power was undeniably at least level 19. This was not merely talent. This was an extraordinary prodigy. Zhao Wuji mused silently. An innate soul power of level 19 was something he had never encountered before. After a brief moment, Zhao Wuji calmly addressed Yi Hai. I had already suspected you were nearing level 20. I was merely jesting with you. What are your requirements for the second soul ring? Yi Hai rolled his eyes, but chose not to confront Zhao Wuji, and simply replied, similar to the first soul ring, I desire strength and explosive capabilities. Zhao Wuji pondered briefly before nodding slightly. Yi Hai's first soul skill had demonstrated considerable power, even surpassing the strength of his own second soul skill, the powerful diamond palm, which he had acquired at level 20. It seemed that Yi Hai was on a promising path. With this thought, Zhao Wuji instructed, I understand, follow me. 2 hours later, Yi Hai sat cross-legged beneath a grand tree, his eyes firmly shut. On his right hand, the heavy Cannon martial soul bore not only the previously acquired pale yellow soul ring, but also a newly added deep yellow soul ring. Beneath his feet lay a scorpion soul beast, known as the Swift-Wind Electric Scorpion, a rare dual attribute soul beast of wind and electricity, with an age exceeding 700 years. This was a creature that Zhao Wuji and Yi Hai had sought for quite some time. The limit for the second soul ring was 764 years, and the Swift-Wind Electric Scorpion was perilously close to that limit. It took Yi Hai nearly an hour to fully absorb the ring. After a moment, Yi Hai suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. From the violent rabbit's soul ring, he had acquired the soul skill air cannon, while the ring obtained from the Swift-Wind Electric Scorpion bestowed upon him the soul skill laser cannon. Upon noticing Yi Hai's awakening, Zhao Wuji instinctively asked, what soul skill have you obtained? Without hesitation, Yi Hai activated the second deep yellow soul ring on the heavy Cannon martial soul. A dazzling bolt of electricity shot forth from the muzzle, aimed directly at Zhao Wuji. What the Zhao Wuji exclaimed, unleashing a string of unintelligible exclamations as his body suddenly expanded, a series of soul rings rising from beneath his feet. This electric strike emanated a sense of danger that compelled Zhao Wuji to summon his martial soul. The second deep yellow soul ring on Zhao Wuji flashed brightly as his palm swelled, transforming into a golden hue. Second soul skill, powerful diamond palm. Zhao Wuji employed the powerful diamond palm, not to attack Yi Hai, but to serve as a shield, positioning it before him. The electric light struck upon the formidable Titan's palm, failing to shake the massive hand, but merely singeing the fine hairs and leaving a charred mark. Zhao Wuji retracted his soul skill, observing the scorched patch on his palm, and pondered. The potency is concentrated, distinctly different from your first soul skill. Even my Titan's palm has sustained damage. I fear that an ordinary soul master of the fourth ring would struggle to withstand your strike. Zhao Wuji, a soul master with immense strength and robust defense, typically found it difficult to be harmed, not even by a mere second-ring soul master, let alone a fourth-ring soul sect. Yet here was Yi Hai, merely a 20-level soul master, capable of inflicting injury upon him, which genuinely astonished Zhao Wuji. This heavy artillery spirit is remarkably powerful. Indeed, Zhao Wuji mused thoughtfully, realizing that Yi Hai's first soul skill was already quite formidable, although it lacked the intensity of this second skill due to its expansive range. Such a remarkable spirit had never crossed his ears before. Yi Hai, having tested his second soul skill, the laser cannon, on Zhao Wuji, felt satisfied with its power. With 2 soul rings acquired, it was time to return to Shrek Academy. Yi Hai addressed Zhao Wuji, saying, Teacher Zhao. Before he could finish, Zhao Wuji glanced at him and remarked, Don't tell me you're already seeking to obtain a third soul ring? Not all, Yihai chuckled, explaining that his soul power currently hovered around level 23, a distance from level 30. What I meant was, we should head back. Zhao Wujia nodded in agreement. Indeed. Let's return. After a brief pause, he added, did I not mention that you should speak before taking action? Why did you strike without warning? Yihai casually replied, I already said it in my mind. Did you not hear? Zhao Wujia retorted jokingly, next time, if I inquire about your soul skill, I swear I'll change my surname. Exiting the Stardow Forest, night had fallen. Zhao Wujia suggested, it's too late. Let's rest in the town tonight and return tomorrow. Yihai shrugged, showing no objections, as he had primarily followed Zhao Wujia's lead on this journey. They soon arrived at the town, situated 100 miles from the Stardow Forest and over 400 miles from Shrek Academy. Upon entering, the skies sparkled with countless stars, and a crescent moon hung in the midst. This town served as a respite and supply station for soul masters, featuring numerous shops selling weapons, armor, and potions. As they strolled, Zhao Wujia provided Yihai with a brief introduction to the area. Indeed, many stores lined the way, offering a variety of supplies, including weapons, armor, and potions. They arrived at an unassuming hotel, where Zhao Wujia declared, let us stay here for the night. With no objections, Yihai followed. Just as they were about to enter the hotel, Yihai suddenly paused. A charming little girl emerged from within. She appeared to be about 6 or 7 years old. Her delicate face a rosy hue reminiscent of a ripe peach, invoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. Despite her simple attire, she appeared remarkably tidy. What halted Yihai was not her appearance, but the innocence reflected in her eyes, confused, curious, fearful, and pure. This was not the gaze of an ordinary child, but rather that of a newborn creature encountering the world for the first time. Yihai's mind raced as he watched the little girl pass by, prompting him to inquire, little one, what is your name? The girl turned in surprise, tilting her head in thought before responding, my name is Xiao Wu. What about you? Chapter 9. Then you shall take care of me in my old age. Xiao Wu. Indeed, it was her. The peculiarity of her gaze led Yihai to suspect her potential transformation from a soul beast. His inquiry confirmed it was Xiao Wu. Having read the original text, he had previously wondered why Xiao Wu, clearly a 10,000-year soul beast from the core of the Stardow Forest, would venture to Nodding City for schooling. After all, the distance between the Stardow Forest and Nodding City was considerable. It seemed plausible that Xiao Wu had left the Stardow Forest after awakening her spirit at 6 years old, wandering aimlessly until she reached Nodding City. Yihai recognized that the current timeline aligned with Tang San's recent awakening of his spirit. With 3 months remaining before Tang San reported to the Nodding City Junior Soulmaster Academy, Xiao Wu's long journey, devoid of purpose, fit neatly into this 3-month window. Thoughts flitted through Yihai's mind as he introduced himself. I am Yihai. Xiao Wu, with an innocent expression, asked, are you here to eat? Do you know what money is? Why do we need money to eat? What do we need it for? Our lives? Yihai internally scoffed before explaining. Money is a medium of exchange. For instance, if I give you a piece of meat, you could trade me a medicinal herb. But right now, I won't give you meat. Instead, I will give you money, which you can use to trade for meat. Xiao Wu's face lit up with understanding as she stuck out her tongue, exclaiming, oh, I see. She then inquired, do you have money? I'm really hungry. Can you give me something to eat? Yihai beckoned her, saying, follow me. They walked toward the hotel. As a member of the Shrek 7 Monsters, Xiao Wu met the conditions for registration, allowing Yihai to sign in as long as she accompanied him. As for the double rewards, Yihai was not contemplating that yet. It seemed too challenging. Dai Mu Bai, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing were nowhere to be found. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were in the village, but Yihai could not deceive them into traveling to Holy Spirit Village in Nodding City. Now that Xiao Wu had just emerged from the Stardow Forest, she was blissfully ignorant, making her easy to entice. A simple meal could lure Xiao Wu away. With 2 soul rings now acquired, Yihai became a great soul master. After solidifying his cultivation, he could take Xiao Wu to Holy Spirit Village in Nodding City, claiming the early registration rewards. Although Xiao Wu had transformed from a 10,000-year soul beast, Yihai had no intentions of using her as a soul ring. She had already taken human form, indistinguishable from humanity, and he could not bring himself to harm her. With so many 10,000-year soul beasts in the core area of the Stardow Forest, as well as ferocious beasts of 20 and 30,000 years, Why should he trouble himself with a mere 10,000-year girl? Yi, what are you dawdling for? Zhao Wujia's booming voice echoed from afar. Yihai promptly led Xiao Wu over. Upon seeing Zhao Wujia, Xiao Wu instantly tensed, her eyes revealing a wary expression. Although Zhao Wujia had not revealed his spirit or soul rings, his imposing presence loomed like a mountain, exuding a heavy pressure that clearly indicated his strength. Xiao Wu felt incredibly anxious. If this formidable figure were a soul Dao of the eighth ring, he could easily discern her true nature as a soul beast, and she might be taken as a soul ring. The allure of a 10,000-year soul beast was nearly irresistible. Yihai casually remarked, "This is my teacher, Zhao Wujia, a 7-ring soul sage. Impressive, isn't it?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu immediately breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "Yes, quite impressive." "Yi, you've managed to bring a girl back in the blink of an eye?" Zhao Wujia said with a playful tone. Yihai responded, "This is Xiao Wu. She has no money and has been hungry for half a day." Zhao Wujia scoffed and retorted, "If she has no money, does that mean you have money? Aren't you still relying on me to pay?" Yihai nonchalantly replied, "I am now a 2nd-ring Great Soul Master. Once I register at the Spirit Hall, I can receive 10 gold soul coins each month. Teacher Zhao, I advise you to speak to me with a bit more respect. Your retirement relies entirely on me." Zhao Wujia, slightly irked, exclaimed, "Yi, can you refrain from mentioning retirement so casually? I'm only in my 50s and could easily live another 50 years. Perhaps I'll even send you off early." Yihai pondered for a moment and replied, "Then you can take care of me in my old age." Zhao Wujia scoffed. Xiao Wu, observing the banter between the two, couldn't he help but laugh. "Stop being so cheeky with me." Zhao Wujia, unable to outwit Yihai, playfully smacked him on the backside twice, warning, "Yi, I advise you to say fewer words, or else I fear you won't be able to get out of bed tomorrow." Yihai winced, realizing the smacks were not light. He would likely have to sleep on his stomach that night. Choosing silence, he thought it best to wait until he could truly match Zhao Wujia in strength before challenging him further. "Let us go eat," Zhao Wujia said, leading Yihai and Xiao Wu to a meal. The next morning, after breakfast, the trio set off on their journey back to Shrek Academy. Xiao had been coaxed away by Yihai, who promised her food and security. She had merely inquired about the strength of Shrek Academy's members before deciding to follow him. As long as there were no soul Douluos above the 8th ring, she felt safe. Xiao Wu sensed that Yihai bore no ill intentions towards her. Since it was all the same, she might as well accompany him. Zhao Wujia, along with Yihai and Xiao Wu, spent the better part of the day returning to Shrek Academy. In the dean's office, Flinder was dozing with his eyes closed. Upon entering, Zhao Wujia announced, "Flinder, I'm back." Flinder opened his eyes, glancing at Zhao Wujia and then at Yihai and Xiao Wu behind him. He nodded, saying, "Wasn't Yihai's soul ring difficult to find? I thought you would return yesterday." Zhao Wujia shook his head, explaining, "It's not about difficulty. Yi absorbed 2 soul rings, which took some extra time." Flinder frowned and remarked, "Didn't I say not to let Yihai attach a 2nd soul ring to his 2nd martial soul? Does Yihai not understand? Or do you?" He regretted allowing Zhao Wujia to take Yihai to hunt for soul rings. However, it was fortunate that only one had been attached to the 2nd martial soul, leaving room for future potential. Once Yihai became a title de law, his 2nd martial soul could be enhanced with soul rings of 10,000 or even 100,000 years. But if he attached soul rings now, it would be limited to the same as ordinary people, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black at most. Yihai, being a child, didn't he grasp this concept? Did Zhao Wujia not understand it either? Zhao Wujia chuckled and replied, "Flinder, you know nothing of geniuses. Who said Yihai was adding rings to his 2nd martial soul? His 1st martial soul already has 2 rings and is above level 20. Suddenly, a gust of wind erupted from Flinder, sending papers flying off the desk. Yihai blinked as Flinder appeared before him, his face reflecting a mixture of shock and incredulity. "You're over level 20? Flinder exclaimed, astonished that only 2 days had passed since Yihai awakened his martial soul. Chapter 10. Simple intentions to intercept without hesitation. Yihai showcased his heavy artillery martial soul. Light gathered, revealing a dark cannon barrel in his palm, adorned with a light yellow and a deep yellow soul ring. With a soul power of level 23, the weight of the barrel no longer posed a challenge for him. Flinder, upon seeing the 200-year soul rings on the cannon, couldn't he hide his excitement. Excellent. Very good. Flinder, like Zhao Wujia, had previously thought Yihai's soul power was only at level 12. It now appeared to be around 20. Such extraordinary talent suggested that he could become a super Douluo in the future, perhaps even aspire to the rumored limit Douluo. Flinder nodded approvingly, stating, "Well done, Yihai. You must strive to cultivate. The future burden of Shrek may rest on your shoulders. In a few months, you will participate in the entrance exam for Shrek Academy." With Yihai now above level 20, he qualified for admission. Yihai nodded and informed Flinder, "Dean, I found a little girl outside. She has innate full soul power." He then brought Xiao Wu forward. As a transformed 10,000-year soul beast, Xiao Wu innately possessed level 10 soul power and could condense her own soul rings when needed without additional hunting. Flinder was initially taken aback, but soon began to scrutinize Xiao Wu. His thoughts shifted from astonishment at her innate power to wondering if he should go out and find more children. Not only had he brought back 2 children with innate full soul power, but Yihai had also found a girl with the same trait. This was simply unbelievable. Standing quietly before Flinder, Xiao Wu observed him without speaking. The pressure she felt from Flinder was even greater than from Zhao Wujia. However, she had already inquired and learned that Flinder was not above level 80, so she was not overly concerned. Flinder told Yihai, "You found her, so you're responsible for her. After all, you are now a second ring Great Soul Master. You can easily support both of you with the 10 gold soul coins you receive monthly from the Spirit Hall." Yihai merely informed Flinder of his discovery, and seeing that Flinder had no further inquiries, he took Xiao Wu and left the dean's office. After the 2 children departed, Flinder reclined in his chair, smiling as he remarked, "That little girl is quite charming and possesses great talent. He has a good eye." Zhao Wujia grinned, replying, "I thought you would say she resembles your youthful self." Flinder seemed to recall something, sighed, and said, "I was never as brave as he is." As Yihai led Xiao Wu out of Shrek Academy, he began to introduce her to the surroundings. "This is Aunt Zhang's house, and that is old Lu's blacksmith shop. We will be staying here for a long time." Xiao Wu nodded, her bright eyes fixed on Yihai, curiously asking, "Are you really only 6 years old? How did you acquire 2 soul rings so quickly?" Yihai smiled and said, "It's nothing really. When I awakened my martial soul, I possessed an innate soul power of level 20. What can I say? It's just the luck bestowed upon me by the heavens." Xiao Wu chuckled in response, "Well, when I reach level 20, I want to challenge you and see who is stronger. By the time you reach level 20, I will already be at level 30. And you won't stand a chance against me." Yihai mused silently. As they continued walking, a chubby little boy suddenly approached Yihai, shouting, "Yihai, I heard you awakened your dual martial souls. Show them to me." The little boy was plump and appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old. Yihai flashed a brilliant smile at the chubby boy, then playfully gave him a few light punches, leaving the boy with a bruised face and panda eyes. Yihai casually brushed off the dust from his hands and continued walking with Xiao Wu, saying, "Did you see that chubby boy? He's tough and resilient. If you're not happy, just give him a beating and you'll feel better. Don't feel guilty about it. I used to do it all the time." This chubby boy was none other than Ma Hongjun, one of the Shrek's 7 monsters. At just 5 years old, he had yet to reach the age of awakening his martial soul. Upon hearing Yihai's words, a hint of indignation crossed Ma Hongjun's face as he looked toward Xiao Wu, hoping this beautiful girl would come to his defense. To his surprise, she nodded seriously and said, "I understand." "Understand? What do you understand?" Ma Hongjun thought, feeling the urge to curse. However, he restrained himself, knowing he couldn't defeat Yihai. Yihai was a year older, having awakened his martial soul a year earlier, which greatly enhanced his physical prowess and strength. Ma Hongjun knew he stood no chance against Yihai. Nevertheless, he vowed silently that once he awakened his martial soul, he would make Yihai pay. So what if he had dual martial souls? So what if he had innate, full soul power? "Once I awaken my martial soul, I will surely retaliate." Time changes everything. Do not underestimate the youth. Ouch. Ma Hongjun accidentally touched his swollen face, grimacing in pain. "I need to inform Oscar not to get too close to Yihai. I fear I may not be able to handle him alone, so I need to find a companion to take him down." With that, Ma Hongjun dusted himself off and ran off to find Oscar. "Why don't you stay with me for now? In a few days, I will ask Teacher Zhao to help build a small wooden house," Yihai said as he returned to his dwelling with Xiao Wu. This small wooden house was not far from Shrek Academy, located within the village. Yihai had moved out of Shrek Academy at the age of 4, and Flander had built him a small house, fully equipped with all necessities. He had been living independently for 2 years now. Xiaowu glanced at the modest wooden house, but did not express any disdain. Having spent time in the Star Dove forest, where she could shelter from the rain under trees and sleep on the grass, she had little demand for her living conditions. "It's fine. I don't mind living with you," she said. Yihai shook his head. "That won't do. I have my privacy, which is different from yours." Xiaowu tilted her head thoughtfully and asked, "Are you perhaps mistaken? Why are you treating me so well? Do you have ulterior motives?" The boy before her had rosy lips, white teeth, and bright, expressive eyes. He was quite handsome. Xiaowu thought that he might even be more attractive than herself. With talent and looks, she believed he wouldn't be after her for physical reasons. Yet people always had their motives, and she could not fathom Yihai's intentions for bringing her back. "It's nothing," Yihai shrugged. "I merely wanted to intercept you." Xiaowu's acquaintance with Tang, San, and Nodding City would ultimately lead to sacrifice. Although Yihai had his motives for bringing Xiaowu along, at the very least, it ensured her survival. 3 days later, Zhao Wujie constructed a small wooden house for Xiaowu. However, she chose not to move out of Yihai's wooden house. Suspecting that he must have some scheme in mind, she resolved to keep a close eye on him. During these 3 days, Yihai registered as a Grand Soul Master in Soto City, allowing him to receive a monthly stipend of 10 gold soul coins from the Martial Soul Hall. Xiaowu also registered as a Soul Master, which entitled her to a monthly allowance of 1 gold soul coin. If Yihai became a 3-ringed Soul Elder, he could receive 100 gold soul coins monthly. During these 3 days, Yihai familiarized himself with his soul skills, air cannon and laser cannon. He planned to take Xiaowu to Holy Soul Village. Holy Soul Village was located in the Fasnuo province, bordering the Balak Kingdom where Shrek Academy was situated. Making the journey not particularly long, he estimated it would take about 10 days. The sign-in requirement for Shrek Academy was to obtain at least 3 soul rings, one of which must be over 5,000 years old. Thus, the requirements for Holy Soul Village, Nodding City's primary Soul Master Academy, and the Soul Hunting Forest would not be more demanding than those of Shrek Academy. Currently, Yihai was at level 23 with 2 soul rings, making the sign-in at these 3 locations quite feasible. This time, he intended to visit Holy Soul Village, Nodding City's primary Soul Master Academy, and the Soul Hunting Forest to collect all the rewards. "Xiaowu, let's go." After packing their belongings, Yihai set out for Holy Soul Village with Xiaowu. He did not bid farewell to Flander, knowing that if he foolishly informed him of his plans, Flander would undoubtedly disapprove of such a distant journey. Instead, he left a letter in his wooden house, informing Flander that he would be gone for about a month. This way, even if Flander discovered it later, he would be unable to find Yihai. After all, he could return within a month without much trouble. Yihai's pack contained only a few changes of clothes and some homemade provisions. He carried the 10 gold soul coins received from the Martial Soul Hall, sufficient to cover expenses along the way. As they left the village, Xiaowu appeared noticeably more cheerful, exclaiming, "You've never traveled far before. Why do you want to go so far away?" Yihai looked at the bouncing Xiaowu with a smile. "Consider it a graduation trip." Xiaowu rolled her eyes and retorted, "You haven't even started school yet. What graduation are you talking about?" Yihai replied calmly, "In the primary Soul Master Academy, one graduates upon reaching level 10 and obtaining the first soul ring. In the intermediate Soul Master Academy, one only needs to reach level 20 and acquire the second soul ring. I can easily graduate." Xiaowu pouted in defiance. "If it were 6 years ago, with your current strength, I could have easily beaten you to the ground." Yihai gazed at Xiaowu, and she returned the look. 2 seconds later, they both took action simultaneously. Xiaowu's eyes turned a vibrant pink, her ears elongated gracefully, and soft white fur sprouted from them. Her figure became more slender and powerful, and her long legs kicked toward Yihai. Yihai swiftly stepped back 2 paces, extending his index and middle fingers, and a pale yellow soul ring suddenly glowed around him. The air vibrated momentarily, forming an air cannon at his fingertips. With a flick of his finger, he shot toward Xiaowu. Yihai's first soul skill, air cannon, could be utilized even without his hands, albeit with diminished power. He now needed to create some distance. With no time to unleash his martial soul, he could only temporarily hinder Xiaowu. Xiaowu kicked the air cannon, causing it to detonate suddenly. She crossed her arms to shield herself from the blast, but was still pushed away by Yihai. Yihai and Xiao Wu maintained a distance of 10 steps, yet he remained vigilant. They had fought more than once, and though he had emerged victorious each time, Xiao Wu's agile movements posed a challenge for him. As a long-range attacker, he found himself at a disadvantage against Xiao Wu, who was a close combat soul master. Despite the distance, Yihai did not consider himself assured of victory. Xiao Wu still had a chance to turn the tide. Yihai swiftly drew his martial soul, the heavy cannon, supporting one end with his right hand while raising the barrel with his left to aim. His second and first soul rings flickered to life. A brilliant beam shot forth from the cannon's mouth, reaching Xiao Wu in an instant. But that was not the end. With a resounding boom, the air cannon accelerated through the barrel and hurtled toward Xiao Wu. Her pupils contracted slightly as the bright beam approached with astonishing speed. With no time to think, she leaned back, her upper body arching as her legs remained firmly planted on the ground, forming a bridge-like shape. Xiao Wu narrowly avoided the laser cannon, lifting her upper body to charge toward Yihai, but the air cannon arrived just in time. She kicked it, crossing her arms in front of her, and stumbled back nearly 10 steps to dissipate the impact. The air cannon, launched from the heavy cannon martial soul, was powerful, and her arms tinged with a slight redness. Yet her eyes sparkled with excitement. She adored fighting, and the prospect of landing a few hits on Yihai thrilled her even more. However, how could Yihai allow Xiao Wu to land blows on him? He was a dignified second-ring soul master, holding the heavy cannon. Yihai fired an air cannon whenever Xiao Wu attempted to close the distance. Occasionally, he unleashed a few laser beams, but she skillfully evaded them. The laser beams were potent. If they struck Xiao Wu, they could inflict serious injury. However, Yihai was careful to control the intensity, using only a fraction of his soul power, ensuring that even if he hit Xiao Wu, she would only suffer superficial wounds. After a while, every time Xiao Wu tried to approach Yihai, she was repelled by the air cannon, leaving her frustrated and dirty. She exclaimed, "No more fighting. You're cheating. This is no fun." Yihai chuckled as he hoisted the heavy cannon, saying, "I am a second-ring soul master. If I were to be defeated by you, it would be a disgrace." Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. "That's true." She curiously eyed the heavy cannon. "What a peculiar weapon. I've never seen anything like it." As she approached Yihai to inspect the heavy cannon martial soul, he was oblivious to her intentions. Just as she stepped within 3 paces of him, a mischievous smile crept across her face, and her first soul ring suddenly glowed. With her powerful legs, she ensnared Yihai's neck. Xiao Wu unleashed her first soul skill, bow of the waist. The tightening force around his neck made Yihai's pupils constrict. In that critical moment, he thrust the heavy cannon between her legs, leveraging it to pry her limbs apart. With a swift motion, Yihai felt the pressure on his neck ease. Instead of being pulled upward, he was now angled diagonally. Yet, Xiao Wu's grip weakened, and disregarding the pain in his neck, he quickly withdrew the heavy cannon and forcefully separated her legs. With his immense strength, he easily pried them apart and executed a few spins in midair before landing steadily on the ground. That was close, Yihai thought to himself. Xiao Wu, momentarily disrupted, stumbled upon landing. Steadying herself, she looked at Yihai in confusion. "You actually broke my bow of the waist?" Although she hadn't used her full strength, how could Yihai, merely a second-ring soul master, possibly counter her skill? Yihai huffed. "It's the principle of leverage. You'd never understand." The heavy cannon martial soul was a formidable weapon that granted him significant strength, allowing him to amplify his power several times over and disrupt Xiao Wu's skill. Once her skill was interrupted, he could easily separate her legs. "If you dare to sneak attack me again, I'll make sure you can't get out of bed for 3 days." Yihai warned, then added, "We have a long journey ahead, so you must listen to me, understood?" Xiao Wu obediently replied, "MHM." Having just irked Yihai, she knew it was time to placate him. 10 days later, in Holy Spirit Village, a boy with rosy lips and white teeth, more handsome than most girls, entered alongside a charming little girl. These 2 children were, of course, Yihai and Xiao Wu. After spending 10 days traveling from Shrek Academy, they arrived in Holy Spirit Village. At this time, Tang should still be training there, preparing to attend the Junior Soul Master Academy in Nodding City once it opened. Tang was also in Holy Spirit Village. As a title Douluo powerhouse, he could instantly recognize Xiao Wu as a soul beast. However, Tang Hao's wife was a 100,000-year soul beast, sacrificed for him, a pain that lingered in his heart. If there were any soul master above the title Douluo level who could resist the temptation of a 100,000-year soul beast and refrain from hunting them, it would only be Tang Hao. Nevertheless, to be safe, Yihai decided it was best to avoid Tang Hao. Typically, Tang Hao would simply eat, sleep, and rarely leave his blacksmith shop, making an encounter with him highly unlikely. Leading Xiao Wu, Yihai inquired for directions and headed toward the village's spirit hall. Whose children are these? They are remarkably charming. Is this a boy or a girl? They look even better than my daughter. Little ones, where are your parents? Who brought you here? The villagers of Holy Spirit Village were curious about the unfamiliar faces of Yihai and Xiao Wu. Yihai did not engage with the villagers and soon distanced himself from the elder folks at the village entrance. Xiao Wu bounced happily alongside him, exclaiming, "The villagers are so kind-hearted. I can feel their goodwill." Yihai casually replied, "If you look like a fierce woman, they wouldn't be so kind." "You look like a fierce woman," Xiao Wu retorted angrily. "Can't you take a hint?" Yihai replied, exasperated. The village was small, and after exchanging a few playful jabs, they arrived at the spirit hall. Similar to the village where Shrek Academy was located, this spirit hall was more akin to a dilapidated wooden house than a grand hall. As Yihai approached the wooden structure, the system's voice immediately chimed. "Ding! Host detected at the Holy Spirit Village Spirit Hall. The sign-in requirement necessitates at least one member of the main cast to participate. Member Xiao Wu detected. Sign-in conditions met. Would you like to proceed with sign-in?" Yihai promptly declared, "Check-in." System ding. "Congratulations, host, on your successful check-in. Reward: Encyclopedia of Douluo Continent." Simultaneously, a book of indeterminate thickness appeared in Yihai's mind. As he casually flipped through it, he discovered that this tome was indeed a veritable encyclopedia. It encompassed everything from soul beasts and celestial herbs to soul bones and weaponry, encapsulating all knowledge of the Douluo continent. If he were to peruse this book in its entirety, Yihai would dare assert that his understanding of the Douluo continent would surpass even that of the original author. Moreover, the knowledge of celestial and poisonous herbs known to the contemporary protagonist Tang San was also included in the Encyclopedia of Douluo continent, and in even greater detail. Saint Soul Village marked the beginning of Tang San's acquaintance with the entire Douluo continent. Hence the system rewarded me with the Encyclopedia of Douluo continent. Yihai speculated. Without wasting any time, after completing his check-in and claiming his reward, Yihai set off towards the outskirts of the village with Xiao Wu. "Is that it?" Xiao Wu queried, gazing at Yihai in confusion. "We traveled such a great distance only to circle around the village? Is this handsome boy perhaps lacking in intellect? Surely such looks must come at the cost of intelligence. How much intelligence must one sacrifice to attain such beauty?" Noticing the foolish look Xiao Wu cast upon him, Yihai opted not to explain. Such matters often become more troublesome the more one elucidates. At present, he was merely perceived as foolish, but an explanation might earn him the label of madness. After all, in this world, no one would believe in such a system. Better to remain silent and embrace the role of a simpleton. To Nodding City, Yihai succinctly stated. As Xiao Wu followed beside him, she chattered. "After accompanying you on this long journey, don't you think you ought to reward me with something? I don't ask for much. Just 10 roast suckling pigs like the one we had yesterday. How about it? Is that such an unreasonable request?" Yihai cast a nonchalant glance at Xiao Wu and replied, "What? Do you expect me to perform a show of devouring 3 pigs at once?" Xiao Wu retorted, "Am I that vicious?" Nodding City lay in close proximity to Saint Soul Village, and before nightfall, the two arrived at the city. Nodding City was a modest town, far inferior to Soto City, which was near Shrek Academy. Upon arriving, Yihai and Xiao Wu did not hasten to locate the Junior Soul Master Academy, but instead made their way to an inn. After having subsisted on dry rations for lunch, they certainly desired a hearty dinner. After a satisfying meal, Xiao Wu exclaimed, "This is wonderful. Being taken care of feels so good, without the need to earn money." Yihai thought, "Does this girl intend for me to support her for a lifetime?" He shook his head and remained silent, noting that Xiao Wu was becoming increasingly lazy. After a brief rest, Yihai took Xiao Wu, and together they headed toward the Junior Soul Master Academy in Nodding City. With the academy yet to commence its term, Yihai could simply check in and claim his reward without being detected. Chapter 13. Nodding Academy After Dinner. The number of pedestrians on the streets of Nodding City had noticeably dwindled. Yihai inquired of several passers-by and soon arrived at the entrance of the Junior Soul Master Academy. The grand entrance featured a towering archway, standing over 10 meters high, adorned with the characters, Nodding Academy. It was vastly superior to Shrek Academy. Who goes there? This is the Junior Soul Master Academy of Nodding City. Unauthorized entry is prohibited. As Yihai and Xiao Wu approached the academy, a gatekeeper obstructed their path. The gatekeeper frowned at the two, impatiently stating, "You two little brats should go play elsewhere. This place is not for you." Xiao Wu's face soured, and she was about to retaliate when Yihai pulled her back and addressed the gatekeeper. "Very well. We shall go elsewhere to play." With that, he led Xiao Wu away. After walking a short distance, Xiao Wu, visibly displeased, questioned, "Why didn't you let me teach him a lesson? Just imagine how I would make him search for his teeth." Yihai shook his head, saying, "Avoid trouble. Our purpose is not to fight. Is that how we're leaving it? Shall we return?" Xiao Wu was perplexed, as Yihai had not been so accommodating in her recollection. Yihai replied, "If the gatekeeper won't let us through the door, then we'll simply go over the wall." He gazed up at the tall wall. They had now arrived at the outer wall of Nodding Academy. The wall stood 3 meters high, a height that would deter most, but both Yihai and Xiao Wu, being soul masters, possessed strength and agility far beyond the ordinary. A mere 3-meter wall posed no obstacle for them. Yihai scanned the vicinity for onlookers, saw none, and took several steps back before making a running leap, easily scaling the wall and landing nimbly on top. "Come on up. There is no one inside," he whispered, with excitement illuminating her face. Xiao Wu took a few steps back and leapt gracefully onto the wall. "Let us go." Yihai and Xiao Wu jumped down into Nodding Academy. How thrilling! Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled as she reveled in the clandestine adventure of sneaking into another's academy. "We did not come here merely for amusement," Yihai remarked casually. Upon entering, their objective was to locate the check-in point. The most probable locations were two: the entrance of Nodding Academy, where Tang San had met Master Yu Xiaojiang, or the 7th dormitory, where Tang San had resided for 6 years and first met Xiao Wu. Yihai pondered. If the entrance of Nodding Academy was not the check-in point, then it was most likely the 7th dormitory. With this thought, Yihai turned to Xiao Wu. "Xiao Wu, come with me." Xiao Wu, intrigued by her surroundings, promptly followed Yihai as he led her toward a specific direction. After winding through a portion of Nodding Academy, they finally arrived at the 7th dormitory. Just as they reached the entrance, the system's voice chimed. "Ding! Detection of host arrival at Nodding Academy." The check-in requirements stipulate that at least one member of the protagonist group must be present. Detection confirms the presence of protagonist group member Xiao Wu, meeting the check-in conditions. "Would you like to proceed with the check-in?" Yihai was taken aback to learn that the check-in requirements at Nodding Academy were identical to those at Saint Soul Village. As long as one member of the protagonist group was present, no further prerequisites were necessary. With a fleeting thought, Yihai promptly replied, "Yes." System ding. "Congratulations, host, on your successful check-in at Nodding Academy. Reward, Douluo Cultivation Manual." Once again, a substantial tome appeared in Yihai's mind. As he flipped through it, he discovered that the Douluo Cultivation Manual encompassed all enhancement methods of the Douluo continent, including soul power cultivation, physical training, and spiritual refinement. In the world of Douluo, there was no notion of martial arts. Soul power cultivation relied solely on meditation, and the system's reward for soul power cultivation methods would undoubtedly surpass mere meditative techniques. Additionally, the Douluo Cultivation Manual included methods for soul power compression and soul core condensation. In the realm of Douluo, inadequate soul power quality hindered the condensation of a soul core. If Yihai wished to condense a soul core within Douluo, he would need to compress his soul power to enhance its quality. The benefits of a soul core were manifold. It would accelerate soul power cultivation and enable Yihai to utilize 2 martial souls simultaneously, thus making the condensation of a soul core imperative. Indeed, it is a splendid item. Yihai nodded in satisfaction. The Holy Soul Village marked the beginning of Tang San's journey in the Douluo continent. Thus, he was rewarded with the Encyclopedia of Douluo continent. The Nodding Academy signified the commencement of Tang San's training as a soul master, earning him the Soul Master Training Manual. With these 2 tomes, Yihai felt that, even in the absence of further rewards, he would not fall short of Tang San. Moreover, as long as he continued to sign in, he would receive even more rewards. The prospect of striking Tang, San, and kicking Bibi Dong seemed increasingly attainable. At this moment, Yihai was brimming with confidence. "Yihai, can we proceed?" Xiao Wu inquired, glancing at him. She had observed Yihai's momentary confusion, followed by a sudden surge of excitement, leaving her bewildered. It reminded her of the time in Holy Soul Village. Her doubts about Yihai being foolish intensified, filling her with regret. How could someone so handsome be so simple-minded? Yihai, oblivious to Xiao Wu's gaze, replied, "I have completed my tasks, and we can leave this place." He had already signed in at Holy Soul Village and Nodding Academy, receiving his rewards. Tomorrow, he would take a stroll in the soul-hunting forest to sign in and claim the remaining rewards, after which he could return to Shrek Academy. Upon returning to the hotel, the night had deepened. Yihai and Xiao Wu washed up briefly before retiring for the night, with silence enveloping them. The following morning, after breakfast, Yihai led Xiao Wu towards the soul-hunting forest. The forest closest to Nodding Academy was the only one, and Yihai was confident he would not mistake it. Entering the soul-hunting forest required a hand order, which Yihai did not possess. However, he was unconcerned. The signing-in location might not necessitate entry into the forest, and if it did, he had ways to sneak in. Yihai and Xiao Wu halted at the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest. In the distance, towering trees surrounded the forest, each standing at least 30 meters high. Outside the forest, numerous shops sold weapons, armor, potions, and other necessities for soul masters. Yihai retrieved 2 hooded cloaks from his pack, which could conceal most of their bodies. After donning the cloaks, he and Xiao Wu ventured inside. At merely 6 years of age, their presence here seemed rather inappropriate. They needed to obscure their youthful features to avoid attracting unwanted attention. As for their height, it posed no issue. While soul masters on the Douluo continent were generally tall, there were shorter ones as well, like Zhao Wujing. As long as they concealed their childlike attributes, height was inconsequential. Chapter 14. The 1,000-Year Soul Ring. To hunt a 1,000-year agile soul beast, a strong attack-type soul master of at least the 2nd ring is required, with a reward of 80 gold coins. To hunt a spider soul beast over 500 years, 2 battle soul masters are needed, either agile or strong attack types, with a hand order, rewarding 30 gold coins. Seeking a team to help me hunt a 100-year soul beast, offering 30 gold coins. Anyone with information about snake-type soul beasts over 500 years. I will pay 5 gold coins. The clamorous shouts echoed around. Numerous soul masters gathered outside the soul-hunting forest. Where there is demand, there is supply. Many solitary soul masters lacked the capability to hunt the soul rings they required, prompting them to either team up or seek assistance. Yihai ignored the shouting groups and walked directly to the entrance. The soul-hunting forest served as a sanctuary for soul beasts. Cultivated jointly by the Spirit Hall and the 2 great empires of Tiando and Xingluo. Typically, ordinary soul-hunting forests house soul beasts no older than 1,000 years. Only a handful of forests contain soul beasts aged in the thousands or even tens of thousands of years. However, soul beasts older than 10,000 years began to develop intelligence, making them difficult to raise. Very few soul-hunting forests on the continent could manage such ancient creatures. Surrounding the soul-hunting forest was a vast iron fence, adorned with numerous sharp spikes facing the forest. The fence towered over 10 meters, appearing exceedingly sturdy, preventing most soul beasts from escaping. Furthermore, there were patrolling guards in the vicinity. Hand order? A guard at the entrance spoke indifferently. Yihai subtly shook his head. Standing at the entrance, he noted that the system had not prompted him to sign in, indicating that entry into the soul-hunting forest was necessary. "I forgot to bring it," Yihai casually remarked, retreating from the entrance. He pulled Xiao Wu aside, observing the groups behind him. He intended to select one with a hand order to enter. Currently, he was certainly unable to take on a 1,000-year soul beast alone, yet he could manage a 500-year one. If someone could stand in front of him, allowing him to unleash his full potential, a 1,000-year soul beast would not pose a problem. Seeking a high-damage attack-type soul master, at least of the 2nd ring, capable of inflicting significant damage to tiger-class soul beasts. Rewarding 100 gold coins, must have a hand order, come forth. This announcement piqued Yihai's interest. After pondering for a moment, he approached the individual who had called out. Before him stood a burly man with a thick beard, towering over 2 meters, his face bearing a fearsome expression. Accompanying him were a man and a woman. The man appeared androgynous, around 27 or 28, while the woman, with an unremarkable appearance, appeared to be in her 30s. Lowering his voice, Yihai inquired, I'm a level 23 strong attack-type soul master, with considerable damage output. Is that acceptable? His voice, though lowered, still revealed his youth, prompting a thoughtful expression on the bearded man's face. What is your martial soul? How many years for your 2 soul rings? Yihai manifested his heavy artillery martial soul, 2 yellow soul rings pulsating above him, as a section of the cannon protruded from beneath his cloak, pointing directly at the bearded man. Would you care test it? As the cannon pointed towards the bearded man, an instinctual sense of danger surged within him, causing him to startle. He growled, his body swelling slightly, tufts of yellow fur bursting forth from his skin, and his fingers extending into claws. A symbol resembling a king appeared faintly on his forehead. 2 soul rings, 1 white and 1 yellow, materialized beneath the bearded man's feet. The androgynous man and the ordinary-looking woman behind the bearded man also regarded Yihai with vigilance. What do you mean? The bearded man questioned, his tone unfriendly, as he suspected Yihai intended to attack him. Stay calm. Yihai retracted the cannon, signaling that he bore no ill intent. Not many have seen my martial soul. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. I merely wanted you to experience its power. Upon hearing this, the bearded man exhaled, stating, next time, give a heads up. I thought you meant to make a move. After a pause, the bearded man continued, no need to test it. You qualify? We are seeking a 1,000-year soul ring for my sister, requiring a power-type tiger-class soul beast. In our team, I am a half-defense, half-attack soul master, and I need a strong attack-type soul master as the main assailant. The other 2 lack sufficient attack power. He then introduced the man and woman behind him. The androgynous man possessed the martial soul mystic frost bamboo, an ice-type control soul master. The ordinary-looking woman was the bearded man's sister, sharing the martial soul steel tiger. The androgynous man was a level 26 soul master with 1 white and 1 yellow soul ring. This configuration of soul rings is common among most rogue soul masters. The difficulty of obtaining a soul ring over a century old, without assistance, is exceedingly high, far beyond the capabilities of an individual without a soul ring. To Yihai's surprise, the woman's soul rings were 2 yellow. According to the bearded man, he intended to help his sister acquire a soul ring of a millennium or older. Consequently, the woman's soul rings would be 2 yellow and 1 purple, which is an optimal combination. After the bearded man finished explaining his situation, Yihai briefly recounted his own, a level 23 battle soul master with a martial soul of a heavy cannon, among other details. Upon concluding his introduction, Yihai stated to the bearded man that the 2 of them were companions and needed to go together, gesturing toward Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, being a 1-ring soul master, made the bearded man somewhat reluctant to take her along, even if it were a century-old soul ring. However, due to Yihai's strong insistence, he reluctantly agreed, saying, I can take her along, but I'll 1T pay extra, and you're responsible for your own safety. I'll 1T intervene. Yihai nodded in agreement, and after finalizing the terms, the bearded man led Yihai and the others into the soul-hunting forest. Upon entering, the bearded man paid a deposit of 30 gold coins, with the remaining 70 to be settled once Yihai completed the task. Yihai had no objections, and the 5 of them ventured deeper into the forest. This soul-hunting forest harbors soul beasts that are at most around 1,000 years old, located deep within. After walking for about 20 miles, they began to encounter soul beasts that were 500 years old. The group immediately heightened their vigilance, scanning their surroundings while continuing inward. A slight smile flickered across Yihai's face beneath his cloak as he heard the system's voice. Ding. The host has entered the soul-hunting forest. The requirements for signing in at Nodding Academy necessitate that the host possesses at least 1 ring of cultivation and has obtained a soul ring of at least 500 years. The host's current strength is level 23, with the highest soul ring age being 700 years, meeting the sign-in criteria. Additionally, at least 1 member of the protagonist group must be present. Detected member, Xiao Wu, meeting the sign-in requirements. Would you like to proceed with the sign-in? Upon hearing this, Yihai immediately chose to sign in. System ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in at the Soul Hunting Forest. Reward. Choose any soul ring. Age increased by 500 years. Please select a soul ring. Yihai did not hesitate and directly opted to add the 500 years to his second soul ring. At that moment, Yihai's second soul ring, laser cannon, became a Millennium Soul Ring. System. Next sign-in location, Shrek Academy. Sign-in requirements. Obtain at least 3 soul rings, including one that is over 5,000 years old. Chapter 15. This iron-bone tiger can be slain. Yihai maintained a calm demeanor as he accompanied the bearded man and others further into the soul-hunting forest. The bearded man seemed to already know where the 1,000-year tiger-type soul beast was located, leading the group straight in that direction. Along the way, they did not encounter any actively aggressive soul beasts. A thunderous roar echoed from afar. Upon hearing it, the bearded man's spirit lifted, and he promptly exclaimed, "We are close. Everyone, maintain formation." At that moment, the bearded man stood at the front, flanked by Yi Hai and a slender man, with Xiao Wu positioned behind Yi Hai, and the woman bringing up the rear. This formation accounted for both front and back. Unlike in the Soul Master competition, where threats may only come from one direction, the 5 continued onward, their pace considerably slowed. After walking several hundred meters, the bearded man raised his hand, signaling Yi Hai and the others to halt. Peering through the underbrush, Yi Hai could vaguely discern a massive tiger-type soul beast. Its length exceeded 5 meters, its fur gleaming, and its eyes glowed like lanterns, exuding a murderous intent. Simultaneously, Yi Hai's mind activated the Douluo continent encyclopedia, flipping through pages rapidly before resting on one. Iron-bone tiger. A tiger-type soul beast, possessing incredibly strong defenses and immense power, suitable for most tiger-type martial souls. This page not only provided an introduction to the iron-bone tiger, but also analyzed its age. Yi Hai squinted, deducing from the encyclopedia that this iron-bone tiger should possess at least 1,200 years of cultivation. He was astonished that the encyclopedia could autonomously flip pages and respond to the observed soul beasts, thus sparing him the effort of memorizing the information. Yi Hai mused inwardly. The bearded man lacked Yi Hai's encyclopedia and scrutinized the beast for a while before hesitantly stating, "It should be this soul beast." "Little sister, what do you think?" The woman replied, "Brother, we invested a considerable sum to obtain this information. It must be accurate. Regardless, we should slay it first and discuss later." The bearded man agreed. "All right." Then, turning to Yi Hai, he inquired, "This is the soul beast. Are you all okay with it?" Yi Hai replied solemnly, "No problem." Upon hearing this, the bearded man said, "Good, you will be the main attacker. My sister and I will handle defense and distraction." He briefly outlined their strategy, and Yi Hai listened attentively. Moments later, the bearded man announced, "Let us begin." The slender man, in response, summoned a surge of soul power, causing a frost-white bamboo to emerge from his palm, radiating a chilling aura, with a white and a yellow soul ring pulsating around the Qian frost bamboo. The slender man moved his hand, and the first white soul ring immediately illuminated, causing ice to form beneath the iron-bone tiger, freezing its 4 paws in place. Qian frost bamboo's first soul skill, Frost. Sensing the soul power fluctuations, the iron-bone tiger let out a furious roar, its icy gaze fixating on them. Being 1,000-year soul beast, the bearded man felt exhilarated rather than frightened. He immediately roared, "Activate martial soul." As he transformed, 3 soul rings, 1 white and 2 yellow, rose slowly from beneath him, elevating his aura. Emerging from the underbrush, he declared, "Attention, prepare for battle." The iron-bone tiger, upon spotting the bearded man, was instantly filled with murderous intent, letting out a violent roar and charging forward with all 4 paws raised. The 5 had already coordinated their actions. Thus, the bearded man and the woman surged forward while Yi Hai and the slender man positioned themselves behind them, with Xiao Wu bringing up the rear. Boom! Before anyone else could act, Yi Hai unleashed his first soul skill. The attack range of the heavy cannon martial soul is extensive, with an effective striking distance of 20 meters and a laser cannon exceeding 30 meters. At this moment, the iron-bone tiger had entered Yi Hai's strike range of 20 meters. The slender man pointed at the iron-bone tiger with his right hand, conjuring an icy arrow that shot forth towards the beast. Qian Frost Bamboo's second soul skill, Frost Arrow. The iron-bone tiger closed its eyes and charged forward, using its head to collide with the air cannon and Frost Arrow. Boom! Sizzle! The air cannon struck the iron-bone tiger's head, sending tufts of fur flying, while the Frost Arrow could only freeze a palm-sized area. Wow! This iron-bone tiger is formidable, the bearded man exclaimed. Despite his words, he pressed onward. He was the only 3-ring soul master in the group, and if he did not engage, His sister and the teammates behind him would surely perish. Roar! The third soul ring on the bearded man suddenly illuminated, and a deep yellow light burst forth. In an instant, he expanded once more, his palm resembling a large fan as it intercepted the charging iron-bone tiger. The creature measured over 5 meters in length, and the force of its assault was formidable. As he held off the beast, the man with the beard found himself involuntarily retreating. Yihai and the effeminate man quickly moved aside, and the bearded man stumbled back nearly 10 meters before coming to a halt. One opportunity. Yihai's eyes gleamed with excitement. With the bearded man restraining the iron-bone tiger, the beast was temporarily immobilized, allowing him the chance to utilize his laser cannon. Its power was immense, yet its narrow beam made it challenging to strike a moving target like the iron-bone tiger. Focusing intently on the creature, the purple aura of his 1,000-year spirit ring suddenly flared to life, and a brilliant beam of light shot forth from the cannon's muzzle. The bearded man, witnessing the beam, felt his pupils constrict in alarm as an intense sense of danger surged from within. He fought against the urge to flee, his grip tightening with renewed strength. This seemingly youthful adversary possessed an unexpectedly formidable attack. The power of that beam likely surpassed that of an ordinary 4-ring spirit master. Excellent. If his sister were to obtain this 1,000-year spirit ring, her spirit configuration would mirror that of the Academy and Sex spirit masters, 2 yellow and 1 purple, not significantly inferior to theirs. With diligent cultivation, she could potentially ascend to the rank of a 7-ring spirit sage. The thought ignited a surge of exhilaration within the bearded man. However, to his astonishment, the iron-bone tiger seemed to sense the impending crisis. With a ferocious roar, it flipped its body, tumbling sideways along with the bearded man. They rolled together, the laser beam narrowly missing its target. What surprise! This giant, seemingly robust, turned out to be so weak? Yihai muttered. Had the bearded man managed to secure the iron-bone tiger in place, his laser beam would have dealt a devastating blow. Yihai had aimed for the tiger's neck. Yet, the beast's raw power was astonishing. It was able to overturn the bearded man with ease. Seeing the bearded man pinned beneath the iron-bone tiger, jaws poised to bite, Yihai wasted no time. His first spirit ring ignited, and with a thunderous sound, an air cannon was unleashed. The woman immediately summoned her martial spirit and charged forward, while the effeminate man simultaneously activated his first and second spirit rings, casting frost arrows and ice freeze. Only Xiao Wu remained passive, yet none paid her any mind, as they had not expected her to engage. The air cannon struck the iron-bone tiger, flipping it off the bearded man, who quickly rose to face the beast alongside the approaching woman. Yihai, standing behind them, spoke in a grave tone. I need to restrain this iron-bone tiger. I understand, the bearded man replied solemnly. Having witnessed Yihai's formidable attack, he felt a profound sense of mortality from that brilliant beam of light. However, this attack belonged to the realm of ranged strikes. Despite its swiftness, it still allowed the opponent a chance to react. To guarantee a lethal blow, they needed to restrain the beast. Yet, the iron-bone tiger was a 1,000-year spirit beast, and the effeminate man's first spirit skill, mysterious frost bamboo, was merely a decade old and utterly insufficient to restrain the creature. Even the second skill, frost arrow, inflicted only minimal damage. How could they possibly restrain the iron-bone tiger? Without allowing the bearded man further contemplation, the iron-bone tiger lunged ferociously. The bearded man, sensing the danger, activated his second spirit ring. In an instant, his palms swelled once more, striking towards the tiger's head. At the same time, the woman's second spirit ring illuminated, her fingers extending into 20-centimeter-long claws, crossing her arms to deliver a powerful slash. When the bearded man's palm met the iron-bone tiger's head, there was a brief moment of pause before he was forced to retreat uncontrollably. Stumbling back 3 or 4 steps, his hand nearly shattered and trembling. The iron-bone tiger, true to its name, sustained only superficial damage from the blow. The bearded man's intent had not been to injure the beast, but rather to create an opportunity for the woman. She seized the moment, her claws ruthlessly raking across the tiger's chest, leaving 10 deep gashes. With a fierce roar, the iron-bone tiger lunged at the woman. Yihai narrowed his eyes, steadying himself against the cannon as the purple light of the 1,000-year spirit ring flared once more. A dazzling beam shot forth, aimed directly at the tiger's jaws. Sensing the imminent threat, the creature sidestepped, the beam slicing past the woman's head without striking its target. The iron-bone tiger's cold gaze shifted from the bearded man and the woman to Yi Hai. It recognized that he was the most formidable adversary among them. Without Yi Hai, it could easily devour the remaining four one by one. Yet, with Yi Hai persistently harassing it, it could not inflict harm upon anyone. The iron-bone tiger began to circle the five, its chilling eyes fixated on Yi Hai. He discerned that the beast had set its sights on him. However, this presented an opportunity. From a distance, the tiger had been able to narrowly evade his attacks, but if he could close the distance to within 5 meters, the beast would have no chance to evade. After a moment of reflection, Yi Hai resolved to take the risk. In a calm voice, he commanded, "We need to tighten our formation. From now on, follow my lead." He instructed the bearded man and the woman to fall back behind him, positioning the effeminate man directly behind him, with the bearded man and woman flanking him on either side. Xiaowu remained at the back, shielded by the others. "If the iron-bone tiger charges, I will forego defense. You must seize the opportunity. If I fall, you will not survive either," Yi Hai stated firmly. "You needn't worry. We are not short-sighted," the bearded man replied nonchalantly. The five formed a compact formation and began to advance slowly towards the iron-bone tiger. As they approached within 10 meters, the beast struck first. With its massive body, akin to a small mountain, it lunged toward the foremost Yi Hai with a rush of foul wind. Yi Hai remained unflinching, aiming the cannon outward, his gaze steady upon the iron-bone tiger. The purple glow intensified, and a brilliant beam shot forth towards the creature. 1,000-year spirit ring. The bearded man and the woman gasped in astonishment. Now that they were closer, even with Yi Hai cloaked, the bearded man could perceive the radiant purple light. In the Douluo continent, purple was nearly synonymous with 1,000-year spirit rings. Witnessing the glow, they instinctively believed it to be a 1,000-year spirit ring. Yi Hai furrowed his brow, contemplating the significance of the spirit ring at such a moment. Killing the iron-bone tiger was paramount. Without time for further thoughts, the beast was upon him, and the laser struck its neck, piercing through with deadly accuracy. The iron-bone tiger's pupils suddenly constricted. However, the speed of the laser was too swift for it to react. It felt a sharp pain in its neck and opened its mouth to roar, yet no sound emerged, only blood froth seeping from its mouth. The iron-bone tiger was pierced through the neck by Yi Hai, severing its spine, causing its body to collapse. Nevertheless, its massive form still plummeted toward Yi Hai, weighing at least 1,000 pounds. If he were struck, he would surely suffer grave injuries or worse. In that critical moment, he retracted his heavy artillery martial spirit. A faint blood hue appeared behind him, and his entire presence became ethereal. With a swift motion, he transformed into an almost illusory figure, sidestepping 3 steps just before the iron-bone tiger's body crashed down. "What the hell is going on?" Yi Hai immediately demanded, turning to the bearded man. Had it not been for the timely use of his second martial spirit, he would likely have been crushed under the tiger's weight. "My apologies, young brother. I was quite taken aback by your Millennium Soul Ring," the bearded man replied sheepishly. After a moment, he quickly added, "How about this? I will increase your reward by 100 gold coins. Does that sound fair?" Setting aside the fact that their mistake nearly caused Yi Hai harm, the mere fact that he had slain the iron-bone tiger with a single strike justified a reward of 200 gold coins. Just as Yi Hai was about to voice another query, his anger dissipated upon hearing the offer, and he replied, "All right." He wished to be furious, yet the bearded man's generosity was quite compelling. Approaching the iron-bone tiger, the bearded man observed that it was barely clinging to life and turned to the woman, saying, "Sister, prepare to absorb the soul ring." He then produced 170 gold coins and handed them to Yi Hai. Nodding, Yi Hai accepted the coin pouch and departed with Xiaowu. "Boss, that kid seems rather young," remarked the effeminate man. As Yi Hai evaded the iron-bone tiger, his speed was so remarkable that his cloak could not entirely conceal him, revealing his delicate arms and slender physique, which certainly did not belong to an adult. The bearded man stated calmly, "Do not harbor any inappropriate thoughts. That child possesses an astonishing attack power. He single-handedly could take on all 3 of us. I had no intention of pursuing them. I merely find it strange that a second ring soul master could possess a Millennium Soul Ring," the effeminate man replied, puzzled. The bearded man responded, If I had known soul rings could be so paired, do you think I wouldn't have acquired 3 Millennium Soul Rings? It's not that he doesn't want to. It's that he can't. Chapter 17. Smack him until he blooms. Yihai, must humans hunt soul beasts? After walking a distance, Xiao Wu asked in a muffled tone. Yihai replied nonchalantly. This world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. Not only do humans contend with soul beasts, but there are also conflicts among humans. A piece of soul bone, even just a millennium's worth, can incite murderous intent. You cannot change this world. You can only make yourself stronger to survive in it. Xiao Wu, having transformed from the 10,000-year soft-bone enchanting rabbit, felt a sense of shared sorrow at the recent hunt of the iron-bone tiger. Yihai understood that her pity was not for the tiger itself. Rather, it was a reflection of her own fears. The soft-boned enchanting rabbit and the iron-bone tiger belonged to different species, and interspecies conflict among soul beasts was not uncommon. Yet, Yihai's act of slaying the tiger evoked in Xiao Wu a sense of sympathy akin to that of a rabbit mourning the death of a fox, reminding her of her mother's fate. In the future, she too could be killed for her ring or soul bone. Isn't there violence among soul beasts as well? Carnivorous soul beasts hunt other soul beasts. It follows the same principle, survival of the fittest, the natural order, Yihai continued. After a moment of silence, Xiao Wu said, I understand. Yihai glanced at her and smiled. Do not worry. You will be safe. As long as you are my little brother, I will protect you. Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback before retorting. Who is your little brother? You, sir, never speak a kind word. Pausing, she feigned casualness and asked, What did you mean by that statement? Yihai shrugged. Nothing much, just the literal meaning. Hey, what does nothing much mean? Xiao Wu persisted, unwilling to relent. Yihai chose not to respond and instead said, Today was quite profitable. I'll take you for roasted piglets later. You mentioned wanting to eat 10 yesterday. Didn't you? I'll indulge you. Really? Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled as she involuntarily swallowed hard. What are we waiting for? Let's go eat roasted piglets. Yihai couldn't help but chuckle. This rabbit, having lived for over 100,000 years, was rather naive. After enjoying a feast of roasted piglets, Xiao Wu appeared utterly satisfied. They had devoured 2 piglets, 1 each, consuming approximately 5 pounds of meat each. For an ordinary person, it would be impossible to eat 5 pounds of food, even for an adult. However, both Yihai and Xiao Wu were soul masters, and their physical constitution surpassed that of an adult. Thus, 5 pounds merely left them feeling a tad full. Having completed our tasks, we can head back now, Yihai announced. On this trip, they had not only checked in at the first 3 locations, but also earned 200 gold soul coins, a lucrative endeavor. Upon returning, Yihai intended to begin earnest cultivation. As they walked back, Xiao Wu remarked, You earned 200 gold soul coins. Don't you think you should share some with me? Yihai rolled his eyes, bewildered by the audacity of this girl in asking him for money. When we hunted the soul beast, you didn't help at all, and along the way, you consumed my provisions. Now you dare to ask me for money? Xiao Wu boldly asserted, What's yours is mine. Yihai pondered for a moment. Since meeting Xiao Wu, he realized he had never actually said that phrase. He inquired, When did my possessions become yours? From this moment on, Xiao Wu declared confidently. Yihai looked at her as she stared back. Bow, an arrow, air cannon. They both launched their attacks simultaneously. After a moment of playful combat, Yihai remained calm, while Xiao Wu was left in disarray. You cheated again, Xiao Wu exclaimed in frustration. Where did you get that Millennium Soul Ring? I didn't even use my Millennium Soul Ring, Yihai replied. But you scare me with yours, Xiao Wu protested. The two exchanged glances before resuming their playful combat. Bow, an arrow, air cannon. 10 minutes later, Xiao Wu lay on the ground, while Yihai held her arms behind her back, teasingly asking, Have you surrendered? She nodded repeatedly, I give in, I give in. Now covered in dust, Xiao Wu's face was grimy from their tussle. Her 2 failed attempts to resist had left her at his mercy. With no other option, she realized further defiance would only lead to more trouble. Yihai released her arms, allowing her to rise. Enough of this. You can't defeat me. When we return, whether you face Oscar or Ma Hongjun, neither can best you. But if you continue to provoke me, you'll be the one to suffer, Yihai stated calmly. Xiao Wu tilted her head thoughtfully, a smile breaking through her dusty visage. Oh, right. Oscar is a food-type soul master, and Ma Hongjun has yet to awaken his martial soul. With just one hand, I could easily subdue them. At this moment, her thoughts began to swirl. and a radiant smile adorned her face as she contemplated the various ways to strike Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Yihai, however, remained unfazed. He often dealt with Ma Hongjun himself, so having another person join in would hardly make a difference. After all, he wouldn't actually be harmed. Ma Hongjun, I appreciate it. On the way back, Yihai felt significantly more relaxed. After indulging in food, drink, and merriment for over half a month, he finally returned to Shrek Academy. It had been exactly a month since his departure. Arriving at the village entrance, Yihai gazed at the familiar scenery and exclaimed with a smile, I'm finally back. Xiao Wu also smiled, pointing to Yihai's right and saying, look. Following Xiao Wu's delicate finger, Yihai's pupils constricted slightly. He spotted Flinder and Zhao Wujia, both of whom wore grim expressions as they stared at him. You little rascal. You actually remembered to come back. Zhao Wujia's furious voice echoed throughout the village, startling old Lu's big yellow dog into retreating to its doghouse. Taking a deep breath, Yihai chose silence and immediately summoned his vampire, martial soul, sprinting towards the outskirts of the village. If it didn't run, wouldn't Zhao Wujia end up giving him a good thrashing? Stop right there. Zhao Wujia bellowed, chasing after him. Flinder's face was pale with anger, but upon seeing Yihai's return, the weight that had been pressing on his heart finally lifted. Although he was furious that Yihai had left without a word, he maintained his composure and did not pursue him like Zhao Wujia. With the activation of his vampire, martial soul, Yihai's speed dramatically increased. Without summoning his own martial soul, Zhao Wujia found it difficult to keep pace. Xiao Wu shouted from the sidelines, Teacher Zhao, hurry up. You can't let a 6-year-old child outrun you, can you? Catch up to Yihai and give him a good beating. Make his backside blossom. Having been bullied by Yihai all this time, Xiao Wu felt a sense of vindication seeing him flee in panic. Ultimately, Yihai was caught by Zhao Wujia. Realizing he could not catch up, Zhao Wujia resorted to his soul skill, tracking, swiftly closing the distance. Before long, he had Yihai in hand, dragging him back. Seeing Yihai being pulled by the scruff of his neck, Xiao Wu laughed heartily. Teacher Zhao, give Yihai a good thrashing. Make his backside blossom. If you're reluctant, I can do it for you. Eager to unleash her pin-up frustration, Xiao Wu had long desired to give Yihai a good thrashing. Zhao Wujia merely scoffed at Xiao Wu's remark, remaining silent. He pointed a finger at Yihai, speaking sternly, Yi kid, if you dare to leave without a word again, I'll break your legs. After this warning, Zhao Wujia released Yihai. Yihai adjusted his clothing, his expression calm as he replied, Don't worry, I want to sneak out again. That's more like it. Zhao Wujia's tone softened somewhat. Flinder approached, patiently addressing Yihai. Yihai, you're still quite young and not very strong. Going out alone can be dangerous. We're only looking out for your well-being. If you wish to go out again, just inform either me or Zhao Wujia, and at least one of us will accompany you. Yihai nodded earnestly. I understand, Dean. It was my fault this time, and I will definitely inform you next time. Flinder was somewhat satisfied with Yihai's attitude of contrition and decided not to pursue the matter further. As Flinder and Zhao Wujia departed, Xiao Wu exclaimed indignantly, Hey, Teacher Zhao, you're just going to let Yihai off the hook? Don't you feel better after giving him a beating? Surprised that Zhao Wujia hadn't struck Yihai, she shouted in frustration. Yihai patted Xiao Wu on the head, smiling as he said, Stop shouting. No matter how loud you yell, Teacher Zhao 1T hit me. Xiao Wu, puzzled, asked, Why not? Teacher Zhao is clearly furious. Why isn't he punishing Yihai? Yihai replied nonchalantly, I used 50 gold soul coins to buy my way out of this beating. Xiao Wu raised an eyebrow, about to retort when she suddenly noticed a thick, dark iron pipe appear in Yihai's palm. Alarm bells rang in her mind. An air cannon. Caught off guard, she was swiftly subdued by Yihai. You're not adhering to the rules of martial arts. You ambushed me. Xiao Wu exclaimed in anger. Yihai restrained her hands and asked, Do you yield? One moment, Xiao Wu was filled with rage. The next, she nodded obediently, I yield. Yihai then released her hands, instructing, Go give Oscar and Ma Hongjun a beating. You 1T win against me. Xiao Wu stood up, brushing off the dust from her clothes, huffed, and headed into the village. She intended to find Oscar first, as he was a soul master, making the encounter particularly thrilling. Observing Xiao Wu leave, Yihai knew Oscar and Ma Hongjun were in for a rough time. As the saying goes, when heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility upon someone, it must first tax their muscles and bones and starve their bodies. Yihai felt that under Xiao Wu's guidance, Oscar and Ma Hongjun would quickly grow stronger. He felt genuinely pleased for the two of them. Oscar and Ma Hongjun, we truly appreciate it. After sending Xiao Wu on her way, Yihai returned to his humble abode. Next on his agenda was training and preparing for the sign-in at Shrek Academy. The Academy's sign-in requirements stipulated that one must acquire at least 3 soul rings, with at least one being over 5,000 years old. The first 2 soul rings of a soul master can only be from a maximum of 400 years and 700 years, respectively. The third soul ring can include one that is over 1,000 years old, but the upper limit for the third ring is 1,700 years. There remained a considerable gap from the system's requirement of 5,000 years or more. If Yihai were to rapidly reach level 30, he would still be far from being able to absorb a 5,000-year soul ring. He needed to enhance his physical strength. Fortunately, the system-rewarded Douluo training manual contained methods for physical training. His body needed to possess the strength of a 4-ring soul master to absorb a 5,000-year soul ring. The road ahead was long and arduous. Taking a deep breath, Yihai closed his eyes. The Douluo training manual gradually emerged in his mind, detailing methods for soul power cultivation, physical training, and mental cultivation. After contemplating for a while, Yihai hesitated about which to pursue first. Just then, the system's voice echoed, reminder to the host. The Douluo training manual is a complete cultivation method, encompassing soul power cultivation, physical training, mental cultivation, and more. These can be practiced separately or in tandem. Individual practice is faster, while simultaneous practice is slower. Upon hearing the system's words, Yihai's eyes lit up. This is splendid. I can train simultaneously? Then I want to have to deliberate. Soul power, physicality, and mental strength are all indispensable. Soul power is essential. Physical strength is a prerequisite for absorbing high-level soul rings, and mental fortitude is a requirement for absorbing soul rings over 10,000 years. If Yihai wishes to absorb a soul ring over 10,000 years before reaching the rank of 5-ring soul king, he must cultivate his mental strength. Otherwise, he won't withstand the spiritual impact from soul beasts. Yihai promptly decided to train simultaneously. Various trajectories continuously flickered through Yihai's mind, and his body instinctively began to operate along these paths. Soul power, physical form, and mental strength were cultivated simultaneously, each remaining distinct from the others. Time flew by, and before he knew it, 2 months had passed. On this day, the Shrek Academy was conducting its admissions. After 2 months of rigorous training, Yihai's soul power had reached the 23rd level. Indeed, his soul power remained the same as it had been 2 months prior, still at the 23rd level. However, the soul power he possessed at this moment was a compressed version. Prior to compression, it had been at the 27th level. Achieving a 2-level increase in soul power within a month was an extraordinary feat. The cultivation methods provided by the system were remarkably effective. Yet, Yihai's physical body still lagged far behind the capacity to absorb a 5,000-year soul ring. Even if his soul power reached the 30th level, he had no intention of hunting for a 3rd soul ring. Rather, he preferred to compress his soul power and see if he could precipitate the formation of a soul core ahead of schedule. At this juncture, the quality of Yihai's soul power had significantly improved, yet there remained further potential for compression. He resolved to continue cultivating while simultaneously compressing his soul power until he could no longer compress it, or until his body was capable of absorbing the 5,000-year soul ring. Yihai, rise quickly. Have you forgotten what day it is? A boisterous voice called from outside the wooden hut. It was Zhao Wujin's voice. However, since Xiao Wu was residing with Yihai, Zhao Wujin refrained from barging in. Although Xiao Wu was small, she was still a young girl, and Zhao Wujin was considerate. Upon hearing his voice, Yihai immediately got up and stepped outside. Xiao Wu rubbed her sleepy eyes, saw that there was nothing for her to do, and closed her eyes once more. Chapter 19. Entrance Examination. So, you woke me up early just to stand in line? Yihai remarked, staring at the lengthy queue ahead with a look of exasperation. Zhao Wujin crossed his arms and replied with a calm demeanor. If we don't queue now, there will be even more people later. Couldn't we expedite the process with some internal procedure and have me admitted directly? Yihai suggested. Zhao Wujin glanced at the queue ahead and replied nonchalantly, Sure, if you pay me 10 gold soul coins, I'll let you enter directly. Never mind, I'll just wait in line. It doesn't seem like there are too many people ahead. It was clear that extracting money from Yihai was a futile endeavor. I'll patiently stand here. I'll be waiting for you inside the academy." With that, Zhao Wujin made his way into Shrek Academy. The individuals ahead of Yihai were mostly boys around 12 years of age, accompanied by their parents to register. However, Yihai was acutely aware that among the dozens of boys in line, it would be a considerable accomplishment if even one met the admission criteria of Shrek Academy. In the Douluo continent, reaching level 20 by the age of 12 was an arduous task. The admission requirements for Shrek Academy stipulated that applicants must be no older than 13 years and possess a soul power of no less than 21. Children who met such criteria were exceedingly rare, typically hailing from prominent sects or esteemed families, and seldom came to Shrek Academy. Consequently, in over a decade since its establishment, Shrek Academy had admitted fewer than 40 students. After waiting for more than an hour, with the sun rising in the east, it was finally Yihai's turn. As expected, none of the 50 or so boys before him met the requirements. The first gate of the admission test was overseen by teacher Li Yusong. To the outside world, Li Yusong appeared as a diligent farmer, yet in reality, he was a six-ring soul emperor. Li Yusong was responsible for assessing the age of the children by feeling their bones and testing their soul power. He possessed a unique technique that enabled him to estimate age with a margin of error of just 1 day. Even if a child exceeded the age limit by a single day, he could discern it accurately. When it was Yihai's turn, after depositing the 10 gold coins for the registration fee into the wooden box, Li Yusong said, "You may proceed inside." Yihai nodded. He merely needed to go through the motions, as he was already familiar with the teachers at Shrek, who also recognized him, making him a known entity. "Hey, why is this kid allowed to enter without a test? That seems utterly unfair. He is so young. How could he possibly have reached level 20? The boys and parents queued behind him erupted in protests. Li Yusong cast a glance at Yihai and said coolly, "Show them your soul ring. Let them silence themselves." Initially, Li Yusong had intended to keep things simple, but with the mounting complaints from the boys, he decided to let Yihai demonstrate to intimidate them. Yihai extended his right hand, and a radiant glow emanated from his palm, coalescing into a dark, heavy artillery form. The aura was thick, fiery, explosive, and weighty, adorned with alternating yellow and purple soul rings. All voices abruptly ceased. Li Yusong, who had been observing Yihai with a calm demeanor, felt his pupils constrict sharply upon noticing the second soul ring was a purple-hued 1,000-year soul ring. Wasn't it said that this boy had 200-year soul rings? Where did this 1,000-year soul ring come from? Had Flinder forgotten his glasses? Could a 700-year soul ring truly be purple? The second soul ring was even a 1,000-year ring? How could this be possible? Was Shrek Academy truly about to welcome a prodigious talent? Li Yusong's pupils trembled. He felt parched and swallowed hard, fixating on Yihai's 1,000-year soul ring. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. After a moment, someone quietly remarked, "I must be mistaken. That second soul ring is a purple 1,000-year one." Another voice chimed in, "This can't be cheating, can it? I've never seen anyone capable of altering the color of their soul ring." A rebuttal followed. Even if it were cheating to change the color of the soul ring, that is still a legitimate second ring great soul master at such a young age. No wonder that teacher allowed him to enter directly. Another side, we've been too narrow-minded. We know nothing of true genius. The parents and youths in the crowd began to murmur excitedly once more, yet this time the tone was markedly different, filled with admiration, envy, and respect. A glimmer of light flashed in Li Yusong's eyes as he smiled and announced, "At Shrek Academy, we only recruit prodigies. Those lacking confidence may turn back now. However, once you enter our academy, you will have the opportunity to learn and grow alongside these talented individuals. Just imagine being surrounded by classmates with dual martial souls and even innate full soul power. Doesn't that ignite your ambition to surpass them? This is infinitely superior to merely entering an ordinary advanced academy. I urge you all to contemplate this carefully before proceeding with your registration." Li Yusong seized the opportunity to promote Shrek Academy. Dual martial souls? There are even those with innate full soul power? This Shrek Academy may appear dilapidated, yet it is capable of attracting such extraordinary students. A genius with a 1,000-year soul ring as a second ring. Enough said, I must join Shrek Academy. Father, I absolutely want to join Shrek Academy. I too wish to join Shrek Academy. The youths and their parents in line became fervently enthusiastic. A smile flickered across Li Yusong's face. After these individuals return, another wave of advertisements will be launched, and I believe that in the coming days, there will be a surge of applicants eager to enroll. However, the number of those who can truly join Shrek Academy will likely be minimal. As Yihai saw that his own matters were concluded, he retracted his martial soul and walked towards Shrek Academy. The second stage of the entrance examination at Shrek Academy involves the identification of martial souls. The strength of one's martial soul is closely linked to future potential. Only those with formidable martial souls can progress further. The second stage at Shrek Academy is designed to eliminate those with weaker martial souls. Yihai pondered that if Tang San were to arrive at Shrek Academy before reaching level 25, he would not be exempt from the second stage. And as the contemporary protagonist, Tang San might also struggle to pass the Academy's tests. The blue-silver grass martial soul, widely regarded as a useless martial soul in Douluo continent, would undoubtedly be on the list of those eliminated, unless Tang San showcased his second martial soul, the Haoyan Hammer. Chapter 20. It is a terrifying thought. The individual responsible for the second stage assessment is another six-ring soul emperor from Shrek Academy, teacher Lu Qibin, whose martial soul is the star chess. At this moment, Lu Qibin was examining Yihai's martial soul, a dark and thick tube, with great care. He had heard about Yihai's remarkable martial soul from Zhao Wujin and Flender and had long wished to see it. Now that he had the opportunity, he naturally wanted to scrutinize it closely. However, after a lengthy examination, he could not discern its true nature, unable to make sense of it. Lu Qibin allowed Yihai to proceed to the third stage. Yihai's martial soul possessed immense power, surely not a useless one. Lu Qibin's prolonged inspection was merely driven by curiosity. Easily, Yihai arrived at the third stage. The third stage tests the application and mastery of one's martial soul. The teacher in charge of the assessment is Xiao Xian, a seven-ring soul sage whose martial soul is the jelly bean. This teacher Xiao Xian, like Oscar, is also a food system soul master. Food system soul masters differ from others in that their cultivation is exceedingly slow. Attaining the rank of seven-ring soul sage is a rarity throughout the Douluo continent. Currently, all 5 teachers at Shrek Academy are high-ranking soul masters, 2 six-ring soul emperors, Li Yusong and Lu Qibin, and 3 seven-ring soul sages, Xiao Xian, Zhao Wujin, and Flender. This level of faculty is remarkably robust. However, Shrek Academy's dilapidated state and lack of funding have led to significant difficulties in recruitment. Upon reaching the third stage, Xiao Xian immediately inquired, "Yi, what is your soul skill?" Without hesitation, Yihai produced the dark, thick barrel, and the second 1,000-year soul ring suddenly glowed. With a whoosh, a brilliant beam of light shot from the barrel. What the heck? Xiao Xian's reaction mirrored that of Zhao Wujin's when he was first startled. As a food system soul master, his combat prowess is far inferior to Zhao Wujin's, and this laser beam could severely injure him. Xiao Xian swiftly rolled to the side, narrowly evading the thumb-sized beam of light. "Yihai, what are you doing?" Xiao Xian exclaimed angrily as he got back on his feet. Yihai, puzzled, replied, "Did you not ask me what my soul skill is, teacher?" Xiao Xian retorted, "I asked, but I didn't mean for you to demonstrate it immediately. Can't you just tell me?" Xiao Xian waved his hand dismissively. "All right, you've passed. Proceed to the next stage." Yihai then inquired, "Teacher Xiao, who is responsible for the final stage?" If Yihai recalled correctly, the last stage should be a practical test. Currently, there were no students at Shrek Academy, as previous candidates had either perished or graduated. This meant that the final stage would likely involve a teacher. If it were Flender, that would be acceptable. However, if it were Zhao Wujin, Yihai feared he would inevitably receive a beating. Zhao Wujin, though protective, could be quite petty. He had a long memory. The last time Yihai left without notice, both Zhao Wujin and Flender had spent an entire month searching for him. Zhao Wujin would surely look for an opportunity to punish him. Xiao Xian pondered for a moment and said, "It should be Dean Zhao Wujin." "Very well, I understand," Yihai replied, nonchalantly making his way to the final test. Soon, Yihai arrived at the location of the final test. Zhao Wujin was lying on a lounge chair with his eyes closed. His steel-like muscles exuded an oppressive aura even in repose. Sensing someone approaching, Zhao Wujin opened his eyes. Upon seeing Yihai, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He clenched his fists, rose from the chair, and stated, "This stage is a practical test. As long as you can withstand 10 of my strikes, you will pass. In reality, he could capture Yi within 2 moves and deliver a thorough beating. The first strike would be position tracking, and the second would simply be to seize Yi. Yi immediately protested. Teacher Zhao, are you trying to make things difficult for me? Forget it, I will not enter Shrek Academy. With that, Yi turned to leave. Yi, stop right there. Zhao Wujin bellowed, blocking Yi's path. He glared and said, how can you know it won't work if you don't even try? Can you withstand 10 strikes from a titled Douluo? Yi questioned. Zhao Wujin contemplated for a moment and replied, well, you should at least give it a try. What if I go easy on you? Yi rolled his eyes, unapologetically exposing the truth. Teacher Zhao, we have known each other for quite some time. Who doesn't he know who? You won't get the chance to hit me today. Either let me enroll directly, or I will walk away. Zhao Wujin's expression changed several times before he reluctantly conceded. Fine, you've passed. He could not afford to let Yi leave Shrek Academy. Yi's talent was too extraordinary. If he allowed Yi to depart now, Yi would likely join the Spirit Hall the next day. In a maximum of 10 years, Yi would be capable of defeating him as easily as one would handle a chick. The mere thought of it was terrifying. By the end of the day, aside from Yi, no one else had successfully passed all 4 tests to enter Shrek Academy. Although some youths had reached level 21 soul power before the age of 13, they failed subsequent tests and ultimately missed the opportunity to join Shrek Academy. The admission tests at Shrek Academy would last several days, and as Yi had no immediate obligations, he returned to his wooden cabin. Upon entering, he noticed that Xiao Wu was absent. Yi paid it little mind. Xiao Wu was quite wild and often disappeared for days on end. She was either chasing cats or fighting dogs. Over the past 2 months, the village's cats and dogs had become familiar with Xiao Wu. Upon seeing her, their first instinct was to retreat to their nests. Yi sat cross-legged on the bed, preparing to begin his meditation when the door creaked open. Xiao Wu, upon seeing Yi, joyfully leaped forward and wrapped her arms around his neck, sweetly saying, Yi, could you spare me 2 gold soul coins, please? Yi cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Wu, knowing that whenever she became overly agreeable, it usually heralded trouble. Xiao Wu received 1 gold soul coin each month, and that amount could sustain an ordinary family for several months. Yi was at a loss as to how she spent it. It was remarkable if she could make it to the end of the month without running out. Yi inquired, what do you want to buy? Xiao Wu said, I need to purchase a set of tools for awakening martial spirits. Ma Hongjun has pleaded with me to help him awaken his martial spirit, and in return, he has agreed to be my punching bag for 10 days. I can hit him as I please. The price he is willing to pay is quite significant. Yi remarked sincerely. The Spirit Hall has a fixed time for awakening martial spirits for 6-year-old children. When Yi awakened his martial spirit, he was around 6.5 years old, while Ma Hongjun was still 2 months shy of 6. Under normal circumstances, Ma Hongjun would have had to wait until next year to awaken his martial spirit. Unexpectedly, he sought Xiao Wu's help. Furthermore, he agreed to be her punching bag for 10 days. Xiao Wu continued, I believe that's insufficient. I suggested he be the punching bag for both of us. And he consented. Yi pondered for a moment and shook his head. Why not have Ma Hongjun plead with Dean Flender? My money does not fall from the sky. If I want to hit Ma Hongjun, I can do so regardless of his willingness. Whether he wants to or not, Yi could still strike him. Chapter 21. His martial spirit can only be a chicken upon hearing Yi's words. Xiao Wu contemplated and then stepped outside. Shortly after, she returned with a bruised Ma Hongjun in tow. Xiao Wu addressed him. I have no money. You should discuss it with Yi. Ma Hongjun approached Yi, his expression earnest. Brother Hai, please set a condition, and as long as it isn't too outrageous, I will agree. The materials required for awakening a martial spirit aren't expensive. 2 gold soul coins worth of materials can be used over 100 times, and Ma Hongjun only needs it once. Yi replied nonchalantly, you can write me an IOU for 2 gold coins, and once you become a soul master and receive your gold subsidies from the Spirit Hall, you can repay me. That seems quite reasonable, doesn't it? Ma Hongjun considered this. As long as he possessed innate full soul power and obtained a soul ring, he could receive a gold coin monthly from the Spirit Hall. He could repay the debt in 2 months, a lucrative deal. As for the possibility of not having innate full soul power, Ma Hongjun had never doubted it. Both Oscar and Yi possessed it, and, as a prodigy, how could he not? Ma Hongjun replied, deal. He promptly pinned an IOU, seemingly anxious that Yi might change his mind. Yihai accepted the IOU and handed Ma Hongjun 2 gold soul coins. Ecstatic, Ma Hongjun exited with the coins. Xiao Wu was about to step out as well. But Yihai called her back. Xiao Wu, you need to prioritize your training. Unconcerned, she replied, it's fine. Oscar and Ma Hongjun together can't match me. I can let them use one hand. They're no match for me. Yihai shook his head. That's not what I meant. If they neglect their training, they might suffer from hunger at most. But if you neglect your training, it could be life-threatening. Do you understand? Xiao Wu was taken aback, and her expression shifted instantly. What do you mean? Does Yihai know my true identity as a spirit beast? If he discovers that, will he imprison me and kill me when he needs a 10,000-year spirit ring? At my current level of 12, I am powerless to resist. Should I flee now? Xiao Wu's thoughts became convoluted, caught in a dilemma. Before she could dwell too long, Yihai stated, if you don't train diligently, I might just have to beat you. Xiao Wu exclaimed, what the hell? She immediately turned to face Yihai. In the next moment, both launched their attacks simultaneously. 5 minutes later, Yihai had Xiao Wu's hands restrained, calmly stating, from now on, you will train for at least 2 hours each day, or you won't be allowed to go anywhere. Do you understand? Xiao Wu obediently replied, I understand. However, she thought to herself, you will be going to school in a few days. How would you know if I train for 2 hours or not? Seemingly aware of her thoughts, Yihai added, I won't monitor you daily. But if I check your soul power and find no progress, you should know the consequences. Xiao Wu, feeling somewhat irritable, replied, I got it. Yihai glanced around the messy room and said, first, help me tidy up, then we will train together. Fine. Xiao Wu's face was filled with reluctance. Yet under Yihai's pressure, she had no choice but to agree. Knock, knock, knock. Early the next morning, a knock echoed from outside the wooden house. Ma Hongjun's voice called out, Yihai, come out for a moment. Yihai, sitting cross-legged on the bed, immediately opened his eyes, a glimmer of gold flashing within. He descended from the bed and opened the door. Upon seeing Yihai, Ma Hongjun exclaimed excitedly, Yihai, hurry, help me awaken my martial spirit. As he spoke, he attempted to pull Yihai along. Yihai firmly planted his feet, remaining immobile. Where are Dean Flinder and Teacher Zhao? Why didn't you ask them to help you awaken your martial spirit? Ma Hongjun scoffed, I asked them yesterday, and they said doing something so simple would diminish their prestige, telling me to come find you instead. Dean Flinder and the others only valued geniuses, and, to them, Ma Hongjun, a mere child from this small village, was unlikely to awaken a remarkable martial spirit. All right, where do you want to awaken your martial spirit? Yihai was indifferent. Awakening a martial spirit wouldn't take long. Anywhere is fine. I can manage. As he spoke, Ma Hongjun handed Yihai 6 pitch-black stones, exclaiming, these are so expensive. These 6 worthless stones cost 2 gold coins. They're outrageously overpriced. Yihai contemplated and suggested, then let us go to the dean's office. If I remember correctly, Ma Hongjun's martial spirit should be the evil fire phoenix, a top-tier beast martial spirit. However, since Ma Hongjun's spirit is a variant, while the entire village possesses poultry-type spirits like chickens, ducks, and geese, he alone has the evil fire phoenix. Going to the dean's office will allow Flinder and Zhao Wujie to supervise, ensuring nothing goes wrong with Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun had no objections. The two entered Shrek Academy and arrived at the dean's office, where only Flinder was present. Upon hearing that Ma Hongjun was to awaken his martial spirit, Flinder responded blandly, you can find any place. Why come here? Yihai casually fabricated, I wanted the dean to witness a miracle. A golden phoenix can indeed emerge from a chicken coop. Flinder scoffed, how could that be? If a golden phoenix could emerge from a chicken coop, I would eat this table. The martial spirits in the entire village had been poultry types for hundreds of years, making it nearly impossible for Ma Hongjun to exhibit a variant. Even if a variant did occur, it could likely be inferior. In reality, variant martial spirits are more likely to regress. If Ma Hongjun's martial spirit were to mutate, it might very well become an egg. Hearing Flinder's words, Yihai's spirit lifted instantly. Goodness, who knew Flinder possessed such a unique talent for eating tables? I must see this. Dean, you said it. Yihai quickly affirmed. Flinder disdainfully remarked, you and Oscar were both picked up by me from outside. Ma Hongjun is a native of this village. I can understand you both having innate full soul power. If Ma Hongjun were to awaken a phoenix martial spirit, even if it were just a peacock or a hawk spirit, it would be akin to smoke rising from the ancestral grave. Upon hearing Flinder's words, Ma Hongjun's expression darkened and his spirits plummeted. He had previously believed himself to be a favored child of destiny, destined to awaken a twin martial soul, endowed with innate full soul power, which would enable him to easily defeat Yi Hai and Zhao Wujia in the future. However, Flander informed him that he could only be a chicken. No, his martial soul was merely that of a chicken. Yi Hai patted Ma Hongjun on the shoulder, reassuring him. Do not worry, little chubby. You will certainly awaken an extraordinary martial soul. Just wait and see the dean eat the table. Chapter 22. You have no clothes left. Flander inhaled deeply, barely restraining himself from giving Yi Hai a kick. After all, he was just a child, and such fanciful thoughts were to be expected. Considering that Yi Hai possessed a twin martial soul and innate full soul power, Flander decided to endure. Following Flander's guidance, Yi Hai placed 6 pitch black stones on the ground. Once this was accomplished, Yi Hai instructed Ma Hongjun, step inside. Curiously, Ma Hongjun stood in the center of the star formation. Yi Hai shouted, unleashing his heavy artillery martial soul. A yellow and a purple soul ring pulsated rhythmically on the dark barrel. Initially reclining in a chair, Flander observed Yi Hai with a calm demeanor. However, when the 2 soul rings manifested on Yi Hai's heavy artillery martial soul, his eyes widened in shock. 1,000-year soul ring. Where did this kid, Yi Hai, acquire a 1,000-year soul ring? No, this was not a newly added soul ring. The soul rings remained 2 in number. Yet the second had astonishingly transformed into a 1,000-year soul ring. What could account for this? Flander's thoughts raced. He had witnessed Yi Hai when he first obtained his 2 soul rings, 2 yellow 100-year soul rings. Yet for some inexplicable reason, the second ring had now morphed into a 1,000-year one. Flander could not help but inquire, Yi Hai, how did your second soul ring become a 1,000-year soul ring? Yi Hai replied, I am unsure. It just happened after I took a nap. Flander could not contain himself. Could you share where you took that nap? Yi Hai shrugged. That's my private matter. I cannot disclose it. He spoke casually, not anticipating that Flander would genuinely believe him. Flander's expression shifted to one of disappointment. But he refrained from pressing further, nodding, continue. Yi Hai extended his hand, channeling 6 streams of soul power into the 6 pitch black stones. A faint golden light emerged from the stones, gradually flowing into Ma Hongjun's body. Hot, so hot, Ma Hongjun suddenly exclaimed. Hot. Flander's gaze sharpened. How do you feel now? It's still very hot. I want to take off my clothes. Ma Hongjun responded. Be serious. This is the awakening of your martial soul. Flander admonished. No sooner had he spoken than a surge of red light erupted from Ma Hongjun's body, transforming into flames that instantaneously incinerated his clothing. A sharp cry echoed as a phoenix's illusory figure materialized behind Ma Hongjun. Flander immediately sensed a pressure emanating from the bloodline. Although faint, it was remarkable, considering he was a 7-ring soul saint. To exert such pressure on him indicated the formidable nature of Ma Hongjun's martial soul. His countenance shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, Is it truly the Phoenix martial soul? Flander's martial soul was a 4-eyed cat hawk, which, while not the pinnacle of martial souls, had allowed him to cultivate to the level of a 7-ring soul saint, indicating its quality. The fact that Ma Hongjun's martial soul could impose bloodline pressure upon him suggested that it was at least a top-tier martial soul. The Phoenix martial soul could exert bloodline pressure on all avian martial souls. Flander sprang from his chair, scrutinizing the manifestation. With a serpent-like neck, a fish-like tail, a beak like a rooster, a body resembling a mandarin duck, wings akin to a roc, and legs like a crane, this was indeed a phoenix. The phoenix was the most exalted beast martial soul in existence, capable of suppressing nearly all flying martial souls. To think that a small village, historically home to avian martial souls, could give rise to a phoenix martial soul. Flander's excitement surged. First, there was Oscar, possessing innate full soul power. Then came Yi Hai, a twin martial soul with innate full soul power, followed by a girl with the same innate endowment, and now, astonishingly, a phoenix, the most supreme beast martial soul. Was this truly a divine blessing for Shrek? Was Shrek about to rise? Flander, witnessing Yi Hai oscillate between excitement and fervor, his face aglow and murmuring about Shrek's impending ascendance, felt compelled to interject, Dean Flander, I believe it would be wise for you to consume the table before Shrek rises. Upon hearing this, Flander felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, jolting him back to reality. He parted his lips, about to respond, when Yihai continued. The Flander I know is a man of great stature, a person of his word, who, when he claims he will eat a table, does not leave behind a single leg. What do you wish to say, Dean Flander? Flander felt a twinge of regret, not for having rashly declared he would consume a table, but for having taken Yihai under his wing. That rascal Yihai should have been left to fend for himself in the wild. What sins had he committed in a past life to have brought Yihai into his life? If he were guilty, he wished to be struck by lightning rather than have to endure Yihai's antics. Flander silently lamented. Yihai observed Flander, awaiting the performance of table consumption. Flander, sheepishly, remarked, "This table seems quite nice. It would be a shame to eat it." "Perhaps," Yihai swiftly interjected, "perhaps, eat another table?" Flander gazed at Yihai, who returned the look. They found themselves in a stalemate. 2 minutes later, as Flander's embarrassment morphed into anger and he contemplated denying his earlier words, Ma Hongjun, standing in the star formation, suddenly cried out, "Dean, Yihai, I am so hot. I want to take off my clothes." "You already have no clothes left," Yihai retorted. Ma Hongjun promptly opened his eyes, which blazed with golden flames. Glancing down, he realized he was indeed without clothing and shouted, "Dean, I feel like I'm about to explode. Save me." Flander furrowed his brow and stepped forward, placing a hand on Ma Hongjun's shoulder. A substantial amount of soul power gradually flowed into Ma Hongjun's body. Slowly, the flames surrounding Ma Hongjun receded back into his form. After a moment, all the flames had returned within him. Flander withdrew his hand and inquired, "How do you feel?" Ma Hongjun's chubby face twisted in conflict before he finally said, "Dean, I feel as though there is a fire within me that longs to be released. It is not a desire to expel flames or to harm anyone, but rather..." Ma Hongjun struggled to articulate his feelings. Flander gazed at him and asked, "You desire a woman, do you not?" As he helped Ma Hongjun retract the flames, he had sensed the presence of a sinister energy, a corrupted fire within him. This was likely a remnant of the mutation brought on by the martial soul's evolution, though Ma Hongjun was unaware of its significance. Flander comprehended the implications all too well. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun pondered for a moment and said to Flanders, "Perhaps men can also." "Don't discuss me here," Flanders retorted, kicking Ma Hongjun out. Chapter 23. It is he after Flanders expelled Ma Hongjun, Yihai stepped outside and brought him back. Yihai remarked, "Why the rush? You haven't even tested your soul power yet." Ma Hongjun, looking aggrieved, replied, "Did I want to go out? I was kicked out." In Flanders' office, there was a crystal ball used to test soul power levels. Ma Hongjun placed his hand on the crystal ball, and a blue light illuminated. Flanders glanced casually and declared, "Level 8. Level 8 innate soul power?" Ma Hongjun responded with disappointment. "Only level 8? I thought it would at least be full innate soul power." With this, he realized he would still need to cultivate for several months before acquiring his first soul ring. Hearing this, Flanders nearly spat out blood. He had an innate soul power of only level 7, yet managed to cultivate to the 7th ring soul sage. Ma Hongjun, possessing an innate soul power of level 8, was still unsatisfied. If Flanders had achieved an innate soul power of level 8, he would likely be an 8th ring soul Douluo by now, with the highest tier beast martial spirit. The Phoenix martial spirit and innate level 8 soul power, Ma Hongjun was destined to become at least an 8th ring soul Douluo in the future, without a doubt. What was there to be dissatisfied about? As for Yihai, with his twin martial spirits and full innate soul power, such individuals were rarely seen in a millennium. There was no need for comparison with such a prodigy. Ma Hongjun's talent was not inferior to that of Oscar, another genius with full innate soul power. This exemplified the superiority of the highest tier beast martial spirits. However, it seemed there was something amiss with Ma Hongjun's Phoenix martial spirit. After a moment of contemplation, Flanders said to Ma Hongjun, "Let me take you somewhere to expel the evil fire within you." With that, he lifted Ma Hongjun and exited the office. Yihai followed closely behind them. "Principal, I'll wait for you to come back for a meal," Yihai called out to Flanders' retreating figure. Flanders nearly slipped and fell upon hearing this, and hastily quickened his pace, disappearing in an instant. Yihai paid it no mind and stepped out of Shrek Academy. Outside the gates of Shrek Academy, a long line had formed again, with even more children coming to register than the day before. Although the children and parents who came yesterday did not gain entry into Shrek Academy, the presence of Soul Emperor teachers and talented students had left a profound impact on them, prompting them to share their experiences with friends and family. The fame of Shrek Academy quickly spread. Today, in addition to registering students, many were there simply to observe Shrek Academy. Some are merely curious, while others sought to ascertain whether the academy lived up to its reputation. If it truly was a good school, they might consider promoting it. As Yihai emerged, some onlookers excitedly pointed at him, exclaiming, "It's him, it's really him." Yihai felt speechless. Why are they singing now? "Hello, classmate. I am a soul master from the Wuhuan Temple in Soto City. My name is Lan Yi," said a seemingly ordinary middle-aged soul master, blocking Yihai's path. This Lan Yi exuded a pleasant demeanor, appearing quite approachable. Yihai responded coolly, "Do you need something, sir?" Lan Yi smiled, "Classmate, would you be interested in joining our Wuhuan Temple? There are many benefits. Studying at the academy and joining the Wuhuan Temple were not mutually exclusive." Having heard of Yihai's genius status the previous day, Lan Yi had rushed over, only to be stopped at the entrance by Li Yusong. Now that Yihai was outside, Lan Yi immediately intercepted him. Yihai inquired, "Can you provide soul bones? Do you have any 10,000-year soul ring soul bones?" Lan Yi's smile faltered. "Soul bones are quite precious. If you can demonstrate your worth, the Wuhuan Temple will not be stingy with them. As for 10,000-year soul rings, if you can absorb one, I will report to the Hall Master, who will assist you in obtaining it." Yihai retorted, "So that means you have nothing to offer? You've truly mastered the art of empty-handed dealings." With that, he bypassed Lan Yi and made his way to his wooden cabin. For now, Yihai would not join the Wuhuan Temple. In the future, he might consider it. The Wuhuan Temple possessed the best resources on the entire Douluo continent. If Yihai were to join and attain a high position, his growth would accelerate significantly. Overall, the advantages of joining the Wuhuan Temple outweighed the disadvantages. He could not let past grievances between the Wuhuan Temple and Zhao Wujia deter him. The conflicts between Zhao Wujia and the Wuhuan Temple were minor. If Yihai could attain a high status within the Wuhuan Temple, he could easily lift the bounty on Zhao Wujia with a mere command. However, without first demonstrating his potential and strength, there was no need for Yihai to rush into joining the Wuhuan Temple, as he would not receive the attention he deserved. Currently, he was only a second-ring Great Soul Master, and joining the Wuhuan Temple would only afford him the most basic position. What status would he hold if he became a 6th-ring Soul Emperor, or even a 7th-ring Soul Sage, or possessed the strength of an 8th-ring Soul Daw, or a 9th-ring Title Douluo? At the very least, he would hold a position akin to that of an elder like Geo, the Ghost Douluo. At this stage, Yihai's primary focus was on cultivation. He needed to diligently improve his strength. Not only must he enhance his own capabilities, but he must also urge Xiao Wu to practice diligently. If she slacks off, he would discipline her severely. Having a 10,000-year soul beast transformation, yet being merely a 1st-ring soul master, did she not understand the implications of such disparity? Was she unaware of the consequences of holding onto such treasures? For now, Yihai had no need for Xiao Wu. There was plenty of time until his next sign-in, allowing him to disregard her feelings and rigorously train her. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had gone by. During these 2 days, Yihai did not visit Flanders' office again, but he heard from Xiao Wu that no one had been in the office for 2 days. Flanders seemed to have vanished. Ma Hongjun, however, was frequently seen and had even visited Yihai's wooden cabin, but he was kicked out. This was because Ma Hongjun's first words upon entering were, "Yihai, are we going to brothel?" Ma Hongjun was beginning to show some flair reminiscent of a phoenix, yet according to the timeline, Dai Mubai would not arrive at Shrek Academy for another 3 years. Ma Hongjun likely would not find like-minded companions during these years. The number of students lining up to register at the entrance of Shrek Academy was steadily increasing. In previous years, the academy would accept students over 3 days, with the first day being the most crowded and the last seeing fewer than 10. However, this year, after 3 days of enrollment, the number of applicants had astonishingly reached 300 yesterday. Today, the turnout promised to exceed even that, possibly surpassing 400. Nonetheless, the quality of the applicants began to vary. The previous candidates at least met or were close to the requirements, but now, children who had just acquired their soul rings at levels 11 or 12 were coming to register. Li Yusong, responsible for testing ages and soul powers, welcomed all applicants. After all, registration required a fee, and whether or not they met the criteria was not his concern. The more unqualified, the better. Each test brought in 10 gold coins. Where could one find such a lucrative opportunity? Chapter 24. Voluntarily captured in the early morning. Yihai stepped out of the quaint wooden cottage, inhaling the fresh air. At the entrance of Shrek Academy, a long line of eager children had already formed, while Li Yusong, with a beaming smile, was diligently assessing their ages and spirit powers. This year, the enrollment fees alone promised a substantial sum, liberating the teachers from their financial woes. Stretching his limbs, Yihai decided to seek out Oscar for a sausage. After another night of rigorous cultivation, he felt somewhat fatigued. Oscar's restorative sausages were an excellent remedy for both mental and physical exhaustion, making them the perfect companion for his nocturnal endeavors. As he took a step forward, his peripheral vision caught sight of an elderly man and a young girl entering from the village. A sense of curiosity washed over him. The elder was tall and slender, resembling a javelin, with hair and beard of deep green and eyes that sparkled like emeralds. The girl had short, deep violet hair and light green eyes, exuding an air of enchantment, though her pretty face bore a hint of reluctance. Upon seeing the elder, Yihai's heart skipped a beat and his pupils trembled slightly. He quickly turned back to close the door of the cottage, feeling a semblance of safety return. It was Douluo. The distinctive features of deep green hair and eyes were unmistakable. He was indeed the poisoned Douluo. Moreover, the girl's appearance closely resembled that of Douluo. In the presence of Douluo, Yihai's thoughts immediately turned to hiding Xiao Wu, but his second thought was of the ice and fire Yin Yang Eye. Douluo's lair in the Sunset Forest was near this legendary site, which was known as one of the world's 3 great treasure troves, teeming with exquisite herbs. If I could showcase my extraordinary talent, could I perhaps gain early access to the ice and fire Yin Yang Eye? He recalled that Tang San had drawn Douluo's attention due to his remarkable prowess, leading him into the depths of the Sunset Forest. The treasures within the ice and fire Yin Yang Eye were unparalleled. He needed to find a way to accompany Douluo inside. With his thoughts racing, Yihai approached. "Esteemed elder, are you here with the child to enroll at Shrek Academy?" he inquired with a smile. Douluo glanced at Yihai. His initial impression of the boy, handsome with rosy lips and white teeth, fostering a sense of fondness within him. He nodded slightly and replied, "Indeed. Might I ask what advice you have, young friend?" Yihai continued, "The enrollment office is over there, but their admission requirements are quite stringent. This lovely elder sister may not meet the criteria." If Yihai recalled correctly, Douluo was already 13, exceeding Shrek Academy's age limit for enrollment. Age 12, level 20. "I am aware," Douluo responded calmly. "I came to ascertain whether Shrek Academy truly possesses students with twin martial souls and innate full spirit power." As a title de law, many regulations seemed trivial in Douluo's eyes. To his surprise, he had received news within just a few days. Yihai's mind whirled, and he declared, "Shrek Academy indeed has students with twin martial souls and innate full spirit power. I can attest to that." "Oh." Douluo's previously composed demeanor shifted slightly, and he inquired, "Could you share more with this old man? Is there truly a student with twin martial souls?" Douluo, who had been fixated on Yihai's charming face, was now taken aback. Yihai, with a sense of pride, proclaimed, "The genius you seek is none other than myself. You are indeed handsome, little brother, but no amount of charm can fabricate falsehoods. We are here to meet the genius student and to join Shrek Academy, so please do not create unnecessary distractions." Douluo interjected, unable to contain herself. Seeing the disbelief in their expressions, Yihai revealed his heavy artillery, martial soul, the yellow and purple spirit rings pulsating rhythmically. "Sister, I am merely 6 years old and already possess 2 spirit rings. Is that not remarkable?" Douluo's green eyes widened slightly as she grasped the dark cannon's barrel, staring in disbelief at the yellow and purple spirit rings reflected in her pupils. "A purple 1,000-year spirit ring?" Douluo's expression turned serious as he scrutinized the spirit rings. Asking in a low voice, "You're truly only 6 years old?" Yihai nodded, stating, "I have no reason to deceive you." Douluo grasped Yihai's wrist, examining it closely. "Indeed, you are 6, just months shy of 7. But how is this possible? Innate full spirit power cannot reach such a level unless—" His thoughts trailed off. "Unless the innate spirit power exceeds level 10. A flicker of a smile broke through Douluo's rigid expression as he addressed Yihai. You possess twin martial souls, do you not? Show me your other martial soul. Initially believing that twin martial souls, an innate full spirit power, belonged to two different individuals. The notion that both could reside within a single person was beyond comprehension. If one possessed only one of the traits, it might be acceptable, but the reality was astonishing. Yihai shook his head. I cannot. The dean has instructed me not to reveal my second martial soul in front of others. Douluo's eyes gleamed with insight. Yihai's reaction was impeccable, akin to that of a typical 6-year-old, leaving no room for doubt in Douluo's mind. He laughed heartily, lifting Yihai by the scruff of his neck, exclaiming, Come along, young lad. I happen to be in need of a grandson-in-law. With that, he seized Douluo's shoulder and swiftly departed the village with both of them in tow. Douluo's intention was indeed to enroll Douluo in Shrek Academy. However, he found the academy lacking in resources and faculty compared to the Heaven-Do Imperial Academy. If several genius students were present, he might have considered allowing Douluo to join Shrek. But now, upon discovering that the rumored genius student was a single individual with twin martial souls and innate full spirit power, such extraordinary talent was exceedingly rare and might not be seen again for centuries. Douluo found a more appealing option. Having a grandson-in-law was preferable to being mere classmates, especially since Yen seemed quite taken with the boy, her gaze nearly glued to his face. As for their age difference, it was hardly a concern. Spirit masters enjoyed long lifespans, and Yen was merely 7 years older. Once the boy matured, he would come to appreciate his sister's virtues. Douluo chuckled to himself, musing, Shrek Academy has unearthed a prodigious student. Very good indeed, but soon he shall be mine. In the next moment, Douluo activated his agility, moving like a phantom as he sped towards the sunset forest. Chapter 25, Call Me Grandfather. This time, the departure was even more hurried than before, leaving not even a letter behind. Yihai hoped that Zhao Wujing and Flinder would not overthink matters. His stay in the Sunset Forest would undoubtedly last longer than his previous visit to the Holy Soul Village, conservatively estimating it would exceed 6 months. He needed to find an opportunity to send Flinder a letter. As Yihai was whisked away by Douluo towards the Sunset Forest, he pondered quietly. He intended to emulate Tang San, seeking to cure Douluo's poison in exchange for some celestial herbs. Yihai possesses an encyclopedic knowledge of Douluo continent, and his understanding of poison rivals that of Tang San. Thus, aiding Douluo in detoxification should pose no challenge. As for Douluo's jest about making him a grandson-in-law, what a farce. Yihai is resolutely determined to become a man who can best Tang San and defeat Bibi. He would never be swayed by mere beauty. Douluo held Yihai's hand with a firm grip, giving him a sensation akin to being in a carriage, albeit the grip on the back of his collar was somewhat uncomfortable. He pondered for a moment and made a note in his mind. Once his cultivation improved, he too would carry Douluo around. Douluo's large eyes were fixed on Yihai, filled with curiosity. Inheriting her grandfather's martial spirit, she possessed a formidable beast martial spirit, enhanced further by her terrifying poison, rendering her nearly invincible at her level. She prided herself on being a genius. Yet today, she encountered a boy who surpassed her in talent. At merely 6 years old, he had already achieved the rank of a second-ring soul master. Douluo herself only managed to break through to the second ring at the age of 10, 4 years later than Yihai. Were it not for witnessing it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that anyone could reach level 20 at 6. Even having seen it, Douluo still found it hard to believe, especially with Yihai's second 1,000-year soul ring glowing brilliantly, instilling awe in her heart. Old sir, where are you taking me? Yihai inquired, striving to maintain the demeanor of a typical 6-year-old. Being overly composed might arouse Douluo's suspicion. Douluo cast a sidelong glance at Yihai and replied, Call me Grandpa. Yihai retorted, I feel as though you were taking advantage of me. Douluo responded nonchalantly, Soon, you will be my grandson-in-law. Why not hurry and call out Grandpa for me to hear? Grandpa! Douluo's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shyly protested. At 13, she was still a young girl with a delicate disposition, and Douluo's words made her feel bashful. Though this little boy was undeniably cute and attractive, she found it difficult to harbor romantic feelings for someone so young. Yihai quickly interjected, Someone has called for me. You certainly know how to seize opportunities. Douluo chuckled, unperturbed. What's so great about Shrek Academy? Come with me to the Royal Academy of Tiando, where the finest soul masters are trained. After your graduation, you can marry Yin Yen. How does that sound? Yihai replied earnestly, Esteemed sir, I believe you should first inquire about this young lady's thoughts. She is, after all, your granddaughter, not merely a vessel for lineage. Shouldn't you seek her opinion first? Douluo contemplated for a moment and nodded, acknowledging the merit in Yihai's words. Turning to Douluo, he asked, Yin Yin, what do you think of this boy? Is he suitable to be your husband? Oh, Grandpa. Douluo bit her lower lip, her face reddening as she cast a furtive glance at Yihai. In a hushed tone, she added, I leave it entirely to Grandpa's discretion. Yihai nearly choked on his own breath. He wiped his mouth and exclaimed, Sister, don't you think I'm too young? I'm only 6 years old. Let me be a child. Douluo's face deepened in color, and she turned away, avoiding Yihai's gaze as she softly replied, I can wait for you. Yihai nearly spat out blood. It seemed that the path of indirect persuasion would not work. He would have to move Douluo with his prowess in detoxification. He raised his gaze to Douluo, observing the old man whose hair and beard were a deep green, his pupils gleaming like emeralds. Esteemed sir, you are afflicted by poison that has permeated your very being, and your days are numbered. Are you aware of this? Yihai declared. Douluo paused, then erupted into hearty laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing joke in the world. Douluo stifled a smile, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she looked at Yihai. Little brother, do you know who you are speaking to? Yihai regarding Douluo in silence. Noticing Yihai's demeanor, Douluo's expression shifted, and he sneered, Boy, I'm a title Doa known as Poison, and I bear the name of Poison. You dare speak of poison in my presence? Yihai replied with calm indifference, and what of it? Does even a titled Douluo not relieve himself? Vulgar, utterly vulgar. Douluo chastised. Yihai continued, a titled Douluo can still perish. You, who bear the name of Poison, are ironically ensnared by it. Your entire being is severely corroded by toxins. Your hair and beard were not always green, and your pupils were once of a normal hue, correct? Yihai's words carried weight, and Douluo's expression grew serious. Go on, he urged. Yihai glanced at Douluo and said, This young lady's eyes are currently green, but as she ascends in cultivation, her hair and all body hair will also turn green, resembling yours. Douluo's expression shifted, his brow furrowing deeply as he asked. And then? Yihai contemplated for a moment, his mind racing through the pages of the Douluo continent encyclopedia, and said, During overcast or rainy days, you will experience an itching sensation at your ribs that intensifies. It will occur once at noon and once at midnight, lasting at least an hour each time. Around the witching hour, your scalp and soles will feel as if pricked by needles, with your entire body convulsing for at least half an hour. Upon hearing these words, Douluo's pupils constricted in shock. How do you know this? He exclaimed, for Yihai's description matched his condition precisely. Had it not been for his certainty that no one else knew his plight, he would have suspected Yihai was spying on him. Douluo fixed a penetrating gaze on Yihai, enunciating each word, Boy, do you realize the consequences of speaking such things? Yihai met Douluo's gaze with calm resolve and said, Esteemed sir, if I were to claim that I can cure your poison, would you believe me? Can you truly cure my poison? Douluo regarded Yihai with skepticism, while he found it hard to believe that such a young child could remedy his ailment. Yihai's rationale was compelling enough to warrant consideration. Yihai replied, Disbelieve me if you wish. After all, the poison resides within you, and it is you who suffers. Grandpa, are you truly poisoned? Douluo asked, her small face etched with concern. Douluo shook his head. It's nothing serious. The accuracy of Yihai's description struck home. Every midnight, Douluo endured excruciating pain. This affliction had persisted for quite some time. However, Douluo had no intention of alarming Douluo, revealing it would only cause her unnecessary worry. If he could not resolve this issue himself, Douluo would be even less capable. Perhaps this young boy before him held a glimmer of hope. Douluo pondered, I offer you two choices. Before he could finish, Yihai interjected, Then I choose to cure your poison. Douluo chuckled. Well, it seems you're quick to answer. Douluo's two choices were death or detoxification, and Yihai did not need to deliberate. Yihai was acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding Douluo. The options were bleak. Either he had perished while safeguarding his secrets, or he had neutralized the threat he posed. There was no third alternative. Naturally, Yihai wished to avoid death. He proposed to detoxify Douluo not out of desire to be killed, but rather to barter for some precious herbs. I can administer the antidote, Yihai stated, but should I succeed in neutralizing your toxin, I hope you will allow me to leave. Douluo neither agreed nor disagreed, merely responding with a calm demeanor. Before that, I must first test your mastery over toxins. Otherwise, I would not entrust my life to a mere child. Feel free to test me. Yihai replied confidently. After a moment of contemplation, Douluo said, I will take you to a particular location. He then led Yihai and Douluo towards the direction of the Sunset Forest. 3 days later, Douluo hastened back to the Sunset Forest. Upon reaching a secluded valley, he paused and set Yihai and Douluo down. As they entered the valley, Yihai's gaze was drawn to a peculiar hot spring. The spring was oval-shaped, modest in size, and divided into 2 distinct sections. One side contained milky white water, while the other boasted a deep crimson hue. Strangely, there were no barriers between them, yet they remained untainted by one another. Where the milky white and crimson waters met, steam rose continuously, enveloping the entire valley in a thick mist. The ice and fire duality eye. This was one of the 3 great treasures. The ice and fire duality eye. Yihai maintained an air of composure, as he had long been aware of this place's significance. Douluo glanced at him and pointed to the plethora of plants in the valley, declaring, This is my medicinal garden, where I cultivate all manner of herbs, both toxic and restorative. You may utilize anything here to concoct an antidote. I present to you a challenge. If you can solve it, I will permit you to detoxify me. With that, Douluo produced a pouch of powdered medicine from his waist and handed it to Yihai, saying, This is a toxin, the name of which I shall not disclose. Examine its properties, attempt to formulate an antidote, and then consume both the poison and the antidote. If you survive, I will allow you to detoxify me. Yihai accepted the pouch and opened it. In his mind, the Douluo continent encyclopedia began to flutter through its pages, ultimately settling on one. The 5 steps of soul-severing powder, composed of the heartbreak grass and bone-corroding flower. This poison is notoriously lethal, capable of killing a person within 5 breaths. The antidote's formulation technique is, Yihai feigned contemplation for a moment, pinching the powder and observing its physical properties. After a brief pause, he nodded and smiled at Douluo, inquiring, This is the 5 steps of soul-severing powder, correct? Douluo shrugged non-committally, offering no response. Yihai appeared resolute as he set the powder down and began searching for the necessary herbs to concoct the antidote. With the encyclopedia's assistance, he quickly gathered the required ingredients. Observing this, Douluo retrieved some mortars and jars as auxiliary tools. Following the formulation technique, Yihai meticulously crafted the antidote. Douluo observed in silence until Yihai had safely stored the antidote, at which point he remarked, If you believe it is adequate, then consume both the antidote and the poison. Although Yihai's method of preparing the antidote seemed somewhat clumsy, every step was executed correctly, with certain aspects exhibiting a unique flair that pleasantly surprised Douluo. As Yihai prepared to ingest the poison, Douluo, with a hint of reluctance, interjected, Grandfather. Douluo gently shook his head, replying, Yin, this is his choice. You need not intervene. Had Yihai agreed to become Douluo's grandson-in-law, the subsequent events might have unfolded differently. This was a decision entirely of Yihai's own making. Without hesitation, Yihai consumed both the antidote and the poison, rinsing his mouth with water from his canteen. Why does this mixed powder have a hint of a fishy aroma? He mused. Could this poison be suitable for fish-flavored shredded pork? Douluo, having observed Yihai meticulously concoct the antidote, was convinced of its viability. Noticing Yihai's confidence, he nodded approvingly. Indeed, your knowledge of toxins is commendable. You possess the qualifications to detoxify me. I would like to hear your proposed method. After a moment of contemplation, Yihai replied, Esteemed elder, as a titled law, your toxins have permeated your very being, making it exceedingly arduous to expel them. Moreover, your cultivation is inherently tied to your toxic abilities. To eliminate the toxins would be tantamount to relinquishing your powers. Therefore, I must devise a solution that neither disperses the toxins nor allows them to harm your body. That is obvious, Douluo retorted, his eyes narrowing. He was already acutely aware of his predicament. Grandfather, let him finish, Douluo chimed in, her tone playful. Yihai, maintaining his composed demeanor, turned to Douluo and said, You being several decades my senior, should not be so impatient. I must convey my thoughts gradually. Are you truly eager to hear me declare that there is no hope and bid farewell? Douluo's expression twitched, yet he refrained from interrupting further, choosing instead to listen intently. With his own granddaughter seemingly siding with the boy, he felt he had little recourse. Chapter 27. Unmarried, Yi Hai spoke with calm assurance. His tone measured. If your martial spirit were a weapon spirit, you could condense all toxins into it. As the bond between a weapon spirit and its host is not as profound as that of a beast spirit, thereby minimizing the impact on your body. In this manner, the toxins within you would effectively be neutralized. However, since your martial spirit is a beast spirit, we must consider alternative means. My proposal is to utilize a piece of soul bone to simulate the function of a weapon spirit. You could condense the toxins into the soul bone. If one piece is insufficient, use two. Should this succeed, the toxins within you would significantly diminish, alleviating your suffering and extending your lifespan. Yi Hai's reasoning was sound, causing Douluo's eyes to brighten momentarily. Yet, after a brief pause, Douluo furrowed his brow and replied, "My mastery of toxins has long since fused with my body. You make it sound simple," he continued. "When expelling toxins, a moment's carelessness could result in severe backlash, even leading to my demise. Are you certain this method will work?" Yi Hai shook his head. "I cannot guarantee it. You are correct. Your toxic mastery is deeply intertwined with your being, and expelling them is exceedingly challenging. I can only promise to do my utmost to assist you." "Grandfather." "He seems genuinely sincere. He does not appear to wish you harm." Douluo interjected. "I have my own discernment." Douluo replied coolly before turning his attention back to Yi Hai. "You should understand the consequences should my attempt to expel the toxins fail. However, I see in you the potential for greater achievements than my own, given your dual martial spirits and innate full soul power. Thus, I will begrudgingly place my trust in your ability to detoxify me. That said, I must take certain precautions with your body. Is that acceptable?" "I have more to say." Yi Hai raised his hand to halt Douluo's impending action. "If I can rid you of your poison, you must promise to do 3 things for me. Rest assured, these tasks will be well within your capabilities." Douluo did not respond, lost in contemplation. Yi Hai continued, "If I can help you eliminate the toxin, it will prove that my method is feasible. This sister of yours will be spared from enduring the same suffering as you. You will not be at a loss." "Old sir." Upon hearing this, Douluo nodded slightly. He could disregard his own fate, as he was but an old man, yet when it came to his granddaughter, Douluo, he could no longer afford to ponder further. Douluo turned to Yi Hai and said, "I am Douluo. You may refer to me as Douluo Sr. This beside me is Douluo, age 13, rank 28, with the martial soul of a phosphor snake, and she is unmarried." Both Yi Hai and Douluo looked at Douluo simultaneously. Clearing his throat, Douluo curtailed the introduction, saying, "I can acquiesce to your request, but should you fail to neutralize the poison, I will have no choice but to end your life. Think this through." Yi Hai discerned Douluo's vulnerability. He was determined not to let Yi Hai escape. However, Douluo afforded Yi Hai some leeway. Aside from choosing to detoxify him, Yi Hai could also opt to become his granddaughter's husband. They would be family, and Yi Hai would undoubtedly not betray him. Yi Hai nodded and declared, "My name is Yi Hai, and I choose to detoxify." Douluo inclined his head, extending his right hand, from which wisps of green light began to coalesce in his palm, soon forming a palpable sphere of green luminescence. With a flick of his finger, Douluo propelled the green orb into Yi Hai's body, simultaneously stating, "This is the source of my toxin. It will not affect you in the least under normal circumstances, but should I perish, this toxin's essence will erupt within you. And with your strength as a 2-ring great soul master, you shall succumb to its fatal effects in an instant." The toxin's essence was not merely poison. It was a form of soul power that Yi Hai, despite his extensive knowledge, could not dispel. Only through formidable soul power could it be gradually dissipated, a feat clearly beyond Yi Hai's current capability. Nevertheless, the toxin's essence was not entirely without merit. It was a remarkably pure form of soul power that, when not activated, offered significant benefits to lower-ranked soul masters, such as nurturing meridians and enhancing cultivation speed. During this process, Yi Hai offered no resistance, allowing Douluo to implement his scheme. Douluo nodded in satisfaction. As the toxin's essence entered his body, Yi Hai felt a slight warmth envelop him. and the flow of his soul power quickened. Feeling reassured, he said, Douluo Sr., you brought me here. My mentors must be worried. I wish to send a letter home. Douluo replied, that is permissible. Once you finish your letter, hand it to me, and I shall deliver it. Yihai immediately shook his head, saying no need. Douluo Sr., you may send anyone to deliver the letter. If Douluo were to personally deliver the letter to Shrek Academy, given Zhao Wuji's temperament, a confrontation would likely ensue. Yet Douluo, a 9-ring title to law, far surpassed Zhao Wuji, a 7-ring soul sage. Would Douluo not easily overpower him? Furthermore, if Xiao were to cross paths with Douluo by mischance, she might very well be captured. Yihai could not allow Douluo to deliver the letter. Douluo nodded and said, very well. I shall find someone in Heaven Do City to assist you with your letter. He then turned to Douluo Yin, asking, Yin, will you accompany me to Heaven Do City, or will you remain here? After a moment's hesitation, Douluo Yin obediently replied, Grandfather, you may go about your business. I shall wait here for your return. Douluo offered no further comment, cautioning Yihai, this place is permeated with toxins. If you are not careful, they may invade your body and cause harm. Be sure to prepare an antidote. Also, the hot and cold spring in the middle, you must not touch. It is a blend of extreme heat and extreme cold, and even I, as a title de law, cannot endure it for long. Additionally, do not wander aimlessly. There is a toxic array protecting the valley's exterior, preventing outside soul beasts from entering. Should you step beyond the toxic array, you will face soul beasts of at least 1,000 years. Douluo was not naturally loquacious. With his status as a title de law, he saw no need to elaborate extensively. Yihai's life or death held little consequence for him. However, Douluo had begun to regard Yihai as a prospective son-in-law, and with Douluo Yin present, he felt compelled to explain a bit more. Douluo could sense that Douluo Yin harbored feelings for Yihai. As the saying goes, a woman pursuing a man is like a veil between them. Douluo Yin was strikingly beautiful, with a formidable background and exceptional talent. How could Yihai not be moved? Douluo was certain that, given the right circumstances, Yihai would not escape his grasp. Chapter 28. Quartz is equivalent to jade. After sending Douluo off, Yihai began to wander around the vicinity of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. As his gaze shifted, the encyclopedia of Douluo continent in his mind continued to unfold. Soon, Yihai halted, his eyes fixed upon a white herb. The top of the white herb resembled a large white flower, octagonal in shape, with a center that sparkled like ice crystals, exuding no fragrance whatsoever. The white herb was situated perilously close to the milky white cold extreme Yin spring. Even standing 10 meters away, Yihai could feel an intense chill. The octagonal ice herb is extraordinarily rare and uniquely toxic, Yihai murmured. This white herb was indeed the octagonal ice herb. One of Yihai's objectives for this journey was to use the octagonal ice herb and the fiery apricot blossom, 2 extraordinary poisons of ice and fire, to forge his body through alchemy. Upon completing this alchemical process, he would not only significantly enhance his physical strength, but also gain immunity to ice and fire, as well as immunity to all toxins. The 4 effects of ice immunity, fire immunity, a golden body, and toxin resistance were formidable indeed. This was the mark of true man. If Yihai consumed the octagonal ice herb and the fiery apricot blossom, and then spent approximately a year and a half in cultivation, he would likely be able to withstand soul rings of around 5,000 years. This was a full year ahead of his original estimate of 2.5 years. Feeling a rush of excitement, Yihai quickly regained his composure. Both the octagonal ice herb and the fiery apricot blossom were perilous poisons. A single misstep could lead to death. However, the benefits of consuming these herbs were substantial. The risk was worth taking. The octagonal ice herb required metallic tools for harvesting, which was manageable. However, the fiery apricot blossom necessitated jade implements for collection, which posed a bit of a challenge. Yihai glanced at the fiery red cabbage near the hot spring. That was the fiery apricot blossom. Yihai, it's too dangerous there. Come back quickly. Douluo Yin called out. After a moment's thought, Yihai returned to Douluo Yin's side and asked, Sister, do you have anything made of jade? Jade, in essence, was a specific type of stone, albeit a special one. If Douluo Yin did not possess any jade, Yihai would have to rely on luck within the valley. Yes, Douluo Yin replied, retrieving a jade pendant from her waist. What do you need this for? Never mind, Yihai shook his head. The palm-sized jade pendant would be utterly insufficient for harvesting the fiery apricot blossom. He said to Douluo Yen, "I'm going to explore the area nearby. Would you like to join me?" Without a moment's hesitation, Douluo Yen replied, "Sure. This is the ice mist flower, a rare treasure with significant benefits for ice attribute martial souls. This delicate white blossom is known as the bone-corroding flower, although it appears exquisite. It is a deadly poison and one of the primary medicinal ingredients in the 5 steps to soul-severing powder. The herb is called earth silkworm blood, capable of compensating for innate deficiencies, yet its potency is rather domineering, necessitating the combination with a tempered herb to neutralize its effects." As Yihai strolled along the edge of the leaf-laden path, he imparted knowledge to Douluo Yen. Some of the information was already known to her, while other aspects were new revelations. While explaining, Yihai was careful to omit any mention of herbs classified above the celestial tier, for it was those very herbs that he truly desired. Leaving the remainder for Douluo Yen gazed at Yihai's profile, momentarily entranced. His extensive pharmacological knowledge was astonishing, surpassing even that of Douluo. She pondered how such a wealth of knowledge could reside within such a youthful mind. Was it possible that his brain housed an entire encyclopedia? Additionally, Yihai's focused gaze and charming profile were captivating, leading Douluo Yen to question whether she was indeed dreaming. How could such a man exist in the world? He perfectly matched her ideals for a partner. Biting her lip, she found her attention primarily drawn to Yihai's side profile, while his words entered one ear and exited the other. As Yihai elaborated on the plants, he deepened his understanding of their pharmacological properties. The Feynman technique proved to be remarkably effective. The two continued their leisurely journey through the valley, with Yihai occasionally surveying the surrounding geography. Soon, he stumbled upon a substantial piece of golden quartz. His expression lit up with delight as he approached it. The primary component of jade is silicon dioxide, and quartz is also composed of silicon dioxide, making quartz equivalent to jade, is it not? While Yihai lacked jade, quartz should suffice. The flame-fire apricot flower requires jade to be harvested to ensure its medicinal properties remain intact, and this quartz was perfectly suitable. Yihai utilized a laser cutter to slice off a dagger-shaped piece of quartz, polishing it slightly to sharpen its tip. Curious about his actions, Douluo Yen inquired, "Yihai, what are you planning to do? A sword?" Yihai replied, "I'm a serious person. Thank you very much. I have nothing to do with being petty. In a moment, I intend to harvest a few medicinal herbs." Douluo Yen understood immediately, realizing that certain herbs with special properties must be harvested with jade tools to preserve their medicinal integrity. She then asked, "Which herbs do you intend to collect?" Yihai casually mentioned those 2 ice and fire attribute herbs beside the hot spring. Douluo Yen was taken aback, her entire being shocked. The only 2 extreme cold and extreme heat herbs near the hot spring were indeed those 2. Approaching them would necessitate being perilously close to the dangerously heated spring. Was this young boy courting death? She quickly blocked Yihai's path, exclaiming, "No, you can't go there. It's far too dangerous." With a slight smile, Yihai assured her, "Do not worry, I am confident in my abilities." "But that's not acceptable," Douluo Yen insisted. "If it comes to that, wait for my grandfather to return and have him assist you." Yihai glanced at her, internally resolving to seize the opportunity while her grandfather was absent. For if Douluo, that old poison master, discovered his intentions, he would never permit him to take his prized herbs. "Can you guess why I intend to wait until your grandfather has left before collecting those 2 herbs?" Yihai queried. "I will persuade my grandfather to help you," Douluo Yen declared. Yihai shook his head, looking at her intently. "Will you step aside, or shall I have to subdue you first before you move?" With Douluo Yen being merely a level 28 and possessing only support-type soul skills, she was no match for Yihai, the formidable attack-type soul master. Upon hearing his words, Douluo Yen's brows furrowed in anger. "You little rascal, how dare you speak so insolently? Don't think you can act however you please, just because you look good. Watch how I deal with you." 10 minutes later, Douluo Yen lay on the ground as Yihai stepped over her, making his way toward the Eye of Ice and Fire. As he approached, he contemplated. "I recall that Tang San entered the Eye of Ice and Fire at a level above 30. My current soul power is roughly equivalent to a pre-compressed level of 27 or 28, slightly inferior to Tang San. He greatly enhanced his physical strength through the 3rd soul ring, yet my training in the Douluo training manual has significantly improved my physical strength. Moreover, my martial soul, the heavy cannon, has a power enhancement far superior to that of the blue silvergrass. Overall, my physical strength should surpass Tang San's. Though my soul power may be slightly lacking, my superior physical strength should suffice. If Tang San could succeed, I should be fine, although the process may be quite painful. I must prepare myself for the discomfort. Pain is but fleeting. If I can achieve the ice and fire alchemical body, the benefits for my future will be immeasurable. It is not a loss. Yihai soon found himself just 10 meters away from the octagonal ice grass. From this point onward, each step forward intensified the chill, evoking a sensation of being frozen to the core. Standing before the octagonal ice grass would undoubtedly subject him to an overwhelmingly terrifying aura of cold, which he could not endure for long. Speed was of the essence. Taking a deep breath, Yihai dashed toward the octagonal ice grass, feeling icy crystals begin to form upon his body as he trembled slightly. Nevertheless, his gaze remained resolute as he braved the extreme cold and reached the plant. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his dagger and swiftly sliced off the top white flower of the octagonal ice grass. Discarding the dagger, he summoned his heavy cannon martial soul into his right hand. With a resounding bang, an air cannon was discharged, propelling the still-falling white flower toward the blazing hot spring. Yihai adjusted his force perfectly, ensuring the flower landed precisely at the junction of the extreme cold and extreme heat. Immediately, Yihai circumvented the white flower and approached within 10 meters of the flame fire apricot flower. A wave of heat hit him, instantly melting the ice crystals on his body. Yihai brandished the quartz knife he had crafted, sprinting toward the flame fire apricot flower. As he drew near, the searing temperature began to curl his hair, and each breath filled his lungs with scorching air. Without pausing, he plunged the quartz knife into the root of the flame fire apricot flower, leveraging it to extract the plant from the ground. Then, shaking off the flower, he tossed the now scorching quartz knife aside and summoned his heavy cannon once more. With another bang, the flame fire apricot flower, like the previously harvested octagonal ice grass, was propelled into the distance. The fiery red body of the flame fire apricot flower traced a perfect arc, landing precisely beside the octagonal ice grass. An extraordinary scene unfolded as the previously extreme cold and heat emanating from the two plants suddenly dissipated, leaving an aura of tranquility in their wake. The octagonal xianbing grass was enveloped in a faint red glow, while the Douluo of Xingjiao Shu exhibited a delicate white mist. When these two celestial herbs intersected, their essences would restrain one another, yet their effects would dissipate entirely after 10 breaths. It was imperative to consume both herbs within this fleeting moment of mutual restraint. Yihai swiftly approached the two celestial herbs. Every prior endeavor had culminated in this singular instant. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the herbs and devoured them eagerly. Fortunately, both the octagonal xianbing grass and Douluo of Xingjiao melted effortlessly upon contact with his tongue, sparing him the need to swallow them whole. As the herbs dissolved, a peculiar fragrance wafted through his mouth. Upon finishing the celestial herbs, Yihai promptly discarded his garments, casting them far away. He retained only his attire, for wearing clothing into the hot spring could spell disaster for his future. Just as he discarded his clothes, an icy blue halo emanated from his feet, swiftly ascending until it enveloped him entirely, transforming him into a figure of blue. An overwhelming chill seeped into his bones, rendering his mind momentarily blank. Gritting his teeth against the frigid sensation, Yihai slowly advanced towards the ice-fire dual eye. With each step he took, a fiery red aura emerged from his feet, dyeing him in crimson. The clash of ice and fire inflicted excruciating pain, prompting Yihai to stifle a groan as he hastily lunged towards the ice-fire dual eye. The medicinal properties of the octagonal xianbing grass and Douluo of Xingjiao needed to be activated in order to withstand the extreme temperatures of the ice-fire dual eye. At this moment, the herb's effect had fully manifested. He must leverage the extreme heat to diminish their potency. With a splash, Yihai plunged into the spring. Strangely, upon entering, the agonizing ice-fire impact seemed to ease considerably, though it remained intensely painful. He thought he heard a scream, yet he had no time to be distracted. He focused intently on channeling his soul power to combat the icy flames. Following her defeat at the hands of Yihai, Dougyin found herself engulfed in self-doubt. I am a level 28 soul master. How could I possibly lose to a mere level 23 child? She murmured incredulously to herself. After a moment's contemplation, it dawned on her that the boy had ventured to collect those two perilously potent herbs. Without hesitation, Douluo sprang to her feet, disregarding the dust on her clothes as she hurried towards the ice-fire dual eye. As she approached, she observed Yihai emanating an icy blue aura, followed swiftly by a fiery red hue. What is this little rascal up to? Is he transforming? Douluo pondered, her thoughts never straying to the idea of him consuming the two herbs. Setting aside the large white flower, the fiery red herb's temperature must exceed 100 degrees. How could he possibly consume it without burning his mouth? Her gaze dropped, and a flush of color crept to her cheeks as she quickly averted her eyes. Why is he not wearing any clothes? Does he intend to bathe? She mused playfully. In the very next instant, Yihai lunged forward, disappearing into the depths of the ice-fire dual eye. Douluo's mind raced with a singular thought. As long as one possesses sufficient courage, one need not fear a lava bath. In the blink of an eye, she comprehended the gravity of the situation. Her pupils constricted in horror as her complexion paled. And she screamed, "Yihai, no!" She then dashed towards the ice-fire dual eye in a frenzy. As Douluo neared within 5 meters of the ice-fire dual eye, the chilling and blazing energies pressed against her, preventing her from advancing. Her face was etched with anxiety, and she paced restlessly, muttering to herself, What to do? What to do? This reckless child. How could he enter that spring? Is he not afraid of death? Unable to devise a strategy to approach, she could only walk back and forth in distress. After a while, Douluo noticed Yihai's body floating rhythmically within the ice-fire dual eye, seemingly unharmed. There were no signs of him being scorched or poisoned. He appeared as if he were merely asleep. Huh? Douluo scratched her head, a look of confusion crossing her features as she murmured, What on earth is going on? Although she could not grasp the circumstances surrounding Yihai, it was indeed a good sign. He was not dead. After observing for a while longer, seeing that Yihai continued to float serenely in the spring, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Douluo found a stone nearby and sat down, her gaze fixed upon Yihai as he floated in the spring. Her thoughts wandered, each idea flashing through her mind. This little fellow is truly remarkable. At just 6 years old, he can defeat me. He has employed some unknown method to enter this ice-fire spring, a place where even my grandfather cannot remain for long. Yet he can. Compared to him, those so-called geniuses from the Tiando Royal Academy are utterly insignificant. The most outstanding talent of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Yu Tianheng, is already 13 and has only reached level 29. Yet this child is merely 6 and already at level 23 in no more than 2 years. He could attain level 30, becoming an 8-year-old soul master of the third ring. He may very well make history. He is also quite handsome, surpassing even the beauty of girls. Such extraordinary talent and charm. What a pity he is still so young. By the time he is ready to marry me, it will be at least 9 years from now. When he turns 15, time slipped away unnoticed as the sun set and night fell. A wave of numbness washed over Douluo, jolting her awake. She glanced at Yihai in the spring, still appearing to be asleep without any issues. Douluo then made her way toward the pale pink flower nearby. In the valley, countless celestial and precious herbs flourished, including many toxic varieties. The mingling of various poisonous herbs and celestial plants produced a chronic toxin, similar to miasma. Prolonged exposure in this area was unbearable for anyone below the level of a tidal daw, including Douluo, who was accustomed to toxins. Before he departed, Douluo had believed that Yihai would concoct detoxification pills, ensuring Douluo's safety. However, he had not anticipated that Yihai would choose to bathe in the spring after his departure. Upon reaching the pale pink flower, Douluo examined it closely. The herb bore a single large blossom, its diameter exceeding a foot. It had no leaves, with a stem measuring 3 feet. Each petal of the pale pink flower shimmered like crystal, while its center was a light purple, resembling clusters of amethyst embedded within. Just by appearance, one could tell it was no ordinary specimen. This herb was indeed the celestial treasure known as Youxiang Chilua Xianpin. The Youxiang Chilua Xianpin was the nemesis of all poisons, capable of counteracting any toxin. Its only limitation was that it could not detoxify those already afflicted. Yihai had previously informed Douluo that if she could not withstand the toxins in this area, She should seek refuge beneath the pale pink flower to avoid their harm. As Dogu Yin positioned herself beneath the flower, she inhaled its delicate fragrance and found that her body was no longer subjected to the toxic onslaught. The numbing sensation gradually diminished as her soul power circulated. Dogu Yin settled beneath the pale pink flower, glancing back towards the ice-fire dual eye. Dogu Yin witnessed a peculiar scene. The surrounding darkness had transformed into a delicate pink hue. This ethereal pink aura, approximately 10 meters in diameter, radiated gently from the magnificent flower at its center. Dogu Yin observed in astonishment, murmuring to herself, "This herb is indeed remarkable. I ought to have inquired its name. It must possess a melodious appellation." Through the translucent pink veil, a thin mist lingered, allowing Dogu Yin to faintly discern the outline of Yi Hai within the eye of ice and fire. With her chin resting in her hand, Dogu Yin silently gazed in the direction of the eye of ice and fire. As day transitioned into night, the second evening enveloped the realm, yet Dogu Bo had yet to return. Suddenly, Yi Hai stirred within the eye of ice and fire. He wiped his face with the spring water and crawled to the bank, bursting into laughter. "Ha ha, I shall henceforth be a true man, immune to both ice and fire, impervious to all toxins." Though he had endured a day and night of torment, he deemed the price well worth it. Immunity to ice and fire, invulnerability to toxins. His physical strength would continue to amplify with the ongoing absorption of the medicinal properties of the 8-star ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom. And the cost was merely a day and night of suffering, a most advantageous bargain. Furthermore, as his body adapted to the 2 celestial herbs, the pain had significantly diminished. Regardless of the circumstances, he had undoubtedly profited immensely. Upon hearing Yi Hai's voice, Dogu Yin's face illuminated with joy. She hurriedly darted from beneath the fragrant canopy of the ethereal flower, exclaiming, "Yi Hai, you are awake. You frightened me earlier." Yi Hai smiled as he approached Dogu Yin. However, the moment he took a step, he suddenly felt a chill as a gust of wind brushed against him. The smile on his face instantly froze. Dogu Yin noticed Yi Hai's rigidity and, unable to resist, her gaze fell downward. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted, "Fear not. You are too young." "I shall not mind," Yi Hai replied. "I believe you might prefer to mind a little more." He huffed, "Just wait until I grow up." With that, he hastily donned his clothing. Dogu Yin observed him with a composed expression as he dressed. Once Yi Hai emerged from the vicinity of the eye of ice and fire, Dogu Yin approached him, towering over him with a mischievous grin. "Little brother, could you enlighten me on the events that transpired? How did you manage to survive in that fountain of ice and fire?" As she spoke, Dogu Yin gently grasped Yi Hai's chin, lifting his face. In the next moment, she was momentarily taken aback. Her pale green eyes reflected Yi Hai's starry gaze, his rosy cheeks framing a charmingly cute visage akin to a crimson apple, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. Yi Hai, too, was momentarily stunned by Dogu Yin's gesture, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, "You're actually teasing me?" Chapter 31. That is no trouble at all. Yi Hai could not fathom that Dogu Yin would engage in such antics. Teasing him. Having been in his 20s in a previous life, he felt his face flush at Dogu Yin's playful grasp of his chin. He swiftly swatted her hand away, his cheeks burning with embarrassment. "Just wait. I shall show you." With that, before Dogu Yin could react, he circled behind her, seizing her wrists and deftly toppling her to the ground. Dogu Yin offered no resistance, lying on the ground with an air of indifference. "Little brother, this is not right. You're being too violent." As Yi Hai held her arms in a reverse grip, she let out a pained cry. Frowning slightly, she urged, "Do not be so forceful. Be gentle." Dogu Bo had just finished delivering a message and visited an old friend, causing him to linger longer than anticipated. He had initially hoped to afford Dogu Yin and Yi Hai some privacy, yet he worried that the 2 children could not withstand the poisonous mists in the area, thus returning that very night. Upon entering the valley, Dogu Bo immediately heard Dogu Yin's voice, "Do not be so forceful. Be gentle." He halted in his tracks, his mind racing with various scenarios. This should not be. How could things have escalated so quickly? The boy is merely 6 years old. It is improbable. With a sense of perplexity, Dogu Bo continued deeper into the valley, only to find Dogu Yin sprawled on the ground, while Yi Hai sat atop her, pinning her arms. Dogu Bo cleared his throat, prompting both Yi Hai and Dogu Yin to look over simultaneously. Dogu Bo forced a stiff smile. "Am I interrupting something? Let me go at once." Dogu exclaimed indignantly to Yihai. With Dogubo's presence, Yihai could no longer torment Dogu and thus released her. Rising to his feet, Dogu sprang up and rushed to Dogubo, her expression a portrait of grievance. Grandfather, he bullied me. Dogubo turned his gaze to Yihai, his tone calm as he inquired, "You boy, is that so?" Yihai replied with composure, "Dogu Sr. We were merely playing a game." "Oh, then there is no issue," Dogubo concluded. "Grandfather, how can you take this boy's word for it?" Dogu retorted angrily. Dogubo asked, "Then Dogu, please enlighten me on how he bullied you?" Although Yihai possessed extraordinary talent, with dual martial souls and innate full soul power, his soul power was only at the 23rd level. Dogu, however, was a formidable soul master at the 28th level, boasting a 5-level advantage in soul power. If Dogu had not shown leniency, Yihai would undoubtedly have been at a disadvantage. This was Dogubo's reasoning. Little did he realize that if Yihai did not compress his soul power, he would be on par with Dogu. And given that Yihai's martial soul was of the assault type, his offensive capabilities and physical strength far surpassed hers. Dogu pouted, initially fuming, yet she found herself placated by Yihai's casual address of her as sister. Her anger shifted to frustration at her grandfather for so readily believing this boy's words. As a girl, it was typical to be deceived, but her grandfather, a title-level expert, should not have easily trusted this lad's claims. Oof. Dogu huffed. "Let's consider it a game, then." Yihai, sensing Dogu reluctance to pursue the matter, quickly addressed Dogubo, "Dogu Sr., if it is convenient for you now, we can begin to attempt the detoxification." Dogubo nodded. "Very well. What do you require of me?" Yihai replied, "I need a drop of your blood." The toxins within Dogubo had already integrated into his blood and marrow. Yihai required the Encyclopedia of Douluo continent to analyze the toxins within Dogubo's body for targeted treatment. Moreover, the detoxification process would not entail eliminating the toxins from Dogubo's body, but rather guiding them into the soul bone. Well versed in the narrative of the Douluo continent, Yihai was confident that this method would succeed, thus he felt no trepidation. Dogubo said nothing further, allowing a droplet of blood to seep from his fingertip, which he collected in a small jade vial and tossed to Yihai. "Is there anything else you need?" Yihai shook his head. "No, that will suffice. Sister Yin cannot endure the toxins here. Dogu Sr., please take her with you when you leave." Dogu quickly remarked, "I could just go beneath that pink flower." However, Yihai promptly interrupted her, stating, "If you do that, you will not be able to cultivate. That herb can restrain the poisonous mist here, and it will render your poison techniques ineffective. You simply cannot cultivate." He needed to devise a way to send Dogu away. A woman would only hinder his cultivation speed. Dogu delicate face displayed a reluctance, yet Yihai spoke the truth. She had attempted to cultivate beneath the pink flower before, only to find that the soul power she cultivated dissipated. Yihai's talent was extraordinarily strong. If she did not strive to cultivate diligently, he would soon catch up to her. She had to exert herself. "Dogu, which pink flower are you referring to?" Dogubo inquired, puzzled. He had been in this place for many years and had never discovered any herbs capable of countering toxins. Of course, there were numerous herbs here, many of which he could not name or understand their properties. It would not be surprising to find herbs that could counteract toxins. Just as Dogu was about to point out the fragrant silk immortal herb, Yihai seized her hand and forcefully redirected her to another pink flower. With calmness, Yihai declared, "This is the one. This flame flower is indeed the primary ingredient for concocting detoxifying pills, yet it does not possess the ability to counteract toxins." Dogubo responded. Perplexed, Yihai explained, "The pollen of the flame flower inherently possesses detoxifying properties, albeit not particularly potent." Dogubo nodded slightly, seemingly accepting this explanation. Dogu glanced at Yihai, who winked at her, prompting a subtle smile to grace her lips. Yihai implied that this was a small secret between them, urging her not to disclose it to Dogubo. As Dogubo left some equipment for potion making, he took Dogu with him. Not a single herb of the immortal variety could be revealed to Dogubo. This old poison master was both righteous and wicked. Should he realize my profound knowledge of these exquisite immortal herbs, he might compel me to identify them. Although Dogubo currently treated me with kindness, it was solely due to Dogu influence. I cannot test humanity with immortal herbs. Yihai murmured to himself. He would not lower his guard simply because Dogubo treated him relatively well. His purpose for coming here was to gather some immortal herbs from the Eye of Ice and Fire. Once he had selected the best, he might leave some for Douluo, but for now, he would not divulge a single word. Chapter 32. Is his martial soul comparable to a dead pig? Yihai dedicated half an hour to analyzing the method of detoxification. In truth, with the Encyclopedia of Douluo continent, he could reveal all of Douluo's toxins in merely a second. The remaining time was spent contemplating how to guide the toxins out of Douluo's body. In the original text, Tang had merely administered a few muscle-relaxing and blood-circulating potions to Douluo, supplemented with blood containing 8-pointed ice grass and flame apricot blossom, gradually purging the majority of toxins into his soul bone over the span of 6 months. The Encyclopedia of Douluo continent proposed a better method, but Yihai was uncertain whether to employ it. There existed a rare herb known as deadly sand, renowned for its ferocious toxicity. Not only were physical contacts lethal, but even standing within a meter of it could lead to immediate death upon contact with its pollen. Deadly sand possesses a unique characteristic. It purifies toxins, transforming complex toxins into singular ones, while maintaining the potency, but enhancing its power significantly. The method documented in the encyclopedia suggested using deadly sand to purify the toxins within Douluo's body, subsequently directing them into his soul bone. This approach offered the advantage of significantly enhancing Douluo's strength. However, the success rate was akin to Tang San's method, sitting at a mere 60%. Yihai understood that Tang San's method was guaranteed to succeed, while the method from the encyclopedia was not necessarily foolproof. Although the encyclopedia's method promised superior results, its success rate was only 60%. For the sake of caution, I shall first utilize the conventional method to detoxify Douluo. Yihai swiftly made up his mind. The muscle-relaxing potion was easy to concoct, and before long, he had completed it. He cut his finger with a dagger, allowing 2 drops of his blood to mix in, thus finalizing the potion. Subsequently, Yihai began identifying the immortal herbs near the Eye of Ice and Fire. He first marked all 7 varieties of immortal herbs consumed by the protagonists. These 7 herbs predominantly possessed gentle properties, suitable not only for the Shrek 7 monsters, but for others as well. Once the 7 monsters were gathered, Yihai would decide who to exclude from consuming them. Additionally, through the encyclopedia's descriptions, Yihai discovered a type of immortal herb particularly suited to him. This herb, named Heavenly Jade Spirit Essence, possessed very mild medicinal properties, aimed at enhancing physical constitution, nurturing meridians, strengthening the physique, and aiding in the digestion of medicinal effects. Heavenly Jade Spirit Essence leaned towards auxiliary properties. Having already consumed 8-pointed ice grass and flame apricot blossom, ingesting Heavenly Jade Spirit Essence would assist in digesting these 2 herbs. Yihai did not require herbs to boost his soul power. Should he wish, he could swiftly break through to level 30. However, his physical strength was insufficient to absorb soul rings exceeding 5,000 years. Even if his soul power reached level 30, it would be of little use. 8-pointed ice grass and flame apricot blossom would sustain him for quite some time. Consuming other herbs would merely waste their medicinal potential. Heavenly Jade Spirit Essence would superbly compensate for his inadequate digestive capacity. With Heavenly Jade Spirit Essence, along with assistance from the Eye of Ice and Fire, Yihai could rapidly digest the medicinal effects of 8-pointed ice grass and flame apricot blossom. After setting the concocted potion aside, Yihai shed his clothing and plunged into the Eye of Ice and Fire with a splash. Closing his eyes, he commenced his cultivation. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Douluo had consumed Yihai's concocted potion for 3 days, and his condition had significantly improved. The toxin's erosion of his body had slowed considerably, and the torment of midnight and rainy days had lessened immensely. Only then did Douluo genuinely believe in Yihai's ability to detoxify him, leading him to treat Yihai with increasing kindness. On this day, after consuming the potion prepared by Yihai, Douluo departed on his own, leaving Douluo behind. As he left, he cast Yihai a meaningful glance. Yihai felt puzzled. Douluo's gaze seemed off. Did this old poison master genuinely believe that a 6-year-old child could do anything to Douluo? Without the ability to resist the poisonous mist, why would Douluo leave her behind? While Yihai pondered this, Douluo eagerly produced a pale green orb, roughly the size of a dove's egg. Do you know what this is? This is the detoxification pearl. My grandfather specifically obtained it from the Tiando royal family, which means I can cultivate here from now on. Yihai replied, expressionless. You truly are impressive. Indeed, Duguyan beamed with pride. The detoxification pearl could counteract most external toxins, although not as domineering as the fragrant silk immortal herb. Wearing it would restrain the toxins present here without affecting Duguyan's cultivation. Yihai regarded Duguyan with some hesitation. Logically, once Douluo departed, he would shed his clothing and dive into the eye of ice and fire for cultivation. However, with Duguyan present, he could neither undress nor cultivate. Regardless, Duguyan had already seen it, so he no longer cared. Yihai immediately began to remove his clothing. Duguyan's mouth slightly opened in astonishment as she gazed at Yihai. What are you doing? Why are you taking off your clothes? You wouldn't. After Yihai had removed his upper garment, Duguyan quickly covered her eyes, peeking through her fingers with a glimmer of curiosity. Just as she was uncertain whether to reject or yield to Yihai's next move, she caught sight of him leaping into the fiery and icy spring with a splash. Duguyan was instantly dumbfounded. Did this fellow truly mistake that icy hot spring for a warm bath? The icy spring was chilling to the bone, while the fiery spring was as searing as molten lava. How could this delicate-looking lad withstand such terrifying temperatures? Was his martial soul impervious to harm? It was said that a dead pig fears not boiling water. Duguyan had witnessed Yihai bathing in the icy hot spring before, and although she was somewhat surprised now, it was not as shocking as the first time. Seeing that Yihai was unscathed, she felt relieved and settled down to meditate. As the sun rose and set, and the moon waxed and waned, Yihai cultivated within the icy hot spring for a full day and night, while Duguyan also meditated for the same duration. Her impression of Yihai improved significantly. At merely 13 years of age, Duguyan demonstrated admirable patience and dedication to her training. Notably, she did not disturb Yihai, which pleased him greatly. Emerging from the icy hot spring, Yihai donned his clothes, had a light meal, and began to await the arrival of Douluo. Douluo would come every morning, as per their agreement. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Douluo appeared. He observed Duguyan meditating, and a look of satisfaction graced his features. Indeed, pressure cultivates growth. Within the Heaven Do Royal Academy, Duguyan was among the elite few with exceptional talent. Even the genius Yu Qianheng of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect only possessed a soul power slightly above hers. Duguyan faced little pressure at the academy. However, Yihai, with his outstanding talent, had already attained level 23 soul power at the tender age of 6, and was expected to become a 3-ring soul master by the age of 8. This placed considerable pressure on Duguyan, compelling her to intensify her training. Douluo consumed the potion prepared by Yihai, but did not leave immediately. He pulled Yihai aside and quietly inquired, "Little Yi, may I ask how you feel about Yin Yin?" Yihai rolled his eyes and replied, "I say, old poison, I'm only 6 years old, and Yin Jie is merely 13. Isn't this a bit premature?" Douluo responded, "Not at all. You, young lad, possess immense potential. If I do not seize this opportunity now, it may never come again." He felt a sense of urgency. Given Yihai's training pace, he should reach the 3-ring soul master stage by 8, and by 20, he might even approach the 6-ring soul emperor. When Yihai becomes a title Da, he would likely still be under 40. Tang Hao of the Haoqian sect, hailed as the most talented young soul master in the history of the Douluo continent, achieved title Douluo status at the age of 44. Yihai's talent surpassed even that of Tang Hao. With such an extraordinary prodigy before him, how could Douluo let this opportunity slip away? This lad was undoubtedly a golden son-in-law. Yihai shook his head and said, "Senior Douluo, matters of the heart must be mutual. Discussing this with me is futile. Yin Jie has yet to agree. Besides, we are still young, and our futures remain uncertain. It is far too early to be discussing such things." Douluo huffed, "I merely asked how you feel about Yin Yin. Spare me your distractions. We can discuss marriage later. For now, do you like her or not?" Yihai replied, "At the moment, my sole focus is on cultivation." Douluo felt helpless. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that the more he looked at this boy, the more he found him agreeable. Douluo had not encountered such an interesting young person in a long time. Other youngsters regarded him with respect and fear, forcing Douluo to uphold his status. However, with Yihai, he felt no fear, as if they were merely friends chatting. In just a few days of interaction, Douluo even felt as though he had known Yihai for ages. Looking at Yihai, he couldn't help but say, Little Yi, do you consider me your grandfather? Yi Hai retorted, if you weren't a titled Douluo, would you believe I would give you a severe thrashing? Douluo noted Yi Hai's reluctance and quickly amended. Then consider me your father. Yi Hai exclaimed, oh, come on. Douluo continued, you should understand. My son would almost be of the same generation as the Pope of the Spirit Hall and the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. I wouldn't be doing you any injustice. You need not worry about the generational gap with Yin Yin. You may call her sister, and she can call you. Well, Douluo seemed to sense something amiss and change his approach. Let us keep it simple. You can call me grandfather, and I'll call you son. At this point, Yi Hai's face darkened like charcoal. He simply could not fathom how Douluo, who appeared to be a rather serious individual, could utter such nonsensical words. Was he truly an old child, growing more childlike with age? Yi Hai coldly stated, enough of this. I will not engage in discussions of generational titles. Yi Hai felt comfortable simply addressing him as senior, considering Douluo was in his 70s or 80s. However, becoming Douluo's grandson or son would be a significant loss. Naturally, Douluo would be even worse off. Yi Hai would not engage in such self-sabotaging behavior. Douluo lamented, what a shame that is. Yi Hai ignored Douluo and walked aside to sit down and begin his cultivation. A month later, 3 figures appeared outside the Sunset Forest. These 3 were Flander, Zhao Wujia, and Xiao Xian, all Soul Saints. After Yi Hai's disappearance, Zhao Wujia and Flander had nearly turned the entire village upside down in search of him. They had searched frantically for over 20 days, and their anxiety had reached a boiling point. 10 days prior, upon receiving Yi Hai's letter, Flander and the others had resolved the matters at Shrek Academy and immediately rushed to the Sunset Forest. Until they saw him in person, they would not feel at ease. Yi Hai was the hope for Shrek's future rise, and they could not allow him to come harm. Finally, they arrived at the Sunset Forest. Flander, with a serious expression, said, Xiao Xian, hand me some jelly beans. Their journey had consumed considerable energy, and Xiao Xian's martial soul was jelly beans, which could quickly restore stamina. Xiao Xian recited the incantation, I want to eat some jelly beans. No matter how many times he had heard it, Zhao Wujia could not help but comment, Old Xiao, your incantation is even more absurd than Oscar's. Is this how the incantations of food system soul masters always are? Get lost, Xiao Xian retorted, tossing out 2 words. After consuming a jelly bean for recovery, the 3 entered the Sunset Forest, with Flander and Zhao Wujia flanking Xiao Xian for protection. Flander walked ahead and spoke. Yi Hai mentioned in his letter that he left with the poisoned Douluo. I suspect he has been abducted. Otherwise, he would have had time to bid us farewell. However, the fact that he managed to send a letter indicates that his situation is not dire and he is not in great peril. Everyone, please refrain from acting impulsively. Follow my lead. Douluo is a titled Douluo-level powerhouse, and the 3 of them combined would not be a match for him. Flander's intention was to appeal to Douluo's reason and emotions, hoping he would release Yi Hai. Resorting to violence was out of the question. It would only hasten their demise. After traveling for a while, the trio halted. Before them lay a valley shrouded in dark green mist. Flander instructed, do not move. I will scout ahead. With that, he summoned his martial spirit, the 4-eyed cat eagle, and 7 soul rings appeared beneath him. The 7th 10,000-year soul ring suddenly illuminated, causing Flander's body to swell and transform into a massive cat eagle. With a powerful flap of his wings, he soared into the sky. Reaching above the valley, Flander noted the dark green poison mist still enveloping the area. After a moment of contemplation, he swallowed a detoxification pill and descended into the toxic haze. Yi Hai was cultivating at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. Over the past month, his soul power had increased to the 24th level. Had he not compressed it, it would have reached the 30th level, allowing him to acquire a soul ring. Douluo, through diligent effort, had also advanced to the 29th level, just 1 step away from obtaining a soul ring and becoming a 3-ring soul ancestor. After completing a full cycle of meditation, Yi Hai suddenly sensed something and opened his eyes to the sky. A gigantic cat eagle emerged from the dark green poison mist, swiftly approaching the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. The cat eagle spoke, Yi Hai, are you all right? Chapter 34. Half a year later, it was Flander's voice. Yi Hai's spirits lifted, and he immediately wanted to respond. But before he could speak, the cat eagle, transformed from Flander's martial spirit, swooped down as if to extract him from the hot spring. Yi Hai's pupils constricted. This was the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Even Douluo could only endure its extreme conditions for a brief moment. Flander would likely be reduced to nothing. No, Yihai shouted urgently. Flander was indeed aware of the extreme temperatures of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, but he believed that as a seven-ring soul saint, he could withstand it, just as Yihai, a mere soul master, had. Flander's speed was remarkable, and in an instant, he positioned himself just a meter above the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Just as his talons were about to touch the surface, a sense of danger surged through him, and he felt his fingertips begin to dissolve. Flander's pupils dilated in shock, and he flapped his wings, narrowly escaping the grasp of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. What in the world is this? He thought. This hot spring not only had extreme temperatures, but was also toxic. Yihai crawled out of the ice and fire yin-yang eye and dressed himself. Flander reverted from his martial spirit form and asked, "What is going on? Who is she?" He pointed at Douluo, who was secretly observing him. Yihai briefly recounted the events, omitting the details about being abducted by Douluo and the proposal to become his granddaughter's husband. He merely stated that he had developed an interest in poison and that Douluo had willingly offered to teach him. Upon hearing this, Douluo sighed in relief. She was worried that Yihai would report her, leading Flander to take her away as well. Flander frowned and remarked, "If Douluo is willing to impart his knowledge of poisons to you, that indeed is a great opportunity. Are you certain he has no ulterior motives?" "Douluo has no ulterior motives towards me. However, his granddaughter seems to have some interest in me," Yihai affirmed with a vigorous nod. Flander's tension eased, and he said, "That's good. What do you plan to return?" "Trek Academy has already commenced. I estimate I will be back in about half a year," Yihai pondered. "Very well," Flander replied. "Since you are safe, I will take my leave." With that, he transformed once more and soared into the sky. Yihai was undoubtedly under some form of constraint from Douluo, but the fact that he mentioned returning in half a year suggested that his situation was not critical. Since Yihai was unharmed, Flander deemed it unnecessary to engage Douluo in a confrontation. He decided to leave and reassess the situation in half a year. After Flander departed, Douluo approached Yihai, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. "Little brother, your elder has come. Why don't you return with him?" Yihai replied, "Though I was abducted by your grandfather, this has turned into a fortuitous encounter for me. Senior Douluo possesses extensive knowledge of toxicology, and I can learn a great deal. I have yet to gather all the medicinal herbs. Leaving now would be a significant loss." Noticing Douluo's apparent disappointment, he continued, "Moreover, having you by my side is quite pleasant." "Oomph, flattery won't work on me," Douluo huffed, though a smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Yihai was straightforward, but not foolish. Douluo listened to Douluo. If he could win her over, Douluo would not dare to harm him. The two, rare in their lack of cultivation, engaged in conversation. Douluo asked, "Little brother, your soul power has only increased by 1 level. Yet why do I feel your strength has improved even more than mine?" Yihai could now defeat Douluo in a mere 7 minutes, which puzzled her greatly. Yihai explained the concept of compressed soul power to Douluo, saying, "It's similar to the difference between soft soil and tightly packed soil. The latter is evidently more solid. My current soul power, if not compressed, is nearly at the 30th level, so naturally, you cannot compete with me." Douluo's eyes widened in realization, and she felt a wave of shock. She had initially believed Yihai's soul power to be at the 23rd level. As he had claimed, achieving 23 at the age of 6 was already remarkable, but to learn that it was the compressed level was astonishing. In reality, he had reached the 30th level. No wonder, Douluo muttered to herself, genuinely impressed this time. This younger brother, who was 7 years her junior, could only be described as an extraordinary prodigy. She set aside her arrogance. In front of Yihai, she was not a genius at all. If she wished to catch up to him, she would need to work much harder. Douluo fell silent and promptly sat cross-legged to resume her cultivation. Observing her unwavering dedication, Yihai felt a sense of amusement. It seemed that Douluo had indeed been motivated by him. Throughout the month, Yihai familiarized himself with all the medicinal herbs surrounding the ice and fire yin-yang eye. There was one particular herb that was exceptionally suited for Douluo. It would not only enhance her innate talent, but also elevate her martial spirit. Yihai planned to leave it for her when he departed. For now, however, he did not fully trust Douluo. Half a year swiftly passed. At this moment, Yihai had reached level 26, and the uncompressed soul power was beyond his calculation. He simply knew that he had grown immensely strong. His physical strength could seemingly absorb soul rings nearly 3,000 years old, and within less than a year, he would be capable of absorbing 5,000-year soul rings. The poison from Douluo was almost entirely eliminated, with over 90% of the toxins absorbed into the soul bone. Douluo's hair had returned to its normal grayish hue. After resolving the poison, Douluo attempted to rid Yi Hai of the source of the toxins, only to find that the source had vanished, absorbed by Yi Hai. Douluo could hardly believe his eyes. He could not fathom how Yi Hai had digested his toxic essence. Moreover, Yi Hai had gathered some celestial herbs into his pouch. Throughout the past 6 months, he had persuaded Douluo to procure various special vessels for him, made of jade, copper, and gold, into which he carefully placed the herbs he had selected, storing them in a soul guide device. This soul guide was a ring he had cleverly acquired from Douluo. Now, with his belongings prepared, Yi Hai was ready to embark on his journey back to Shrek Academy. After being away for more than half a year, he found himself missing Oscar. No, rather, he missed the days of teasing Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Xiao Wu. Though Yi Hai could also bully Douluo here, her frequent lack of resistance rendered it rather unexciting. With the poison cleared from Douluo, he was finally free to leave. Of course, before departing, Yi Hai would inform Douluo about the celestial herb he had left for Douluo, as well as the precious deadly sand herb. With this herb, Douluo could potentially elevate her soul power by at least 5 levels, and her martial spirit could evolve into the Emerald Phosphor Serpent, greatly enhancing her strength and accelerating her soul power cultivation. If Douluo consumed deadly sand, it could purify his toxins, possibly allowing him to progress further in the future. Douluo had always treated him kindly, and this was Yi Hai's way of expressing gratitude. Chapter 35. Return to Shrek after Yi Hai's departure. Douluo gazed at the nearly ravaged ice and fire Yin-Yang eye, a flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes. That rascal. If it weren't for Yin holding me back, I would have given him a good thrashing. He nearly stripped my herb garden bare. Yi Hai took all the usable celestial herbs, leaving behind only those laden with poison. Douluo consoled him. Grandfather, he did leave each of us a usable herb, right? Besides, you have no knowledge of their uses. If he wants them, let him have them. Douluo could only helplessly shake his head. His granddaughter had indeed taken a turn away from him. Approaching the deadly sand herb, he observed the minuscule flowers, each with a delicate fork, resembling grains of sand, clustered together in groups of dozens or hundreds. Yi Hai had advised Douluo to cultivate near the deadly sand first, allowing the pollen to enter his body and gradually acclimatize to its medicinal properties. Once his body adapted adequately, he could consume the flowers one by one. As Douluo stepped within a meter of the deadly sand, he felt a fine layer of pollen enter his lungs and subsequently into his bloodstream. His soul power began to circulate spontaneously. After a while, he closed his eyes to sense the changes. Indeed, his soul power had been purified to some degree, albeit faintly. It appeared to be a gradual process that would require 1 to 2 years for significant purification. However, this purified soul power opened up new possibilities for advancement. Yi Xiaozi was right, Douluo murmured to himself. He then turned his attention to another herb. Douluo's martial spirit was the Emerald Phosphor Serpent, which could only evolve into the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King after reaching level 70 through certain methods. Douluo had undergone this evolution himself, but Yi Hai had informed him that this celestial herb could potentially awaken Douluo's martial spirit earlier, perhaps allowing her to evolve into the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King. Right now, if what Yi Hai said was true, then Douluo's martial spirit would rival even the top-tier martial spirits, such as the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and the Haotian Hammer. Yin, come quickly and consume this herb. Douluo urged, his voice brimming with excitement. Douluo approached and, following Yi Hai's instructions, consumed the herb. In an instant, a green light erupted from the top of Douluo's head, enveloping her entire being. Yi Hai followed a caravan from Tiando City to Soto City, leisurely traversing the journey for a month until he finally arrived in Soto City. Entering Soto City felt akin to returning to Shrek Academy. Exiting the southern gate, Yi Hai had not walked long before he returned to the village, and upon seeing the rickety gate of Shrek Academy, he felt a wave of nostalgia. Yi Hai first returned to his wooden house. As he pushed the door open, a sudden blur caught his eye, and a soft body leaped into his embrace. Xiao Wu, with her long, toned legs wrapped around Yi Hai's waist and her arms draped over his shoulders, looked down at him, exclaiming, "Yihai, you finally returned. I was so bored without you. Oof. You heartless man. You brought me here and then ran off to have fun without me. You must have had exciting adventures these past 6 months. Hurry and tell me all about it." Yihai, helpless against the energetic Xiao Wu clinging to him, settled on the bed, saying, "But you could have bullied Oscar and Ma Hongjun, couldn't you? They haven't even obtained their soul rings yet. Together, they wouldn't stand a chance against you, would they?" Xiao Wu shook her head. "I've nearly knocked some sense into them. They've become dull. You're far more entertaining. Now, tell me, how did you leave the village? What have you been up to these past 6 months?" Yihai replied, "Honestly, it was rather dull for me too. I mostly stayed in one place training with no entertainment or excitement, not even as fun as your time here." He hesitated at this point. Under normal circumstances, Xiao would be expected to pick the heartbreak red flowers 6 years from now. Surely, she could not do so now. That little girl still retained the nature of a soul beast, always focused on play. Picking the heartbreak red required an unwavering love, something Xiao Wu evidently lacked. "Never mind. I'll think about it later," he decided, dismissing the thought. After briefly recounting his experiences over the past 6 months, Yihai immediately took Xiao Wu out of the wooden house. He intended to give Oscar and Ma Hongjun a good thrashing. Arriving at Ma Hongjun's home, Yihai directly lifted the sleepy Ma Hongjun. With his eyes closed, Ma Hongjun called out, "Principal, I'm training. I'll start immediately." Yihai chuckled, "Little fatty. It seems you've endured quite a bit of torment from the principal. Haven to you?" Ma Hongjun's martial spirit was the evil fire phoenix, a top-tier martial spirit with immense potential. Yet this little chubby boy was unmotivated. Flinders certainly would not allow Ma Hongjun to indulge himself, hence the pressure to train that had left him in such a state. Upon hearing Yihai's voice, Ma Hongjun opened his eyes, a hint of joy crossing his face. "Yihai, you're back?" Just as he finished speaking, a realization struck him, and the smile vanished from his face. "Yihai, what brings you here? I must warn you, I am about to become a soul master, so you cannot bully me anymore." Ma Hongjun recalled the fear that had consumed him 6 months prior. Dominated by Yihai's violent tendencies. "You are about to become a soul master? Why can't I strike you now?" Yihai inquired with a hint of amusement. "Because," Ma Hongjun replied, his eyes shifting, "I have acquired a soul ring, and I have grown stronger. It's not so easy for you to hit me anymore." Yihai, puzzled, responded, "Isn't it more exhilarating to hit someone? If they don't resist, what's the point?" Ma Hongjun thought to himself, "Why does it feel like this guy has become even more deranged after 6 months? What kind of elite academy has Yihai been attending?" Before he could utter another word, Yihai unleashed a flurry of blows upon Ma Hongjun. As he departed, Yihai remarked, "I'll return once you've gained a soul ring." Ma Hongjun, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes, gazed vacantly out the window. At this moment, the 6-year-old felt as if he had suddenly matured, burdened by pressures far beyond his years. "I must train. I must strive to surpass Yihai." After a brief moment of contemplation, he ignited with determination, proclaiming, "I am the chosen one, a man endowed with a supreme beast martial soul. What can Yihai's crude iron rod compare to me? Once I surpass him in strength, I will ensure he is incapacitated for days, a minute less, and I shall consider his resilience commendable." Chapter 36. I shall first address the traitor after venting his frustrations on Ma Hongjun. Yihai arrived at Shrek Academy. In the headmaster's office, he pushed open the door to find Flander reclining in a chair, feigning sleep, and Zhao Wujia seated cross-legged on the couch. In the corner, Li Yusong, Lu Qibin, and Xiao Xian were engaged in their own training. Upon hearing the door creak open, 5 pairs of eyes turned towards him. With an unperturbed demeanor, Yihai stepped inside, greeting them with a cheerful, "Good morning, esteemed teachers." Seeing Yihai, the group was momentarily taken aback. In an instant, all 5 figures rushed to stand before him, regardless of their previous positions, their faces illuminated with joy. "Little Yi, you've finally returned. I hope that old monster Douluo hasn't given you too much trouble during your absence. You wouldn't believe it. Without you here for over half a year, we've been devoid of students. The village has lost its liveliness in your absence. Little Wu may play, but as for causing a ruckus, no one can compare to you. It's a relief to have you back. We were even considering venturing into the Sunset Forest to find you if you hadn't returned." The 5 of them spoke in a chorus. Yihai, perplexed, inquired, "Before I left, there were so many prospective students. Did none meet the requirements?" for what the teachers conveyed. It seemed that Shrek Academy had become barren of students aside from him. Yet, how could it be that among the thousands who had applied over 6 months ago, not a single one qualified to enter Shrek? Flander sighed, an air of melancholy surrounding him. Li Yusong shook his head and explained. The multitude of children who applied were largely drawn by your reputation. Everyone wanted to see such a prodigy with twin martial souls and innate full spirit power. There were about a dozen who met the conditions to enter the academy, but most were nobles or sect disciples who looked down on our humble institution. Once they realized there were no so-called genius monsters here, they all withdrew to attend those elite academies. We, at Shrek, lack resources, a proper training environment, and our school is in disrepair, barely comparable to even basic junior soul master academies, let alone top-tier ones. Forget those people, Zhao Wujia bellowed. Now that we have Yi Hai, he is more formidable than all of them combined. Once Oscar and Ma Hongjun mature, they will join Shrek as well. Training the three of them is far more valuable than producing dozens of ungrateful brats. Yi Hai wholeheartedly agreed. One of him could easily surpass 100 or more talented students. Indeed, when I grow up, I will be able to take down their fathers without them even recognizing their own progeny. Zhao Wujia's face beamed with satisfaction. Just as he was about to encourage Yi Hai further, a bright voice echoed from behind him. What if they don't have a father? Yi Hai responded, while Zhao Wujia looked on in disbelief. With a swift motion, Yi Hai pulled Xiao Wu from behind him and quipped, Xiao Wu, tell me, who is without a father? Xiao Wu, with a serious expression, replied, you don't have a father. Yi Hai felt a momentary halt in his breath as an audacious aura radiated from Xiao Wu. He turned to Zhao Wujia, Flander, and the others, bowing slightly. Esteemed teachers, please bear with me. I have some family matters to attend to. I must first deal with this traitor. With that, he took Xiao Wu and exited the headmaster's office. Soon, sounds of commotion echoed from outside. 2 minutes later, Yi Hai returned, with Xiao Wu sporting 2 blackened eyes, trailing closely behind him. Zhao Wujia observed that despite having been reprimanded, Xiao Wu did not exhibit sorrow or negativity. Rather, she seemed invigorated. Yi Hai briefly recounted his experiences over the past 6 months, while Zhao Wujia shared the changes that had occurred at Shrek during that time. Finally, Zhao Wujia addressed Yi Hai, saying, Ma Hongjun has reached level 10. It's time for him to hunt for his first soul ring. I had intended to accompany him to the Douluo forest, but since you're back, you can take him. Ma Hongjun needed to hunt a spirit beast of around 400 years for his first soul ring. Yi Hai's formidable artillery, martial soul, possessed tremendous offensive power, capable of severely injuring a 4-ringed soul master. He was more than capable of guiding Ma Hongjun in this endeavor. Additionally, it would serve as an opportunity for Yi Hai to hone his survival skills and leadership abilities in the face of spirit beasts. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Hai agreed. Having not engaged in serious combat for over 6 months, he was eager to test his current prowess. Upon hearing Yi Hai's affirmative response, Zhao Wujia cautioned, the spirit beasts in the Douluo forest are not as docile as those in the hunting forest. It will be best for you to search within a 20-mile radius. The first 10 miles will yield 100-year-old spirit beasts, and beyond 30 miles, you may encounter 1,000-year-old ones. You must not venture deeper than 30 miles. Do you understand? Yi Hai nodded, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. The Douluo forest was home to many spirit beasts over 100,000 years old, including the formidable Tian, who boasted nearly 900,000 years of cultivation. The Douluo forest posed considerable danger. However, their objective was merely to locate a 400-year-old spirit beast for Ma Hongjun. Yi Hai planned to keep to the outskirts and avoid any potential hazards. Zhao Wujia concluded, very well, you shall set out tomorrow. Remember, safety comes first. Even if you cannot secure the soul ring, do not act recklessly, understood? Rest assured, Yi Hai replied confidently. I'm no longer a mere child. Zhao Wujia remarked, your reasoning is sound. I find myself unable to counter your logic. To offer you more advice is for your own good. This time, you must exercise utmost caution. Both Flander and I are counting on you to inherit Shrek Academy. Do not perish out there, Flander added. If you hadn't mentioned that last part, I might have considered taking care of you in your old age, Yi Hai retorted. You insolent brat. Flander scolded with a laugh. Do you think I would rely on you for my retirement? Just don't send me away early, and I will be eternally grateful. Yi Hai bid farewell and returned to Ma Hongjun's residence with Xiao Wu. Upon seeing Yi Hai, Ma Hongjun initially tensed, but then seemed to remember something and coldly remarked, "Humph, don't bother apologizing. I refuse to accept your apology." Looking at Ma Hongjuan's unattractive face, Yi Hai felt speechless. He kicked Ma Hongjun off the bed, delivering a series of blows. 1 minute later, Yi Hai sat on the bed while Ma Hongjun, with a face full of resentment, crawled up from the floor, his dark circles under his eyes deepening. Yi Hai said, "Prepare yourself. Tomorrow I will take you to hunt for a soul ring." Chapter 37. You may insult freely. Ma Hongjun paused, furrowing his brow. "I'm the chosen one and require the finest soul ring, specifically a 400-year-old one. You are merely a lowly second-ring great soul master. How can you hunt a 400-year-old soul beast?" Yi Hai glanced at Ma Hongjuan's unattractive, plump face and truly wondered where this guy's confidence stemmed from. He replied nonchalantly, "I don't wish to explain. If I say I have the ability, then I possess it. One more word, and I will strike you. Do you have any objections?" Ma Hongjun immediately fell silent, though he noted it down in his mental ledger. Yi Hai departed from Ma Hongjuan's home. "I want to go too," Xiao Wu exclaimed, clinging to Yi Hai's arm. Yi Hai casually replied, "I had no intention of leaving you behind. I will certainly take you with me tomorrow." A smile blossomed on Xiao Wu's face as she said, "Then you must always take me along when you go out. If you bring me, you must take responsibility for me." "Fine, I will take you." Yi Hai, understanding he would need Xiao Wu for his future endeavors, agreed. The next day, Yi Hai, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun set out for the Stardow Forest. Xiao Wu was exceedingly excited, bouncing along as if returning home. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but comment, "Sister Xiao Wu, are you going back to your family? Why do you seem so happy?" Xiao Wu playfully smacked Ma Hongjun on the head. "I'm only 6. Where'd I have a family to return to? I advise you to speak, lest if you cannot articulate properly, lest you invite disaster." Ma Hongjun replied, "Sister Xiao Wu, that was a bit too brutal, wasn't it?" The trio frolicked and played along the way, and after a day's journey, they arrived at the small town where Yi Hai had met Xiao Wu previously. Just before dusk, "Let us rest for the night and head to the Stardow Forest tomorrow," Yi Hai decided. "If we move quickly in the morning, we can return to Shrek Academy by nightfall." Naturally, Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu had no objections. They arrived at an inn, and Yi Hai requested, "2 rooms, please." The receptionist glanced at him and said, "I'm sorry, but we only have 1 room left." Yi Hai frowned. "Are you joking? Is your hotel really that popular?" This inn was conveniently located near the town's entrance, making it likely to attract guests, yet typically, the town did not see many visitors, especially with several hotels around. It seemed implausible that this inn was fully booked, unless it was some sort of hunger marketing strategy. The receptionist replied, "I'm not joking. We had 14 esteemed guests yesterday who took up all 14 rooms. Now, we only have 1 room left." 14 guests? Yi Hai was sensitive to the number 7 and its multiples. Could it be a team from some academy? After contemplating, he inquired, "How old are those people?" As he spoke, he slid a silver soul coin across the counter. The receptionist discreetly accepted it and smiled. "They're around 11 or 12 years old. Not much older than you, but they carry themselves with great pride and spend money without hesitation, indicating they likely come from a distinguished background." Yi Hai presented another silver soul coin and asked, "What does the leader look like?" The receptionist cheerfully accepted it and responded, "The most distinctive is a girl around 10 years old, with short golden hair, a perfect figure, and an enchanting gaze. I have never seen such an alluring girl. Golden hair, a perfect figure, and an enchanting gaze?" Yi Hai pondered seriously. Hulaina seemed to fit that description and demeanor, being around 11 years old. Yet it was highly unlikely she would come to the Stardow Forest. The Spirit Hall was extremely far from the Stardow Forest, requiring over a month of travel time. Given that the Spirit Hall had raised numerous soul beasts itself, Hulaina, at her age, would likely only need a soul ring of about 1,000 years. There would be no reason for her to venture so far. Unable to make sense of it, Yi Hai decided not to dwell further and said to the receptionist, "All right then, please book me a room." Ma Hongjun exclaimed excitedly, "Can I sleep with you guys too?" Yi Hai and Xiao Wu turned to Ma Hongjun simultaneously and asked, "What do you think?" Ma Hongjun's smile instantly froze, and he silently approached the receptionist, asking, "Do you have a storage room?" Ultimately, the 3 of them ended up sharing a room. Yi Hai and Xiao Wu took the bed, while Ma Hongjun slept on the floor. At 7 years old, and with Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu only 6, they were still children and didn't mind such arrangements. The night passed without incident. In the morning, Yihai woke naturally. He lifted Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun, one in each hand, and carried them downstairs. What time is it? We've finally gone out, and you want to even let me sleep in? Ma Hongjun rubbed his eyes, looking reluctant. Yihai kicked Ma Hongjun's plump backside. Aren't you the chosen one? Is this how a chosen one behaves? Sleeping in? Not training? Does having a turkey spirit make you special? Hearing Yihai's words, Ma Hongjun immediately widened his eyes and angrily pointed at Yihai. Don't insult me. My spirit is a phoenix, not a turkey. You may insult me, but not my spirit. Yihai looked at Ma Hongjun. So you're saying I can insult you? Ma Hongjun replied. Sister Xiao Wu rubbed her eyes, and upon hearing this, instantly lost her sleepiness, her face lighting up with excitement. Yihai, insult him. Hurry and insult him. Yihai cast a glance at Xiao Wu, bewildered by her inexplicable excitement, then turned to Ma Hongjun. You're both fat and ugly, lacking ambition, and your innate soul power is only level 8. What kind of so-called phoenix spirit do you have? What looks like yours? You wouldn't be able to attract a good woman. Yihai began to verbally bombard Ma Hongjun, his past self being quite adept at such verbal duels. Shut your mouth. Ma Hongjun's face turned as dark as charcoal, his eyes reddening. Yihai's words were deeply insulting, yet they were all painfully true. Yihai stole a glance at Ma Hongjun and continued his onslaught. 10 seconds later, Ma Hongjun pleaded, Brother, you're my brother. Can you please stop? I beg you. Yihai was nothing short of a demon, making Ma Hongjun feel as if life was worse than death, even leading him to contemplate why he was born as Ma Hongjun. Yihai looked at Ma Hongjun and asked, Now do you want me to insult your spirit? Ma Hongjun nodded eagerly. Please. Feel free to insult me. Yihai smiled, saying, Well, that is more like it. Soon, I will take your little turkey to hunt for a soul ring. Ma Hongjun pouted, nearly on the verge of tears. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the relentless Dean Flanders, who pressured him to cultivate daily, was, in comparison to Yihai, an exceptionally kind-hearted individual. Chapter 38. I never intended to ambush him. Yihai and Zhao Wuji had traversed this path once before, so this time Yihai felt quite familiar. The three departed from the small town, led by Yihai, and arrived at the Stardow Forest. Wow, is this the Stardow Forest? The trees are astonishingly tall, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, gazing in awe at the towering giants that reached dozens of meters in height. Xiao Wu smugly remarked, Look at your ignorance. The trees in the core area of the Stardow Forest are even taller than those on the outskirts, some exceeding 100 meters. Ma Hongjun, puzzled, asked, How do you know about the core area's conditions? Xiao Wu replied, Oh no, I let it slip. Quickly glancing at Yihai, she noticed he was unfazed, and she breathed a sigh of relief. She then playfully thumped Ma Hongjun on the head, saying, Sister Xiao Wu is well-versed in both astronomy and geography. What is there she doesn't know? Yihai casually inquired. What is 35 multiplied by 42? Xiao Wu. She cleared her throat and swiftly changed the subject. Let us hurry inside and not waste any more time. My martial soul is the fire phoenix. The dean mentioned that my soul ring must be of the fire attribute to purify and enhance my martial soul. Additionally, my martial soul is a powerful attack-type beast martial soul, so it needs to possess an aggressive nature, preferably with fire attribute attacks. Ma Hongjun explained. I understand. Yihai responded calmly. Noticing Yihai's indifferent demeanor, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but ask, Yihai, be honest with me. Can you really hunt a 400-year-old soul beast? Fire attribute soul beasts tend to be highly aggressive, and if your strength is average, it would be quite a challenge to face such a formidable opponent. If you truly can handle it, I fear it might take me an eternity to catch up to you. Yihai glanced at Ma Hongjun, causing him to immediately fall silent. Yihai replied coolly, You will find out shortly. There are numerous 400-year-old beasts in the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, many of which fit the criteria of being fire attribute and aggressive. Soon, Yihai located a soul beast that met all the requirements. The crimson-tailed firebird. This creature was entirely fire-red, adorned with fiery plumage and a long neck reminiscent of a crane. Pointing to the crimson-tailed firebird, Yihai spoke rapidly. That's the one. Fire attribute, attack type, 400 years old. Fatty, do you have any other requirements? That was quick. Ma Hongjun initially stood in shock, then his spirit soared. Great. That's the one. Upon hearing this, Yihai said no more. He flipped his palm, revealing his heavy artillery, martial soul. 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, pulsed around him. Whoa, A purple soul ring? Ma Hongjuan's eyes nearly bulged out upon seeing the purple thousand-year soul ring on Yihai. Can you absorb a thousand-year soul ring with the second one? Yihai, having no need to rely on his martial soul, had only revealed that he possessed 2 soul rings. The age and abilities of those rings remained unknown to Ma Hongjun. Now, witnessing Yihai's second soul ring being a thousand-year one, Ma Hongjuan's jaw nearly dropped. Who exactly is the chosen one here? Ma Hongjun exclaimed in astonishment. Yihai coldly retorted, "Shut up. If you scare away that crimson-tailed firebird, I'll get you a 10-year fire turkey soul beast as your soul ring." Ma Hongjun immediately silenced himself, trembling at the thought. This was truly terrifying. The 3 of them concealed themselves behind a cluster of bushes, peering through the gaps at the distant crimson-tailed firebird. Yihai readied his heavy artillery, adjusting the angle. He intended to strike the crimson-tailed firebird with his second soul skill, the laser cannon, and leave the finishing blow to Ma Hongjun. At this moment, Yihai was 30 meters away from the crimson-tailed firebird. He made a slight adjustment to his aim, and then the purple thousand-year soul ring on him suddenly glowed brightly. A laser, the width of a finger, shot forth from the cannon's mouth, traversing the 30 meters in the blink of an eye and striking the crimson-tailed firebird directly. The 400-year-old soul beast, evidently lacking in cunning, was struck squarely by the laser. The beam penetrated the junction of the crimson-tailed firebird's neck and body, delivering a devastating blow. With a mournful cry, the crimson-tailed firebird collapsed, its lower body crumpling to the ground, its neck falling limply as well. Yihai's attack had directly impacted the bird's spine. "Fatty, hurry! Finish it off, and you'll have your first soul ring," Yihai urged. Ma Hongjun, filled with excitement, dashed over, drawing his dagger and swiftly dispatching the crimson-tailed firebird. A ring of pale yellow light floated up from the fallen creature, slowly encircling Ma Hongjuan's head. Seeing this, Ma Hongjun sat cross-legged on the ground, ready to absorb the soul ring. 2 hours later, the pale yellow soul ring was completely absorbed by Ma Hongjun, who opened his eyes. A flicker of red flame danced in his gaze, and a jubilant smile broke across his face. "Ha! I am now a soul master," Yihai immediately reminded him. "Don't forget you still owe me 2 golden soul coins." The materials for Ma Hongjuan's awakening had been purchased with Yihai's money, and despite the passage of over half a year, Yihai had not forgotten. Ma Hongjuan's smile instantly froze. After a moment, Ma Hongjun grumbled, "I will pay you back." "Let us head back," Yihai declared. With that, Yihai turned to retrace his steps. Ma Hongjun watched Yihai's retreating figure, hesitating for a moment. Assessing his current strength, he felt he might not be a match for Yihai just yet, but if he were to attempt a sneak attack from behind. Ma Hongjun shook his head, deciding against taking the risk, knowing it would only lead to a severe beating. Xiao Wu tilted her head to glance at Ma Hongjun, grinning as she said, "Little fatty, I advise you not to entertain any foolish thoughts. I've tried ambushing Yihai from behind several times, and I've never succeeded. His second martial soul is extraordinarily swift. If you miss your chance, you can expect a thorough thrashing." Ma Hongjun protested innocently. "I never intended to ambush him." He certainly would not provide Yihai with another opportunity to thrash him. Xiao Wu burst into laughter, realizing that this little fatty had become more astute. Had he admitted to wanting to ambush Yihai earlier, he would undoubtedly have faced a beating. Bang! So absorbed in her laughter, Xiao Wu failed to notice that Yihai had halted in his tracks, resulting in her colliding with his back. "Why did you stop?" Xiao Wu asked, bewildered. Yihai spoke in a low tone. "There's movement ahead. Everyone be cautious." Ahead, the roars of soul beasts mingled with human shouts, suggesting that a considerable number of individuals were present. Chapter 39. A thousand-year soul ring? "Let's go take a look," Xiao Wu suggested. Yihai disregarded Xiao Wu's proposal entirely. She belonged to the type that thrived on chaos and in the Stardow Forest. Only a 100,000-year soul beast would dare to act so recklessly. Yihai planned to circumvent the area, given his current battle prowess. He estimated it surpassed that of a 3-ring soul master, yet remained beneath that of a 4-ring soul sect. While he was confident in his own abilities, Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun were merely 1-ring soul masters, pure burdens. Accompanying these 2 deadweights to witness the commotion was tantamount to courting death. Roar! A peculiar roar emanated from ahead. Xiao Wu tilted her head in contemplation and remarked to Yihai, It appears to be a charming fox approximately 1,500 years old. What do you say we take a look? Ma Hongjun, astonished, inquired, Sister Xiao Wu, how do you know that? It was already impressive that Yi Hai could determine the age of a soul beast by its appearance. But Xiao Wu's ability to discern it merely from the sound was quite extraordinary. After pondering for a couple of seconds, Xiao Wu replied, I guessed. Ma Hongjun retorted, do I look like a fool to you? Yi Hai shook his head firmly, asserting, this is far too dangerous. I must ensure that both of you return unscathed. Xiao Wu quipped, leaving behind a whole corpse would suffice. Yi Hai playfully lifted Xiao Wu and gave her 2 firm pats on her backside, exclaiming, you little rascal. This is what you get for being mischievous. It is said that humans experience a phase around the age of 7 or 8, where they can be quite troublesome. Xiao Wu, not yet 7, was already exhibiting such behavior. One could only imagine how she would be at 7. Xiao Wu covered her rear, her cheeks flushed, and protested. If you don't want to look, then don't. Why hit me? If I don't, you won't learn your lesson. Yi Hai retorted fiercely. Ma Hongjun stood there dumbfounded. Xiao Wu appeared almost demonic in front of him, seemingly intent only on venting her frustrations, and he was taken aback by her audacity before Yi Hai. Had she perhaps been influenced by Yi Hai's notorious mischief? After all, Yi Hai was infamous throughout the village for his antics. With Xiao Wu subdued, no one else dared voice their objections. The sound from ahead grew increasingly distinct, as if approaching their location, prompting Yi Hai to decide to leave before they were drawn into whatever commotion lay ahead. Just as the trio took a few steps, a pure white fox suddenly dashed out from a distance. Xiao Wu quietly remarked, that is the charming fox, exhibiting over 1,500 years of cultivation. Without needing her to elaborate, the encyclopedia of Douluo continent in Yi Hai's mind automatically turned to the page detailing the charming fox. Crouch down, Yi Hai commanded. As the 3 crouched, the charming fox was soon followed by 3 individuals. Leading the group was a short-haired youth, exuding an effeminate aura, with a hint of wickedness on his face. Following him were a boy and a girl. The girl, around 10 years old, had short golden hair and a perfect figure, while the boy, slightly older, had long crimson hair and dark red eyes, his physique exuding a sense of strength. Despite their youth, both boys appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old and bore 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. The girl had 2 yellow rings, which was slightly less impressive. Behind these 3 emerged 4 more individuals, 3 boys and 1 girl, all appearing to be in their early teens. Peering through the foliage, Yi Hai's eyes narrowed. It was truly Hulaina, Xieyu, and Yin, the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. What were they doing here? It seemed that Hulaina needed soul rings. Yet, charming fox, soul bees could be found in the hunting soul forest. Why venture so far into the Star Doe forest? Was it possible they shared Zhao Wujia's intention of training the golden generation? Yi Hai pondered silently. As the initial 7 youths advanced, another 7 appeared behind them, though these were notably less striking. They were all over 15 years of age and lacked the overwhelming confidence of their predecessors. The 14 individuals faced no other high-ranking soul masters. It appeared that Xieyu and Hulaina had indeed come here for training. Yi Hai nodded slightly. If their objective was merely to hunt 1,000-year soul beasts, having 14 soul masters above the second ring would pose no challenge. It seemed they were focusing on honing the commanding abilities of the golden generation. The charming fox, injured, continued to flee towards Yi Hai, while Xieyu, Hulaina, and Yin relentlessly pursued it. Observing this, Yi Hai shook his head and said to Xiao Wu, let's go. If it's just these 14 soul masters, I'm not particularly worried. Let the chips fall where they may. He then stood up from behind the bushes. In an instant, 6 pairs of eyes turned towards him. Continue as you were. Don't mind me, Yi Hai said nonchalantly. Just as he was about to lead Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun away, a boy from the group stepped forward, blocking their path. Stop. Who are you? The boy demanded. Yi Hai frowned and replied, what does it matter who I am? The boy looked down at Yi Hai with disdain, saying, kid, I'll give you one more chance. If you don't answer, I'll make you regret it. Yi Hai furrowed his brow. He could not comprehend why they were so intent on confronting him when he was merely passing by. Had his footsteps disturbed their peace? Xiao Wu leaned closer to Yi Hai and whispered, they think we're just kids and easy targets, so they're trying to bully us. Don't be afraid. Just deal with them. Noticing a glint of mockery and contempt in the boy's eyes, Yi Hai began to suspect that Xiao Wu's assessment might indeed be correct. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, what did you just ask me? The boy replied, who are you? What is your name? Yi Hai answered, "My surname is Ba. My given name is Ba. You may call me Ba Ba, or simply Ba." The boy was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in anger, pointing at Yi Hai and exclaiming, "You dare to make a fool of me?" With a smile, Yi Hai suddenly charged straight into the boy, elbowing him in the chest and executing a shoulder throw that sent him crashing down. "You, scoundrel!" The boy spat out the leaves in his mouth, furious. "I'll kill you. Martial spirit, manifest!" He bellowed, summoning a spectral brown bear behind him, with 2 yellow soul rings rising from beneath his feet. Once his martial spirit was activated, the boy lunged at Yi Hai. Yi Hai flipped his palm, producing a thick black cannon, as 1 yellow and 1 purple soul ring emerged beneath him. The first yellow ring shone brightly. Bang! The air cannon discharged with tremendous force, momentarily halting Yi Hai before he surged forward. "1,000-year soul ring!" The boy exclaimed in horror. The air cannon struck him, sending him hurtling away. Seizing the boy's leg midair, Yi Hai hurled him down with great force. Since beginning his physical training, Yi Hai had significantly enhanced his strength, and with this throw, the boy crashed to the ground, sending dry leaves swirling into the air. The boy lay dazed and injured, unable to rise, while the remaining observers, aside from the 3 Golden Generation members still chasing the charming fox, gaped in astonishment at the strikingly handsome young boy. Was this boy on some kind of medicine? How could he be so formidable? He was barely of age, yet already a second ring soul master, and his second soul ring was a purple 1,000-year ring. Defeating a second ring opponent with ease was truly terrifying. Chapter 40. Let us all attack together. The crowd stood in stunned silence for 3 seconds before someone finally reacted. "Let us all attack. Capture this little brat." Others quickly realized the situation, and 10 individuals surrounded Yi Hai and his companions. All 10 were soul masters of the second ring, each possessing 2 yellow 100-year spirit rings. They unleashed their martial spirits, fixating their gaze on Yi Hai, who stood at the center of the gathering. "Boy, tell me, who exactly are you?" A youth inquired with a stern voice. The earlier companion had indeed instigated trouble. Yet as a member of the team, he could not remain indifferent when his ally was assaulted. Yi Hai's melodious voice rang out. "Are you deaf? Did you not hear what I said?" The youth's lips twitched, his expression growing cold. He had never encountered such audacity in child. Yet, this boy possessed undeniable confidence, wielding a 1,000-year spirit ring despite being merely at the second ring. Without further ado, he resolved to capture Yi Hai first. In an instant, all 10 youths launched their attacks simultaneously. Yi Hai smiled, and his first spirit ring flickered 4 times in rapid succession. Grasping the end of a heavy cannon with his right hand, he adjusted the barrel's direction with his left. The cannon's muzzle shifted continuously. Bang, 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 bang. From 4 directions, front, back, left, and right, he fired an air cannon. The air cannon represented a sphere of highly compressed air, and upon detonation, it produced a formidable shockwave. While the damage was not severe, the area of effect was immense, and the impact was quite powerful. All 7 attacking soul masters, aside from the 3 support types, were forced back by the air cannons. "What the hell? I felt as if I was suddenly blasted back." One exclaimed, "What kind of spirit ability is this? It's astonishing." This was merely his 100-year spirit ring's ability. One could only imagine the might of his 1,000-year spirit ring skill. Let us all attack together. I refuse to believe he can continuously unleash such powerful spirit abilities. The 7 soul masters charged forward once more. Yi Hai laughed heartily and said to Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun, "I'll handle 6. You 2 can take the last one. Don't say I don't let you play." With that, his 100-year spirit ring flashed twice, and he unleashed an air cannon to the right and rear. He then swiftly turned the cannon to face forward, and his 1,000-year spirit ring blazed to life. A brilliant purple light erupted, shooting a dazzling beam directly at the youth in front. The youth's heart constricted in an instant as an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him. Without a moment's hesitation, he rolled to the side. The next moment, a searing pain shot through his calf, and he stifled a groan, glancing down to see a gaping wound with a charred mark the size of a thumb. 2 youths stood before Yi Hai. After firing the laser cannon, he could not release a second attack in time. The spotted leopard soul master lunged at him. At that moment, the spotted leopard soul master extended his claws, aiming for Yi Hai's head. Yi Hai raised the heavy cannon above him. The claws scraped against the cannon with a shrill sound, but Yi Hai remained steadfast, unyielding against the assault. His physical prowess, honed over half a year of training, surpassed that of a third-ring soul elder. His strength was formidable enough to rival even a fourth-ring soul master of the assault type. He was far from being shaken by a mere second-ring agility type. Yihai lifted his right leg and delivered a kick that sent the spotted leopard soul master flying. He then turned the cannon's muzzle, firing 2 more air cannons to the right and rear. After releasing the 2 air cannons, he did not wait to see the outcome. The heavy cannon vanished, and a shadow of blood appeared behind him. Yihai moved like a phantom, catching up to the spotted leopard soul master, seizing his wrist, and swinging him down from the air. Bang! The spotted leopard soul master crashed heavily to the ground, scattering dry leaves in a whirlwind. Cough! The spotted leopard soul master spat out a mouthful of leaves, having nearly been crushed by Yihai's attack. His chest throbbed with pain, and he could not even tell how many ribs he had broken. Yihai summoned the heavy cannon once more, firing an air cannon that sent the 2 soul masters behind him reeling. "You coward! Come and face me!" the enraged soul master shouted, nearly losing his sanity. Yihai raised an eyebrow and grinned. "Very well, I'll deal with you first." After knocking back the 2 soul masters on his right with an air cannon, he turned the cannon's muzzle toward the one who had spoken. The purple light flashed, and a brilliant beam shot forth. "What in the world is that?" the soul master exclaimed in horror, hastily dodging. He avoided a fatal blow, but was nonetheless struck, a hole appearing in his shoulder. Witnessing this, Yihai mused. The laser cannon is quite swift, but over longer distances, it becomes easier for opponents to evade. I must find a way to address this issue when searching for spirit rings. The remaining soul masters posed little threat. Yihai swiftly dispatched them, along with the 3 support-type soul masters, leaving them all incapacitated. At this moment, Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun still struggled against the soul master Yihai had left for them. Ma Hongjun had just acquired his spirit ring and was still unfamiliar with it, unable to aim his fire accurately. Xiao Wu, though experienced in combat, faced difficulties taking on a second-ring opponent as a first-ring soul master. Yihai charged in, resolving the situation effortlessly. From a moment he engaged in battle until the last soul master was defeated, the entire encounter lasted no more than 10 minutes. This was a testament to Yihai's overwhelming firepower. He patted Ma Hongjun's shoulder and remarked, "Little chubby, you're not cutting it. This is just fluff." Ma Hongjun replied, "Since yesterday, my nickname has changed 3 times. Little fatty, little turkey, little chubby. Can't you be a devoted man? Are all men so fickle nowadays?" While Yihai was dispatching these youthful soul masters, Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yin surrounded Charming Fox, ultimately slaying it. As the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, their talents and combat skills were formidable. 2 third-ring soul elders and 1 second-ring soul master managed to take down a soul beast over 1,500 years old, showcasing their strength. However, there remained a disparity compared to Yihai. Yihai cast a glance at Xiaoyu and the others, contemplating giving them a good thrashing. But he reconsidered due to Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun's presence, ultimately dismissing the thought. "Let us go," Yihai said nonchalantly. Suddenly, a sharp sound of wind sliced through the air from a distance, and a faint sense of danger flickered in Yihai's mind. He sidestepped to evade the attack. Turning to look, he saw a crescent-shaped weapon arcing back to Xiaoyu, who caught it with one hand, gazing coldly at Yihai. "You think you can leave after attacking members of the Spirit Hall?" Upon hearing this, Yihai's face broke into a radiant smile. He cracked his knuckles and replied, "Very well, I shall not leave." Chapter 41. The Calabash Boy seeks his grandfather. Seeing Yihai's reaction, Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. His brow furrowed in confusion. This boy's response was not what he had anticipated. Xiaoyu had thought that merely invoking the name of the Spirit Hall would either terrify the boy into submission or at least diminish his bravado. However, he was astonished to find that the boy seemed even more excited at the mention of the Spirit Hall. What was going on? Do not waste time talking to him. Incapacitate him first. Yin, suppressing his anger, declared. Hulaina cast a glance in their direction and said in a low voice, "This little fellow knows how to exercise restraint. He has not harmed our people. You should not be so quick to incapacitate others." Yin retorted angrily, "He has struck one of our Spirit Hall members. If word gets out, what face would the Spirit Hall have left? He must be severely punished. That requires you to possess the strength to do so." Yihai exclaimed loudly, simultaneously brandishing a long, dark cannon, aimed at Xiaoyu and his companions. "Come on, stop dawdling. Let us get straight to the point. If you win, you may do as you please. If I win, I shall give you a good beating." Yin gazed at Yi Hai in disbelief, murmuring, "This kid dares to take the initiative against us? Even if he does not know who we are, can he not see that we have 2 soul respect and 1 great soul master on our side? How does a mere second-ring great soul master find the courage to challenge the 3 of us?" Hulaina was momentarily taken aback. The audacity of this young boy was beyond her comprehension. Only Xiaoyu smirked slightly and said, "Very well, this boy possesses great courage and sufficient talent. There is no need to incapacitate him. Let him join our spirit hall. His future achievements will not be inferior to ours." After a moment, Xiaoyu continued, "Now, let's assess his strength. You need not intervene. I shall handle this myself." Before he finished speaking, Xiaoyu's figure blurred, and in the span of mere moments, he closed the distance to within 10 meters of Yi Hai. "Step aside," Yi Hai commanded in a deep voice, directing the cannon at Xiaoyu and firing an air cannon with a resounding bang. Xiaoyu casually unleashed his moonblade, shattering the air cannon from a distance. His speed was unimpeded, and he swiftly closed the gap to Yi Hai. This air cannon needs enhancement. It possesses impact, but lacks damage capability, Yi Hai silently assessed. Xiaoyu retracted his moonblade, now within 3 meters of Yi Hai. Yi Hai remained unperturbed, aiming the cannon at Xiaoyu. And his purple millennium spirit ring glimmered to life. Xiaoyu's heart tightened, an overwhelming sense of danger flooding his mind. He immediately sidestepped, narrowly evading Yi Hai's laser cannon. Out of the corner of his eye, Xiaoyu saw the beam of light pierce through 5 massive trees before dissipating, causing his eyelids to twitch slightly. What kind of soul skill is this? The damage is truly terrifying. Xiaoyu's heart sank, setting aside the boy's strength for now. The damage from this soul skill is undoubtedly worthy of the term horrific. Xiaoyu, a speed-oriented soul master, moved swiftly around Yi Hai, striking with his moonblade, slashing and cutting with remarkable skill. Yi Hai furrowed his brow and promptly retracted the cannon, a blood shadow appearing behind him. In an instant, Yi Hai's body transformed into an illusion, a dagger materializing in his palm as he engaged Xiaoyu in a counterattack. Xiaoyu had 3 soul skills, but Yi Hai's power was slightly greater, and their speeds were both exceedingly fast, resulting in a stalemate. "You possess twin martial souls. You are indeed a twin martial soul," Xiaoyu exclaimed in disbelief. Yi Hai paid no heed to Xiaoyu. He was dissatisfied with this outcome. Even if one were to consider soul power alone, he far surpassed the 30th level. Moreover, his physical prowess greatly exceeded Xiaoyu's. How could he not defeat Xiaoyu? "Am I truly this weak?" Xiaoyu said. "Little brother, how about you join our spirit hall? Our academy boasts teachers of titled Douluo caliber, abundant resources, and a perfect training environment, unmatched by any other academy." Yi Hai dismissed Xiaoyu's words, allowing them to drift away. He furrowed his brow in contemplation, battling Xiaoyu while pondering how to overcome him. "With both of my martial souls, I can only hold Xiaoyu at bay, but cannot best him. The cannon martial soul lacks agility, while the vampire martial soul does not deliver sufficient damage. Furthermore, the laser cannon soul skill consumes too much soul power at full capacity. I can only fire a dozen shots." After a moment of reflection, Yi Hai's mind began to formulate a plan. He pushed Xiaoyu back and transformed his martial soul once more, producing the cannon in his hands. The purple millennium spirit ring glimmered to life. A dazzling beam of light shot forth, but Xiaoyu deftly evaded it. However, the beam struck a tree, piercing through a massive trunk. Yi Hai reduced his soul power output. Even if this laser cannon struck Xiaoyu, it would merely injure him without killing him. Yi Hai had no intention of killing Xiaoyu. By reducing his soul power output, he could sustain the cannon's fire for at least 100 shots. The Millennium Spirit rings on Yi Hai continuously illuminated, unleashing brilliant beams of light towards Xiaoyu as if they were free of cost. "What the hell? Have you taken drugs?" Xiaoyu found himself under relentless fire from the laser cannon, which was both swift and powerful. While dodging, he was struck by one beam, leaving a charred mark on his side. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Hai kicked Xiaoyu down and began to pummel him mercilessly. "Brother." Hulaina saw Xiaoyu falter against Yi Hai, and her face flushed with anger as she charged at Yi Hai. Hulaina's strength was inferior to Xiaoyu's, and she was not adept at one-on-one combat. Within a few exchanges, she found herself knocked to the ground, face first in the dirt. Finally, Yi Hai turned his gaze to Yin. Flames erupted around Yin as he roared in fury. "You seek death. Yi Hai scoffed. Your leader has already been dealt with. Do you think you can turn the tide? Xiaoyu had a significant advantage over Yi Hai, as his speed and high attack power countered Yi Hai's long-range attacks. If Xiaoyu could be subdued, how much easier would it be to deal with Yin, who lacked speed? In just 5 minutes, Yi Hai had Yin pinned to the ground. Yi Hai looked down at the three of them sprawled on the ground and remarked with a smile, "You truly are like the gourd baby seeking their grandparent." Had the three of them combined their efforts to attack Yi Hai, he would not have found it so easy to overpower them. Yet, they chose to approach him one by one. Yi Hai could hardly disappoint them. Could he? He could only reluctantly oblige and give them a good thrashing. What a splendid day this is. It has been a long time since I experienced such ease. Yi Hai laughed heartily, departing with Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun. After Yi Hai had left for quite some time, Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yin remained, staring blankly at the sky. They could not fathom how they had been defeated by a 6- or 7-year-old child. Chapter 42. Your Holiness the Pope. You may not believe it. Sister, you should absorb the soul ring first. Otherwise, the charming fox soul ring will dissipate, Xiaoyu said after contemplating life for a while. Hulaina, having calmed somewhat, nodded in agreement and approached the charming fox to begin absorbing the soul ring. She had just slain the charming fox, but had not absorbed it immediately. A light purple halo began to form around the charming fox, slowly drawn toward her head. 2 hours later, Hulaina opened her eyes, a fleeting flash of purple light passing through her gaze. Having absorbed the charming fox as soul ring, her soul power had now reached the 31st level, and she was still only just over 10 years old. To become a 3-ring soul respect at such a young age was indeed a rarity in the history of the Spirit Hall. However, there was no trace of pride on Hulaina's youthful face, only a heaviness of heart. Half a day ago, Hulaina would have been full of self-satisfaction, but after being thoroughly beaten by that little boy 2 hours prior, she felt none of that pride. Now, she bore the telltale signs of her defeat, 2 dark circles under her eyes. Let us head back, Xiaoyu said calmly. After the past 2 hours, it was time for him to return as well. Yin approached, and the three exchanged glances. Upon seeing each other's panda eyes, silence enveloped them. 2 soul emperors and a grand soul master had been bested by a mere 6- or 7-year-old child. The trio, hailed as the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, had been vanquished by a child. Damn it, if I ever encounter that brat again, I swear I'll skin him alive, Yin exclaimed, pounding his fist against a nearby tree, gritting his teeth in anger. Xiaoyu sighed. We first need to train, otherwise, next time, we'll be the ones getting beaten again. We were in the wrong, bullying a child, and in the end we still got thrashed. This is truly humiliating. As he spoke, Xiaoyu felt tears welling up. He was just a 12-year-old child. Why should he be subjected to such harsh realities? Let's go back, he finally declared. Not long after Xiaoyu and his companions departed, a colossal figure slowly made its way onto the land. This imposing figure exuded a formidable presence akin to a mountain, its fur a deep black. Even on all fours, its shoulders towered over 10 meters. If it stood upright, it would likely exceed 20 meters in height. This towering entity was none other than the Titan Great Ape, the king of the forest. At that moment, the Titan Great Ape sensed the atmosphere around and scratched its head, muttering, "Has Sister Xiao Wu already left? Wasn't she here to obtain a soul ring?" Unable to comprehend, it followed Xiao Wu's scent for a while until it neared the edge of the Stardow forest, where it finally halted its steps. Sigh. Sister Xiao Wu has gone to the human world. It will be hard to see her again. I truly miss the old days, the Titan Great Ape murmured, turning back toward the depths of the Stardow forest. At the Spirit Hall in Soto City, Xiaoyu led his team back. The 14 young men and women who had ventured to the Stardow forest to hunt for soul beasts were all students of the Spirit Hall Academy. The most gifted among them, representing the first and second teams. They never anticipated that they would stumble not against a 1,000-year soul beast, but rather fall flat before a mere 6- or 7-year-old child. Xiaoyu returned to the Spirit Hall in Soto City, weary and worn. The other 11 were taken away for treatment, while the trio exchanged glances. Finally, Xiaoyu said, "Let us face the Pope. Whether we stick our necks out or hide, we cannot escape this." Hulaina forced a wry smile. I doubt the teacher would believe us even if we told the truth. The three arrived at a study, and Hulaina hesitated before knocking on the door. "Come in," a magnetic, authoritative, composed, and noble female voice resonated from within. Hulaina pushed the door open, followed closely by Xiaoyu and Yin. "Teacher, Your Holiness. They all bowed in respect. Hulaina cautiously lifted her gaze to the figure seated behind the desk. Clad in a luxurious robe adorned with golden patterns, wearing a 9-curved purple gold crown, and beside her lay a scepter encrusted with countless jewels, she possessed an ethereal beauty, as if meticulously sculpted by a divine hand. This figure was, of course, Bibi. After finishing a note in her hand, Bibi looked up and casually glanced at the trio. In the next moment, her gaze became slightly fixated, locking onto the dark circles around Hulaina's eyes. Nana, have you all been sleeping poorly these past few days? Bibi inquired uncertainly. Hulaina sighed and unexpectedly performed an action that took Bibi by surprise. With a thud, Hulaina knelt on the ground, her forehead pressed against the floor, and a muffled voice emerged. Please punish me, teacher. Yin and Xiaoyu, behind Hulaina, also knelt, saying, Please punish us, your holiness. A flicker of astonishment crossed Bibi's eyes, her brow furrowing slightly as she spoke. Nana, what has happened? Hulaina remained with her head down, silent. Bibi sighed inwardly, recognizing that her student was exceptional in every regard, talented, possessing a remarkable martial soul, and stunningly beautiful, but also stubborn and inflexible. Xiaoyu, you speak, Bibi commanded, turning her attention to him. Xiaoyu gathered his thoughts and replied, Your Holiness, you may not believe this, but we were beaten by a 6 or 7-year-old child. He then recounted the events in detail. Bibi listened in silence. After a long pause, she asked, Did you inquire about his name or the sect or family he belongs to? Xiaoyu shook his head, we asked, but he did not disclose anything. A twin martial soul, and at only 6 or 7 years old, possessing 2 soul rings, the second of which is a 1,000-year level. Bibi mused, her brow furrowing in contemplation. Do you recall what the child looked like? Xiaoyu nodded. I would recognize him even if he turned to ash. Bibi nodded. Have a painter capture his likeness and send people to secretly search for this child. I want to know all his information. You will return to the Spirit Hall Academy and be confined for 6 months without any leisure, only allowed to train. This will serve as your punishment. Do you have any objections? We will abide by your holiness's teachings. Xiaoyu and Yin replied in unison. You may leave. Nana, stay behind, Bibi instructed. Xiaoyu and Yin cautiously exited, leaving only Bibi and Hulaina in the study. Hulaina remained kneeling on the ground, not rising. Bibi stepped out from behind the desk and approached Hulaina, her calm voice resonating. Nana, rise. Life is not always a smooth path. Encountering some setbacks may not be a bad thing for you. At those words, Hulaina slowly lifted her upper body, her small face streaked with tears, and sobbed, Teacher, I cannot accept that I was beaten by a 6 or 7-year-old child. Bibi's lips curved ever so slightly as she calmly replied, But you are only 10 yourself. Hulaina paused her tears, tilting her head in contemplation, realizing the truth in those words. However, she soon shook her head, pouting as she protested. But it's different. That child is incredible. His strength surpasses anyone I've seen at his age, even rivaling some 4-ring soul masters. Teacher, have you ever encountered someone of 4-ring soul master caliber at 6 or 7 years old? Bibi shook her head dismissively. If this child is as you say, he is likely a genius even more exceptional than Tang Hao, with the potential to achieve title Douluo before the age of 40. However, Nana, you must understand that there are many geniuses in this world. There may have been those more talented than Tang Hao before, but only Tang Hao has made history. Genius does not guarantee eternal success. Even the most gifted may not live to see the day they become title Douluo. Envy and jealousy will not bestow you with additional strength. What you can do is to train diligently and surpass those geniuses. Teacher, I think I understand. Hulaina said thoughtfully, What would you do if you found that little boy? Bibi replied nonchalantly, I would have him join the Spirit Hall, to be at my disposal. Hulaina gasped, Teacher, didn't you say that genius does not guarantee perpetual genius? Bibi cast a faint glance at Hulaina and said, I am merely offering you comfort. Chapter 43. Do not let me catch up with you. It was certain that the Spirit Hall was off limits. Going there would only lead to capture. While the thrill of the escapade was undeniable, the repercussions were rather severe. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Yihai pondered over this matter. He had struck down Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yin, which would undoubtedly attract the attention of the higher-ups at the Spirit Hall, even the Pope Bibi herself. If he dared to venture back to the Spirit Hall, his presence would surely be detected. Currently, I am a second ring soul master, receiving 10 gold soul coins from the Spirit Hall each month. Within a year and a half, I could ascend to a third ring soul elder and claim 100 gold soul coins. The transition from a third ring soul elder to a fourth ring soul sect requires at least 3 to 4 years. By this calculation, I would be incurring a loss of a staggering 100 million. Yihai was disheartened to confront the illustrious generation of the Spirit Hall. He had indeed invested heavily. Without the prospect of receiving subsidies from the Spirit Hall, Yihai would need to devise a means to generate income. However, there was no immediate rush. He still possessed nearly 300 gold soul coins, sufficient to last him quite a while. Yihai formally commenced his studies at Shrek Academy. At this time, the academy had 5 teachers but only 1 student, which was indeed a curious phenomenon. During the day, Yihai trained in practical combat alongside Zhao Waoqi and others, striving to unlock the potential of his martial soul. As for the soul beast knowledge imparted by them, Yihai paid it no heed. With the encyclopedia of Douluo continent at his disposal, he possessed a far deeper understanding of soul beasts than even the so-called Master Yu Shaojiang. In the evenings, Yihai devoted himself to cultivation. Each morning, he would procure 2 recovery sausages from Oscar, which rejuvenated him from the fatigue of his nightly training. Thus, a month passed in this manner. After a month, Yihai ceased attending classes during the day. He realized that these instructors had less knowledge about his martial soul than he possessed. This was hardly surprising, considering that no one in this era had ever encountered firearms. "You boy, why have you stopped attending classes?" Zhao Waoqi bellowed outside Yihai's door one morning. Yihai opened his eyes and replied, "Teacher Zhao, what do you believe you can still teach me?" Zhao Waoqi paused momentarily before shouting again, "Come out here and let me show you what I can teach." Upon hearing this, Yihai stepped outside. Zhao Waoqi seized Yihai by the collar and inquired, "Do you think you can defeat me?" Zhao Waoqi had anticipated that this would intimidate Yihai, but to his astonishment, Yihai merely nodded and said, "If you suppress your soul power to match mine, I could certainly make it so you cannot get out of bed." Zhao Waoqi, furious yet amused, declared, "Very well. I shall see how you intend to prevent me from getting out of bed." Having a fiery temperament, he promptly initiated the confrontation. Zhao Waoqi suppressed his soul power to level 26 and lunged at Yihai with a powerful strike. Yihai conjured a long, dark cannon, firing an air cannon that sent Zhao Waoqi sprawling. Zhao Waoqi's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Yihai. "How has your soul skill become so powerful?" "No, something is amiss. It is not the soul skill. It is your soul power. You are not at level 26. Yihai chuckled softly, seizing Zhao Waoqi's right leg midair, and forcefully slammed him to the ground. Boom! Zhao Waoqi's body crashed against the earth, sending dust swirling around them. "Damn it, you little rascal. Are you playing for real?" Zhao Waoqi, covered in dirt, rose to his feet. Although his physique was that of a 7-ring soul sage, Yihai had not truly harmed him. Though unharmed, being knocked to the ground and tasting dirt was undeniably embarrassing. Zhao Waoqi clenched his fists and exclaimed, "You boy, you dare deceive me? Just wait and see how I will deal with you." As he spoke, the aura of a 7-ring soul sage surged forth, aiming for Yihai. Seeing this, Yihai took to his heels. If he did not run now, he would find himself unable to get out of bed. Zhao Waoqi had assumed that unleashing his soul skill would allow him to quickly catch up to Yihai, but to his surprise, even with his tracking abilities, he still could not close the distance. Yihai's speed had improved significantly compared to over 6 months ago. Zhao Waoqi bellowed, "Yihai, do you dare to stop and face me in a one-on-one duel?" Realizing Zhao Waoqi could not catch him, Yihai felt a wave of relief and laughed heartily. "Come on, old man. If you can catch me, I will let you have your way." "Damn it, do not let me catch you." Zhao Waoqi detected the mockery in Yihai's tone, and fury ignited within him. Yihai began to lead Zhao Waoqi in circles, first around the village, which was quite small, only 3 kilometers for a complete lap. After 10 laps, he headed towards Soto City. Zhao Waoqi furrowed his brow, pondering, "This kid has extraordinary stamina. Running 10 laps around the village amounts to 30 kilometers, and he is merely 7 years old. Where does he derive such endurance?" Observing Yihai's demeanor, it seemed he was not yet satisfied and was now heading towards Soto City. These thoughts flitted through Zhao Waoqi's mind. He had no time to dwell on them as he pursued Yihai. If he did not hurry, he would lose sight of Yihai altogether. Soon, the imposing walls of Soto City appeared in the distance. As Yihai approached the city, he turned a corner and dashed toward the east city gate. Soto City was significantly larger than the village. Zhao Waoqi struggled to catch up to Yihai, who upon reaching the east city gate, did not enter the city, but instead began to circle it. Zhao Waoqi quickly realized that Yihai intended to challenge him to a test of endurance. With a cold smirk, Zhao Waoqi thought, "My martial soul is the powerful diamond bear. Bears are known for their exceptional stamina. This kid dares to compete with me in endurance? He is courting disaster. Just wait and see if I can wear you out." With that, Zhao Waoqi plunged headlong after Yihai. Out of the corner of his eye, Yihai noticed Zhao Waoqi closing in, but maintained a stoic expression as he continued to run forward. He was determined to test the limits of his endurance. Since obtaining the Douluo cultivation manual, Yihai had trained diligently for nearly a year. During this time, he had no idea just how resilient he had become. In addition to practicing the Douluo cultivation manual, Yihai had consumed the rare herbs 8-star ice grass and fiery apricot blossom, and had also ingested heavenly jade spirit essence. Training for over 7 months at the Eye of Ice and Fire, Yihai was now uncertain of where his limits lay. At this moment, with Zhao Waoqi, sturdy and remarkably enduring, serving as a benchmark, Yihai was eager to push his limits. "Let me see if I can exhaust this formidable black bear," Zhao Waoqi, "before I reach my limit. If I cannot, then I shall simply accept my misfortune." A glimmer of determination shone in Yihai's eyes as he pressed onward. The two began to chase and evade, circling Soto City. Chapter 44. That thing restores vitality as the sun began to set. The silhouettes of the large and small figures were elongated by the evening glow, casting 2 shadows. "You boys stop right there," Zhao Waoqi gasped, struggling to catch his breath. He truly had not anticipated that Yihai's stamina would be so formidable. Yihai had led him around Soto City for 7 or 8 laps, covering a distance exceeding 1,000 miles. This was nothing short of terrifying. He was now utterly fatigued, panting heavily, while Yihai ahead of him still had the energy to run. Zhao Wuji was left utterly astonished, his mouth agape. Could this lad possibly be born under the sign of the ox? His physical stamina was nearly on par with mine. How exaggerated could this be? If Yi Zayatsi were to marry in the future, who could possibly endure him? With thoughts racing, Zhao Wuji bellowed at the figure ahead, "Yi Zayatsi, I shall no longer pursue you. Halt at once." Yihai, panting even more heavily than Zhao Wuji, felt his heart thundering like a drum. Yet, his eyes sparkled with fervor. Surpassing his physical limits unleashed a peculiar energy within him, a blend of ice and fire that replenished his body. This was the energy from the 8-angled xianbing grass and the blazing apricot blossom. Yihai had not anticipated that such a method, pushing his body to its extremes, could forcefully unlock his potential. With this intertwining energy, he was able to continue running, having broken through his physical limits twice. Yihai had finally exhausted Zhao Wuji to the point of near collapse. However, after these 2 breakthroughs, Yihai himself could hardly continue. Their pace had both slowed considerably. Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's words, Yihai wasted no time and sprinted towards Shrek. Zhao Wuji, gasping for breath, remarked, "Are you afraid I won't keep my word?" Yihai shot back indeed. Zhao Wuji, in a fit of rage, chuckled darkly, "You think I would go back on my word?" He paused briefly, his soul rings suddenly aglow, activating his 5th soul skill, target tracking. In an instant, he closed the gap between himself and Yihai. Yihai, startled, quickened his pace and narrowly dodged Zhao Wuji's outstretched hand. Daring not to lose focus, he dashed towards Shrek. Soon, he returned to the village and reached Oscar's residence. "Oscar, quickly bring me some sausages," Yihai shouted, not pausing as he sprinted away. Zhao Wuji contemplated his next move, but decided against continuing the chase. He entered Oscar's wooden cabin and called, "Oscar, bring me some sausages." Oscar looked at him curiously, asking, "Director Zhao, what kind of training have you been undertaking?" At that moment, Zhao Wuji was panting heavily, steam rising from his head, appearing almost ethereal. Glaring at Oscar, he replied, "That brat Yi managed to outpace me." Oscar, puzzled, responded, "Yihai, shouldn't you have caught him and given him a good thrashing?" He added calmly, "Director Zhao, I'm not trying to incite you, but if it were me, I would break his legs for running circles around me." You have too much patience. You can't let Yihai get away with this. Zhao Wuji's expression darkened as he shot a glare at Oscar. Do you think I wouldn't want to teach him a lesson? I simply cannot catch him. Impossible. Oscar exclaimed in disbelief. How can that be? Yihai is merely a second ring soul master, while you are a seventh ring soul saint. How could you not catch up to him? Your martial spirit is the powerful golden bear. You should be able to outlast him. Zhao Wuji scoffed. Do you think I'm joking? That brat must have consumed something extraordinary. His stamina is simply inhuman. Once I catch him, I will make sure to teach him a lesson. With that, he exited Oscar's cabin. Once Zhao Wuji departed, Oscar murmured to himself, could it really be Yihai that teacher Zhao is speaking of? I saw him just a few days ago, and he is but a second-ring soul master. How could his stamina possibly compare to teacher Zhao's? This was simply too shocking. Lost in thought, a small figure darted inside. Oscar's face twitched upon seeing the familiar silhouette. Yihai had shaken off Zhao Wuji and returned to Oscar's cabin. Oscar, quickly bring me some sausages. He gasped, noticing that Yihai appeared in a state akin to Zhao Wuji's. Oscar couldn't help but inquire, Yihai, did you really just compete in stamina with teacher Zhao? Yihai nodded casually, of course. If old Zhao wanted to beat me, I couldn't just let him do as he pleased, could I? I ran, he chased. After a whole day, he still couldn't catch me. And now I have no idea where he is. Oscar gasped in astonishment. You actually managed to outrun teacher Zhao? Where did you get such remarkable stamina? Yihai chuckled. Perhaps I was simply born with exceptional endurance. Oscar rolled his eyes. Stop joking. I know how you were as a child. We grew up together. Yihai devoured several sausages that Oscar provided, feeling a gentle warmth spreading throughout his body, easing the exhaustion that had settled in after reaching his limits. He extended his hand. Another few, please. I'm quite fond of these sausages. Oscar prepared 3 more and, with curiosity, asked, most people feel some reluctance after hearing my incantation and consuming my sausages, yet you seem entirely unfazed. What is there to be concerned about? Yihai replied, while eating, I've had bullwhips before. Your mere incantation is nothing to worry about. Oscar gave a thumbs up, acknowledging, you are truly impressive. I could never stomach that. Yihai laughed. That stuff is good for the kidneys. Oscar's eyes seemed to sparkle with a newfound interest as he reconsidered. Perhaps I should give it a try. Yihai took a few more sausages and left Oscar's cabin. Stepping outside, he immediately spotted Zhao Wuji's stern face. Yihai's heart sank, and he prepared to flee once more. Zhao Wuji grasped Yihai by the shoulder, speaking in a grave tone, Come, we're going to see Flinder. Oh, relieved that Zhao Wuji was not about to punish him, Yihai obediently followed as they made their way to Shrek Academy. Throughout the journey, Zhao Wuji remained silent, his expression dark. Upon reaching the director's office, Flinder looked at the disheveled Zhao Wuji and Yihai in astonishment, asking, What on earth happened to you two? Having run all day, they were covered in dirt and sweat, their clothes wrinkled and filthy. Zhao Wuji rolled his eyes, refraining from bantering with Flinder and simply summarizing Yihai's situation before asking, Flinder, what do you think is going on with Yihai's body? His stamina is so astounding for a mere second-ring soul master. Could there be an issue? Chapter 45, 7 years old, Soul Master. Flinder, after listening to Zhao Wuji, initially displayed shock, followed by contemplation. After a moment, he turned to Zhao Wuji, saying, Why do I get the feeling it is your mind that is in question? Is it not a good thing to have exceptional stamina? Zhao Wuji retorted angrily, Flinder, are you looking for trouble? While I may not excel in intellect, I am certainly not foolish. Ever since Yihai returned from that old coot Dugubo, he has been like this. Could Dugubo have administered some sort of potion to exploit his potential? Hearing this, Flinder fell into deep thought. There was indeed a possibility to consider. Cough. Could you both allow me to speak? Yihai interjected, unable to hold back any longer. If he did not clarify soon, these two would concoct an elaborate tale, and he needed to set the record straight. Zhao Wuji and Flinder turned their attention to Yihai. He organized his thoughts before continuing, Director Flinder. Do you remember when you saw me in that valley? I was soaking in an ice-fire hot spring, correct? Flinder nodded. Indeed. But what does that have to do with your enhanced stamina? Yihai Dao. That place is abundant with extraordinary medicinal herbs. After consuming one, I am able to luxuriate in the ice-fire hot spring. My current physical prowess is greatly attributed to that herb. Flinder and Zhao Wuji exchanged glances. They had some understanding of martial souls and soul beasts, yet they were utterly ignorant when it came to pharmacology. Yihai Zhao, Zet asu et steamdins. My condition is not due to poisoning. After consuming that celestial herb, my potential has significantly increased, and this formidable vitality is a manifestation of that. Flander and Zhao Wuji nodded in acknowledgement. Flander inquired, since you are so certain, that is reassuring. Do you happen to have any more of that exceptional herb? Yihai pondered for a moment and shook his head. None left. Flander did not appear disappointed, nodding in response. Very well, you may return. There is no need for you to attend classes, but do not neglect your training. I will periodically assess your progress. Understood, Yihai replied as he exited the dean's office. After Yihai departed, Flander sat back at his desk, retrieving paper and pen to compose a letter. Zhao Wuji, curious, asked, "Who are you writing to?" Flander replied, casually while writing, "I have a longtime friend who possesses profound knowledge of martial souls. I intend to inquire about Yihai's condition." Zhao Wuji's expression turned inquisitive. "Your friend must be quite a formidable soul master, then?" Flander sighed. "On the contrary, his strength is rather low, even below level 30. Are you sure he can ascertain Yihai's condition? It's not that I look down on others. At the very least, he should possess a certain level of cultivation to claim his knowledge is sound, does he not? Is he merely a theorist, devoid of practical experience?" Zhao Wuji questioned, perplexed. Flander shook his head, offering no further explanation. "His name is Yu Xiaojiang. He was once referred to as a master." Zhao Wuji furrowed his brow, unable to recall any mention of such a master. Nonetheless, he conceded, "Well, if you say he is impressive, then so be it. Please inform me of the results." Flander nodded in agreement. Thus, it appeared that by continuously exerting myself physically, I could extract the residual potency of the two celestial herbs. In doing so, I would swiftly enhance my physical strength. Perhaps I would not require a year and a half. My body could soon endure a 5,000-year soul ring. Yihai mused to himself. Today's events sparked inspiration within him. Logically, the potency of the 8-angled ice grass and the blazing fire apricot should not be extractable through mere physical exertion. However, Yihai had also consumed a celestial jade essence, which significantly accelerated his ability to harness the potency of the two celestial herbs. The combination of these factors allowed Yihai to push his body to its limits and extract the residual energies of both herbs. This revelation was beyond his expectations. How splendid! I was worried it would take over a year to absorb the 5,000-year soul ring, yet I have stumbled upon this secret. If I can extract the potency of the two celestial herbs daily, I estimate that within just over 6 months, I could absorb the 5,000-year soul ring. Yihai felt invigorated. As soon as I can absorb the 5,000-year soul ring, upon acquiring my third, I can continue to sign in. I wonder what rewards await me this time. Yihai felt a surge of anticipation. From that day forth, Yihai trained his physical abilities by day and practiced cultivation by night. Before long, 6 months had passed. Yihai was nearing 8 years of age. With the continuous extraction of the two celestial herbs' potency, his physical attributes were elevating at a terrifying pace. Today, Yihai felt ready to absorb the 5,000-year soul ring. He had officially cultivated to level 30, even with compressed soul power. The quality of Yihai's soul power had become astonishing, and he estimated that by the time he reached level 50, he should be able to condense his first soul core. Once the first soul core was successfully formed, Yihai would be able to wield 2 martial souls simultaneously, resulting in a tremendous enhancement of his strength. It was time to acquire the third soul ring. Yihai murmured as he made his way to Shrek Academy. In the dean's office, Flander, unusually alert, was sipping tea. A letter lay beside him, one he had sent out 6 months prior, which had only recently arrived. Even accounting for the time Yu Xiaojiang took to research, this exchange had likely consumed at least 4 months. Yu Xiaojiang indicated that he was unsure, but speculated that as long as Yihai felt fine, there was truly no issue. Flander felt reassured by this. Upon entering, Yihai stated his intention. "Vice Dean, I wish to venture into the Stardow Forest to hunt for a soul ring." Flander, puzzled, asked, "For whom are you hunting the soul ring?" Oscar, Mahongjun, and Xiao are still several levels away from reaching 20. He paused, his eyes widening as he suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "You've reached level 30? This lad has advanced from level 20 to 30 in just a year and a half. Has he ridden a rocket to success? If I hadn't compressed my soul power and focused on physical strength, I could have reached level 30 in half that time. Yi Hai, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, Yes, I have just reached level 30. Flanders sat back down, muttering, 7 years old with 3 soul rings, truly remarkable. He gazed at Yi Hai with a complex expression. Yi Hai, you are likely on the verge of making history. Chapter 46. Wait, let me ask a friend. Upon hearing Flanders' words, Yi Hai felt displeased. Flander, why say likely? I have already made history. Flander paused, the complexity of his feelings dissipating, and he managed a wry smile. You, my dear, are truly a conundrum. This little one possesses extraordinary talent, works diligently, and is remarkably handsome, a true paragon of excellence. However, Yi Hai's personality is somewhat daunting, so mischievous. Flander pondered whether Yi Hai would mature into a more agreeable individual. If not, he might have to suggest that Yi Hai join the Spirit Hall to wreak havoc there. After all, the Spirit Hall is substantial and not overly concerned about a little mischief. This small Shrek cannot withstand much turmoil. Flander contemplated various thoughts before taking a sip of tea. Addressing Yi Hai, I have heard from Zhao Wuji that your current strength is quite formidable, at least on par with a 4-ring soul master. Will you hunt the soul ring by yourself, or would you prefer that Zhao Wuji accompany you? The 3rd soul ring for a soul master typically has a limit of around 1,700 years. Given Yi Hai's robust constitution, Flanders speculated he might surpass this limit, but only by a couple of 100 years. It would not be excessive. With Yi Hai's strength, he could indeed attempt to hunt for the soul ring on his own. Yi Hai shook his head. I would prefer to have teacher Zhao accompany me for this hunt, as my 3rd soul ring may require a longer lifespan. How many years of soul beast cultivation do you need? Flander reclined in his chair, casually inquiring. Yi Hai considered this and replied, Over 5,000 years. Flander nodded, maintaining a calm demeanor. Over 5,000 years? Are you not capable of hunting such a creature yourself? 5,000 years. Flanders' tone abruptly escalated as he incredulously gazed at Yi Hai. Are you out of your mind? A soul beast over 5,000 years old can only be absorbed by a soul master of the 4th ring. Do you wish to absorb it at the 3rd ring? Are you courting death? Yi Hai scratched his head and replied, My current strength is akin to that of a 4th ring soul master. My physical prowess is no less formidable. Why shouldn't I be able to absorb a soul ring over 5,000 years old? Upon hearing Yi Hai's words, Flander fell into deep contemplation. Theoretically, apart from Yi Hai's soul power not yet reaching level 40, his strength and physical condition seemed to align with that of a 4th ring soul master. Flander instinctively remarked, I've never encountered such a situation. Wait a moment. Let me consult a friend. Yi Hai was well aware that Flanders' friend referred to Master Yu Xiaojiang. Regardless of the fact that Yu Xiaojiang's theories were pieced together without any validation, even if they were substantiated, they would still not surpass Yi Hai's understanding. In Yi Hai's mind resided an entire encyclopedia of Douluo continent. What could he possibly lack? It was clearly documented that as long as one's physical strength was sufficient, absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring at the 1st ring posed no issue. He had no need to seek Yu Xiaojiang's counsel. Yi Hai shook his head, saying, No need. I will decide the fate of my soul rings. With that, he exited the office of the dean. Flander did not impede Yi Hai. Instead, he remained lost in thought. Yi Hai had truly confounded him. Absorbing a 5,000-year soul ring at the 3rd ring did not appear to be outright impossible. Countless soul masters had perished when attempting to absorb soul rings exceeding 1,760 years, leading to the establishment of this gruesome rule. However, those soul masters' physical strength was far inferior to Yi Hai's, who was even comparable to a 4th ring soul master. Moreover, his 2nd soul ring was also 1,000-year, and the absorption of a 5,000-year soul ring seemed to present no significant issues. Yet, this was undeniably a perilous endeavor. If Yi Hai were to practice diligently, he could reach the status of a titled Douluo without any complications. Why then, take such a considerable risk by absorbing a 5,000-year soul ring? A 5,000-year soul ring was merely a purple 1,000-year one. Even a 9,000-year soul ring did not result in a qualitative transformation. Why was Yi Hai in such a hurry? Did he aim to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring at the 4th ring? Flander muttered to himself, struggling to comprehend Yi Hai's mindset. He hesitated, contemplating whether he should intervene. After a while, Flander rose from his recliner and exited the office. As he stepped outside, he coincidentally encountered Zhao Wuji and Yi Hai. Zhao Wujia, upon seeing Flander, grinned and said, "Flander, I'm taking Yihai to hunt for a soul ring." "Wait a moment," Flander called out to Zhao Wujia. Yihai mentioned he plans to absorb a 5,000-year soul ring for his third. "Are you aware of this?" Zhao Wujia nodded. "Yes, I know. Do you not find any problem with that?" Flander looked at Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia replied with curiosity, "What problem could there be? Have you ever seen a third ring soul master absorb a 5,000-year soul ring?" Flander retorted, "Have you ever seen a third ring soul master with a 1,000-year soul ring capable of battling a fourth ring soul master?" Flander began to feel that Zhao Wujia's straightforward attitude might indeed hold some validity. Zhao Wujia added, "You underestimate Yihai. He is remarkably resilient. If you don't believe me, why not test him?" "Never mind, I won't test him." Flander quickly shook his head. "All right, you can take Yihai to hunt for a 5,000-year soul ring. I'll await your safe return." Yihai smiled and assured, "Rest easy, Flander. A mere 5,000-year soul ring is hardly a challenge, even if it exceeds expectations, and my physical prowess alone cannot accommodate it. My unwavering willpower can carry me through. I possess that tenacity." In the original text, Tang San, after consuming 2 immortal herbs, lacked the capacity to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring, but through sheer perseverance, he managed to do so. Though the process was indeed harrowing, Tang San successfully absorbed the 10,000-year soul ring, overcoming a gap of 5,000 years. Having trained diligently for so long, Yihai's physical strength had long since surpassed that of a third-ring soul master, and he was even comparable to a fourth-ring soul master. A mere 5,000-year soul ring was indeed not an issue. Yihai informed Xiao Wu of his intention to venture into the Douluo forest to hunt for a soul ring, but Xiao Wu insisted on accompanying him. After a brief tussle, Yihai finally pacified Xiao Wu, promising to take her out for some fun upon his return. During the half-year Yihai had been diligently training, Xiao Wu had been left to her own devices and was quite bored. Upon hearing Yihai's promise, she cheerfully allowed him to depart. Arriving at the village entrance, Yihai nodded at the waiting Zhao Wujia, and together they set forth toward the Douluo forest. Chapter 47. The 6,000-year fire sprite, Yihai's physical strength now was incomparable to that of a year and a half prior. When he first awakened his martial soul, he required Zhao Wujia's assistance to travel from Shrek Academy to the Douluo forest. However, now, both he and Zhao Wujia reached the Douluo forest in just over half a day's time, with great ease. Upon entering the Douluo forest, Zhao Wujia inquired, "Yi, what kind of soul ring do you seek this time?" Yihai pondered for a moment. His previous 2 soul skills, while powerful, possessed significant limitations. The air cannon had great impact, but lacked sufficient damage, while the laser cannon delivered formidable damage, but had a limited range, making it effective only against dull-witted foes. Soul masters with keen perception could easily evade it from a distance. Yihai required a soul skill that could enhance the damage, range, and effects of his other soul skills. He stated, "Teacher Zhao, I need a skill that can amplify the damage and effectiveness of my other soul skills." Zhao Wujia's brows furrowed momentarily before he nodded. "Such soul beasts are exceedingly rare. It will require a stroke of luck." Yihai nodded in understanding. He had a few names of soul beasts in mind. However, knowing them was one thing, and encountering them was quite another. The two began to venture deeper into the Douluo forest. The activity range of 5,000-year soul beasts was already perilously close to that of 10,000-year soul beasts. As they delved deeper, their pace began to slow. "Yi, do not stray more than 10 steps from me. You are not yet capable of handling a 10,000-year soul beast. Exercise caution," Zhao Wujia cautioned. Yihai nodded. "I know. I've been keeping close behind you." Zhao Wujia remarked, "I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss with you." At that moment, Zhao Wujia called forth his martial soul, displaying 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings that pulsed rhythmically around him, ever vigilant of their surroundings. As they advanced further, Zhao Wujia's expression grew increasingly grave. They had encountered several soul beasts exceeding 5,000 years, but none met Yihai's requirements. Zhao Wujia stated, "If we do not find a suitable soul beast soon, we should not venture deeper. Let us take a look around the perimeter." Yihai agreed, "That works." Just as he finished speaking, they passed through a tall thicket, and a flash of red appeared in the distance. Upon seeing this red figure, Yihai's eyes lit up. A fire sprite. In Yihai's mind, the Douluo continent encyclopedia began to flutter, providing information regarding the fire sprite. Fire Sprite, a creature of the fire element, birthed by the heavens and the earth. Devoid of parents, it possesses several fire-based skills and exhibits an enhancement effect on fire-related abilities. This Fire Sprite perfectly aligns with Yihai's requirements. However, upon reviewing the information about the Fire Sprite, Yihai furrowed his brow. The creature's cultivation had reached 6,000 years, exceeding Yihai's criteria by a full 1,000 years. 6,000 years, while formidable, might still be worth a try, Yihai pondered. He pointed at the Fire Sprite and declared to Zhao Wujing, "Teacher Zhao, this one." Without hesitation, Zhao Wujing approached and swiftly subdued the Fire Sprite. Yihai immediately drew his heavy cannon and eliminated the creature with a laser blast. A circle of deep purple soul rings emerged from the Fire Sprite's form. Yihai sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to absorb the soul rings. Zhao Wujing observed the deep purple soul ring, lost in thought. Why does this soul ring seem unusually dark? Could it be a 5,000-year soul ring? In the core area of the Stardow Forest, by a tranquil lake, the Titan Great Ape, which had been dozing beneath a giant tree, suddenly sat up and murmured, "Why do I feel as though I can sense Sister Xiao Wu's presence? Could it be an illusion?" The Titan Great Ape turned its head toward the serene lake and roared, "Boss, do you sense anything?" The lake rippled, growing larger, and soon a massive head emerged from the water, with enormous eyes resembling lanterns gazing at the Titan Great Ape. "I can smell Xiao Wu's essence, albeit faintly. If one does not concentrate, they might not even realize it," it said, a hint of confusion in its tone. Then it looked at the Titan Great Ape, who returned the gaze, and both 100,000-year soul beasts simultaneously expressed their concern. Could it be that Xiao Wu has been slain and transformed into a soul ring? The Titan Great Ape was immediately alarmed. "I must go check." "Wait." The Sky Blue Bull Python interjected, but it was too late. The Titan Great Ape dashed away, leaving the rest of its sentence unspoken. The Sky Blue Bull Python hurried after it. The Titan Great Ape, in a state of urgency, charged toward the sense direction, obliterating countless trees and vegetation along the way. Many 10,000-year soul beasts, witnessing the enormous shadow barreling toward them, scrambled to evade. What is going on with this giant? Did someone die at home? Goodness, I nearly got crushed just now. Is this black giant racing to the afterlife? Ouch, my leg. You stop right there. You trampled me and still want to escape? This isn't over. You owe me compensation. What is this? There's another one behind it. Oh no, this one is even longer. The Titan Great Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python, both 100,000-year soul beasts, were on a mission. Who would suffer next? Can't you see where you're going? Are those big bull eyes just for show? Ugh, I'm being crushed. The chaos ensued as the Titan Great Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python passed through, leaving a flurry of commotion. Some soul beasts that failed to dodge in time were trampled. However, as most of the soul beasts here were close to the 100,000-year mark, being trampled posed little danger. Hearing the uproar behind, the Titan Great Ape turned abruptly, growling fiercely, "Little bamboo stick and little chubby, I want to forget you. When I return, I'll make you regret it. Oh no, my grandmother seems to need me. I must return to my grandmother's house for a few days. My mother is calling me for dinner. I can't waste time with you." A white crane and a honey jar cried out as they hurriedly fled. Yihai focused intently on absorbing the soul ring, while Zhao Wujing stood guard nearby. The imposing aura of a seven-ring soul saint radiated from him, deterring any lesser soul beast from approaching. Zhao Wujing surveyed the surroundings, feeling somewhat bored. He closed his eyes and settled into a meditative position. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes. Before him, Yihai's aura began to fluctuate, becoming unstable. Zhao Wujing murmured, "For this young lad, a 5,000-year soul ring is still a bit of a stretch. However, it seems he will manage." Yihai's willpower was incredibly strong, despite the physical strain. He could still absorb the soul ring through sheer determination. Zhao Wujing watched closely, relieved as he noticed that Yihai did not exhibit any significant changes. The 6,000-year soul ring indeed surpassed Yihai's capacity for absorption. His veins swelled, seeping traces of blood. Yihai stifled a groan, gritting his teeth against the agonizing pain within, yet he persevered in absorbing the soul ring. The past 6 months of continuous physical breakthroughs had fortified Yihai's resolve. Despite the tearing agony coursing through his meridians, he maintained a calm demeanor, devoid of panic. As time passed, The energy within the soul ring gradually became absorbed by Yi Hai, the overwhelming pressure subsiding and the excruciating pain fading. Yi Hai felt a surge of relief, and the pace of absorption quickened. Zhao Wujing keenly observed Yi Hai, noticing that he had finally reached the final stage of absorption. Only then did Zhao Wujing relax. Yi Hai had bled from his mouth, and blood oozed from every pore, which had genuinely concerned Zhao Wujing. Though he believed Yi Hai would be fine, the fact remained that Yi Hai was merely a child under 8 years old, and he could easily be overwhelmed by such torment. Thankfully, Yi Hai did not disappoint. He ultimately absorbed the 5,000-year soul ring, a 3-ring soul master absorbing a 5,000-year soul ring. Yi Hai has truly made history. Zhao Wujing remarked with awe. I never imagined I would witness such talent in my lifetime. This makes my life worthwhile. With just 3 rings, he can absorb a 5,000-year soul ring. What of Tang Hao or Bibi Dong? They must step aside in comparison to my Yi Hai. As he spoke, a smile blossomed on Zhao Wujing's face, genuinely anticipating what Yi Hai would become as he matured. Lost in thought, Zhao Wujing suddenly burst into hearty laughter. What are you laughing at? You're so noisy. Just then, a deep, resonant voice echoed from nearby. Who is it? Zhao Wujing immediately rose, alertly scanning the source of the sound. In the next moment, he observed several towering trees collapsing toward him, as if something immense were behind them. Zhao Wujing's expression turned grave as he moved to shield Yi Hai. A massive brown bear silhouette emerging behind him, 7 soul rings rising from beneath his feet. As Zhao Wujing watched, the great trees creaked under the strain, toppling over to reveal an enormous head. Those amber eyes harbored no emotion. As its body and limbs came into view, Zhao Wujing realized it was a colossal ape exceeding 10 meters in height. His pupils constricted in shock, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him, and he bellowed. Titan Great Ape, Martial Soul, True Form. Zhao Wujing unleashed his Martial Soul, True Form. The Titan Great Ape was a 100,000-year soul beast, comparable to a 95-level super Douluo among humans, far beyond Zhao Wujing's capabilities as a 7-ring soul saint. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Wujing would have fled. However, with Yi Hai in the midst of absorbing the soul ring, nearing completion, retreat was not an option. Roar! Zhao Wujing's body swelled rapidly, expanding to an impressive height of 5 meters before finally coming to a halt. At this moment, Zhao Wujing had completely transformed into a colossal brown bear. This was the true form of his martial spirit, the mighty diamond bear. Upon manifesting his martial spirit's true form, Zhao Wujing's aura became extraordinarily formidable. However, compared to the Titan Great Ape before him, he still fell significantly short. Respectful King of the Forest, we mean no offense. If this is your territory, we are willing to withdraw immediately, Zhao Wujing stated. He hoped to buy some time. As long as Yi Hai completed the absorption of the soul ring, he could escape with him. The Titan Great Ape's enormous eyes first glanced at Zhao Wujing before settling on Yi Hai, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. In a deep, resonant voice, it proclaimed, "You may leave, he must stay." "No," Zhao Wujing exclaimed instinctively. Upon meeting the Titan Great Ape's icy gaze, he quickly added, "Respectful King of the Forest, he is merely a child, hardly worthy of your notice. Look at me." The Titan Great Ape cast a discontented glance at Zhao Wujing, prompting him to change his approach. However, the Titan Great Ape growled vehemently, "Leave." With that, it swung its enormous hand towards Zhao Wujing. Zhao Wujing inhaled sharply as he activated 4 soul rings simultaneously. First, second, third, and fourth. Faced with such a formidable adversary, he unleashed all 4 of his soul abilities. Yet, the Titan Great Ape, a 100,000-year soul beast, possessed strength that far surpassed Zhao Wujing's by multiples. In an instant, it seized Zhao Wujing and brought him closer. Unleashing a ferocious roar, Zhao Wujing felt as though a thunderclap had erupted beside him. His vision blurred, and he fainted. The Titan Great Ape discarded him like refuse, then slowly approached Yi Hai. "Boss, come take a look. This little boy carries the sin of Sister Xiao Wu," the Titan Great Ape remarked. Behind it, an enormous serpent, the sky blue bull python, emerged, slithering to Yi Hai's side for a closer inspection. "Indeed, it is the essence of Xiao Wu," it confirmed, followed by a hint of confusion in its eyes. "But this scent is quite peculiar." The Titan Great Ape nodded in agreement. This little boy bears no soul rings or bones from Sister Xiaowu. It seems he has spent some time with her, acquiring her essence. Could it be that this boy knows Sister Xiaowu? The sky blue bull python shook its massive head. I do not know. We shall ask him when he awakens. Indeed, the Titan great ape concurred. Thus, the 200,000-year soul beasts positioned themselves beside Yi Hai, one sitting and the other coiled around him, awaiting his awakening. Finally finished absorbing the soul ring. I can sign in again. Yi Hai opened his eyes, a spark of excitement flashing within them. The third soul ring's ability aligned perfectly with his requirements. The third soul ability, named Heavy Cannon Mode, would enhance the effects of his first and second soul abilities. Furthermore, the third soul ring reached 6,000 years, fulfilling the system's sign-in requirement. Yi Hai could hardly contain his eagerness to return to Shrek Academy and sign in. Teacher Zhao, let us hurry back. Yi Hai lifted his head to urge Zhao Wujie to expedite their return to the academy, but was taken aback to find himself flanked by a colossal ape resembling a small mountain on one side and a serpent coiled like a mountain range on the other. What is going on? These two can't possibly be 100,000-year soul beasts, can they? Where's Teacher Zhao? Has he been devoured? Thoughts raced through Yi Hai's mind as he glanced at the massive ape to his right and managed a faint smile. Big brother, thank you. But I do not wish to play cards. Chapter 49. This is quite reasonable. Having spoken, Yi Hai immediately attempted to slip away. However, the Titan great ape waved its arm, pinching the back of his collar with its thumb and forefinger, lifting him effortlessly. Little one, tell me, have you met Sister Xiaowu? The Titan great ape inquired in its deep rumble. Yi Hai looked bewildered, scratching his head. Big brother, who is this Sister Xiaowu you speak of? Sister Xiaowu is Sister Xiaowu. You carry her scent. You must have spent a considerable amount of time with her. Do not pretend with me. The Titan great ape glared, its voice low and growling. Yi Hai pondered for 2 seconds before responding. What pretense? Am I pretending to be you? The Titan great ape retorted, damn. Turning to the sky blue bull python, it exclaimed, boss, you ask him. The sky blue bull python fixed its enormous eyes upon Yi Hai and asked in a deep voice, kid, I will only ask you one question. How is Xiaowu? Is she still alive? Yi Hai replied, Xiaowu is living quite well. She has gained several pounds. The sky blue bull python paused and inquired further. Why were you not surprised or frightened upon seeing us? Do you know Sister Xiaowu's identity? Yi Hai raised an eyebrow. Did you not say you would ask just one question? The sky blue bull python, slightly taken aback, responded, this little fellow is quite bold, which is rather impressive. Tell me, and I will let you go. Yi Hai glanced at the unconscious Zhao Wujie in the distance and contemplated, I am naturally courageous, so I am not afraid of you. You are soul beasts and no Xiaowu. Could it be, upon hearing this, the eyes of the Titan great ape and sky blue bull python narrowed? Should Yi Hai reveal that he knew Xiaowu was a soul beast, they would undoubtedly prevent his escape. Yi Hai continued, could it be that Xiaowu was your savior in a past life? The sky blue bull python and Titan great ape exchanged perplexed glances. What do you mean? They asked in unison. I have heard a tale about a character named Su Xian and a white serpent spirit. Yi Hai began, recounting a modified version of the legend of Madam White Snake. Naturally, he could not remember the precise details, so he filled in the story's framework with various embellishments. By the time Yi Hai finished his narrative, dawn had arrived. The sun was on the verge of rising, with a few cold stars still twinkling in the sky. And that is roughly how the story goes, he concluded. At this moment, his audience included not only the two soul beasts, but also the still unconscious Zhao Wujie. Though Zhao Wujie had long since regained consciousness, he dared not move a muscle. After hearing the tale, the Titan great ape questioned, Boss, is it reasonable for a 1,000-year soul beast to take on human form? The sky blue bull python glanced at Yi Hai and replied, given that this little fellow is only 8 years old, it is reasonable. The Titan great ape pressed on, I understand that soul beasts can fall in love with humans, but why are they merely suppressed rather than killed? Is that reasonable? The sky blue bull python casually remarked. This little one possesses a rather innocent heart, filled with beautiful aspirations. Thus, it is reasonable. The Titan great ape pondered for a moment before asking, then, in the end, the soul beast is set free without anyone attempting to seize its soul ring, and they live peacefully ever after. Is that reasonable? The sky blue bull python turned to the Titan great ape and said, that is indeed very reasonable. The Titan great ape responded incredulously, Boss, are you serious? Although Yihai himself found the story riddled with inconsistencies, he understood that a story was simply that, a story. It's natural for there to be some gaps. The fact that he could weave it on the spot was already a commendable feat. The Azure Bull Python gazed at Yihai and spoke in a deep voice. You are correct. This elder brother of the ape and I were saved by Xiao Wu, which is why we have long desired to repay her kindness. If you encounter Xiao Wu again, please treat her well. Rest assured, Yihai replied, patting his chest. I will undoubtedly treat Xiao Wu with the utmost care. He felt quite confident in his treatment of Xiao Wu. Should she not be unruly, he would not strike her, which was a rare consideration for him. Hadn't T. Oscar and Ma Hongjun been constantly beaten by him, crying out in distress? The Azure Bull Python pondered for a moment, then shed a scale the size of a palm, which dropped before Yihai. Take this scale. When you require soul rings, come to the Stardow Forest. I will sense its aura and come to meet you. I can assist you in obtaining your 4th to 8th soul rings. Yihai raised an eyebrow, picking up the scale from the ground. It was indeed an unexpected boon. He understood that this was a form of transaction between him and the Azure Bull Python. He would care for Xiao Wu, and the Python would assist him in hunting for soul rings. No problem, Yihai responded. The Azure Bull Python said, all right, you may return now. The Titan Giant Ape set Yihai down, and he approached Zhao Wujin, saying, Teacher Zhao, stop playing dead. We can leave now. Zhao Wujin sprang up from the ground, exclaiming, can we leave? That's marvelous. Without delay, he dashed outside with Yihai in tow. Slow down, Teacher Zhao. Can you refrain from running like a wild dog? Fear not, they want to chase us. Hey, don't pull me. I can run by myself. Old Zhao, are you flying a kite or something? Yihai's voice faded into the distance. Moments later, Zhao Wujin's exasperated voice echoed. Shut up. After Yihai and Zhao Wujin departed, the Titan Giant Ape turned to the Azure Bull Python and asked, Boss, are we just letting him go? We could have killed him right away. This kid talks nonsense and doesn't tell the truth. The Azure Bull Python asked solemnly, Did you sense any malice from him? The Titan Giant Ape thought carefully, his tone filled with confusion. I truly did not perceive any malice from this kid, which I find puzzling. He seems unconcerned about our identities, and shows no regard for Sister Xiao Wu's status, as if it makes no difference to him whether one is human or spirit beast. The Azure Bull Python replied calmly, This lad is the only human I have encountered who harbors no ill towards us. I suspect that even if he were to learn of Xiao Wu's identity, he might not harm her. That is indeed rare. Xiao Wu struggles in the human world. If someone could assist her, it would greatly ease her burdens. Furthermore, I have given him a scale and promised to help him hunt for soul rings. He will eventually return, and we can use this opportunity to learn about Xiao Wu's condition. Is that not better than simply killing him? The Titan Giant Ape scratched his head, pondering deeply. You really have a sharp mind, boss. I couldn't come up with such a brilliant plan. Enough flattery. Let us head back. With that, the Azure Bull Python coiled its mountainous body and swiftly slithered into the depths of the Stardow Forest. The Titan Giant Ape let out a low growl and sprinted after the Azure Bull Python. Chapter 50. Terrifying upon leaving the Stardow Forest. Zhao Wujin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, saying, That was truly a life-or-death experience. We encountered no dangers while hunting spirit beasts, but then met 200,000-year spirit beasts. However, it is quite strange. The Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python are the overlords of the Stardow Forest, typically residing in the core area. Why would they venture so far into the territory of 1,000-year spirit beasts? The area for 10,000-year spirit beasts spans from 10,000 to 90,000 years and is the most expansive in the entire Stardow Forest. Even if the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python were to take a leisurely stroll after a meal, they would not stray so far. Zhao Wujin found it perplexing to have encountered these 200,000-year spirit beasts. Yihai shook his head and said, The Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python are not the true rulers of the Stardow Forest. They are merely 100,000-year spirit beasts. There are even more formidable beings within. Zhao Wujin was speechless. Are you certain you are speaking with your brain as consent? Just 100,000-year spirit beast? 100,000-year spirit beast is equivalent to a human soul master of level 95. What gives you the audacity to underestimate them? Anyone with a semblance of sense wouldn't utter such words. Yihai looked at Zhao Wujin, puzzled. Are 100,000-year spirit beasts truly that formidable? I frequently defeat 100,000-year spirit beasts. I don't find them particularly impressive. That's outrageous. Do you intend to elevate all the little cows in the world to the heavens? Zhao Wujin retorted. Yihai opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. After all, Xiao Wu was a 100,000-year spirit beast, and he could not reveal this to Zhao Wujin for fear that he might be tempted to strike her. After all, few could resist the allure of battling a 100,000-year spirit beast. Zhao Wujin rarely encountered a situation that left Yihai speechless, prompting him to chuckle casually. What soul skills have you obtained? No sooner had Zhao Wujin spoken than a sense of foreboding washed over him. Sure enough, Yihai, upon hearing his question, immediately drew out a heavy cannon, and 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, materialized around him, the third deep purple soul ring illuminating in an instant. Yihai's heavy cannon did not fire anything, yet it emanated a different aura, seeming more ferocious and weighty. Then, Yihai activated his first yellow soul ring. A sphere of highly compressed air was launched towards Zhao Wujin. Zhao Wujin casually blocked it. To him, Yihai's first soul skill seemed to lack sufficient power, primarily boasting a wide range. He assumed it posed no threat. However, to his astonishment, the air cannon exploded before him, not only creating a powerful shockwave, but also unleashing a flurry of razor-sharp wind blades, catching him off guard and leaving numerous tiny cuts on his palm and several scratches across his body. How has this skill mutated? Zhao Wujin mused, examining the wounds on his palm. His already formidable defense had been breached when Yihai was at level 20. Even his laser cannon could only inflict a minor wound on him. To think that this third skill would transform the previously unremarkable air cannon into something so devastating. Zhao Wujin speculated that this might be related to the Fire Sprite's enhancement skill. He had no time to ponder further as Yihai activated his second purple 1,000-year soul ring. Oh no, what on earth is this? So thick? Zhao Wujin gasped as he saw Yihai aim the cannon at him. The barrel, as thick as 2 fingers, unleashed a massive laser cannon with a diameter of nearly a foot. Startled, Zhao Wujin immediately summoned his martial spirit, activating both his first and second soul rings to deploy the soul skills, Immovable King Body, and Mighty Diamond Palm simultaneously. Bang! Zhao Wujin's enormous palm caught Yihai's colossal laser cannon, staggering him back a few steps as he stared in shock at Yihai. The power of this attack was absurd. He had to use 2 soul skills just to barely defend against it. Moreover, his hand was charred, and he had even sustained injuries to his flesh. If Yihai unleashed a few more of these lasers, Zhao Wujin feared his hand might be rendered useless. Certainly, Zhao Wujia has other means at his disposal and has yet to utilize his martial soul's true form. He is not merely a passive target. However, Yihai's offensive power is undeniably terrifying. It must be noted that Yihai is currently only a 3rd ring soul respect. Even a 5th ring soul king would struggle to inflict such significant damage upon Zhao Wujia. Only a 6th ring soul emperor could deliver such fearsome strikes. This implies that with his 3rd soul ring, Yihai's damage surpasses that of a 5th ring soul king, reaching the level of a 6th ring soul emperor. Is this not a dream? What manner of martial soul does this young man possess to be so formidable? Yi, do you realize that you are merely a soul respect at present? Zhao Wujia remarked. Yihai replied nonchalantly, what is wrong with being a soul respect? Everyone begins as a soul respect. Were you born a 7th ring soul sage? Zhao Wujia retorted, what I mean is, how does a mere soul respect possess such overwhelming offensive capability? Yihai chuckled and seriously remarked, perhaps it is related to my fondness for potatoes. Zhao Wujia shot him an exasperated glance, choosing not to elaborate further. He glanced at his charred palm and silently vowed, if I ever inquire about Ye's soul skills again, I shall take his surname. Then, scratching his head, he thought, why does that sound so familiar? The two casually grabbed a bite to eat on their way back to the village in the afternoon. Upon reaching the village entrance, Yihai suddenly froze, taken aback by the sight of 2 unexpected visitors, Douluo Bo and Douluo Yin. At this moment, Douluo Bo appeared vigorous and exuded an aura far more powerful than 6 months prior. Yihai surmised that Douluo Bo had likely broken through a barrier that had hindered him for over a decade, reaching the level of 92 in soul power. Douluo Yin had grown increasingly beautiful, her figure maturing and radiating youthful vitality. Upon spotting Yihai, her eyes sparkled with joy as she said, what a coincidence. I just arrived at the village entrance and ran into you. Yihai first glanced at Douluo before addressing Yin. Sister Yin, what brings you here? Shrek Academy only accepts children aged 12 and below. Yin laughed. I'm not here to apply as a student. I am here to apply as a teacher. Teacher? Yihai felt somewhat bewildered. What level was Yin to dare apply for such a role? Then, recalling something, he asked, what level are you now? Yin replied with a smile, I just acquired my 4th soul ring a few days ago. I am now at level 41. Yihai sudendi understood. When he departed from the ice and fire Yin Yang well, Yin was at level 32. Having consumed the immortal herb he left for her, she would have undoubtedly gained at least 6 levels in soul power, likely even 7. This brought her to 38, and considering her over 6 months of cultivation, reaching level 40 was quite feasible. Yihai recalled that in the original narrative, Yin was only 38 when she turned 20, yet now, at just under 15, she had already attained the rank of a 4th ring soul master. Astonishing, simply astonishing. Chapter 51. I wish to apply for your grandfather. Yihai turned to Douluo and inquired, what brings you here, Senior Douluo? Are you also here to apply as a teacher? Douluo coughed lightly and said, I wish to apply for your grandfather. He continued, I am merely escorting Yin here to see her become a teacher at Shrek Academy. Do you have any objections? Hearing this, Yihai breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared that Douluo would linger indefinitely, which would necessitate sending Xiao Wu elsewhere. Yihai shrugged and replied, no objections. He then introduced Douluo to Zhao Wujia and vice versa. Upon seeing Douluo, Zhao Wujia recognized the poisoned Douluo immediately, but he was reluctant to converse with such an unpredictable powerhouse. After Yihai's introduction, he steeled himself and said, Senior Douluo, I am the Vice Dean of Shrek Academy, and I can represent the Academy in admitting Yin. Douluo nodded, saying, very well, I shall not impose further. However, he added, if I learn that Yin has faced any grievances here, I will return. Understood? How could I allow Sister Yin to face any grievances here? You need not worry, Senior Douluo. Yihai raised his hands in assurance, indicating that such a scenario was impossible. Douluo forced a smile, you little sly one. With that, he vanished into the distance. Finally, Zhao Wujia exhaled in relief and addressed Yin. By rights, a 4th ring soul master cannot become a teacher at Shrek. Our instructors are all at least 6th ring soul emperors. However, given that you have reached the 4th ring before 15, I will make an exception and hire you. Yin nodded, I understand. As the three walked and talked, Zhao Wujia remarked, currently, Yihai is the only student at the academy. He does not require guidance and bears minimal teaching pressure. You may focus on your own cultivation. Yin expressed mild surprise. Only Yihai is a student? That has seemed quite lonely. Yihai interjected, not lonely at all. Shrek Academy is inherently small. Do you think it compares to your Royal Academy of Tiando? By the way, Sister Yin, why did you withdraw from school? Are you not participating in the Elite Soul Master competition? There are still over 2 years until the next Elite Soul Master competition, and Yin, as a 4th ring Soul Master, is among the top-tier students. It will be a shame not to participate. Yin shook her head. The disparity in soul power levels among my team is too great, the strongest among them. Yu Qianheng is only at level 32, while the others are even below 30. We have no hope of winning. The next competition may hold promise, but I do not wish to wait that long. Yihai acknowledged her reasoning. Indeed, by the time of the next Elite Soul Master competition, Yu Qianheng would only be in his 40s, and they had no confidence in claiming victory. As the three entered Shrek Academy, Zhao Wujia interrupted their conversation, saying, Yihai, why don't you show Yin around the academy? You can also visit the village and meet your future classmates, Oscar and Ma Hongjun. I will seek out Flender. Yihai nodded. After Zhao Wujia departed, Yin's previously cool demeanor shifted as she playfully addressed Yihai. Little one, I will be your teacher from now on. Why not call me teacher just to see how it sounds? Yihai rolled his eyes and replied, Sister Yin, you can't even defeat me. How can you expect me to call you teacher? At the very least, you should be able to best me first. Yin chuckled. That is indeed quite difficult. I should still be unable to defeat you. Yihai regarded Yin curiously. How could she be so certain of her inability to match him without even trying? Despite being a 4th ring soul master, she was unaware that he had already gained his 3rd soul ring. Why not give it a shot? Perceiving the confusion in Yihai's eyes, Yin smiled and said, Little guy, you must be around level 30 now, right? My poison would have no effect on you. I cannot win against you. Yihai inquired, Sister Yin, What are your third and fourth soul skills? Dogu Yin replied with a smile. They are both amplification-type soul skills. Yihai pondered carefully. In the original text, Dogu Yin's third soul skill seemed to be purely a damage-type ability called Green Phosphorus Purple Poison, which did not belong to the amplification category of soul skills. Dogu Yin softly remarked, Grandfather initially instructed me to acquire several damage-oriented soul skills, but I believe that your martial soul is excessively formidable, leaving little room for maneuver. By obtaining a few amplification-type soul skills, I can enhance your damage output and also ensure your safety. My fourth soul skill is Heavenly Snake Python Shield, capable of withstanding attacks from a 4-ring soul master. Impressive. ISNT it. As she spoke, Dogu Yin playfully pinched Yihai's small nose and added with a smile, From now on, I shall protect you. Yihai was momentarily taken aback, then fell into silence. He had not anticipated that Dogu Yin would choose to acquire all auxiliary amplification soul skills for his sake. Their bond, when fully accounted for, amounted to merely the span of over half a year spent within the Ice and Fire Eyes. Yet, it was true that Dogu Yin had taken great care of him during that time. She had often treated him like an elder sister, allowing him to have his way. When Yihai would playfully strike Dogu Yin, she seldom resisted, opting instead to guide him with words. Yihai found himself baffled by the nature of Dogu Yin's feelings towards him. To categorize it as romantic affection seemed unrealistic given their ages, one being 8 and the other 15. To label it as sibling affection was equally unconvincing, for Yihai had never regarded Dogu Yin as an older sister. Even after over 20 years of life, spanning both his past and present, he could not comprehend why Dogu Yin treated him with such kindness. Oh well, she treats me well, and I shall repay her in due time. It's no great matter, Yihai mused himself. Subsequently, he turned to Dogu Yin and said, Sister Yin, allow me to show you the future talents of Shrek Academy. 3 students. They possess innate full soul power, and one of them wields a top-tier beast martial soul, both being exceptionally promising geniuses. Dogu Yin expressed her surprise, exclaiming, I did not expect such talents to emerge from this small village. How remarkable. Yihai led Dogu Yin to Oscar's wooden cabin, kicked open the door, and pulled Oscar out. Oscar, who had been meditating, looked bewildered at Yihai, asking Yihai, Did I do something wrong? Please tell me, and I will amend it. Without replying, Yihai dragged Oscar to Ma Hongjun's cabin and pulled him out as well. Ma Hongjun, equally perplexed, glanced at Oscar and said, Yihai, I admit it was my fault for taking Oscar to the brothel. Could you perhaps go easy on me? Yihai hoisted both of them and returned to his own wooden cabin, calling out from outside, Xiao Wu, come out. Chapter 52, The Third Soul Ring. 10,000-year soul ring. Xiao Wu emerged from Yihai's residence, and Oscar and Ma Hongjun were pleasantly surprised to find that Yihai had not harmed them. Instead, he was taking them towards Shrek. They both released a sigh of relief. Dogu Yin curiously observed Oscar and Ma Hongjun, inquiring, Does Yihai often hit you? Oscar and Ma Hongjun then noticed the beautiful young lady accompanying Yihai. Ma Hongjun, with a mischievous grin, asked, Miss, who are you? Are you Yihai's girlfriend? Dogu Yin cast a furtive glance at Yihai, her cheeks flushing, and quickly clarified, No, I am merely a friend of Yihai. Yihai, unfazed, replied Sister Yin. If you find his words inappropriate, feel free to hit him. No need to hold back. Oscar and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances, while Xiao Wu chimed in, Indeed, that is our tradition at Shrek. No need for excessive words. If you disagree, just fight. Dogu Yin remarked, Goodness. What kind of school is Shrek that it can cultivate such formidable students? Oscar had intended to defend himself, but realizing the potential consequences could lead to a reprimand from Xiao Wu, he wisely chose silence. Ma Hongjun followed suit, and the four continued toward Shrek Academy. Upon arriving at the entrance, Oscar could not contain his curiosity any longer, asking, Yihai, what are you bringing us here for? Yihai replied nonchalantly, to sign in. Oscar questioned, Sign in for what? Ma Hongjun added, What does that mean? Though they recognized the characters, they were utterly perplexed by the combination of words. Yihai ignored their inquiries. The moment Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Xiao Wu stepped into Shrek Academy, Yihai promptly signed in. Ding! The system detected that the host had arrived at Shrek Academy. The sign-in requirements for Shrek Academy dictate that the host must possess a cultivation level of at least 30 or above and have secured at least one soul ring over 5,000 years in age. The system detected that the host level was 31 and the maximum age of their soul ring was 6,000 years. thus qualifying for the sign-in. Additionally, the sign-in required at least one member of the protagonist group to participate, and the system confirmed that Xiao Wu, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun met this criterion. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in at Shrek Academy. The reward is choose one soul ring with an age increase of 2,500 years. Due to the participation of 3 protagonist group members, the reward is doubled, granting an increase of 5,000 years to the soul ring's age. Please select a soul ring. Yihai clenched his fists in excitement. A soul ring age increase of 5,000 years was nearly equivalent to the age of his 3rd soul ring. After a moment's consideration, he decided to allocate this opportunity to his 3rd soul ring. Once the age of the 3rd soul ring increased by 5,000 years, it would instantly transform into a 10,000-year soul ring, capable of producing a qualitative change. The power of a 10,000-year soul ring could not be compared to that of a 1,000-year soul ring. System: the next sign-in location, the core area of Stardow Forest. Requirement: cultivation level must be at least 40 or above, and at least one soul ring over 25,000 years. Upon seeing this requirement, Yihai furrowed his brow. Such a high demand seemed excessive. According to the system's reward rules, even if he met this condition, the reward was likely to merely increase the soul ring's age by 25,000 years. If that were the case, it would hardly be worth the effort to adapt to a soul ring exceeding 25,000 years. Yihai sighed, feeling as though the system was toying with him. He even began to question whether he truly desired this sign-in reward. At that moment, the system's voice rang out, reminder to the host. The next sign-in reward will be an enhancement of martial soul quality. Upon hearing this, Yihai's eyes instantly lit up. An enhancement of martial soul quality? His current heavy artillery martial soul was already quite remarkable, rivaling even many top-tier martial souls. What further improvements could be expected from a quality enhancement? Hearing the system's announcement reinvigorated Yihai's determination. What is a mere 25,000-year soul ring? If it requires a little more time, so be it. Yihai's current cultivation progress had far surpassed that of the protagonist group. Even Tang-san, the main character, likely only had a soul power level of around 15 or 16 at this point, while Yihai had already reached 31. Moreover, this was after compressing his soul power. There was no need for Yihai to hurry to elevate his level. Acquiring a 25,000-year soul ring and attaining the sign-in reward would significantly boost the quality of his martial soul, leading to a tremendous enhancement of his strength. The enhancement of strength brought about by this endeavor is not only formidable, but also deeply rooted, laying a more substantial foundation. Progressing step by step allows one to journey further. After completing the sign-in, Yihai learned the conditions for the next one and began his methodical training. To absorb a soul ring of over 25,000 years, one must not only possess a certain level of physical strength, but also a robust mental fortitude. Soul beasts over 1,000 years old leave residual spiritual energy attached to their soul rings upon death. When a soul master absorbs such a ring, the lingering spirit of the beast can impact the master's mind. Without formidable mental strength, one cannot withstand this spiritual onslaught. Fortunately, Yihai had initially trained with the Douluo training manual, which has fortified his mental prowess. By the time his physical strength is sufficient to absorb the 25,000-year soul ring, his mental capacity should be adequate as well. Generally, a soul master's 6 soul ring maxes out at 20,000 years. Thus, it is no small feat for Yihai to absorb a 25,000-year soul ring at the 4th level. Even with the Douluo training manual and the consumption of the mystical herbs, 8-pointed ice grass and fiery apricot blossom, it is likely that it will take no less than 4 years to meet this requirement. Of course, while this speed may seem slow to Yihai, it is astonishingly rapid for others. In 4 years, Yihai will only be 12 years old, yet a 12-year-old with 4 soul rings would indeed be making history. As for his subsequent training, Yihai did not intend to remain in the village any longer, to continuously stimulate the potent effects of the 2 mystical herbs. He must constantly push his limits. With his current stamina, running laps around the village would require several hundred circuits. He wished to avoid the bemused gazes of others. Therefore, Yihai resolved to venture further afield. This would allow him to experience varied landscapes while simultaneously training 2 birds with 1 stone. Naturally, he intended to bring Xiao Wu along. She had been clamoring to go out for quite some time, and Yihai had promised to take her out to play after obtaining the third soul ring. It was time to fulfill that promise. 3 days later, just outside the soul-hunting forest near Soto City, a lively scene unfolded. Various calls echoed through the air, with some individuals standing, others sitting, and some even selling weapons and potions during their leisure. Upon arriving at the soul-hunting forest, Yihai and Xiao Wu were greeted by this bustling atmosphere. Soul masters like these, lacking resources and training environments, had to rely on their own efforts to thrive. Xiao Wu, perplexed, inquired, "We don't need any soul rings. What are we doing here?" Yihai, surveying the nearby groups, casually replied, "Playing and making some money." "Making money?" Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled. "How do we do that?" Yihai pointed towards the soul masters, calling out offers, saying, "Did you hear their rewards? If we help them hunt soul rings, we can earn money. Just like when I took you to the soul hunting forest near Nodding City. And we earned 200 gold soul coins." Xiao Wu tilted her head, a hint of confusion crossing her delicate features. "Why are you, a 3-ring soul master, still so poor, while these soul masters seem so wealthy?" "I can't collect a stipend from a spirit hall. Otherwise, I would receive 100 gold coins monthly and not worry about food or drink." Yihai replied, exasperated. Had he not focused on immediate gratification and dealt with the likes of Xiaoyu, he would not have lost his financial source. The thought of losing 100 gold soul coins each month was painfully distressing. Yihai continued, "Besides collecting stipends from the spirit hall, they can earn money through other means. For exceptional soul masters, making money is relatively easy." After observing for a while, he pointed to a group calling out for hunters of 3,000-year soul beasts and told Xiao Wu, "Put on your mask. We're joining that team." "Okay," Xiao Wu responded. Yihai had purchased several masks while passing through Soto City, and they donned them before approaching the group. Yihai looked up at the imposing leader, a man over 2 meters tall, and stated, "I am a 3-ring battle soul master and wish to join your team." The towering man, whose height dwarfed Yihai, glanced down at the diminutive figures and said in a deep voice, "Show us your martial soul and soul rings." Yihai replied, "My soul rings are a bit unique. Let me warn you in advance. Not to shout." "Not to shout?" The tall man looked puzzled. What did that mean? Then he witnessed the short figure manifest a gleaming black iron pipe with 3 soul rings, 1 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, slowly rising from beneath his feet. "Wow!" The man couldn't help but exclaim, staring in disbelief at Yihai. "Are your soul rings real?" Others turned to look, but all they saw was a tall man and a short one staring at each other, unaware of what was happening. Just as the tall man exclaimed, Yihai quickly retracted his martial soul and soul rings. Hearing this, Yihai asked, "Are you doubting your eyesight or my words? I am indeed a 3-ring battle soul master. Why do you care how I obtain these colors? Just assume my 3 soul rings are all 10-year white ones." The tall man asked, "Can you tell me where you got them dyed? I'd like to dye mine black too." Yihai retorted, "Do you really believe that?" No comment. The tall man shook his head with a hint of regret, saying, "You qualify. As for the one behind you," Yihai replied nonchalantly, "She is my servant, only 1 ring. She doesn't require compensation, and you need not worry about her safety." Xiao Wu shot Yihai a side-eye beneath her mask, letting out a barely audible huff. "I see." The tall man mused for a moment before saying, "All right, we'll wait for 1 more auxiliary soul master before setting off." Behind the tall man was a stout middle-aged man. Just as Yihai glanced over, the tall man introduced, "This is Fu Jia, a 2-ring battle soul master with a martial soul Xianjia shield, skilled in defense. You and I are both strong attack-type battle soul masters, and with 1 auxiliary soul master, we should be good to go." They did not wait long before a young man with a martial soul lark arrived. He was in his early 20s, a 2-ring great soul master, with 2 soul skills that activated through bird calls, one enhancing concentration and the other invigorating speed and agility. Once the 5 were gathered, the tall man said, "All right, everyone is here. I'll pay you a 30% deposit up front, and the remaining 70% will be settled upon the successful hunt. Is that acceptable?" Yihai and Feng Hui nodded, indicating their agreement. The tall man handed Yihai 150 gold coins and gave Feng Hui 30 gold coins. Subsequently, the tall man led the group to the entrance of the soul hunting forest, presenting his command to the guards. The 5 of them passed through the entrance and entered the forest. Each member shared their respective strengths, and despite this being their first collaboration, it was evident that everyone hoped for a successful venture. With the task of hunting spirit beasts ahead, there was no need for any reservations. After this, The tall man let out a low growl, revealing his martial soul. His martial soul was that of a massive black bear, which Yihai recognized as the black steel-armored bear. This martial soul was commendable, though it paled in comparison to Zhao Wuji's mighty diamond bear. Nevertheless, among ordinary soul masters, it was still considered quite impressive. However, the tall man's soul rings were less noteworthy, displaying 1 white and 2 yellow rings, with the third yellow ring being a deep yellow with a hint of purple, suggesting an age of around 900 years. Nevertheless, 100 years is still just 100 years. Even 990 years cannot create a qualitative transformation. Yihai mused to himself, thinking that this was still inferior to the Lark martial soul, which, despite being ordinary, boasted 200-year soul rings, achieving an optimal ratio. The tall man proclaimed, "My martial soul is the black steel-armored bear, a powerful assault-type soul, proficient in direct confrontation." Feng Wei and Fu Jia introduced their martial souls and soul skills in turn. Finally, all eyes turned to Yihai. Yihai stated, "My martial soul is the heavy cannon, and as for my soul skills, they possess formidable offensive power." "That is all you need to know." The trio simultaneously inquired, "How formidable?" Yihai pondered for a moment before replying, "Formidable enough to have no friends." The three of them exchanged incredulous glances. Yihai rotated the heavy cannon in his hands, pointing it in a specific direction as a second 1,000-year soul ring suddenly illuminated. A dazzling beam of laser shot forth, creating a hole the size of a thumb through the trees in its path. The tall man's expression shifted to one of astonishment, and he solemnly declared, "Indeed, your offensive power is impressive. You shall be our primary attacker. Our target this time is a 3,000-year Earth Fury Bear, which I intend to use to augment my 4th soul ring." The tall man proceeded to brief the group on the attack methods and characteristics of the Earth Fury Bear, demonstrating his thorough preparation. Ultimately, he asked, "Is everyone clear?" Including Yihai. All nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us proceed." The tall man took the lead as they ventured in a specific direction. "Everyone be cautious. We are nearing the territory of the Earth Fury Bear," he cautioned, slowing his pace. Yihai nodded in acknowledgement. Typically, soul beasts in the soul hunting forest were around 1,000 years in age. Some higher-tier soul beasts could reach up to 5,000 years, as was the case with this forest. The most elite soul hunting forests occasionally birth soul beasts of 10,000 years. However, 10,000-year soul beasts possessed considerable intelligence, making them adept at evasion and lacking fixed territories, thus complicating their capture. The 5 of them carefully parted the underbrush, and suddenly, a massive brown bear appeared in a clearing several dozen meters away. Upon spotting the bear, the tall man's expression turned excited, and he whispered, "That is our target. This old beast is a 3,000-year entity, so everyone must exert their utmost effort when we engage." Yihai nodded slightly. The tall man was aiming to augment his 4th soul ring, and absorbing a 3,000-year soul ring posed no issue. The Earth Fury Bear stood in a clearing without any bushes to obscure it, making stealth impossible. The 5 of them emerged from the thicket, with the tall man leading the way, Fu Jia half a step behind him, Yihai and Feng Wei trailing 5 steps behind, and Xiao Wu bringing up the rear. Feng Wei summoned a white bird behind him, and his 2 soul rings lit up, accompanied by 2 melodious chirps. Yihai felt a lightness in his body, his mind sharpening and focusing. The Earth Fury Bear, initially ambling about, sensed their presence and turned its bronze-colored eyes toward them. Its cold, vicious gaze locked onto the 5. With a thunderous roar, the Earth Fury Bear charged toward Yihai and the others, shaking the surrounding trees with its mighty bellow. "Quick, activate your martial souls. Defensive positions," the tall man urged. Both the tall man and Fu Jia revealed their martial souls and unleashed their soul skills. Yihai held the heavy cannon but refrained from firing, instead seeking the opportune moment to strike. A soul beast of 3,000 years could indeed be felled by his laser cannon, but only if he struck its vital points. He was waiting for the chance to deliver a decisive blow to the Earth Fury Bear. As the beast closed in, it raised its formidable forepaws and lunged at the tall man and Fu Jia. A resounding thud echoed as both men staggered back, retreating until they stood beside Yihai. The tall man spoke in a grave tone. "This Earth Fury Bear is too powerful. You must attack quickly." Yihai calmly lifted his heavy cannon, aiming it at the charging beast. The Earth Fury Bear roared, sweeping its paw in an arc, putting all 4 of them, including Yihai and Feng Wei, within its attack range. Without hesitation, Yihai activated his second soul ring, unleashing a brilliant beam of light that pierced directly into the bear's chest. The Earth Fury Bear's bronze eyes reflected disbelief as it emitted a painful howl, followed by a furious roar. Just before its body collapsed, it swiped at Yihai with a paw. Yihai swiftly retreated, having shattered the bear's spine below its chest, leaving it capable of movement only above that point. Escaping the bear's attack range, Yihai fired 2 additional laser blasts, incapacitating the bear's forelimbs. With a calm demeanor, he stated, "It's done." The tall man stared in astonishment at the scene before him, muttering, "This is beyond formidable." Indeed, it was strength that had no peer. Typically, a 3-ring soul master could barely contend with a 1,000-year soul beast. Only 4-ring soul masters and above stood a chance against 5,000-year soul beasts. Of course, several 3-ring soul masters could engage with 3,000-year soul beasts. The tall man had been prepared for a grueling battle, yet he had not anticipated such ease. As a fellow 3-ring soul master, he had struggled to withstand even a single attack from the Earth Fury Bear, only to witness Yihai deliver a devastating blow in one strike. Was this truly the prowess of a 3-ring soul master? The tall man glanced at the dark iron tube in Yihai's hands, pondering, what kind of martial soul is this? Its offensive power is terrifying. At the moment the brilliant beam was unleashed, he felt a tingling sensation at the back of his neck. Beside him, Fenghui and Fujia gazed at Yihai in sheer disbelief. The Earth Fury Bear, a soul beast of 3,000 years, renowned for its defensive capabilities, had been so effortlessly dispatched. To be honest, it was quite unexpected. The attack power of this small individual surpassed even that of a 4-ring soul master. Had they not witnessed with their own eyes that Yihai possessed merely 3 spirit rings, they would never have believed that he was only in his 30s. Yihai's offensive power was astonishing, rivaling that of a 5-ring spirit king. Only those above the rank of a 5-ring spirit king could inflict such a severe blow on a 1,000-year soul beast. "Excuse me, can we settle the payment now?" Yihai prompted, noticing the tall man's dazed expression. "Oh yes, right away." The tall man swiftly produced 350 gold coins, handing them over to Yihai. "Here is your reward." Yihai counted the coins briefly and accepted them. "Well, my task is complete. Farewell," he said with a smile before turning to leave. The tall man hurriedly called out, "Could you assist me with protection? I can offer you 200, no, 300 gold soul coins as payment." Initially, he had planned to request help from Fujia and Fenghui after hunting the soul beast, offering each 50 gold soul coins. However, upon seeing Yihai's remarkable prowess, he reconsidered. One Yihai was worth 10 Fujia and Fenghui combined. Having Yihai as protection, even at a higher cost, was worthwhile. Although Yihai had no intention of lingering, he agreed for the sake of the 300 gold coins. All right, Chapter 55. Lightning Rabbit Fenghui and Fujia took their rewards and departed, not anticipating that the task would proceed so smoothly. Earning 100 gold coins had been surprisingly effortless. Under Yihai's watchful gaze, the tall man dispatched the earth-violent bear with a single strike and began to absorb its spirit ring. Yihai and Xiao Wu observed from aside. Did he really spend over 1,100 gold soul coins on this mission? Will he manage to earn it back? Xiao Wu inquired, eyeing the tall man. Yihai reflected, having earned 800 gold coins himself, while Fenghui received 100 and Fujia 200. Do you not think that obtaining a 3,000-year spirit ring is worth over 1,000 gold coins? He countered. 1,100 gold coins for a 3,000-year soul beast is a price many spirit masters would gladly accept. It is remarkably cheap. Had Yihai not possessed such overwhelming attack power, they would have faced a grueling battle with the possibility of serious injuries. The tall man was prepared for a second attempt if the first failed. Yet no one anticipated that a skilled fighter among them would so easily incapacitate the earth-violent bear, rendering the task almost trivial. Xiao Wu pondered for a moment and remarked, "In my eyes, 1,000 gold coins is an extraordinarily large sum. If I had 1,000 gold coins, I would never have to worry about food and drink again. I could buy whatever I wanted." Yihai rolled his eyes. Xiao Wu was increasingly resembling a human, now concerned with shopping. 2 hours later, the tall man opened his eyes, a powerful aura emanating from him. Having absorbed his 4th spirit ring, he had finally become a 4-ring spirit master. Beaming, he rose to his feet, felt the surge of his newfound strength, and laughed heartily. "Little brother, thank you. Here is your 300 gold coins." As he spoke, the tall man handed Yi Hai a pouch of coins, chuckling, "This is all I have left. I must now work to prepare for my 5th spirit ring." His martial spirit was the Black Steel Bear, a commendable spirit with significant potential. Even as a lone practitioner, without joining any family or sect, he could undoubtedly cultivate to the rank of 6-ringed Spirit Emperor. However, advancing to the 7-ringed Spirit Saint would pose a greater challenge. Yi Hai said nothing more, accepting the 300 gold coins with a nod before turning to leave. In high spirits, after becoming a 4-ringed Spirit Master, the tall man noticed Yi Hai heading in the wrong direction and cautioned, "Little brother, that path leads deep into the soul-hunting forest. The exit is this way." Without looking back, Yi Hai replied, "You go ahead. I merely wish to explore." The tall man remarked, "That sounds rather ominous. I've heard there have been high-level soul beasts breaking through in the soul-hunting forest recently. There could be beasts over 5,000 years old. Be careful." Without further thought, he reiterated his warning before departing alone. Yi Hai's objective in the soul-hunting forest was not solely profit. He sought to gain practical combat experience. Engaging Zhao Wuji and the others would likely result in a beating, given his well-known vulnerability. He could not afford to provide them with such an opportunity. Thus, he turned his focus to the soul beasts within the forest, which offered a plethora of combat training opportunities. The forest housed beasts up to 5,000 years old, and if those proved insufficient, Yi Hai could venture into higher-level hunting grounds, even the Stardow Forest. With his current strength, he was capable of battling soul beasts ranging from 5 to 10,000 years, the latter depending on their type. If it did not flee quickly, he could certainly contend with them. As Yi Hai and Xiao Wu ventured deeper into the soul-hunting forest, Xiao Wu suddenly halted. "What's wrong?" Yi Hai inquired, puzzled. Xiao Wu's expression grew serious. "I sense the presence of a kindred spirit. I believe there are high-level rabbit-type soul beasts nearby." Yi Hai raised an eyebrow, instantly becoming alert. Suddenly, a white shadow appeared beside him, launching a kick towards his head. Thanks to his earlier preparation, Yi Hai dodged to the side, summoning his cannon spirit, aiming its barrel at the white shadow. Yet, before he could discern the identity of the attacking soul beast, the white shadow vanished in an instant. Xiao Wu spoke in a low voice, "That is a lightning rabbit. This type of soul beast possesses the innate skill of teleportation, allowing it to move within 100 meters. Although its attack power is not formidable, its speed is exceptionally swift, making it nearly impossible to catch." Yi Hai frowned in contemplation. His cannon spirit was designed for ranged attacks, and he was particularly vulnerable to beasts that could approach suddenly, especially one like the lightning rabbit that could teleport. He felt a headache coming on. After a brief moment of reflection, a phantom of the rabbit appeared behind him, coalescing rapidly into a solid form as it aimed to kick at him. Sensing its presence, Yi Hai lunged forward to evade the blow, but when he turned to retaliate, the lightning rabbit had already vanished. However, as it disappeared, it shot a glance at Xiao Wu, as if to convey a message. "Why aren't you attacking this guy?" Xiao Wu, exasperated, thought to herself that she wished she could retaliate against Yi Hai. Yet, with Yi Hai's increasingly terrifying strength, she, being merely in her teens, could only watch in awe as he had already reached level 30 with 3 spirit rings. Would she dare to confront him? The lightning rabbit continued its relentless teleportation attacks, but Yi Hai adroitly evaded each one. Grabbing Xiao Wu's hand, he moved toward the exit of the soul-hunting forest. This place was no longer tenable. The lightning rabbit was too crafty, relying on sneak attacks rather than facing him directly. As they made their way out, the speed of the lightning rabbit's assaults intensified. Yi Hai remained vigilant, dodging its strikes, though his pace began to slow. At a certain moment, Yi Hai's first soul ring unexpectedly illuminated, and he unleashed an air cannon towards his rear. Bang! Just as the air cannon was discharged, a white shadow suddenly appeared behind him. The air cannon struck the white figure directly. Squeak! The white figure emitted a sharp cry, and Yi Hai swiftly followed the air cannon to confront it. He recalled that Xiao Wu's third soul skill was teleportation, which had its limitations, aside from distance constraints. It could not be activated when under attack or unable to adjust one's body. Yi Hai observed that the white shadow was a rabbit, approximately 1 meter in length. Its fur as pristine as snow, and its red eyes stared at him in astonishment. With a sinister grin, Yi Hai seized one of the lightning rabbit's legs and swung it violently toward the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 56. What soul beast are you transformed into? Yihai continued to slam the lightning rabbit onto the ground, more than 10 times, leaving it dazed and disoriented. He lifted the lightning rabbit by one leg, holding it upside down. The rabbit quickly regained its senses and, upon seeing Yihai's unwavering gaze, instinctively clamped its legs together. Yihai mused, "Does this little creature think I have a peculiar interest in it?" Squeak, squeak, squeak. The lightning rabbit began to squeal in panic. Although Yihai could not comprehend its words, he could surmise it was pleading for release. With a cold smirk, he replied, "You just ambushed me. And now you expect mercy?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of fear crossed the rabbit's eyes, and it squealed even more urgently. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Noticing the lightning rabbit's fear, Yihai considered intimidating it further. After all, the rabbit had relentlessly pursued him, leaving him quite embarrassed. He felt an urge to assert dominance over this audacious creature. However, before he could utter a word, a youthful voice chimed in. "Who do you wish to roast?" Yihai was momentarily taken aback, initially thinking it was Xiao Wu speaking. But her voice did not carry this tone. He swiftly turned to see that the speaker was not human, but a soul beast. This soul beast was slightly over a meter long, standing about 2 feet tall, its body cloaked in a dazzling golden fur that resembled translucent crystal, exuding an extraordinary texture. Its overall form bore resemblance to a lion, yet its 4 paws were like those of a dragon, each adorned with a plume of golden flames. Its muzzle was elongated compared to that of typical lion-like soul beasts, and beneath its fur, intricate golden scales could be discerned. In addition to its normal pair of eyes, it possessed a third eye located in the center of its forehead, featuring vertical pupils. The 2 standard eyes shimmered with gold, while the third eye radiated a sinister red hue. For a fleeting moment, Yihai was entranced by the beast's beauty, akin to that of jade. Despite having encountered numerous soul beasts, he was unaware of this one's identity. However, as the encyclopedia crystallized a page in his mind, he quickly recognized it. The imperial auspicious beast, the 3-eyed golden lion. This was indeed the 3-eyed golden lion from Douluo 2. When it first appeared in Douluo 2, the 3-eyed golden lion boasted a cultivation of 15,000 years, with power comparable to a 100,000-year soul beast. Presently, its cultivation was estimated to be around 5,000 years, yet its strength likely equaled that of a soul beast over 30,000 years old. In an instant, Yihai realized he was in serious trouble. Though he was puzzled as to why the 3-eyed golden lion had ventured from the Stardoe forest into such a small hunting ground, he knew he had to devise a means of self-preservation, lest he meet his demise here. The 3-eyed golden lion's prowess was beyond his current capabilities. The beast coldly regarded Yihai and inquired, "Speak, who do you wish to roast?" Yihai pondered briefly before responding, "I intended to roast this rabbit. Do you wish to partake?" The 3-eyed golden lion seemed bemused, glancing at Xiao Wu before returning its gaze to Yihai, displaying a hint of curiosity. Could this fool also be a soul beast transformed? It did not seem likely. He bore no trace of soul beast aura. "Ina graviton," the 3-eyed golden lion demanded. "Are you seeking death? You dare to threaten soul beasts in my presence?" Yihai raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Haven't you slaughtered countless soul beasts yourself? Why do you care?" The 3-eyed golden lion snarled, "Silence." Yihai couldn't help but chuckle. He had anticipated an immediate confrontation, but it appeared the lion preferred a battle of wits. Yihai was no stranger to verbal duels. The 3-eyed golden lion favored the brain matter of light element soul beasts, and its nature was both cold and violent, as it was an imperial, auspicious beast capable of doubling the cultivation speed of soul beasts in its vicinity, greatly increasing their chances of breakthrough. Thus, it was indulged by Emperor Tian and his companions. With its gaze fixed on Yihai's head, the 3-eyed golden lion contemplated whether consuming his brain might grant it the same sharpness. Yihai promptly discarded the lightning rabbit, brandished his heavy artillery martial spirit, and aimed it at the 3-eyed golden lion, firmly stating, "My brain is not appetizing. I advise you to abandon that thought." The 3-eyed golden lion retorted, "What if I insist on eating?" Yihai replied, "That question is directed at me?" Xiao Wu gently coughed and addressed the 3-eyed golden lion, "Spare us, and we promise not to return here." The 3-eyed golden lion roared, "Be silent. If you annoy me further, I'll consume you as well." It then turned its attention back to Yihai, its golden eyes shimmering with brewing light. Without hesitation, Yihai activated his third and second soul rings simultaneously. A massive, resplendent laser, about the width of a foot, shot forth towards the three-eyed golden lion. The lion's eyes glimmered with disdain as its golden gaze unleashed twin beams of light. The laser and the golden rays collided, the foot-wide laser astonishingly cleaved in two by the golden light. The golden beams continued onward towards Yihai. Yihai swiftly sidestepped, avoiding the golden rays, and immediately transformed his martial spirit, summoning a shadow of blood behind him, fleeing without looking back. As Xiao Wu was a 100,000-year soul beast transformed, the three-eyed golden lion would undoubtedly refrain from harming her. His priority was solely his own escape. Having sprinted less than 100 meters, Yihai felt a fierce wind surge behind him. Without a moment's thought, he rolled to the ground. The three-eyed golden lion lunged toward his original position and then turned to regard Yihai coldly, proclaiming, "Run, keep running. Let us see if you can escape this forest before I end you." With that, it prepared to pounce again. "Wait." Yihai raised his hand, calmly stating, "I too am a soul beast transformed. We are of the same kind. Could you spare my life?" The three-eyed golden lion's expression shifted to one of skepticism as it inquired, "What soul beast are you transformed into? Why do you carry no trace of soul beast aura?" Yihai contemplated for a moment, but the three-eyed golden lion's eyes instantly turned icy. "Speak at once, or face death." "Yihai Dao, I am not a 10,000-year soul beast transformed into a human. I am merely a soul beast of 1,000 years that accidentally consumed a certain herb, leading to this unforeseen transformation. My true form is that of a celestial blue bull python." "Yes, indeed, the celestial blue bull python." "Celestial blue bull python?" The three-eyed golden lion replied coldly. "Are you jesting? Neither of your two martial souls resembles a celestial blue bull python. I am equally perplexed as to why my martial soul has mutated in such a manner. It may be related to the herb I ingested." Yihai maintained an air of calmness as he produced a palm-sized azure scale, stating, "This was given to me by an elder, who told me that should I encounter difficulties, I should seek him in the Stardow Forest. Surely, you cannot believe that I, with my meager strength, could obtain a scale from a 10,000-year celestial blue bull python?" Chapter 57. I am a dog. The three-eyed golden lion pondered for a moment before posing a soul-searching inquiry. "Why could it not be a found item?" Yihai retorted, "Once again, you are questioning me." The three-eyed golden lion coldly declared, "No thinking aloud. Answer immediately, or I shall slay you." With thoughts racing, Yihai replied, "Surely. The essence of this scale can reveal its origin. If it were from a 10,000-year celestial blue bull python, one would not be able to sense its aura. It could only be detected if it were plucked directly from its body." Upon glancing back, Yihai noticed that Xiao Wu had not followed, and continued, "Furthermore, that little girl we encountered earlier is a 10,000-year soul beast in human form. If I were human, why would I not imprison her and wait until I could absorb her soul ring and bones? Thus, I cannot possibly be human. Had I not known my own identity, I might have been swayed by this absurdity." The three-eyed golden lion scrutinized Yihai once more, contemplating deeply. After a lengthy pause, it remarked, "Your tongue is rather sharp. Even as a soul beast, I am tempted to feast upon your brain to see if I too could speak so eloquently." Yihai thought to himself, "Why does this three-eyed golden lion behave like a child?" "Wait." Yihai hastily interrupted as the three-eyed golden lion prepared to strike. "Consuming my brain would not grant you my memories. However, if you do not mind, we could engage in an attribute exchange. After all, we are both soul beasts, and there is no loss to you. An attribute exchange allows for the sharing of memories, and similar attributes can merge harmoniously. There would be no secrets between us, and no repercussions to speak of." Upon hearing Yihai's suggestion, the three-eyed golden lion immediately shook its head, exclaiming, "No, absolutely not. How could I allow you to see my memories?" Yihai replied, "Then let us forego violence. We are both soul beasts, and there is no need for hostility. Please allow me to leave. I could claim that I have simply spent too long in the human world. If you two were to assume human form and linger there for 3 to 5 years, you would likely become quite articulate." The three-eyed golden lion tilted its head in contemplation and queried, "Can you share stories of your experiences in the human world? Is it entertaining?" After a moment of reflection, Yihai proposed, "I'll tell you a story if you let me go." The three-eyed golden lion considered this and responded, "Very well." With the agreement of the three-eyed golden lion, Yihai began to narrate a tale, recounting the story of Su Xian and Bai Sujin. However, Yi Hai filled in some gaps, making it more coherent than the version he had shared with the Titan Great Ape and the Celestial Blue Bull Python. As he told the tale, Xiao Wu caught up and, noticing Yi Hai engrossed in storytelling, sat beside him. Yi Hai nodded at her and continued his narrative. The crescent moon hung in the sky, the night draping like a curtain, with twinkling stars shimmering brightly. And with that, the story concludes. Yi Hai finished. It was Xiao Wu's first time hearing Yi Hai tell a story, and she expressed her desire for more, saying, "Is there not another?" The three-eyed golden lion also nodded, inquiring, "Could you regale us with one more tale?" Yi Hai glanced at the three-eyed golden lion and replied, "We agreed on just one story." Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed the three-eyed golden lion's eyes as it conceded, "Very well, you may depart. Should we meet again, I will ask you for another story." Yi Hai thought to himself, "Am I truly insane? Why would I seek you out again? Before reaching the fourth ring, I shall never return to the vicinity of the Star Do Forest." Yi Hai fell silent as he and Xiao Wu departed. After they left, a flicker of confusion crossed the three-eyed golden lion's eyes as it muttered, "How peculiar. Why does this young boy carry no trace of soul beast aura? Could there truly be such a wondrous herb capable of transforming a 10,000-year soul beast in a human form while perfectly concealing its essence? Yet his arguments are quite compelling. I will inquire with Tian and the others." After a moment of introspection, the three-eyed golden lion determined its direction and set off. One exhilarating day it has been. Yi Hai, how did you convince the three-eyed golden lion to spare you? Once they exited the soul-hunting forest, Xiao Wu could not help but ask. Yi Hai replied earnestly, "I removed my mask to show the three-eyed golden lion my face. It deemed me quite attractive and, feeling pity, allowed me to leave in exchange for a story." Xiao Wu rolled her eyes and remarked, "I have seen people with thick skin before, but yours is unparalleled. Am I not good-looking?" Yi Hai inquired. Xiao Wu, momentarily at a loss for words, conceded, "You are indeed attractive." "Then that settles it," Yi Hai interrupted. After a while, Xiao Wu expressed her relief, saying, "Today was indeed fortunate. The three-eyed golden lion is merciless, showing no mercy even to soul beasts. That it let us go is truly a blessing from the heavens." Yi Hai nodded in agreement. The three-eyed golden lion was formidable, and he would have surely perished had he not cleverly feigned transformation into a soul beast. Xiao Wu was oblivious to how dire the situation had been. He would have surely met his end otherwise. Fortunately, the three-eyed golden lion possessed a childlike demeanor, making it easier to deceive. Xiao Wu remarked, "We can never return to the soul-hunting forest." Before she could finish, Yi Hai countered, "Why should we not return to the soul-hunting forest?" Xiao Wu blinked, confused, and replied, "This soul-hunting forest is so perilous that even a three-eyed golden lion can be encountered." Yi Hai responded, "We need only avoid this area. We can venture to other, more distant soul-hunting forests to assist others in obtaining soul rings. The rewards are nearly 1,000 gold coins each time. Only a fool would refuse." Xiao Wu exclaimed, "Goodness, are you truly willing to gamble your life for money?" She added, "As for me, I will certainly not venture into the soul-hunting forest. You may go if you wish." Yi Hai produced 10 gold soul coins and pressed them into Xiao Wu's hands, asking, "Will you go?" Xiao Wu immediately puffed out her chest, declaring, "I will go." When faced with money, what is life worth? In Wuhuan City, the Hall of the Pope. Within the vast hall, only 2 individuals were present. Pope Bibi sat regally upon the papal throne, holding a small booklet. Kneeling before her was a man clad in black. After an indeterminate amount of time, Bibi closed the booklet and said coolly, "Very well, I understand. You may leave." "Yes." The black-clad man respectfully exited the Hall of the Pope. Once he departed, Bibi reopened the booklet, the pages reflecting the cold gleam of her eyes. In the 1800 Soul Forest, a masked man was discovered, wielding a weapon spirit in the form of a dark iron pipe, exhibiting formidable attack power. According to reports, this individual has the capability to annihilate soul beasts over 5,000 years old with a single blow. In the 7600 Soul Forest, another man, donning a straw hat, has a weapon spirit resembling a large, pitch-black steel rod. In the 33rd Hunter Soul Forest, a thin booklet documented the recent activities of Yi Hai over the past month. Chapter 58, Is it not simply a matter of having hands? After a moment of contemplation, Bibi turned to the last page of the booklet. At the end, there was an additional message transmitted from the Soul Hall in Soto City, a year and a half ago, our soul hall dispatched a soul master to awaken weapon spirits in an unnamed village near Soto City. Within that village, there was a child whose weapon spirit was a coarse black iron pipe, possessing innate soul power at the maximum level of 10. According to the child's elder, the purpose of this weapon spirit was to dance. Within less than a month, a child registered as a soul master at the soul hall, possessing 2 soul rings, thus qualifying as a 2-ringed great soul master, with the same coarse black iron pipe as their weapon spirit. Over the past 6 months, this child with the black iron pipe weapon spirit has not returned to the soul hall to collect subsidies. Bibi Dong, after finishing the last page, casually placed the booklet aside and rose to her feet. Innate full soul power? To directly acquire 2 soul rings in a month surely indicates more than mere level 10. Perhaps this child possesses innate super soul power akin to Xiao Shui, endowed with innate soul power of level 20. Does this child truly believe that by not collecting subsidies from the soul hall, they would remain unnoticed? Such navet. With a slight smirk, Bibi Dong murmured, "Since I have some free time, I shall make a personal visit." She then called out, "Bring me elders Ju and Gue." "As you command," came a reply from outside. Shortly thereafter, elders Ju and Gue arrived. Bibi Dong said calmly, "Come, accompany me to a certain place." The 2 elders exchanged glances and replied in unison, "Understood." The 3 promptly departed the Papal Palace and headed toward the Soul Hall Academy. The Soul Hall Academy, located within the Soul City, occupies a substantial area and boasts the most exceptional resources, training environment, and faculty in the entire continent. Upon arrival at the academy, Bibi Dong encountered Hulayina, who was immersed in training within a simulated environment. Surprised to see Bibi Dong, Hulayina exclaimed, "Teacher, what brings you here?" Bibi Dong replied with a gentle smile, "Nana, do you remember the child I punished 6 months ago? I have found him." "Really?" Hulayina bit her lip. "I must teach him a lesson." Bibi Dong shook her head. "Nana, gather Xiaoyu and Yin and come with me to a particular location." According to the information, that child now possesses 3 soul rings. And astonishingly, the 3rd soul ring is an unprecedented 10,000-year soul ring. When he had 2 rings, you and your companions could not defeat him. Now he has 3. However, Bibi Dong refrained from voicing her intention to temper Hulayina's confidence. Before long, Hulayina summoned Xiaoyu and Yin from the simulated environment. The 2 had been diligently training over the past 6 months, holding the humiliation from half a year ago close to their hearts, eagerly awaiting the opportunity for revenge. They had not anticipated discovering the child's whereabouts so soon, and their spirits soared with joy, contemplating how to best confront the boy. "Let's go," Bibi Dong said succinctly, leading the 2 elders and Hulayina toward Soto City. A month later, Yihai and Xiao Wu prepared to return to Shrek Academy. Although they appeared somewhat fatigued, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Over the past month, they had traversed 700 soul forests, assisting 10 teams in obtaining soul rings, including those of 3, 4, and even 5 rings. However, the soul master seeking the 5th soul ring only required a 7,000-year soul ring. With a single shot from Yihai's laser cannon, he severely injured the 7,000-year soul beast, delivering another blast to bring it to the brink of death. This display of terrifying power awed the entire team. After successfully completing 10 soul ring acquisition missions, Yihai's total earnings approached 10,000 gold soul coins. Yihai had earned money, and Xiao Wu was equally thrilled. Although the money was in Yihai's possession, Xiao Wu considered it as good as her own. To her, Yihai earning 10,000 gold soul coins was equivalent to her own earnings. In addition to their financial gains, Yihai and Xiao Wu had engaged in numerous practical battles with soul beasts. Xiao Wu, in solitary combat, could hold her own against soul beasts around 600 years old. It was worth noting that she possessed only 1 soul ring, which was already quite impressive. Yihai, on the other hand, could contend with soul beasts nearing 10,000 years. Against slower-moving soul beasts, Yihai could potentially inflict severe injuries on those exceeding 10,000 years. "Yihai, I want to eat roasted suckling pig again." Xiao Wu clung to Yihai's arm, declaring. Yihai chuckled in response. "Once you reach level 20, I'll treat you." "Umph, you already have 1,000,000 gold coins. Why are you being so stingy?" Xiao Wu retorted indignantly. Yihai replied, "I may have wealth, but I cannot allow you to spend it indiscriminately. I still need to save money to marry. I'll be your wife, and you can spend your money on me." "Okay," Xiao Wu quickly countered. Yihai shook his head vigorously. "Is it that hasty?" No, that won't do. To become my wife, you must first pick this flower. As he spoke, Yihai retrieved a flower from his storage ring. It appeared to be an ordinary white flower, palm-sized and resembling a peony, devoid of leaves, with its root connected to a large, heavy black stone. Despite its weight, Yihai's considerable strength made it manageable. The white flower was adorned with striking red spots, bright as blood, evoking a heart-stirring sensation. This herb is known as Xiangxi Duan Changhong, a treasure among celestial herbs, Yihai explained, recounting the tale of the Xiangxi Duan Changhong to Xiao Wu. She listened, captivated, her gaze dreamy, having never encountered such a poignant love story. Upon concluding the narrative, Yihai solemnly remarked, Xiangxi Duan Changhong is the most potent herb in existence, without exception. Consuming this herb can elevate one's soul power by at least 10 levels, with the additional effects of body reconstitution and purging impurities. Seeing Xiao Wu's excitement, Yihai doused her enthusiasm with cold water, but the prerequisite is that you must be able to pluck it. Xiao Wu immediately regained her composure, pondering aloud. Isn't it just a matter of having hands? Yihai replied, bemused. If you were to simply yank it out, the herb would lose all potency and become a mere weed. The Xiangxi Duan Changhong must be harvested with blood. When picking, one must think of their beloved and sprinkle a drop of blood upon the petals. Such exquisite herbs demand profound emotion. Even the slightest insincerity will render it unattainable. Xiao Wu contemplated, covering her head in distress. This is quite difficult. If you placed a roasted pig here, I might be able to pick it. Yihai coldly responded. Then you'll just have to imagine the roasted pig in your mind. I can't visualize it. I must see it with my own eyes. Xiao Wu insisted. Looking at Yihai, Xiao Wu glanced at Yihai, and for a brief moment, their eyes met. With a swift motion, Yihai bent her waist and unleashed an air cannon. A minute later, he had Xiao Wu pinned down on the ground, her arms twisted behind her back. And he asked, Are you still being stubborn? Xiao Wu obediently replied, I won't be stubborn anymore. I concede. Chapter 59. Can I say no? Ultimately, Xiao Wu was unable to pluck the heartbreaking red flower. She didn't even attempt to do so. At barely 8 years old, she was blissfully unaware of the concept of love, as she put it. What a load of nonsense. If I could pick it, that would be miraculous. Yihai had no choice but to put away the heartbreaking red. This matter was not urgent. Even if Xiao Wu were to participate in the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition, that was still 7 or 8 years away. By then, if she still couldn't pick it, they could simply prevent her from entering. Yihai and Xiao Wu spent several days returning to Soto City. They indulged in a lavish feast, during which Yihai treated Xiao Wu to her favorite roasted suckling pig. In return, Xiao Wu promised Yihai that she would train hard and strive to reach level 20 as soon as possible. However, Yihai remained somewhat skeptical of her commitment. Xiao Wu still retained certain traits of soul beast, or perhaps it was merely the nature of a child. Her love for play often clouded her judgment. While Yihai could be playful, he also understood the importance of hard work when necessary. Yet, Xiao Wu was a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Without training to level 60 or above, it would be easy for higher-ranked soul masters to discern her true form. Only by reaching level 60 could she effectively conceal her aura. Despite knowing this, Xiao Wu continued to frolic without a care. Although her soul power grew swiftly, diligent training could accelerate her progress. Yihai watched in exasperation as Xiao Wu remained carefree. Your Holiness, we have not uncovered any trace of that young boy in the village. The villagers informed me he left a month ago, and they are uncertain of his return. Reported Ju Douluo Yuguan. Bibi Dong replied coolly, I see. As they approached the village entrance, the curious villagers scrutinized them. The group was dressed magnificently, particularly Bibi Dong, who wore an opulent pope's robe, exuding grace and beauty that captivated attention. Sensing the gazes upon her, Bibi Dong frowned. We should leave this place at once. Send someone to stand guard until that child returns. At that moment, her words trailed off as she slightly turned her head to gaze towards the outskirts of the village. There, two small figures approached joyfully. Yihai and Xiao Wu exited Soto City, heading south. Soon, they spotted the village outline. Ha ha ha, Kuhan, San has returned. Yihai began to shout, but the next moment, his pupils constricted as he noticed several figures standing at the village entrance. The leading figure, clad in an exquisitely luxurious pope's robe, held a dazzling pope's scepter. Tall and fair-skinned, her beauty was ageless. One might believe her to be under 20. The Pope, Bibi Dong. The name struggled to form in Yihai's mind. Why was Bibi Dong here? How had I been discovered? What were her intentions? I had thought I would wait until I was a titled Douluo to confront Tang San and kick Bibi Dong. Yet here I was, facing her now. Should I headbutt Bibi Dong? Thoughts raced through Yihai's mind. And what about Xiao Wu? She was still only in her teens and had not even plucked the heartbreaking red. Would she perish here? If Bibi Dong were to kill Xiao Wu on the spot, it would be a grave sin. Perhaps it would be better to send Xiao Wu to Nodding City, where she could at least live a few more years. Xiao Wu's face turned ashen upon seeing Bibi Dong, her body trembling slightly in fear. Her lips, pale from terror, clung tightly to Yihai's back, her fingers turning white from gripping too hard. To Xiao Wu, Bibi Dong's stunning visage evoked both intense hatred and profound fear. She remembered that it was this woman who had slain her mother. When Bibi Dong and Zhu Ke noticed Yihai, their attention became wholly fixated on him, leaving Xiao Wu unnoticed behind him. Bulaina exclaimed upon seeing Yihai, "Teacher, that's him. He's the one who attacked us." Bibi Dong regarded Yihai with cold indifference, saying, "Little one, you're the one who harmed my spirit hall's people?" Yihai braced himself and replied, "This must be Her Holiness the Pope. Yes, I did strike them, but that was simply due to their incompetence. A whole group couldn't even handle me alone. You brat, Xiaoyu fumed. You ambushed us. If it weren't for your sneak attack." Before he could finish, Yihai interrupted, "If you're dissatisfied, why not challenge me again? I'll let the three of you take me on together." Xiaoyu fell silent. Bibi Dong shot a glance at Xiaoyu, finding the situation amusing. She asked nonchalantly, "Nana, Xiaoyu, Yin, do you think the three of you together could defeat him?" The trio fell into silence, realizing that even united, they could not best this boy. With a slight smile, Bibi Dong turned her gaze to Yihai, proposing, "How about you join the spirit hall?" Yihai chuckled bitterly. "Am I allowed to decline?" Bibi Dong arched an eyebrow, "Of course." Yihai inquired, "Then what would the consequences be?" Bibi Dong replied coolly, "Those who harm my spirit hall must always pay a price." Yihai inhaled sharply, muttering, "So, there's no choice then. Can I wait a few years before joining the spirit hall?" Bibi Dong, amused, retorted, "What makes you think you can negotiate conditions with me?" Xiao Wu was still behind him, and not wishing to prolong the conversation with Bibi Dong, Yihai quickly asserted, "All right, I will join the spirit hall and report to Soto City tomorrow. Is that acceptable?" Bibi Dong shook her head. "You need not report to Soto City. Gather your things and come with me to Spirit City." Spirit City was the headquarters of the Spirit Hall and home to the continent's premier academy, the Spirit Hall Academy. "You will study there, not assume any position." Yihai frowned slightly. "Then, Your Holiness, you should go to Soto City first. I will pack my belongings and join you." "No," Bibi Dong replied coldly. "I will personally escort you to prevent you from changing your mind and escaping." At that moment, Bibi Dong sensed something amiss. She perceived an unusual aura emanating from behind Yihai. Her eyes flashed with cold realization as she turned her gaze toward Xiao Wu. Chapter 60. I truly am fine. This is the aura of 100,000-year soul beast. A look of barely contained delight spread across Bibi Dong's face as her aura suddenly surged. Taking a step forward, following closely behind, Zhu Gui and the other doll also detected the extraordinary presence behind Yihai. They exchanged glances before stepping forward, their eyes burning with intensity as they focused on Yihai. "Oh no, we've been discovered." Yihai's heart sank, and he immediately spoke up, "Your Holiness, I will follow you at once. Let us hurry. Please step aside." Bibi Dong, coldly commanding, responded, "Move aside." The overwhelming presence of the title Douluo bore down directly upon Yihai. He let out a muffled groan, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet he did not budge an inch, resolutely standing in front of Xiao Wu. "Yihai, you need not concern yourself with me. They are after me." Xiao Wu's eyes revealed profound fear as she trembled, her teeth chattering. Yihai persisted, slowly and firmly shaking his head. "Since I have brought you out, I must ensure your safety." Bibi Dong scoffed. "Little one, do you know who stands behind you?" Her imposing aura loomed like a towering mountain, making it difficult for Yihai to breathe. Struggling, he replied, "It's merely a soft-bone rabbit that has lived for 100,000 years. You know. How is it that you know?" Bibi Dong's eyes widened in surprise. She sneered, "Are you planning to wait until you reach level 80 or 90 to kill it for a soul ring?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu momentarily froze. The hand that had been clutching the corner of Yi Hai's garment gradually loosened. She gazed at Yi Hai's back with a gaze filled with complexity. The pressure from Bibi Dong continued to weigh down on Yi Hai, causing fresh blood to trickle from his mouth again. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. How foolish of you, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, to stand at the pinnacle of the Douluo Spirit Master Realm. Are you saying you cannot kill any other 100,000-year soul beast apart from those that have transformed into human forms? The Stardow Forest is teeming with 100,000-year soul beasts, even those of 300,000, 500,000, or 700,000 years. Go ahead and kill them if you can. Xiao Wu is already transformed into a human. To me, she is a person, and if I need a 100,000-year soul ring, I will venture into the Stardow Forest to hunt soul beasts myself. I have no need for a soul ring. Hearing this, Bibi Dong's brows furrowed slightly, her expression wavering. As a proud woman, Yi Hai's words ignited her inner pride. Zhu Douluo could not resist mocking. You are impressive, so lofty. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to kill a 100,000-year soul beast? Bibi Dong coldly replied. Step aside. I have a couple of questions for her. Yi Hai resolutely shook his head. No. A flicker of anger crossed Bibi Dong's face as her aura erupted entirely, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that sent Yi Hai and Xiao Wu hurtling backward over 10 meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Yi Hai spat out a mouthful of blood. Having faced Bibi Dong's tidal Douluo pressure, he had sustained significant injuries. Yet he struggled to stand once more. Bibi Dong slowly approached Yi Hai, coldly inquiring, You would rather die than stand aside for her, would you? Yi Hai understood that if he dared to answer affirmatively, Bibi Dong would ensure he died before Xiao Wu. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he said, Your Holiness, may I speak with you privately? A hint of suspicion flickered across Bibi Dong's brow as she scrutinized Yi Hai for a moment before finally saying, Very well. Bibi Dong was a woman who valued talent. Possessing a certain possessiveness towards gifted individuals, she believed that the world's talents must fall under her command. Yi Hai exhibited an extraordinarily frightening talent, and given the chance, Bibi Dong did not wish to destroy him outright. She wanted to cultivate him. If she succeeded in nurturing Yi Hai, she was confident he would astound the world. Who dares to cause a disturbance here? A booming voice sounded. Zhao Wujin and Flinder rushed in, having sensed the terrifying auras that had just erupted. They made a beeline from Shrek Academy. As they approached, Zhao Wujin saw Bibi Dong and suddenly fell silent, as if his throat had been constricted. Flinder's pupils contracted, his eyes quivering, and he stammered. P-Pope? Bibi Dong glanced at Zhao Wujin, a cold smile gracing her lips. Ah, how interesting. The unmoved king Zhao Wujin hiding in this obscure little village. No wonder I could never find you. How does it feel to be a turtle hiding its head? Quite nice, isn't it? Zhao Wujin's face remained dark, and he said nothing. Yi Hai coughed up another mouthful of blood and reassured Zhao Wujin. Teacher Zhao Flinder, I'm fine. Please do not speak. They will not harm you. Zhao Wujin had some grievances with the Spirit Hall, but that was a matter from over a decade ago when the Pope was still Qian Xuanji. Since Bibi Dong's ascension, the old and new powers had shifted, and Zhao Wujin's past grievances had long become irrelevant. No one cared to bring them up. Zhao Wujin had endured, and the Spirit Hall would not act against him. However, if Zhao Wujin and Flinder intervened in the matters concerning Yi Hai and Xiao Wu, Bibi Dong could indeed kill both of them. Zhao Wujin looked at Yi Hai, asking, Are you certain you are all right? He had never seen someone claiming to be fine while spitting blood. Yi Hai coughed again, giving Zhao Wujin a firm nod. I am truly fine. Zhao Wujin, Bibi Dong, seeing that Zhao Wujin could endure, found it rather uninteresting. She turned to Zhu Ghost Law. Keep an eye on this girl. After saying that, she addressed Yi Hai. Let us go. After walking 100 steps or so, Bibi Dong coolly remarked, You may speak now. Yi Hai began. Your Holiness, are you aware of the attributes of that 100,000-year soul beast? Bibi Dong pondered. I sensed a familiar aura from her. Perhaps I have encountered a soul beast like her before. She is a 100,000-year softbone rabbit, Yi Hai stated. Are you suggesting? A glimmer of surprise flickered in Bibi Dong's eyes. Yi Hai nodded. Indeed, her mother has already become your soul ring. Bibi Dong scoffed. Then you still seek to stop me? Once she grows, she will come for revenge. Surely you know this? Yi Hai countered. Is it not the case that the illustrious Pope, with unparalleled strength and authority atop the continent, commanding a multitude of experts, and possessing unmatched beauty, grace, and talent, Are you truly afraid that a mere soul ring spirit master might one day pose a threat to you? Bibi Dong, why does that sound oddly pleasant? Chapter 61. A Bet Yi Hai continued. Your Holiness, the soul ring of the soft-bone rabbit is not suited for you. Bibi Dong chuckled. You do not think that your few words will persuade me to spare that 100,000-year soul beast, do you? Even if it is unsuitable, it is still a 100,000-year soul beast. It can grant 2 soul skills and will undoubtedly yield a soul bone. You are quite naive. As she spoke the last few words, Bibi Dong's eyes grew cold, and her face displayed a hint of impatience. Yi Hai seemed to disregard Bibi Dong's words. Continuing, Your Holiness, if I were to say that once I become a title Douluo, I would personally hunt a 100,000-year soul beast suitable for you, would you spare Xiao Wu? Bibi Dong expressed surprise. Just you? Do you realize that even I cannot hunt a 100,000-year soul beast alone at this moment? Yi Hai gazed intently at Bibi Dong, speaking each word deliberately. I will undoubtedly cultivate to the realm of title Douluo, and once I reach that level, I will certainly possess the strength to hunt a 100,000-year soul beast. Such confidence, Bibi Dong muttered quietly, then said to Yi Hai, Is this your reason for asking me to spare that girl? Even second-ring spirit masters can defeat several third-ring soul venerables. If this little one grows, she will indeed have that strength. Yi Hai, Your Holiness, how did you know I possess a second martial soul? Bibi Dong interrupted coldly, her piercing gaze fixed on Yi Hai. Drawing in a breath, Yi Hai realized his oversight. It seemed that only a select few were aware of Bibi Dong's second martial soul, the soul-devouring Spider Empress. With a calm demeanor, Yi Hai responded, Your Holiness, you have already acquired 9 soul rings, yet still require more. This must indicate that you possess a twin martial soul. His reasoning was sound. Bibi Dong nodded slightly, urging him to continue. Yi Hai continued, A soul beast of 100,000 years is essentially the ultimate aspiration of any soul master. I assume the requirements for the soul rings attached to your second martial soul are likely to be of the same caliber, correct? In essence, Bibi Dong's intent to eliminate Xiao Wu now, as opposed to later for her 9th soul ring, bore no significant difference aside from the sequence of the soul rings. Bibi Dong grasped Yi Hai's implication. He was suggesting that even if he were unable to procure soul rings for her in the future, it would not be too late for her to eliminate Xiao Wu at a later time. She smirked. You are quite astute, little one, but why should I trust you? How long until you become a title Douluo? 30 years? 50 years? Yi Hai replied with composure. It won't take that long, Your Holiness. Let's make a wager. Shall we? Bibi Dong, intrigued, asked what kind of wager. Pointing towards the dilapidated Shrek Academy in the distance, Yi Hai inquired, What do you think of this academy? Your Holiness? Bibi Dong scoffed, a pile of worthless debris. Is this truly an academy? Yi Hai's lips twitched, and he pressed on. In 7 years, 7 students will emerge from this academy to compete in the next Continental Elite Soul Master Competition, and they shall claim victory. Do you believe it? Bibi Dong scoffed, ready to retort, but Yi Hai quickly added, And I shall not be among them. Bibi Dong's expression grew serious. Not among them? Who then? Yi Hai shook his head in silence. Bibi Dong pondered for a moment before stating, Are you suggesting that they could defeat my Spirit Hall Academy, including my golden generation? 7 years hence, Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin would have fully matured. Indeed, Yi Hai affirmed. I do not believe it. Bibi Dong declared resolutely. In her eyes, while Xiaoyu and Yin were somewhat lacking, Hulaina was the most gifted soul master she had ever encountered. A 10-year-old with a 3-ring soul grandmaster, a historical phenomenon. Certainly, the boy before her was exceptionally talented, a once-in-a-thousand-years prodigy, yet he had explicitly stated he would not participate. Bibi Dong found it hard to believe that another such genius could arise among the golden generation. Yi Hai then broke into a smile. Very well, let us wager. If our Academy's team triumphs over the Spirit Hall team in 7 years, I ask that Your Holiness grant me time to grow into a title Douluo. And if you lose? Bibi Dong pressed. Yi Hai shrugged. Then Your Holiness may do as you wish. If you wish to eliminate Xiao Wu, I shall not stand in your way. How does that sound? Bibi Dong mused for a moment before coldly responding, In 7 years. This 100,000-year soul beast may very well have hidden away in the Stardow Forest, too scared to emerge. Should I venture into the Stardow Forest to find her? Yi Hai met Bibi Dong's gaze and asserted, Xiao will participate in the competition 7 years from now. Bibi Dong suddenly froze, then burst into laughter, her smile radiant and captivating. Excellent. Your confidence delights me, and I accept your wager. Yihai's proposal had genuinely piqued her interest. It had been a long time since she had encountered such an intriguing young man. This boy not only possessed remarkable talent, but also exhibited a maturity far beyond his age, displaying a depth of thought inconsistent with being merely 8 years old. Bibi Dong found herself contemplating the potential of bringing Yihai under her wing, not merely as a subordinate, but as a trusted ally. Perhaps even a future leader of Spirit Hall. If this ambition were to be realized, the capture of a 100,000-year-soul beast would seem trivial. The importance of the 100,000-year-soul beast was significant to her, but not paramount. Besides, the soul ring from the soft-bone rabbit was ill-suited for her. Thus, she had no qualms about sparing Xiao Wu for the time being. This boy's terrifying talent suggested that within 30 years, he would undoubtedly ascend to the rank of title Douluo. Should she manage to secure his allegiance, she might just be able to contend with Qian Douluo. In comparison, a mismatched 100,000-year soul beast paled in significance. If she could win Yihai over, even a 200,000-year beast could be overlooked. As for whether Xiao Wu would seek vengeance, Bibi Dong had little fear of a mere ring soul master. Grant this girl 50 years, and she would not pose a threat. With this in mind, Bibi Dong turned to Yihai and inquired, "Now may I ask your name?" Yihai replied, "Yihai. Yihai, I shall await you in Spirit City." Upon saying this, Bibi Dong gracefully turned and walked away. Watching her retreating figure, Yihai felt a twinge of regret and murmured, "Bibi Dong truly has a captivating smile. Yet it is a pity that such a person is destined for darkness." As Bibi Dong returned to the village entrance, she cast a glance at Xiao Wu, who turned pale with fright. Xiao Wu curled up like a quail, trembling uncontrollably. "Let us go." Bibi Dong's calm voice resonated in Xiao Wu's ears, akin to a celestial sound. "Yes, Your Holiness, I shall take her now." At this juncture, Zhu Douluo seemed to finally grasp Bibi Dong's intent, his face a mask of astonishment. "Your Holiness, you intend to spare her?" Bibi Dong shot a cold glare at Zhu Douluo. "Do you have an objection?" "Nay, I would not dare." Zhu Douluo quickly bowed his head. Bibi Dong cast one last, frigid look at Zhao Wuji and Flinder, commanding, "What transpired today must remain a secret." "Understood?" Before Zhao Wuji and Flinder could respond, Bibi Dong departed with a bewildered Zhu Douluo and Hulaina. The nearby villagers had long since retreated into their homes when Bibi Dong unleashed her aura. Now, only Zhao Wuji, Flinder, Yihai, and Xiao Wu remained at the village entrance. Chapter 62. Can't you just go home and embrace? Bibi Dong arrived at the outskirts of the village with several companions. There, a splendid carriage awaited them. This carriage, approximately 10 meters in length and over 3 meters in width, was outfitted with 4 wheels on each side. Curiously, there were no horses at the front. Instead, a person sat there, operating a device resembling a button. This remarkable carriage was a high-end soul guide vehicle developed by the Spirit Hall, known as the Soul Guide Carriage. By simply inputting soul power, it could be set in motion, exhibiting shock absorption and speed far superior to that of ordinary carriages. However, the consumption of soul power was considerable. Even a title Douluo could not sustain the journey from Spirit City to Soto City. As they approached the Soul Guide carriage, Douluo Ju could no longer restrain himself and said, "Your Holiness, do not be swayed by others' words. That girl possesses a 100,000-year soul beast and soul ring, objects coveted by all soul masters. The second most desired item is a 100,000-year soul bone. Everyone yearns for the 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. Yet no one can defeat a 100,000-year soul beast. Even a level 95 Super Douluo would find it exceedingly difficult to conquer one, let alone slay it. The difficulties posed by such formidable creatures are immense. The girl, having taken on human form, possesses merely a single ring of cultivation, making her seemingly easy to defeat. A 100,000-year soul ring and a 100,000-year soul bone would be akin to picking them up off the ground. How could your Holiness choose to forego such an opportunity? Surely, she has been bewitched by that young boy. Douluo Ju felt compelled to caution the Pope. Beside him, Doe echoed the sentiment, "Your Holiness, 100,000-year soul beasts are exceedingly rare. Capturing one is tremendously challenging. The soul ring and soul bone of this girl are within reach. Should you miss this opportunity, it may be a long while before you encounter another shape-shifting soul beast." Bibi Dong halted her steps and replied coolly, "There is no need for further discussion, elders. My decision is resolute. Zhu and Gue exchanged glances, both inwardly sighing. Bibi Dong cast a sharp glance at Zhu and Gue, her voice laced with menace. That girl is off limits to everyone. Should I discover that anyone has leaked information, I will not spare them. Understood. The five felt a chill run down their spines and hurriedly agreed. They recognized that the Pope regarded the 100,000-year-old beast as her personal possession. Her decision not to capture Xiao Wu did not imply relinquishment. If anyone dared to touch her belongings, Bibi Dong would indeed take their lives. Let us board and return, Bibi Dong declared, stepping onto the soul guide carriage, followed by the others. The interior was remarkably spacious, 10 meters long, 3 meters wide, with an area of 30 square meters, ample enough for 6 individuals to fit comfortably. Let us depart, Bibi Dong instructed, and the operators outside promptly activated the soul guide carriage. It surged forward like a whirlwind, racing along the main road. Xiao Wu, it's all right now. Yihai gently patted Xiao Wu's fragile back, offering comfort. Xiao Wu's face was pale, but as she gazed at Yihai, a flicker of vitality returned to her eyes. She softly murmured and then leaped into his embrace, holding him tightly. Ahem, there are others present. Can't you go home and embrace? Zhao Wujie remarked, unable to contain himself upon witnessing Xiao Wu and Yihai's public display of affection. Yihai turned to Zhao Wujie with a smile. If you're envious, teacher Zhao, you could embrace old Fu as well. Zhao Wujie retorted, if only I hadn't seen Xiao Wu's face as pale as a sheet. I would have given Yihai a good thrashing. After a moment, Xiao Wu lifted her head and looked at Yihai, asking, how did you persuade Bibi Dong to let me go? She struggled to articulate her thoughts. Yihai replied calmly, you need not concern yourself with that. Just focus on your training. Xiao Wu hesitated, glancing at Zhao Wujie and Flender, before tugging at Yihai's hand and heading home. Once Xiao Wu and Yihai departed, Zhao Wujie and Flender exchanged bewildered glances, pondering, what secrets could those two little rascals possibly have? They had arrived too late to hear Bibi Dong refer to Xiao Wu as a 100,000-year-soul beast, mistakenly believing that Yihai had offended her. Yihai is too mischievous. Last time he took Ma Hongjun to hunt for soul rings, he beat up a bunch of Spirit Hall's youths. It seems they have come seeking revenge this time. Yet, why did they leave so hastily? Flender mused. Zhao Wujie replied, isn't that a good thing? Do they need to kill Yihai to feel satisfied? Regardless of whether Bibi Dong had lost her mind or not, it was fortunate that she made no move against Yihai. There was no need to overthink it. Indeed, Flender nodded in agreement. Back at the wooden cabin, Xiao Wu clung to Yihai, refusing to let go. Yihai recognized that she was frightened and did not resist her embrace. All is well. Bibi Dong will not seek you out for the time being, Yihai reassured her, just as those words left his lips. He felt warmth spreading across his chest as Xiao Wu's small frame trembled gently. Yihai sighed inwardly, remaining silent. After a while, Xiao Wu ceased her sobbing and looked up at Yihai, saying earnestly, thank you. Yihai shook his head. I brought you out, so I have a duty to ensure your safety. There is no need for gratitude. Xiao Wu released her grip on Yihai, stepping back 2 paces to sit on the bed, hugging her knees as she spoke in a low voice. I am actually a 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit. My mother was killed by Bibi Dong, a day I can never forget. I was terrified. That woman is incredibly powerful. She can hunt 100,000-year soul beasts. I could never defeat her. Later, I wished to transform into human form, for humans are the essence of all beings and cultivate at a rapid pace. I sought revenge, but I never anticipated encountering Bibi Dong so suddenly. I was so afraid, truly afraid that I would meet the same fate as my mother, being killed by Bibi Dong to obtain her soul ring and soul bone. Yihai spoke, gently, it is all right, that is all in the past. Xiao Wu gazed at Yihai with a dazed expression, asking, will you protect me for a lifetime? Yihai chuckled, I doubt I will live longer than you. Suddenly, Xiao Wu erupted into laughter, rolling her eyes and pouting. The atmosphere was so nice. Why do you have to make me laugh? How annoying you are. Yihai laughed. Shall I take my leave then? Don't go. Xiao Wu quickly grabbed Yihai's hand, standing up to embrace him, smiling cheerfully. Let me hold you a little longer. Chapter 63. I won't be your brother unless you change your surname. Xiao Wu, with her childlike nature, had transitioned from tears to laughter in an instant. Yihai held her close, smiling as he said, Xiao Wu, focus on your training. I've only secured you 7 years. If you do not reach 4 rings in 7 years, it would be best for you to become a soul ring for Bibi Dong. Xiao Wu pushed Yihai away. Fuming, "You're pressuring me to train again." Yihai's lips twitched as he pulled Xiao Wu out of the wooden cabin and playfully gave her a few light taps. Finally, he restrained her arms behind her back, asking, "Will you train or not?" Xiao Wu lay on the ground, obediently nodding. "I will cultivate." Yihai replied, "If I catch you slacking off again, I'll make sure you can't get out of bed for 3 days." When it came to protecting Xiao Wu, Yihai would not hesitate. Conversely, when it was time to discipline her, he would not waver either. These were two separate matters, and Yihai was clear about that. "You may proceed with your cultivation. I will go find Ma Hongjun," he stated. After speaking, Yihai washed the blood from his face, changed into clean clothes, and headed straight to Ma Hongjun's home. Although Yihai had sustained some injuries, they were not severe enough to impede his movement. Xiao Wu watched Yihai's retreating figure, biting her lip gently, murmuring, "Mom, I think I'm luckier than you. I've encountered someone who truly protects me. Though, it has hurt a bit when he hits." "Yihai, brother Hai, uncle Hai. Let's have a good talk, shall we?" "All right. I realize it was wrong of me to sneak into your home while you were away, but could you hit a little softer?" She continued, "I often tell the villagers that you're all show and no substance, but honestly, that is not how I feel. I'll change, I will. Tomorrow, no, today, I will tell the villagers that your prowess remains undiminished, like a lion in its prime." Ma Hongjun, bewildered, was yanked from his bed by Yihai, his expression flustered as he babbled incoherently, his mind struggling to comprehend the words escaping his lips. "Shut up." Yihai scowled. After pondering Ma Hongjun's earlier comments, he suddenly inquired, "Did you steal from my house and spread rumors about me?" Ma Hongjun protested. "What the hell did I even say?" Yihai seized him and delivered a flurry of blows. A minute later, Ma Hongjun, sporting 2 black eyes, rose from the ground, casting a resentful glance at Yihai. Yet he dared not voice his anger. Yihai regarded him solemnly, stating, "Little fatty, I have a question for you. Do you wish to rid yourself of the after effects of your martial soul? Is that possible?" Ma Hongjun asked, his eyes lighting up. "Can I truly eliminate the after effects of my martial soul?" He had been tormented by his inner demons, his mind preoccupied with lustful thoughts. Although he did not entirely reject such indulgences, it felt as though he were being coerced into it, causing discomfort. If he could cure the after effects, he could indulge when he wished and abstain when he chose. Yihai nodded, affirming yes. He planned to let Ma Hongjun consume the mystical herb known as the coxcomb phoenix flower. Initially, he had intended to delay this. As Ma Hongjun had never shown him much respect, he had hesitated to provide him with the herb. However, circumstances had changed. Yihai had wagered with Bibi that he would triumph over the Spirit Hall Academy in 7 years, necessitating immediate preparations. Consuming the herb ahead of time would grant him extraordinary potential, potentially elevating his soul power by 1 or 2 levels by the time of the Elite Soul Master competition, thereby increasing his odds of success. This wager concerned Xiao Wu's life, and Yihai could not afford to take it lightly. After all, it would eventually benefit Ma Hongjun. Whether he consumed it now or later made no difference. Consequently, Yihai retrieved a box from his storage ring. Upon opening it, a vibrant, quivering, soft herb emerged. This herb appeared simple, consisting solely of red leaves shaped like a coxcomb. Yet upon closer inspection, its unique golden veins revealed its exceptional nature. As soon as the box was opened, the temperature in the room surged dramatically. Yihai spoke in a grave tone. "This herb is called the coxcomb phoenix flower, a divine remedy that will replenish the deficiencies in your phoenix martial soul, purifying it and eliminating potential hazards." Ma Hongjun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he queried, "Such a remarkable item. Brother Hai, where did you acquire it?" Yihai replied nonchalantly, "I found it by the roadside. Why can't I find such things?" Ma Hongjun wondered aloud. Yihai glanced at Ma Hongjun's room and explained how to consume the coxcomb phoenix flower, instructing him to do so within the confines of his room. Without skepticism, Ma Hongjun immediately took the herb and followed Yihai's instructions. As he consumed it, Yihai chuckled softly, saying, "Stealing from my room? Hey, just wait and see." Yihai exited Ma Hongjun's room and made his way to Oscar's small cabin. Bang! He kicked the door open and strode inside. Oscar, who had been meditating on his bed, nearly lost his focus due to the loud noise. Infuriated, he retorted, "Yihai, couldn't you knock? Even if you don't give me a heart attack, you'll certainly disrupt my meditation." Yihai responded earnestly, "I did knock. Your door is simply too fragile. Do you kick doors to knock?" Oscar countered angrily. Indeed, Yihai replied coolly. Oscar, exasperated, fell silent. Yihai contemplated that Oscar should be consuming an herb known as the eight-petal orchid. He rummaged through his storage ring and found a jade box. Upon opening it, a rich fragrance of orchids wafted forth, invigorating both Oscar and Yihai. Inside the box lay a delicate eight-petal orchid, its petals quivering slightly, exuding an ethereal purity. What is this herb? It smells divine, Oscar exclaimed, eyes wide with wonder. Though he was unaware of the specific herb, an instinctive urge urged him to consume it, promising significant benefits. Yihai replied calmly, this is the eight-petal orchid, known for its gentle and rich medicinal properties. It is effective in solidifying your foundation, expelling impurities from your body, and can help alleviate your slow cultivation speed as a food-type soul master. Is it truly that beneficial? Oscar asked incredulously, gazing at Yihai in disbelief. Where did you find such a treasure? Take it or leave it. No need for excessive chatter. Yihai began to close the jade box, preparing to return it to his storage ring. I want it. I'll eat it, Oscar exclaimed, snatching the box and grinning. Brother Hai, from now on, you're my brother. Yihai glanced at Oscar, coolly stating, I'll 1T be your brother unless you change your surname. Then I'd be Oscar the First. After providing Oscar and Ma Hongjun with the herbs, Yihai exited Oscar's cabin. Oscar, currently at the 16th level of soul power, would likely reach level 20 after consuming the eight-petal orchid. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, having only cultivated for a little over a year and not possessing innate full soul power, was at merely level 12. If he could elevate to level 18, it would be a commendable achievement. The challenge lay with Xiao Wu, who could not remove the heartbreaking red. However, there was no need to rush. Xiao Wu's innate talent surpassed that of Oscar and Ma Hongjun, and her cultivation speed was swift. Within less than 2 years, she had reached level 16. Even without the herb, she would not fall too far behind. In the days to come, Yihai would encourage Xiao Wu to diligently cultivate. Yihai glanced into Ma Hongjun's room once more, finding everything normal, before returning to his own cabin. Upon entering, he saw Xiao Wu seated cross-legged on her bed, diligently practicing her cultivation. Yihai nodded in approval. He returned to his own bed, adopting a cross-legged position, and prepared to cultivate. Yihai, are you there? I heard from the dean that you have returned. The voice of Douluo Yin resonated outside the wooden cabin. Yihai got out of bed, rose, and opened the door, stepping outside. Sister Yin, what brings you here? Douluo Yin let out a soft huff, saying, You heartless little one, you disappeared for an entire month without so much as a word. Yihai quickly smiled. I was just about to come find you. Douluo Yin's beautiful face instantly broke into a smile. Now that's more like it. Then, with a playful pout, she added, Why didn't you take me with you on your adventures? What is so special about that girl named Xiao Wu? Why her and not me? Yihai had genuinely not considered bringing Douluo Yin along. Though only 15, she exhibited a remarkable maturity and possessed a perfect figure. Yihai regarded her as an adult rather than a child like Xiao Wu. After a moment of contemplation, Yihai replied, All right, next time I go out, I'll take you with me, Sister Yin. Douluo Yin took his hand and led him further away, asking, Tell me about where you've been this past month. Not much, really. I only visited a few soul-hunting forests to hunt soul beasts. Yihai briefly explained before inquiring, Where are you taking me? Follow me. Douluo Yin simply said, leading him to her residence. Upon entering, she instructed, Please have a seat. With that, she gently pushed Yihai onto a wooden chair. Then, placing her hands on her waist as if unfastening something, Yihai suddenly exclaimed, Sister Yin, don't do that, I'm not ready. To his surprise, Douluo Yin retrieved a blue leather pouch from her waist. With a blush on her lovely face, she chided, You mischievous little rascal. What are you thinking? Although you're handsome and I like you, do you think I'm that desperate? Upon seeing the blue pouch, Yihai realized he had misunderstood, scratching his head. Isn't that a natural reaction? Douluo Yin playfully tapped his forehead, laughing. What 8-year-old would have such a reaction? Despite being just 15, Douluo Yin was in the bloom of youth, her vibrant laughter radiating with youthful charm. Yihai, admiring her beauty, remarked, But Ma Hongjun does. Douluo Yin scoffed. That little brat doesn't count. He has got issues. Yihai replied, He does indeed have problems. Then he glanced at the blue pouch in Douluo Yin's hand, asking, What is this, Sister Yin? This is the Rui treasure pouch, a storage soul guide capable of holding living creatures, and it keeps herbs fresh, she explained. You brought back many herbs from Grandpa's medicinal garden, and storing them in an ordinary soul guide would cause their potency to diminish. Grandpa asked me to find a chance to give this to you. I didn't expect you to run off so soon after arriving at Shrek Academy, so I'm giving it to you now to prevent you from disappearing again. With that, Du Guyan handed the Rui treasure pouch to Yihai. Yihai was familiar with the name, but hadn't anticipated it would end up in his possession. He examined the palm-sized pouch and asked, since it can hold living creatures, can it hold a person? Du Guyan's eyes flickered with uncertainty as she replied, I heard from Grandpa that it cannot hold beings with higher intelligence. Ordinary rabbits and snakes can go in, but humans cannot. Yihai nodded, transferring the herbs he had brought from the ice and fire yin-yang into the Rui treasure pouch, watching him place one herb after another into the pouch. Du Guyan remarked, no wonder Grandpa was so upset when he noticed the herbs missing from the garden. You took so many. Yihai had meticulously gathered them one by one, so Du Guyan hadn't thought it was that much. However, seeing them all together now, she realized the quantity. Yihai chuckled, feeling a bit remorseful. Du Guyan giggled. Grandpa doesn't need that many herbs. It's better that you take them. Yihai couldn't help but laugh. He wondered how furious Du Gubo would be if he heard Du Guyan's words. After chatting with Du Guyan for a while, Yihai departed from her residence. After some reflection, he did not head straight home, but instead made his way to Shrek Academy. In the dean's office, Yihai kicked open the door to find Flinder lounging in a recliner, eyes closed in feigned slumber, while Zhao Wujia sat on the sofa, lost in thought. Flinder had heard Yihai's footsteps and, upon seeing him enter, opened his eyes and asked, why did Bibi come looking for you? The mere thought of the esteemed Pope of the Spirit Hall personally seeking out an 8-year-old commoner astounded Flinder. He had imagined that upon seeing Bibi Yihai would be doomed. Yet surprisingly, she had done nothing and simply left. Flinder couldn't fathom the story behind such an encounter. Yihai explained, it's because of what happened last time. When I fetched a soul ring from Ma Hongjun, I ended up fighting off a group of Spirit Hall youths. And now the elders have come looking for me. Flinder frowned. You merely fought a few youths. How could that attract the attention of the Pope? Yihai replied calmly. 3 of them are known as the Golden Generation, including the Holy Maiden Hulaina, the future Pope. Flinder nodded. That's understandable. It's only fitting. He even thought that if Yihai didn't receive a severe beating for his actions, it would be quite unjust. Chapter 65. What did you do to him? Flinder cautiously asked. Why didn't Bibi kill you? Yihai pondered. Perhaps she found me rather cute, which stirred something in her heart. Flinder exclaimed. You're quite bold to say that. Zhao Wujia, unable to contain himself, interjected. Bibi is ruthless and merciless. She wouldn't be moved by such sentiments. Even a village dog wouldn't stir her emotions. After a pause, Zhao Wujia warned, Kid, you were lucky this time. You need to be more cautious, or you might find yourself in grave danger without realizing it. I know, I haven't caused any trouble for quite some time. Yihai nonchalantly replied. Zhao Wujia and Flinder exchanged glances, incredulous. Did this boy have a misunderstanding about what some time meant? It had only been a little over half a year since he had fetched a soul ring from Ma Hongjun. Was that truly a long time? All right, you can go now. Don't disturb my rest. Flinder, having clarified the situation, attempted to dismiss Yihai. Yihai remained still, continuing, Flinder, Oscar is about to reach level 20 tomorrow. Can I take him a hunt for a soul ring? Flinder was taken aback. Oscar was only at level 16 a few days ago. What has he done? No. What have you done to him? Flinder scrutinized Yihai, realizing that with Oscar's capabilities, he couldn't have made such rapid progress on his own. There must have been some influence from Yihai that led to his sudden increase in soul power. Yihai was a boy to keep a close eye on, lest he truly stir up trouble. Yihai spoke with utmost seriousness. It's nothing. I merely fed Oscar a rare herb. Rest assured, this herb is exceedingly rare and possesses gentle and pure medicinal properties, devoid of any side effects. It will significantly enhance Oscar's cultivation speed, compensating for the slower advancement typically experienced by food-type soul masters. Flinder turned to Yihai and remarked, Young Yi, I don't believe a single word you say. I must see this for myself. With that, he and Zhao Wujia exited the dean's office. Yihai calmly followed behind, adding, also gave Ma Hongjun a similar herb. Upon hearing this, Flinder nearly stumbled, pondering the implications. Goodness, this young lad seems intent on ensnaring all the talents of Shrek Academy. If the effects are adverse, it could spell disaster. Without further ado, Flander hastened his pace towards Oscar's residence. Upon reaching Oscar's wooden cabin, Flander suddenly halted, perplexed. What is that delightful aroma? Is there a woman inside? Zhao Wujia shook his head, asserting, "No, this is not the scent of a woman. It is a fragrant aroma that invigorates the spirit. It must be the scent of medicinal herbs." The two pushed open the door and were immediately enveloped by an even more intense fragrance. Oscar sat quietly on his bed, exuding a unique scent characteristic of the 8-petal celestial orchid. A faint white mist emanated from his skin, enveloping his body in a gentle, ethereal glow. Flander leaned closer, inhaling deeply, and remarked, "The fragrance emanates from Oscar himself." Zhao Wujia mused, "It appears this is not harmful for the young lad, even from just the scent. It seems the medicinal properties are quite gentle, likely suitable for him." Zhao Wujia's analysis was astute, and Flander nodded in agreement. Turning to Yihai, he inquired gravely, "Yihai, be honest with me. From where did you procure this herb?" Yihai replied, "It was harvested from Douluo's medicinal garden. There was no need for concealment, as Flander and Zhao Wujia would not seize his treasures." Flander's brow furrowed slightly. "Did you not previously mention that you had consumed only one herb?" When Yihai had previously demonstrated extraordinary physical prowess, he had informed Flander of consuming celestial herbs. Yihai, with a straight face, clarified, "These are two distinct celestial herbs. The one I consumed benefits the body, while the one Oscar ingested aids in soul power cultivation. The herb I took is called Heavenly Jade Essence, while Oscar's is the 8-petal celestial orchid." Flander opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Heavenly Jade Essence? 8-petal celestial orchid? What are these? Can any random herb possess such remarkable effects? He could not restrain himself from asking, "Are there more of these herbs?" Yihai nodded, "Indeed." Flander inhaled deeply, filled with concern. How many more students would this young lad endanger? If the effects were benign, it would be acceptable, but should they jeopardize these talents' foundations? It would be better if they had not consumed them at all. Suppressing his worries, Flander said, "Old Zhao, let us check on Ma Hongjun next." The three made their way to Ma Hongjun's wooden cabin. Flander pushed the door open, and as they entered, they were met by a wave of heat. Flander, his expression serious, regarded the cross-legged Ma Hongjun and asked, "What herb did you give him? What were its effects?" Yihai responded, "The coxcomb phoenix sunflower, a potent restorative herb capable of purifying Ma Hongjun's martial spirit and alleviating the after-effects it has caused." Zhao Wujia, slightly irate, retorted, "Young Yi, what is this? Ma Hongjun already suffers from after-effects, and his needs in that regard are pressing. Are you attempting to endanger him or incite chaos with women?" "Calm down, old Zhao," Flander interjected, raising a hand to halt Zhao Wujia's agitation. Yihai is correct. Ma Hongjun does require a potent restorative to address his deficiencies. Flander had previously consulted Master Yu Xiaojiang regarding Ma Hongjun's issues, but the response had been vague at best. Yu Xiaojiang had merely suggested, if the after-effects are not severe, there is no need for concern. However, if they pose a significant risk to his life, I recommend trying pure yang substances to remedy the impurity of his martial spirit. Flander's faith in Yu Xiaojiang was unwavering. Observing Yihai's decision to provide Ma Hongjun with a potent restorative, he showed no signs of discontent. Moreover, both Ma Hongjun and Oscar had already ingested the herbs Yihai provided. Discussing it further would be futile. Now, they could only wait. Yihai shook his head, reflecting on the fragility of trust between individuals. He had given Oscar and Ma Hongjun celestial herbs, genuine treasures, not something vile. Flander and Zhao Wujia need not wear expressions akin to those mourning a loss. Were they aware of Yihai's thoughts, they would surely exclaim in unison, "I would rather you had fed them something vile." Chapter 66. Hasty decisions as the sun rose and set. Dawn broke the following day. Throughout the night, Flander and Zhao Wujia had not closed their eyes, even when Yihai assured them that he too had consumed herbs, and that Duguyan had as well. Their unease persisted. Only when they witnessed Oscar opening his eyes did they breathe a sigh of relief. Flander and Zhao Wujia were genuinely fearful that Oscar might not emerge from his cultivation. As Oscar opened his eyes, a fleeting golden glimmer sparkled within his captivating peach blossom gaze. Naturally handsome, Oscar now radiated a refined aura, enhanced by the influence of the 8-petal celestial orchid. If he became any more handsome, he might rival Yihai. A Upon seeing Flander and Zhao Wujia, Oscar paused momentarily, saying, "Dean, Teacher Zhao, what brings you here? I have been diligently cultivating these past few days. How do you feel, Xiaoao?" Flander inquired hastily, then turned to Zhao Wujia. "It seems he is well." Zhao Wujia nodded in agreement. Oscar began to sense his surroundings, only to suddenly freeze, disbelief washing over his face. Zhao Wujia's expression darkened. "What is it? Is there a problem?" "No, not at all. Everything is splendid." Oscar suddenly burst into laughter. "I feel fantastic, better than ever before." Flander and Zhao Wujia exchanged glances, their expressions skeptical. Flander pondered aloud. Could there be a psychological issue? Upon hearing this, Yihai quickly tapped Oscar on the forehead, urging, "Quickly share your changes, keep laughing, and the dean will think you're unhinged." Oscar stifled his laughter, though a smile remained on his face. "Dean, Teacher Zhao, my soul power was at the 16th level, and now it has skyrocketed to the 20th level. I can now hunt for my second soul ring. Moreover, I feel my soul power may exceed the 20th level. But without hunting for soul ring, I cannot ascertain my exact level." "What?" Flander and Zhao Wujia exclaimed in unison, their eyes widening in disbelief. "Your soul power has increased by at least 4 levels?" Flander immediately grasped Oscar's hand, channeling his soul power to sense further. Soon, a frown creased his brow, and a hint of confusion crossed his face. "What is it? Is there a significant problem?" Zhao Wujia asked anxiously. Flander slowly shook his head, saying, "It is not that the problem is significant. Rather, there is no problem at all. Oscar's soul power is pure and robust, significantly improved compared to before. The speed of soul power circulation within him has evidently increased, and his future cultivation speed will not lag far behind that of a battle spirit master. From my perception, only benefits are present, with no drawbacks whatsoever." Upon hearing Flander's words, Oscar cast a grateful glance at Yihai and said, "Yihai, thank you. From now on, you are my brother. I will not hesitate to face any challenge with you." Yihai chuckled and replied, "Perfect timing. I suddenly crave some fried Oscar this morning." "Just go ahead and fry yourself." Oscar exclaimed, "That's too hasty." "Hold on, Oscar," Flander interjected, looking at him with inquiry. "Aside from feeling well, do you sense anything amiss?" Oscar glanced at Yihai before contemplating. There is indeed something that feels off. Flander immediately turned to Oscar, as did Yihai, who looked curiously at him. Oscar, maintaining a calm demeanor, stated, "I am already at level 20, yet I have not acquired a second soul ring. Does that not seem odd?" Flander's expression darkened instantly, and with a cold laugh, he addressed Yihai. "I believe Oscar is in dire need of a good beating. This task is yours." With that, he departed with Zhao Wujia. Since Oscar was able to joke, it seemed he was indeed fine. "Wait," Oscar quickly called out, "Principal, I do have a problem. I truly have a problem." Yihai grinned wickedly and said, "Come here, little Oscar. Let me help you." Yihai seized Oscar and delivered a series of light blows. "Ah, take it easy," echoed Oscar's cries from within the cabin. A minute later, Oscar, sporting 2 black eyes, rose from the ground and asked, "When shall we hunt for soul rings?" Yihai pondered, "Perhaps tomorrow." "Excellent. I desire a soul skill capable of detoxification," Oscar declared. "Why?" Yihai inquired curiously. Although he was aware that Oscar's second soul ring in the original story was indeed the detoxifying sausage, he did not understand the rationale behind it. Oscar explained, "As a supporting food spirit master, my role is to assist, and detoxification is an essential skill. As our soul power increases, we will encounter more spirit masters, and it is possible to meet those who use poison, much like Teacher Dugian. If our team lacks a detoxifying soul skill, we could face total annihilation. Thus, as a support, a detoxifying skill is indispensable." Yihai nodded in agreement. It was indeed sensible. He said lightly, "Then continue your cultivation. I will seek out Ma Hongjun." With that, Yihai left Oscar's wooden cabin. Upon arriving at Ma Hongjun's dwelling, before he could step inside, a resounding phoenix cry pierced the air. The sound soared into the sky, and a wave of scorching heat quickly surged forth, igniting Ma Hongjun's wooden house. Yihai swiftly recoiled a few steps to evade the spreading flames. He was not afraid of the fire, having consumed the 8-angled ice, grass, and fiery apricot blossoms, which granted him immunity to both ice and fire. However, Yihai was cautious of the ensuing chaos. Although his body was immune to extreme temperatures, his clothing was not. Moments later, anguished cries emerged from within. "Ah, Yihai, you scoundrel! My house! And my clothes! Yihai anticipated that after Ma Hongjun absorbed the coxcomb phoenix flower, flames would erupt from his body, incinerating his house and garments, forcing him to emerge. Soon, Ma Hongjun stumbled out of the cabin, noticeably leaner, his small eyes sparkling with vitality, appearing less disheveled than before. Upon seeing Yihai, Ma Hongjun abruptly fell silent. Yihai appraised him from head to toe and remarked, "Little fatty, you are indeed quite diminutive." Ma Hongjun's lips twitched, and he refrained from retorting. However, even without a response, Yihai was not inclined to let him off easily. "Fatty, I just heard you call me a scoundrel?" Ma Hongjun swallowed hard and chuckled nervously. "Brother Hai, it was merely a joke. Please do not take it to heart. Brother, dear brother, easy now." Yihai dismissed Ma Hongjun's explanations and promptly tackled him, delivering a series of hearty blows. "Brother, could you lend me a piece of clothing?" Ma Hongjun lamented, rising from the ground with a despondent expression, his dark circles even more pronounced. The flames erupting from his body had not only ignited the small cabin, but also reduced his clothing to ashes. Yihai retrieved a set of clothes from his storage ring and said, 10 gold soul coins, and it's yours. Why don't you just go rob someone?" Ma Hongjun exclaimed in outrage. 10 gold soul coins for a mere outfit? This is outrageous. Yihai replied coolly, "Isn't that what I'm doing?" Ma Hongjun retorted, "This is the legendary scenario where as long as I lack morals, you cannot moralize me." Yihai responded nonchalantly, "Do you want it or not? If not, you can run a Shrek and ask Flander for help." "No, I want it." Ma Hongjun gritted his teeth, "Just give me the clothes. And I owe you 10 gold coins." Running to Shrek without any clothes would save him 10 coins, but the news would spread throughout the village by afternoon. How could he possibly show his face? Feeling the breeze against his bare skin, Ma Hongjun reluctantly accepted Yihai's terms. After agreeing, Yihai promptly handed over the clothing. Ma Hongjun quickly donned it. "It's too big," he complained. As Yihai's cultivation progressed, he had grown significantly taller. At just 8 years old, he now stood at 1.50 meters. Ma Hongjun, being of average height at around 1.30 meters, appeared somewhat dwarfed in Yihai's oversized attire. Had Ma Hongjun still been as plump as before, it would not have seemed so exaggerated, but after consuming the divine herb, he lost significant weight, making Yihai's clothes appear overly large. Yihai cast a cold glance at Ma Hongjun, who wisely fell silent. Yihai instructed, "Focus and sense how many levels your soul power has increased." Ma Hongjun briefly concentrated, initially stunned before erupting with joy, exclaiming, "My soul power has risen by 6 levels. I am now at level 18. After 2 months of hard work, he had barely managed to rise from level 11 to 12. To think that merely consuming a single herb could elevate him by 6 levels. Reaching level 18 meant he was just 2 levels away from acquiring a second soul ring. With only about 6 months of training required, it implied he could potentially obtain 2 soul rings within a year. If this were not the mark of a chosen one, it would be hard to believe. Ma Hongjun could not help but laugh heartily, feeling that his time was finally approaching. However, before he could indulge in his mirth, a sudden pain in his forehead interrupted him. Yihai had tapped his finger sharply on Ma Hongjun's forehead, frowning. "What are you making such a racket about? You've only risen 6 levels? Pathetically useless." Ma Hongjun retorted, "Are you sure you're speaking to the chosen one?" Yihai shook his head slightly. In the original narrative, Ma Hongjun had ascended from level 31 to 36, a rise of 5 levels. However, the increase in soul power after reaching level 30 is greater than that of level 5, which surpasses the total soul power of those merely at level 10. In other words, from the perspective of soul power enhancement, consuming the herb now is inferior to doing so at level 30. Nevertheless, when it comes to celestial herbs, the earlier they are consumed, the sooner one's potential can be unlocked, which is indeed more beneficial than delaying the consumption. Regardless, the deed is done, and there's no turning back. Yihai said, "Continue your training. Once you reach level 20, I will take you to hunt for a soul ring." After a pause, he added, "Oscar has also consumed a herb, and he is already at level 20, so do not think of yourself as the best in the world, understood?" Ma Hongjun nodded and cheerfully replied, "Hey, Brother Hai, do you have any more of that herb? Could you give me another one?" Yihai shook his head, stating, "Such herbs are rare and cannot be sought after. One can only consume one in a lifetime. What happens if one consumes more?" Ma Hongjun hurriedly inquired. Yihai cast a disdainful glance at him and mockingly replied, "You wish to consume more? When I say one can only consume one in a lifetime, it means you will only ever find that singular herb. If you manage to find a second, feel free to eat it. Pausing, Yihai added, by the way, that herb is worth 100 million gold coins. Remember to repay me. With that, Yihai turned and walked away. What? Ma Hongjuan's eyes nearly bulged out, and his voice trembled. The most gold coins he had ever seen amounted to merely 10. How much is 100 million gold coins? Even if he were killed and sold by the gram, he couldn't fetch that much. Why don't you just kill me instead? He shouted at Yihai's retreating figure. Upon hearing this, Yihai halted his steps. Ma Hongjuan's heart raced, and he quickly added, just kidding, I was only singing. Yihai resumed his stride. Ma Hongjun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, realizing he had narrowly avoided a grave mistake. After Yihai departed, Ma Hongjun gazed at his once beloved wooden house, now reduced to ashes, and sorrow enveloped him. Curse that little thief Yihai. I merely stole a small desk, and he burned down my house. Where will I sleep tonight? He wiped his tears and resolved to seek refuge with Flander for the night. Suddenly, after a moment of sadness, Ma Hongjun exclaimed in surprise. He realized that the lingering aftereffects that had plagued him for over a year seemed to have vanished. He no longer felt the overwhelming desire that had once consumed him. A smile crept across his face. Even an increase of 6 levels in soul power paled in comparison to the significance of overcoming this aftereffect. This was truly wonderful. From now on, he could indulge freely without concern. Clearly, the herb Yihai had given him was extraordinary. The principal and teacher, Zhao, had tried countless methods to resolve this issue, yet Yihai's single herb had directly remedied it. It seemed that asking for 100 million gold coins was not unreasonable after all. However, he lamented, but I don't have that much money. Even selling myself wouldn't suffice. Ma Hongjun wore a mournful expression. Even if he sold his entire lineage, he couldn't amass 100 million gold coins. After a while, Ma Hongjun suddenly had an epiphany. Since repaying 100 million gold coins was impossible, why not simply not repay it at all? Was the 10 gold coins he owed Yihai also negligible? What difference did it make to owe 100 million gold coins or 100 million and 10? None at all. With this thought, he felt a surge of happiness and even contemplated borrowing another 100 gold coins from Yihai. The next day, Yihai, accompanied by Oscar, Du Gaiyan, and Xiao Wu, set off for the Stardow Forest. Yihai had initially intended to take only Oscar, as the round trip would last no more than 2 days, primarily spent traveling with little enjoyment. However, both Xiao Wu and Du Gaiyan insisted on following him. After a brief scuffle, the 2 girls still persisted, leaving Yihai with no choice but to acquiesce. After all, Oscar only needed a 700-year-old soul ring, and a brief excursion would suffice without delving into danger. They traveled uneventfully to the small town from last time. Oscar remarked with a smile, I remember the last time teacher Zhao brought me to the Stardow Forest was over 3 years ago. I can't believe how quickly time has passed. Yihai replied nonchalantly, your cultivation speed is too slow. You've only advanced 5 levels in 3 years, averaging less than 2 levels a year. If you trained as diligently as I do, you could visit the Stardow Forest once every year or 2. Oscar gazed at Yihai in disbelief. How can I compare with you? You're simply a freak. Hearing Oscar's words, both Xiao Wu and Du Gaiyan turned to him, eager to learn just how Yihai was so abnormal. Oscar shot a glance at the glowering Yihai and quickly corrected himself. I'm in a prodigy of prodigy. Yihai looked at Oscar, who felt a chill run down his spine, unable to think of any other descriptors. With a mournful expression, Oscar said, enough talk. Just hit me already. With no way to win, he resigned himself to his fate. Yihai, however, refrained from striking Oscar and merely advised, go home and study hard. Prepare more vocabulary to avoid getting beaten. Oscar nodded vigorously. Upon entering the town, the sounds of vendors hawking their wares filled the air. It was now evening, and Yihai led the group to a hotel. At the front desk, Yihai requested 2 rooms, planning to share one with Oscar, while Xiao Wu and Du Gaiyan would occupy the other. This arrangement would ensure mutual care. After a light meal on the hotel's first floor, they prepared to return to their rooms for rest, knowing they would need ample energy for the soul beast hunt the next day. As the 4 ascended the stairs, they arrived at the door of their room. Yihai said, Gaiyan, Xiao Wu, Oscar and I will share a room. Is that all right? Not all right. Xiao Wu immediately responded. I want to sleep in the same room as you. Yihai frowned. Xiao Wu, be sensible. You can't expect Gaiyan and Oscar to share a room. I don't care. I can't sleep without you. Xiao Wu pouted. It was clear that Xiao Wu was being stubborn. and Yihai figured that a beating wouldn't resolve anything. So he agreed. All right, I'll go downstairs and book another room. No need, Du Guyan interjected calmly. 2 rooms are sufficient. Upon hearing Du Guyan's words, Oscar's face brightened. Could it be? Then, Du Guyan continued, this room has a large bed. It can easily accommodate 3 people. I can stay with you, Oscar exclaimed. Samiawa now? Yihai was equally speechless. He glanced at Du Guyan, opened his mouth to speak, but before he could, Du Guyan looked at him and said, if Xiao Wu can sleep with you. Why can't I? Of course you can. Yihai had no choice but to concede. They were all just kids after all. It was no big deal. He turned to Oscar. Then you go to the room across the hall. Remember not to sleep too soundly. Call me if there's any trouble. Oscar, looking dejected, nodded and walked over to the opposite room. Yihai opened the door and stepped inside, followed closely by Xiao Wu and Du Guyan. 2 girls exchanged glances and simultaneously let out a hum, their eyes betraying a hint of animosity, though the reason eluded them. Yihai pretended not to notice, believing it wise to remain an observer in this situation. A night passed in silence, without incident. The following day, after a modest meal, the 4 set off towards the Stardew Forest. Along the way, Oscar gazed at Yihai with a mixture of envy and jealousy. At a momentary pause, Oscar seized the opportunity to quietly inquire of Yihai, how did it feel last night? Yihai replied nonchalantly, what do you mean? With a mischievous grin, Oscar asked, what was it like to be embraced by 2 girls? Yihai shook his head and sighed, not great. Even turning over was a challenge. Oscar exclaimed, damn. I shouldn't have asked. Oscar had initially intended to tease Yihai, envious of his ability to share a bed with 2 girls. But he realized that Yihai was not to be underestimated. The retort struck him like a debilitating blow. He felt as if he had swallowed a bottle of vinegar, a sourness coursing through him from head to toe. He attempted to feign indifference, insisting he was not envious, but the words eluded him. Little Wu, barely 8 years old, was an endearing child, charming in her quirky appearance, but lacking any notable allure. In contrast, Du Guyan was 15, with an enviable physique and radiant beauty, exuding the vitality of youth. The thought of such a lovely girl lying beside Yihai, perhaps even clutching his arm, made Oscar nearly weep with jealousy. Yihai cast a sidelong glance at Oscar, internally scoffing at his self-inflicted humiliation, yet he remained unfazed. The group soon arrived at the periphery of the Stardew Forest. Du Guyan inhaled deeply, marveling, the life force here is so intense, far more potent than that of the Sunset Forest. Little Wu replied haughtily, of course. The Stardew Forest is one of the 3 great gathering places for soul beasts. No forest on land possesses a legacy as profound as that of the Stardew Forest. Du Guyan looked at Little Wu quizzically. I was referring to the Stardew Forest itself. Why do you seem so proud? What does it have to do with you? Little Wu's expression stiffened. Clearing her throat, she said, it's nothing. I was merely providing a brief introduction. Yihai smiled and suggested, let us proceed. We must quickly help Oscar obtain a soul ring so we can return to the village today. As they ventured into the Stardew Forest, Oscar required merely a 700-year-old soul beast for his second soul ring, a task that posed no difficulty for Yihai. In fact, even Du Guyan could independently hunt a 700-year-old soul beast. The quartet journeyed over 20 miles, encountering numerous soul beasts along the way, yet none met Oscar's requirements. After another 5 miles, Yihai's eyes suddenly lit up upon spotting a particular plant. This is the one. It was a 1-meter-high plant entwined with vines, surrounded by the remains of several small soul beasts. Oscar, staring at the plant in confusion, asked, what kind of plant is this? Are you sure it can produce a detoxifying soul ring ability? Yihai assured him, this is a poisonous flower, which absorbs toxic soul beasts to grow and possesses formidable detoxification capabilities. It is precisely 700 years old, making it perfect for you. Chapter 69. Barbie. Upon hearing Yihai's words, Oscar quickly made his decision. This plant it would be. Despite Yihai's frequent beatings, Oscar had great faith in him. Yihai had personally selected his 3 soul rings, as well as the first soul ring of Mahongjun. Oscar was unaware of how Yihai, at merely 8 years of age, had acquired such extensive knowledge of soul beasts, but he trusted Yihai's judgment completely. Oscar nodded, all right, let us go with this soul beast. Yihai retrieved a dagger from his storage ring and handed it to Oscar, who stared in disbelief. You can't expect me to hunt the soul beast myself. I'm just a food-type soul master. Yihai chuckled at Oscar's words. Don't underestimate yourself. You can do it. Try to overpower this poisonous flower. Oscar scoffed, thinking Yihai was teasing him. Yihai, now serious, instructed, I will first injure this soul beast. Remember to deliver the finishing blow. With that, he turned his attention to the poisonous flower. The poisonous flower stood only 1 meter tall, its vines serving as its means of attack. As long as the upper part of the poisonous flower was separated from its roots, it would perish. Yihai merely needed to assist Oscar in removing the vines, allowing Oscar to cut down the poisonous flower himself. Yihai pulled out the heavy cannon, and 3 soul rings, 1 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, rose slowly from beneath his feet. Wow, a 10,000-year soul ring? Both Oscar and Douluo exclaimed in astonishment. Oscar, incredulous, remarked, Isn't your 3rd soul ring supposed to be 5,000 years? When did it become 10,000? The first 2 soul rings, though special, paled in comparison to the visual impact of the 3rd 10,000-year soul ring. Typically, a soul master could only absorb a 10,000-year soul ring by their 5th ring. How could Yihai, with only 3 rings, manage to absorb 1? This was unfathomable. Oscar felt his previous understanding crumble. Could every rule be broken in Yihai's presence? With 2 rings at 1,000 years and 3 at 10,000, could the 4th ring possibly be at 100,000 years? What was it that Yihai cannot achieve? A beast. He is simply a beast. Oscar murmured. Douluo was equally taken aback. She knew that Yihai's first 2 soul rings were yellow and purple, but never imagined that he could leap from 9,000 years to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring directly. This is remarkable, truly impressive. No wonder Douluo, have taken a liking to him. He is extraordinary. Yihai was destined to become a soul master more powerful than the Pope, Bibi. Only little Wu remained indifferent, having witnessed Yihai in action before and knowing his soul ring configuration. She felt no surprise at all. Yihai, gripping the cannon's tail with his right hand and aiming the muzzle with his left, activated both his 3rd and 1st soul rings, unleashing a highly compressed air cannon towards the poisonous flower. An hour later, Oscar opened his eyes after absorbing the poisonous flower's soul ring. Yihai nodded to himself. Under normal circumstances, it would take Oscar at least 2 hours to absorb a soul ring. However, having completed it in just 1 hour suggested the influence of the 8-petal immortal orchid. Seeing Oscar awaken, Yihai inquired, Didn't I tell you? Is it a detoxifying soul ability? Oscar beamed, Absolutely. It is indeed a detoxifying soul ability. By the way, can you guess my current soul power level? After absorbing the 8-petal immortal orchid, Oscar reached the threshold of level 20, but he didn't fully disclose his level until he had absorbed the 2nd soul ring. Yihai remarked casually, I estimate it's around level 23, certainly not exceeding 24. Oscar immediately lost interest. Yihai's guess was spot on. Oscar's soul power level was indeed 23. With such accuracy, the excitement was entirely diminished. Yihai said, Bored, are we? Oscar, recite the incantation for your 2nd soul skill. Quickly, Yihai urged. Both Douluo and Xiao Wu were familiar with Oscar's 1st soul skill incantation, which was utterly ridiculous. Was the incantation for the 2nd soul skill equally ludicrous? Under Yihai's insistence, Oscar could only grimace and recite few. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Oscar's incantation, Xiao Wu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Douluo also stifled a giggle, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Although this incantation was not as absurd as the first, it was still rather unimpressive. Yihai, with utmost seriousness, inquired, Oscar, is it big or small? At Yihai's words, both Douluo and Xiao Wu blushed, muttering to themselves, Pervert. Oscar felt a pang of discomfort seeing Douluo and Xiao Wu flirt with Yihai. Logically, their expedition to the Stardow Forest was meant for him to hunt for a soul ring. He should have been the protagonist. Yet, Oscar felt more like a mere background character, with Yihai and the others as the true stars of the show. He gazed skyward, a sense of inexplicable sorrow washing over him. All right, let us return, Yihai said with a smile. Oscar immediately replied, Yes, let us hurry back. He vowed never to accompany Yihai on another soul ring hunt. Despite Yihai's extensive knowledge of soul beasts, Oscar felt that enduring 2 consecutive days of dog food was unbearable, especially for a human. He believed it would take him several days to recover from the shadows of these 2 days. The four began their journey back from the Douluo forest. They had ventured no more than 20 miles into the forest, and, at their speed, it would take merely half an hour to exit. The return was even more relaxed, with Yihai, Yin, and Xiao Wu sharing laughter, while Oscar sat in silence, feeling aggrieved. However, to Yihai's astonishment, not 10 miles out, they encountered a situation. A remarkably beautiful soul beast blocked their path. This creature resembled a lion, its entire body cloaked in a shimmering golden mane, akin to translucent crystal. Its claws resembled dragon talons, each resting upon a sphere of golden flame, exuding an air of majesty. Most peculiarly, it possessed 3 eyes. Upon seeing the soul beast, Yihai's lips twitched, and he forced a chuckle. What a coincidence. We meet again. Internally, he was screaming, what is happening? How on earth have we encountered the 3-eyed golden lion again? Is this some kind of fate? The 3-eyed golden lion's 3 cold eyes fixated on Yihai as it spoke. I have come specifically to find you. Yihai thought to himself, this is it. I'm done for. Chapter 70. Certainly Yihai had taken the initiative to bring Oscar along for the soul ring hunt, feeling confident there would be little danger. The last time Zhao Wujia had taken him to hunt for his 3rd soul ring. He had absorbed the ring overnight before the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python had even found him. This time, he was merely searching within a range of 20 to 30 miles from the outskirts of the Douluo forest, where the risks were minimal. Even if the sky blue bull python sent Xiao Wu, it wouldn't arrive in time. Yihai had been keeping track of the time. If they had not found a suitable soul ring within 4 hours, he would leave the Douluo forest. However, he never anticipated that instead of the sky blue bull python, he would encounter the 3-eyed golden lion. How could the 3-eyed golden lion possibly find him faster than the sky blue bull python? Since entering the Douluo forest, it had only been half a day. How could the 3-eyed golden lion locate him so quickly? This was utterly illogical. Yet, despite the absurdity, the 3-eyed golden lion now stood before him, leaving no room for disbelief. The 3-eyed golden lion tilted its head, glancing at Yin and Oscar, and coldly stated, let me kill them first before we speak. Wait. Yihai immediately positioned himself in front of Yin, addressing the 3-eyed golden lion. They are my friends. The 3-eyed golden lion fixed its gaze on Yihai, scoffing. Can soul beasts truly be friends with humans? Yihai affirmed they can. He swiftly redirected the conversation, asking, how did you find me? The 3-eyed golden lion replied nonchalantly, if I wish to find you, I shall. A flicker of understanding crossed Yihai's mind. The 3-eyed golden lion possessed formidable fire and light attributes, making it incredibly powerful. Yet, its most potent attribute was its spiritual power, imbued with a hint of fate's force, positioning it at a high status. If the 3-eyed golden lion had left any trace on Yihai, it could indeed locate him swiftly. Seeing Yihai converse with a 3-eyed golden lion, Yin wished to inquire about the situation, but Xiao Wu urgently signaled her to remain silent, causing Yin to suppress her curiosity. Xiao Wu, having been a 100,000-year soul beast, had encountered the 3-eyed golden lion before and knew its temperament was exceedingly violent. It would not hesitate to attack even fellow soul beasts. The last time it spared Yihai had seemed astonishing. This time, she could not allow Yihai to be disturbed. Nor could she let Yin and Oscar cause trouble, for it could lead to their annihilation. The 3-eyed golden lion was indifferent to whether Xiao Wu was a transformed 100,000-year soul beast. If provoked, it would not hold back. Yihai asked in a low voice, you sought me out. What is your purpose? The 3-eyed golden lion replied, I wish to hear the story you told me last time. Do you have other stories to share? Yihai was taken aback. This creature had traveled such a distance just to hear a story? What an obsession. He pondered. I can tell you a story, but first, let them leave. They need to return home for dinner before dark. The 3-eyed golden lion considered for a moment before nodding. Very well, they may leave, but you shall stay. Yihai quickly signaled to Xiao Wu to take Yin and Oscar away immediately. Unaware of the 3-eyed golden lion's true nature, Yin and Oscar might mistake it for a lucky charm, but Xiao Wu, knowing enough about the creature, understood Yihai's intent without much explanation. Let us go. Yihai has a plan to extricate himself, Xiao Wu whispered to Yin and Oscar. Although the two were filled with questions, they could only nod and follow Xiao Wu as they maneuvered around the 3-eyed golden lion and swiftly distanced themselves. Once they had walked a considerable distance, Yin could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, Xiao Wu, What was that soul beast about? That soul beast is called the three-eyed golden lion. It is an immensely powerful creature. Though it possesses only 5,000 years of cultivation, its strength rivals that of a soul beast aged over 30,000 years. Xiao Wu replied, her face serious. Duge Yin and Oscar gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, a 30,000-year soul beast. A soul beast of that age possesses incredible strength, comparable to that of a soul sage at the seventh ring. They could hardly fathom that such a beautiful creature could possess such formidable power, rivaling the likes of Zhao Wujia and Flender. Duge Yan's face was filled with concern. Why would such a soul beast come seeking Yihai? We left Yihai alone there. Would he be in danger? Oscar voiced his concern, stating that if Yihai were to perish at the hands of that soul beast, he would forever remember him. Silence. Both Duge Yin and Xiao Wu rebuked in unison. Oscar, sensing the gravity of the situation, wisely fell silent. Though he was now a second-ring Great Soul Master, as a support-type Soul Master, he was still no match for Xiao Wu. After they had departed, Yihai contemplated what story to tell the three-eyed golden lion. To be honest, he had a plethora of tales in his mind, but regardless of the narrative, each required significant adaptation to suit the environment of Douluo continent. Naturally, the Douluo series stories were off-limits. Recounting Douluo within Douluo would be sheer folly, a risk he was not willing to take. After a minute of reflection, Yihai resolved to narrate Water Margin, the tale of 36 title Douluo and 72 soul Douluo, a total of 108 formidable figures. As he spoke, memories flooded back. Yihai had cherished the Water Margin since childhood. While he could not claim to recall every intricate detail, he was certainly familiar with the general storyline. With some creative modification, it transformed into a captivating epic fantasy. As the sun set and dusk descended, Yihai recounted the tales of Lu Junyi, Lin Chong, and Guan Sheng. After finishing the story of Wu Song, Yihai decided to pause, saying, let us leave it at this for today. When the opportunity arises again in the Stardew Forest, I shall continue. If he were to narrate the entire saga of the 108 heroes without pause, he would surely exhaust himself. The three-eyed golden lion, still eager for more, implored, please tell me another tale of a mighty warrior. Yihai shook his head. The night has fallen, and my friends are likely waiting anxiously for my return. There will be other opportunities. Only then did the three-eyed golden lion relent. Very well, but do remember to visit often. Yihai smiled. I certainly will. With the lion no longer obstructing him, Yihai dashed toward the outskirts of the Stardew Forest. After Yihai's departure, a colossal figure approached the three-eyed golden lion. This imposing creature stood over 5 meters tall, robust in stature, resembling both a dog and a lion. With 3 identical massive heads, each adorned with razor-sharp canines radiating a golden hue. In comparison, the three-eyed golden lion appeared diminutive, akin to a mere puppy. This figure was none other than the 8th ranked of the 10 fierce beasts, the Crimson King, whose true form was that of a 3-headed crimson demon hound. Boasting an age of over 300,000 years, the three-eyed golden lion, an imperial beast, had the ability to double the cultivation speed of soul beasts in its vicinity, significantly enhancing their chances of breakthrough, despite its own cultivation being merely 5,000 years. Even the soul beasts of over 100,000 years in the Stardew Forest dared not underestimate it. The three-eyed golden lion was undeniably a good omen. Due to its auspicious nature, Emperor Tian treated it with great affection, assigning the Crimson King, with his 300,000 years of cultivation, to protect it. The last time the three-eyed golden lion had ventured out, the Crimson King had not been by its side. Now, as the Crimson King approached, he spoke in a deep voice. I sense no trace of soul beast energy from that boy. The three-eyed golden lion casually replied, I told you my perception was accurate. Yet Emperor Tian did not believe me. A hint of confusion crossed the Crimson King's eyes. This is unusual. I could sense the soul beast energy from that 10,000-year-old soft-boned rabbit, but this boy is truly enigmatic. Unable to comprehend, the Crimson King decided to set aside his musings, focusing instead on reporting to Emperor Tian. Turning the conversation, the Crimson King remarked, the story he told was truly delightful. Why did you not allow him to share more? The three-eyed golden lion rolled its eyes in exasperation. I would have liked for him to stay and continue, but he refused, claiming his friends were waiting for him outside. After a brief pause, a serious glint flickered in the lion's eyes. Next time I encounter him, I intend to engage in attribute resonance. I wish to ascertain precisely what kind of soul beast he is, and also what the continuation of the 108 hero saga entails. In the mind of the three-eyed golden lion, Yihai's ability to transform into a human, even if he were not a 10,000-year level soul beast, suggested he possessed at least several thousand years of cultivation, given that the lion had only 5,000 years. The two engaging in attribute resonance would not be to its detriment. Moreover, the endless array of stories Yihai had woven was immensely appealing to the three-eyed golden lion. Although Yihai had not intentionally left any hooks, having narrated each tale in its entirety, the lion still found itself yearning for the subsequent tales. If possible, it wished to hear all the stories of the 108 heroes and their adventures in one sitting. The Crimson King remained contemplative for a moment before stating, "You should consider this carefully. Attribute resonance will not diminish your abilities. Whether beneficial or detrimental, it will only affect you and not other soul beasts." Thus, the Crimson King did not impede the three-eyed golden lion, but merely urged it to reflect on the decision. After some thought, the three-eyed golden lion replied, "There is nothing to ponder. It is merely attribute resonance and memory fusion. Besides, I stand to gain nothing but potential insights." The Crimson King nodded in agreement and refrained from further comment. Outside the Stardow forest, Xiao Wu's face reflected clear anxiety as she addressed Dugu Yin and Oscar. "You both should return to the village. I must go back to find Yihai." Dugu Yin immediately interjected, "Let Oscar return alone. I too must find Yihai." Xiao Wu shook her head. "No, I will return. The three-eyed golden lion may not harm me, but it will certainly kill you if you go back." "Why wouldn't he, the three-eyed golden lion, kill you?" Dugu Yin queried, brow furrowed. Xiao Wu replied coolly, "I have encountered the three-eyed golden lion before. Though I cannot fathom why, it spared us then, and I suspect it would do so again." Dugu Yin countered, "But that is merely speculation. You and Oscar should return. I will venture in to find Yihai. At the very least, I am a four-ring soul sect and possess some means of self-defense." Xiao Wu retorted with a hint of sarcasm in the eyes of the three-eyed golden lion. "The difference between you and me is akin to a single bite versus 2 bites. Do not waste time. Hurry back while I enter." "I will go as well," Dugu Yin insisted, refusing to yield. The two girls ventured deeper into the Stardow forest, gradually fading from sight. "Hey, wait for me. Don't leave me behind," Oscar called out, hastening to catch up with the two girls. The trio ventured less than 10 miles into the forest before encountering Yihai. Yihai looked at them in surprise. "What are you doing here? Did I not tell you to return promptly?" Upon seeing Yihai return unscathed, both Dugu Yin and Xiao Wu sighed in relief. Xiao Wu pouted, "You have no idea how worried I was for you. Why didn't you return sooner?" Yihai replied, "Did you think I was merely visiting?" Dugu Yin spoke softly, "The important thing is that you are back. It was far too perilous this time. You must not take such risks alone again." Yihai smiled at Dugu Yin and said, "Let's head back." As they exited the Stardow forest, the sun had completely vanished beyond the horizon, leaving a slender crescent moon hanging in the sky. Yihai mused, "Let us spend the night in the town. We surely cannot return today. We will make our way back to the village first thing tomorrow." Dugu Yin and Xiao Wu readily agreed. Oscar harbored objections, yet he merely parted his lips without daring to voice them. Seeing no opposition, Yihai led a few individuals towards the direction of the small town. The following morning, Oscar emerged from his room, casting a forlorn glance at the opposite room. The previous night, Yihai had unceremoniously assigned him a room of his own, while he shared a room with Dugu Yin and Xiao Wu. Oscar felt as if Yihai was not only killing a dog, but also tormenting its heart. How utterly absurd. He resolutely decided never to hunt for soul rings with Yihai again. Even if they were to venture out together, he would never spend the night outside again. Before long, Yihai and the others also stepped out of their rooms. After a brief meal, they set off back to the village. This expedition to the Stardow forest had been fraught with excitement, yet ultimately safe, and Oscar had obtained the soul ring he desired. Apart from Oscar, the others were in high spirits. The four returned to the village before sunset. Without lingering, they proceeded directly to Shrek Academy. Having been away for nearly 3 days, it was prudent to inform Flanders to alleviate his concerns. As Yihai and his companions approached Shrek Academy, they were intercepted by a group of individuals. At the forefront was a youth of around 16 or 17, with long black hair, an ordinary visage, cold demeanor, and a tall, slender frame that exuded an air of danger. Following him were 4 males and 1 female. Yihai sensed a faint hostility emanating from this group. Maintaining his composure, he remarked, "Good dogs do not block the road." No sooner had he spoken than Dugu Yin, standing behind him, furrowed her brow and said, "Yu Qianheng, Yi Lingling, what brings you here?" Upon hearing her words, Yihai raised an eyebrow. Yu Qianheng? Yi Lingling? Was this the Tiando royal team, now incomplete without Dugu Yin? The cold youth, Yu Qianheng, turned to Dugu Yin and said, "Dugu Yin, did you withdraw from Tiando Royal Academy just for this boy?" Upon hearing this, Yihai instantly understood that Yu Qianheng was here for him. Yet he felt no panic. Instead, a smile graced his lips. Who could refuse a not so great gift? Chapter 72. The most handsome lad, while Yihai confronted Yu Qianheng and his entourage, a figure clad in black, a middle-aged man, had also taken residence in the dean's office where Flanders was. This man, appearing to be in his 30s, bore an ordinary appearance and simple attire. Yet his eyes shone with remarkable brightness. This middle-aged man was none other than Qin Ming, the most outstanding student since the establishment of Shrek Academy. At present, Qin Ming, not yet 30, possessed a soul power exceeding level 50, marking him as a genuine soul king of the fifth ring. When Yu Qianheng insisted on confronting Dugu Yin, Qin Ming, unable to quell his worries about a potential conflict with Shrek Academy, had stealthily followed them. Not long ago, Dugu Yin had resolutely decided to withdraw from school, leaving both students and teachers baffled. Many, including Qin Ming and her classmates, had attempted to dissuade her, but to no avail. Even the 3 representatives from the education committee, who personally visited to persuade her, could not sway Dugu Yan's resolve. What puzzled everyone even more was Dugu Bo's tacit support of her seemingly reckless decision. Dugu Yin, a mere third-ring soul master, was at an age when she should be diligently studying at the academy. Why would she choose to withdraw? Was she contemplating a transfer? The Tiando Royal Academy stood as the premier institution for high-level soul masters in the Tiando Empire, rivaling even the Xingluo Royal Academy. Across the Douluo continent, it was second only to the Wuhuan Temple Academy. Given Dugu Bo's status as a revered figure in the Tiando Empire, it was inconceivable for Dugu Yin to seek admission to the Wuhuan Temple Academy. Her actions were so perplexing that everyone found themselves at a loss for understanding. Although the 3 representatives from the Education Committee could not dissuade Dugu Yin, they learned that she had left Tiando Royal Academy for the sake of a young man. Upon discovering this information, Yu Qianheng, Yi Lingling, and others promptly sought out Dugu Yin, their anger boiling at what they perceived as her betrayal. Yu Qianheng was unable to confront Dugu Yin directly, but he did encounter Dugu Bo. After receiving a beating from Dugu Bo, he was informed that Dugu Yin was indeed at Shrek Academy. Thus, Yu Qianheng and his companions made their way to Shrek Academy, eager to discern the identity of the young man who had captivated their vice-captain. Qin Ming followed closely behind Yu Qianheng's group to Shrek Academy. Seizing an opportunity when they were distracted, he slipped into the familiar dean's office, where he found Flanders. Qin Ming engaged in a brief conversation with Flanders and Zhao Wujin. And just then, Yihai returned. Through the window, Qin Ming, Flanders, and Zhao Wujin observed the confrontation unfolding outside. From their vantage point, they could clearly see the 2 opposing groups. With a smile, Qin Ming inquired, "Dean, are these my future junior students?" Referring to Yihai, Xiao Wu, and Oscar. Flanders shook his head with a grin. "No, one of them is already your junior." Qin Ming was taken aback. Had one of these children already joined Shrek Academy? He knew that the admission requirement was level 20. And considering these children were merely around 10 years old, could it be that they had already attained that level? He scrutinized the 3 of them and uncertainly remarked, "Is it the child around 10 years old?" Gesturing toward Oscar. Oscar, being the oldest among them, seemed the most likely candidate. A 10-year-old second-ring soul master? Such talent was indeed remarkable. Qin Ming's own abilities paled in comparison to Oscar's. He nodded inwardly, though he found it curious that Oscar, the oldest, stood behind the 8-year-old boy. Flanders continued, shaking his head. "The child you refer to is indeed level 20. But he only recently achieved that level and must wait until the next enrollment period to enter the academy." Pausing, Flanders' lips curled into a smile, tinged with a hint of pride as he added, "Among them, there's a child who has already reached level 30. Qin Ming was momentarily stunned. Then his expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed in disbelief, "One of those 8-year-olds is already level 30? Qin Ming's voice had taken on a different tone. "Indeed," Flanders nodded, a smile of satisfaction lighting his face. Qin Ming's reaction filled Flanders with a sense of pride. Upon receiving Flanders' confirmation, Qin Ming's heart surged with tumultuous waves. This was utterly astonishing. 8 years old, and already level 30. He had never heard of a child possessing such extraordinary talent. The golden generation of the Wuhuan Temple, Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin, had dominated the contemporary scene and placed immense pressure on all young soul masters. Particularly Hulaina, who, at just 10 years of age, had already reached the third ring as a soul master. She even had the potential to surpass Tang, Hao, and break the record for the fastest ascension to the title of Douluo. It was truly terrifying. Qin Ming even believed that if Hulaina continued to develop, she might surpass Bibi and dominate the Douluo continent for decades. This thought had never wavered in Qin Ming's mind, for Hulaina's talent was simply too formidable. A 10-year-old third ring, an existence that shattered records. However, just moments ago, Qin Ming's conviction began to falter. Half a year ago, he had just learned that Hulaina had achieved the third ring at the tender age of 10, which left him astonished for quite some time. Little did he expect that 6 months later, he would be struck by an even greater shock. He had encountered a child whose talent surpassed even that of Hulaina, an 8-year-old soul master. This was an unprecedented record. He believed that even in tens of thousands of years, it would be unlikely for anyone to surpass this achievement. One extraordinary prodigy this was. As long as this child did not meet an untimely demise, becoming a super Douluo was practically a foregone conclusion, without a doubt. Qin Ming swallowed hard, feeling a dryness in his mouth. He had never dared to imagine an 8-year-old third-ring soul master, and now he was witnessing it firsthand. It felt like a dream. Qin Ming gazed at Yi Hai and Xiao Wu as if they were rare treasures, his expression brimming with excitement. Without turning his head, he inquired, "Director, which child is it? Is it this handsome little boy or that quirky little girl?" Deep down, Qin Ming already had an answer. The little boy stood at the forefront, even ahead of Duge Yin, his demeanor calm and composed. Even when faced with 6 youths older than him by 7 or 8 years, he did not show a hint of fear. Rather, he appeared eager to engage. This demeanor indicated an absolute confidence in his own abilities. The little girl, on the other hand, seemed entirely at ease, as if she felt no concern as long as the boy stood in front. Her complete trust in him further affirmed the boy's formidable strength. Qin Ming's gaze remained fixed on Yi Hai, awaiting Flinder's response. Flinder nodded. "You guessed correctly. It is indeed that most charming lad. He became a third-ring soul master before the age of 8, and now he is just over 8. Qin Ming's breath hitched slightly, his eyes narrowing. Not 8, but a 7-year-old third-ring soul master. It was utterly terrifying. After a moment, Qin Ming managed to regain his composure and asked solemnly, "What is his name?" "He is called Yi Hai," Flinder replied nonchalantly. Chapter 73. Rendered speechless? Truly remarkable. Qin Ming ultimately sighed. He is indeed extraordinarily powerful. At the same time, Qin Ming felt a swell of pride for Shrek Academy. The Academy's ability to attract such an unparalleled prodigy signified that Shrek Academy's rise was imminent. He genuinely felt delighted for Flinder. Qin Ming addressed Flinder. "Since this junior possesses such extraordinary talent, I shall take you Qianheng away to avoid any potential conflict between the two parties, which could lead to unnecessary casualties. Both sides are composed of geniuses. It would be unfortunate for anyone to get hurt." In truth, he was concerned for Yi Hai's safety, as in terms of both strength and numbers, the Tiando Academy had the upper hand. He was merely safeguarding Flinder's reputation. On Yi Hai's side, there was only Yi Hai and Duge Yin, both third-ring soul masters, making the odds heavily unfavorable. Duge Yin had been at level 32 over half a year ago, and now she was barely at 33. Yi Hai was just over level 30, while Oscar and Xiao Wu had yet to reach level 30. In contrast, Tiando Academy boasted Yu Qianheng, whose soul power was at an impressive 33. The Shimo brothers, also third-ring soul masters, alongside the other 3 team members, were all above level 28. Regardless of average soul power or peak combat capability, Tiando Academy was not inferior to Shrek in any respect. How could they possibly lose? It could be said that Tiando Academy had a 95% chance of victory. The remaining 5% was akin to a blind gamble. Knowing of Yi Hai's talent only heightened Qin Ming's resolve to prevent this farce from unfolding. Having made his point, Qin Ming turned to leave the dean's office. "Wait," Flinder called out, his expression calm. "Who do you think will win?" Qin Ming looked at Flinder, momentarily speechless. Flinder, can we not be so naive? Are you seriously asking me who will win? Unless Yu Qianheng and the others are foolish enough to fight blindly, how could they possibly lose? How do you expect me to respond to that? Am I to lie and say you can win, only to be struck by lightning? Qin Ming glanced up at the ceiling, hesitating. He was contemplating whether to risk the wrath of the heavens by uttering a falsehood. Seeing Qin Ming's reaction, Flinder's irritation rose. He slapped Qin Ming on the head, saying with mild anger, "Just say who you think will win. What is there to consider? Do you believe I am being unreasonable?" Qin Ming replied honestly, "I believe Tiando Academy can win." Flinder scoffed. "With those few kids from Tiando Academy, they're not even a match for Yihai alone. And you think they can win?" Qin Ming, feeling indignant at Flinder's remarks, countered, "Tiando Academy has 3 Soul Masters and 3 more above level 28. Even if they fought with their feet, they couldn't possibly lose." Flinder let out a cold laugh. Those kids, even when Yihai was at the 2nd ring, could hardly contend with him. Now that he is at the 3rd ring, you might not even be able to defeat him. What? Qin Ming's face turned pale with astonishment. Yihai, this junior, possessed the combat prowess of a 5-ring Soul King? Immediately, Qin Ming responded with disbelief. Impossible. This cannot be true. Flinder, are you not exaggerating? He wore a skeptical expression. Flinder, with disdain, said just wait and see. Within 15 minutes, all your kids from Tiando Academy will be lying on the ground. He paused and added, of course, each of them will have a couple of black eyes. Qin Ming retorted, "If I weren't so sensible, I might have actually believed you." Flinder spoke with such conviction that Qin Ming nearly succumbed to doubt. Noticing Qin Ming's skepticism, Flinder confidently declared, "Then let us wait and see." Yu Tianheng's hostility was unmistakable, apparent to any observer. Douluo frowned and said, "Yu Tianheng, what does my withdrawal have to do with you? Is Tiando Academy your family business? The committee did not stop me. So what right do you have to dictate my actions?" Yu Qianheng, filled with indignation, replied, "We have been classmates for years. We are already friends, comrades. Your sudden withdrawal places the rest of us in a precarious position. This is betrayal." Douluo opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing, merely snorting coldly. "I have a right to choose. You cannot control me." Seeing that he could not sway Douluo, Yu Qianheng turned his gaze to Yihai, stating sternly, "You are the one who enticed Douluo away, aren't you?" Yihai responded calmly, "Indeed, I am. Do you wish to confront me?" Yu Tianheng's expression darkened immediately. This child, merely 7 or 8 years old, was exceedingly arrogant. In a situation where he was outnumbered and outmatched in age, he dared to provoke them? It was akin to courting death. Yu Qianheng let out a low growl, and a blue-white ethereal figure emerged behind him. As 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose slowly from beneath his feet. In his mind, as soon as he displayed his martial spirit and soul rings, this extraordinarily handsome boy would undoubtedly turn pale with fear and immediately apologize. He might even hastily sever ties with Douluo. Yu Qianheng looked down at Yihai with disdain. 2 seconds passed. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. 1 minute later, Yihai frowned and looked at Yu Tianheng, saying, "Have you lost your voice? Speak up." At the same time, he thought to himself, is this Yu Tianheng not particularly bright? Is this truly the most distinguished heir of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect? Yu Tianheng's breath caught in his throat as he incredulously declared, "Do you see clearly? I am a 3rd ring soul master with a 1,000-year soul ring." He even pointed to his 1,000-year soul ring to emphasize his point. Yu Qianheng believed that any normal person could not remain indifferent to a 3-ring soul master with the best soul ring configuration. Could it be that this charming young boy was a fool? Was such stunning beauty merely a trade-off for intelligence? Yu Qianheng could not help but speculate. Yihai quickly interrupted Yu Tianheng's thoughts with a cold laugh, saying, "Do you really think your soul rings are impressive? I'm not that narcissistic. So where does your confidence come from? Did your grandfather give it to you?" Yu Qianheng suppressed his rising anger and retorted coldly, "Kid, my patience is limited. Do you wish to be beaten?" Had it not been for the concern about the academy's teachers, Yu Qianheng would have already acted. He was not a person who easily backed down. Yihai laughed, his smile dazzling and captivating, yet his words ignited a fire in Yu Tianheng's heart. "Yeah," said, "I actually do want to be beaten. If you manage to land a hit, our dean will reward you with a little red flower." Hearing this, Yu Qianheng's rage flared. Yihai's repeated provocations were too much for the young teenager, who could no longer contain himself. Yu Qianheng exclaimed in fury, "Kid, I'm going to teach you a lesson." Yi Hai's laughter grew even more joyful. Come on, let's have some fun. Brat, Yu Tianheng roared, charging forward without employing any soul skills, his hand reaching for Yi Hai's shoulder. Yi Hai chuckled and delivered a swift kick. His physical strength now surpassed that of a four-ring soul master, and even without using his martial soul, he outmatched Yu Tianheng. The kick sent Yu Tianheng stumbling back 7 or 8 steps. The arena fell silent. Chapter 74. Well said. A flicker of shock crossed Yu Tianheng's eyes as he stared incredulously at Yi Hai. He was a 3-ring soul master, having even activated his martial soul. Yet he found himself overpowered by an 8-year-old child. Moreover, this child had not even unleashed the power of his martial soul. How is this possible? Could it be that this young boy was a 4-ring soul master? An 8-year-old 4-ring soul master? Such a thought was inconceivable. The only explanation was that this child possessed innate divine strength. With this realization, Yu Tianheng's anger eased slightly. Innate divine strength was understandable. But an 8-year-old 4-ring soul master was beyond his comprehension. Shurimo and Shurimo, witnessing Yu Tianheng being knocked back, rushed to support him, asking, "Boss, are you alright?" Yu Tianheng shot them a glance. "Do you really think I could be injured by an 8-year-old child?" Shurimo and Shurimo replied, "Who just got kicked back? Isn't it obvious?" "Boss, you should be aware of your own situation." Feeling their gazes, Yu Tianheng was momentarily speechless, then coldly stated, "Just watch how I deal with this kid." With that, he stepped forward, again confronting Yi Hai from a distance of several meters. He said solemnly, "Kid, I will be using soul skills now. Let me remind you, if you don't use your martial soul, and I bring you down, don't come crying to me." Yi Hai casually dug at his ear and replied, "Go ahead." Yi Hai's soul rings were so astonishing that he feared showing them would intimidate Yu Tianheng into an action. Yu Tianheng frowned, but said nothing, gathering his soul power and fixing his gaze on Yi Hai. The battle between them was about to ignite. In the dean's office, Qi Ming looked at Flender. "Dean, are you really not going to stop them?" Yu Tianheng is a direct descendant of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, and his strength is formidable. Flender remained calm. "Did you not see Yi Hai kick that boy from the Yu family away?" Qi Ming had also been astonished, but soon, like Yu Tianheng, he thought Yi Hai must possess innate divine strength. Qi Ming shook his head. "Flender, even if Yi Hai is indeed gifted, he cannot possibly defeat Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng is incredibly powerful." Flender glanced at Qi Ming and replied coolly, "Just keep watching." Was Yi Hai not endowed with innate divine strength? Qi Ming furrowed his brow in speculation. As they exchanged these words, Yu Tianheng grew impatient and launched his attack. At this moment, Yu Tianheng's right arm had completely transformed, becoming a dragon arm, with his fingers morphing into dragon claws, making his entire right arm appear menacing. The first soul ring on Yu Tianheng's body suddenly glowed, forming a dragon claw of blue lightning that lunged fiercely at Yi Hai. Having already demonstrated formidable strength, Yu Tianheng knew that holding back would only bring humiliation. This time, he unleashed his full power. The small bolts of lightning crackled as the dragon claw aimed directly for Yi Hai's chest. Yi Hai remained unfazed, taking 2 steps back while conjuring a heavy, dark cannon in his hand. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings, 1 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, rose from beneath Yi Hai's feet. 10,000-year soul rings. In the dean's office, Qi Ming nearly popped his eyes out in disbelief. It was simply extraordinary, utterly unfathomable. He had anticipated Yi Hai would be strong, deducing as much from Flender and Zhao Wujia's expressions. However, he had never imagined that Yi Hai's strength would far exceed his expectations. A 3-ring soul master could possess 10,000-year soul rings. His power undoubtedly surpassed Yu Tianheng's. The second soul ring could absorb a 1,000-year soul ring, while the third could absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. This was an existence that would make history. Goodness, 10,000-year soul ring. A 3-ring soul master. This kid is a 3-ring soul master? Boss, be careful. Sure, Mo, Yi Lingling, and the others could not help but exclaim. Yi Hai held the rear of the cannon in his right hand, while adjusting its aim at Yu Tianheng with his left. Upon seeing the 3 soul rings on Yi Hai's body, Yu Tianheng felt his mind go blank, overwhelmed. 3-ring soul master. 1,000-year soul ring. 10,000-year soul ring. No wonder this 8-year-old child possessed such terrifying strength. He did not merely have innate divine strength. he wielded formidable power. Yu Tianheng snapped back to reality, a wave of intense danger washing over him. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his thousand-year soul ring. Roar! Yu Tianheng bellowed, his dragon arm thickening once more as he ferociously lunged at Yihai. Yihai hesitated for a moment, choosing not to employ his third soul skill, instead simply executing an air cannon that sent Yu Tianheng reeling. Yu Tianheng staggered back a few steps, and his companions, Shurimo and Shurimo, quickly advanced to his side, activating their martial souls in the process. Both brothers possessed the Xuanwu Turtle Martial Soul, renowned for its formidable defense. Acting as the team's shield, they unhesitatingly placed themselves in front of Yu Tianheng. Yu Feng and Oslo positioned themselves on either side of Yu Tianheng, their martial souls being Windbell Bird and Black Panther, respectively, both being agile attackers. Finally, at the rear stood Yi Lingling, who possessed the Nine-Heart Sea Tang martial soul. All of them, without exception, wore solemn expressions as they gazed at Yihai. At this moment, they felt pressure from this 8-year-old boy that was akin to that of a 4-ring soul master. A 3-ring soul master possessing a 10,000-year soul ring. Judging solely by soul rings, this 8-year-old child's strength was comparable to that of a 4-ring soul master. Not to mention this child had other undisclosed abilities. His power was certainly worthy of their entire team's utmost caution. At this moment, Yihai leaned on the heavy artillery, his right hand resting on the cannon's tail, while his left hand beckoned invitingly with a broad smile. "Come on, let us all join in." Yu Tianheng's voice echoed from behind the brothers Shimo and Shimo. "Let us go all out. Give him a good beating. Make him unrecognizable. Teach him a lesson." Yihai's nonchalant tone incensed Yu Tianheng, who found himself unable to contend with Yihai's prowess. To Yu Tianheng's astonishment, his words drew approval from an unexpected source. "Well said," came a voice. Yu Tianheng glanced around, puzzled, realizing it wasn't one of his teammates. Meanwhile, Yihai cast a cold gaze towards Oscar. The speaker was none other than Oscar. Embarrassed, Oscar inwardly lamented that he had unwittingly voiced his thoughts. Yihai replied coolly, "I'll deal with you later." Xiao Wu swiftly tapped Oscar's forehead, declaring, "Oscar, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll let Yihai take care of you." Turning back to Yu Tianheng and the others, Yihai casually remarked, "Enough of the chatter. Let us get on with it. After I'm done with you, I have traitors to deal with. I'm quite busy." Chapter 75. A wash will restore cleanliness. Though Yu Tianheng's words were calm, he held Yihai in high regard. An 8-year-old who was a 3-ring soul master, with a 10,000-year soul ring. He didn't even possess one himself. How could he not take such an opponent seriously? Yu Tianheng issued a low command, "Attack." Shimo and Shimo's expressions grew solemn as they advanced towards Yihai from either side. Behind them, Yu Tianheng's eyes were cold as he awaited the right moment. Yihai smiled, lifting the heavy artillery and aiming at them. The brothers Shimo and Shimo immediately sensed a palpable danger. Without hesitation, as soon as Yihai's third and first soul rings glowed, they instinctively retracted their necks, retreating into their massive turtle shell. The dark 10,000-year soul ring was awe-inspiring, sending a shiver down their spines. Although they were unsure of its power, they knew a 10,000-year soul skill could not be trifled with. They unleashed their best techniques. Once Yihai activated his third soul skill, Cannon Mode, it could last for half an hour. Although he had only activated his first soul skill, it was enhanced by the air cannon under the Cannon Mode. This created a wind blade-infused air cannon. Compared to when he fought Yu Tianheng, its power had increased several-fold. The air cannon, a mass of extremely compressed air, struck the turtle shell of the Shimo brothers, sending them flying. Instantly, Yu Tianheng was exposed. Just as he prepared to attack, he froze in shock. The Shimo brothers were surprisingly weak. They were the steadfast shield of the entire team, and had never been breached before, yet they couldn't withstand a single strike from a boy. Before Yu Tianheng could ponder further, a sense of crisis surged within him, prompting him to roar and activate his second soul skill. Tiny electric snakes surrounded him, transforming into arrows of lightning, exploding in all directions. Crack! The transparent wind blades collided with the lightning arrows, producing a cacophony of sounds. Despite having prepared defenses, the sheer number of wind blades overwhelmed them. Some were intercepted by the lightning arrows, while many struck Yu Tianheng and his teammates. The sizzling sounds rang out, and within mere seconds, Yu Tianheng and his companions were covered in wounds, their once pristine uniforms now tattered. Feeling the pain coursing through him, Yu Tianheng cursed, "Bastard! Ouch! Stop it!" Yihai wasted no time, lunging at him. With a barrage of strikes, he pummeled Yu Tianheng relentlessly. Despite Yu Tianheng's attempts to resist, even using his first soul skill, Yihai swung the dark cannon barrel, shattering Yu Tianheng's dragon claw. Yihai's physical strength was formidable, far surpassing Yu Tianheng's. He mercilessly beat him down. After dealing with Yu Tianheng, Yihai turned to Oscar and Yi Lingling, delivering them a thorough thrashing as well. Only Yu Feng, with his wind bell bird, martial soul, sensed the danger and took to the skies, narrowly escaping the onslaught. Oscar and Yi Lingling found themselves pinned down, with Yi Lingling muttering blankly, "It's over. I'm ruined." Yihai smirked, "A wash will make you clean again." Yi Lingling protested, the Shimo brothers, having been blasted back over 10 meters, rushed toward Yihai, hoping to intercept him. However, within mere seconds, their remaining teammates were nearly annihilated. Upon witnessing this, they turned and fled. Yihai's strength was beyond their expectations. Even if their average soul power were 10 levels higher, they still might not defeat this boy. Unless their team included Douluo, and all members were at least 4-ring soul masters. There was still a shred of hope. This beautiful boy was terrifying. To them, Yihai now rivaled their teacher, Qin Ming. If it didn't flee now, would they wait to be beaten? Unbeknownst to the Shimo brothers. As they dashed 30 meters away, Yihai caught up and commenced another round of blows. Shimo had intended to retreat into his shell, but was horrified to find that Yihai's cannon had cracked it, forcing him to scramble out. A beating could heal in days, but if their martial soul suffered a severe blow, it would take months to recover. After finishing with the Shimo brothers, Yihai looked up at Yu Feng in the air. With the wind bell bird, martial soul, Yu Feng's arms transformed into wings, allowing him to soar. Yihai aimed the cannon at him, smiling as he said, "Come down, or I shall bring you down." The moment the cannon was pointed at him, Yu Feng felt an overwhelming sense of danger. His face turned pale, and he forced himself to remain calm, asserting, "You can't hit me." Yihai's smile turned menacing. "I'll say it one last time. Come down obediently." Yu Feng hesitated, and Yu Tianheng, gritting his teeth, urged Yu Feng come down. He realized that this boy was merely childlike in nature. A good thrashing would resolve everything. Unlike Oscar and Yi Lingling, who had barely resisted and were simply beaten, he and Shimo had genuinely fought back and ended up with broken limbs and nearly shattered shells. It was as if the more they resisted, the more excited Yihai became. While this analogy might be imperfect, it conveyed the essence. Yu Tianheng feared that this boy might inadvertently harm Yu Feng. Compared to that, a beating was trivial. After a moment of hesitation, Yu Feng ultimately descended, setting aside Yu Tianheng's warning. The sight of Yihai's dark cannon felt like a thorn in his back. If struck, he felt he might ascend to the heavens. And he wasn't ready for that yet. Thus, he had no choice but to comply. As he landed, Yihai seized him and delivered a fierce thrashing. Finally, Yihai dusted off his hands and declared, "Everyone, you're welcome to come again." Yu Tianheng clenched his teeth and vowed, "I'll remember you." With that, he led his teammates away. As he passed by Douluo, he quietly remarked, "Do you truly not cherish our years of camaraderie?" Douluo resolutely shook her head, saying, "Yu Tianheng, you might as well give up. Even if my grandfather were to allow me to leave this place, I would never agree." Yu Tianheng turned back and cast a deep glance at Yihai, speaking in a barely audible tone, after several years of being classmates. "Let me offer you a piece of advice. If you have feelings, act on them sooner rather than later, or you will live to regret it." With that, Yu Tianheng departed with the other 5. "What did Yu Tianheng just say?" Yihai casually inquired as he approached Douluo. Douluo, maintaining her composure, replied, "He asked me if his panda eyes looked good." Uffed. Yihai nearly choked on his drink. "Sister Yin, are you serious?" "Of course," Douluo replied earnestly. Chapter 76. The little sausage proves useless. It was not until Yu Tianheng and his group had exited Shrek Academy that Dean Qinming slowly regained his senses. Struggling to turn his head, he glanced at Flender and remarked, "Dean, don't you think this junior is a bit abnormal? His strength is simply excessive. In the annals of human history, no one has achieved a 3-ring soul master at the tender age of 8, capable of absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring, and boasting combat power comparable to that of a 5-ring soul king. This is utterly extraordinary." Flender raised an eyebrow, looking at Qinming with surprise. "How do you know this kid isn't normal?" Qin Ming replied, I feel like we're not discussing the same thing. He sighed, Junior Yihai is undeniably formidable, possessing exceptional talent and immense strength. With him at Shrek Academy, I firmly believe the Academy will undoubtedly attract global attention. Dean, your lifelong wish can finally be fulfilled. Flinder gazed out the window at Yihai and smiled gently. I once thought I would never witness the day Shrek would gain fame across the world. But who would have thought that a child I casually picked up would possess such talent? It seems my luck is quite favorable. You picked him up? Qin Ming exclaimed. Where did you find him? Flinder turned his head to Qin Ming, a smirk playing on his lips. What, do you want to pick one up too? To tell you the truth, the child with the peach blossom eyes behind Yihai is also one I found. He's a food-type soul master with innate full soul power. And that slightly shorter girl was picked up by Yi as well. She too possesses innate full soul power. Qin Ming was left astounded. Dean, are you joking? What kind of divine luck is this? Just a casual pickup? And it's innate full soul power? Surely, this must have exhausted a lifetime's worth of fortune. Flinder replied earnestly. When have I ever joked? I, Flinder, have always been a serious and solemn person. Qin Ming rolled his eyes, thinking, in this statement, you are the only one without fault. After a brief chat with Flinder, Qin Ming took his leave, needing to catch up with Yu Qianheng and his group as they returned to the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy. Before departing, Qin Ming glanced back at Yihai and advised Flinder, Dean, I believe Yihai has a flamboyant personality. I suggest he should practice restraint and remain low-key until he reaches at least the 7-ring Soul Sage before showcasing his talents. Flinder replied nonchalantly, yes, I'm aware of that. He silently added, it's too late for such advice now. Bibi Dong has already come. As Qin Ming exited the dean's office, he stealthily followed Yu Tianheng and the others. Yihai had just given Yu Tianheng and his companions a thrashing, and his spirits were high. Upon entering the dean's office, Flinder casually inquired, what soul skill did Oscar obtain this time? Oscar replied earnestly, it's an antidote skill. Flinder nodded, excellent. An antidote is an essential skill to acquire at the 2nd ring, very commendable. Use your 2nd soul skill. Let me gauge the antidote's effectiveness. Upon hearing Flinder's request, Oscar looked troubled. Yihai teased from the side, little AO, it's fine, we won't judge you. Go ahead and use it boldly. Oscar shot Yihai a helpless glance and reluctantly recited the incantation, a little sausage. Flinder's lips curled into a smile, but he managed to suppress his laughter. Feigning calm as he said, well, the incantation is just, haha, I can't hold it in. As soon as he spoke, Flinder burst into laughter. After a moment, he composed himself and stated, under normal circumstances, I wouldn't laugh, unless I truly can't help it. Little AO, judging by the incantations of your first 2 soul skills, it seems your incantations will likely remain unchanged. You should prepare yourself accordingly. Oscar, feeling despondent, said, Dean, I've long been prepared. As long as you all don't laugh, I think it's not so bad. It's not that terrible. But if everyone laughs, that would be truly embarrassing. Flinder took the antidote sausage that Oscar handed him and turned to Duguyen, saying, Duguyen, please use a poison on me. Duguyen said nothing and casually released a green shadow. The green shadow landed on Flinder, revealing a small emerald green snake, measuring 5 inches in length. Its body nearly transparent with a swirling green glow inside, and 2 bright red eyes that looked particularly adorable. The small snake's green body bore 9 bamboo-like horizontal stripes. The moment Yihai laid eyes on the snake, his mind automatically flipped through an encyclopedia, and he instantly recognized it. This was a top-tier specimen among bamboo leaf greens. The 9-section emerald. Being bitten by it would lead one to dissolve in a pus and die within a quarter of an hour. Despite its small size, it was one of the most venomous snakes, its body tougher than steel and impervious to sharp blades. Before Yihai could react, the 9-section emerald opened its tiny mouth and bit down on Flinder's hand. In an instant, Flinder's face turned green. Wow! Flinder was taken aback. He had never anticipated the potency of this snake's venom. He quickly swallowed Oscar's little sausage and summoned his soul power to combat the toxin. The 9-section emerald seemed unsatisfied, wanting to bite again, but Zhao Wujie quickly grasped the snake by its neck and tossed it back to Duguyen, warning her, Duguyen, handle this snake with care. Don't let it bite anyone else. After all, Flinder was a 7-ring soul sage, and yet his face turned green in an instant. If it bit an ordinary person, wouldn't that mean instant demise? Oscar was startled to see Flinder's face change so quickly. He felt anxious. After all, His second soul skill was merely a century-old yellow spirit ring. Such intense toxicity surely couldn't be countered, could it? Yihai Fronit. He was unaware that Douluo possessed such a toxic snake. The venom of the 9-section emerald was exceedingly potent, and the antidote was quite complicated to concoct. Given Flender's cultivation, he might not even survive long enough for the antidote to be prepared. Glancing at Douluo, Yihai noticed her nodding as she said, "I have the antidote." Upon hearing this, everyone sighed in relief. After a moment, Flender, still looking quite green, opened his eyes and hoarsely said, "Give me the antidote." Oscar's little sausage is ineffective. Douluo tossed him a small vial, and Flender immediately uncapped it and swallowed the powder. The green hue on his face visibly faded. Oscar, feeling a bit ashamed, said, "Dean, I'm sorry. I've let you down." Flender waved his hand dismissively, saying, "This is not your fault. Your antidote sausage has its merits. It's just that its antidotal effectiveness is average, sufficient for ordinary toxins, but for rare and potent poisons, it merely delays the onset." The others nodded in agreement. A mere century-old soul ring is already quite impressive. To possess the ability to neutralize toxins, one would need at least a 10,000-year soul ring. Upon exiting the director's office, the 4 individuals returned to their respective homes. Yihai and Xiao Wu arrived at their abode. As Yihai climbed into bed, preparing to meditate, Xiao Wu interjected, "Yihai, how exactly did Bibi Dong let me go? You must tell me, or my heart shall remain unsettled." During their recent expedition to the Stardow Forest, Xiao Wu grappled with the dilemma of whether to retreat to the core zone. However, she feared that such an action might jeopardize Yihai. Although she was unaware of the means by which Yihai persuaded Bibi Dong, it was evident that it was no easy feat. She could not feign ignorance, pretending she knew nothing just because Yihai had chosen not to speak. She needed clarity. Throughout her 100,000-year existence as a soul beast, Xiao Wu adhered to a life philosophy of clear distinctions between gratitude and enmity. She repaid both kindness and grievances in equal measure. After a moment of contemplation, Yihai decided that honesty was the best course of action. Bibi Dong is a proud individual. I wagered with her that I could assemble a team capable of defeating her elite generation of the Spirit Hall. Out of pride, she accepted the bet. Is it really that simple? Xiao Wu regarded him with skepticism. "It is indeed that simple," Yihai affirmed. "However, I mentioned that you would be part of this team, alongside 6 others, to form a complete squad." Xiao Wu paused, contemplating. If that were the case, Bibi Dong might indeed find the proposition agreeable. It was a blatant provocation directed at Bibi Dong. A woman of such pride could hardly tolerate the challenge. She would have to agree. Yet, Xiao Wu queried further, "Does she not realize that you alone could defeat her elite generation?" Surely, Bibi Dong would not underestimate Yihai's capabilities, given that he could potentially dismantle the entire Spirit Hall team single-handedly. Yihai chuckled lightly. "I told her that I would not be part of this team." Xiao Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you say? You will not join this team? And you expect me to confront the Spirit Hall team? What ist?" she exclaimed, disheartened. She was not even at level 20 yet. The weakest members of the Spirit Hall team were at least rank 2 Soul Masters, with the strongest 3, Hulaina, Xiegu, and Yin, being rank 3 Soul Emperors. In 7 years, they would likely reach level 50. How could she possibly match that? Even with 3 heads and 6 arms, she would be outmatched. Within this team, there will be Oscar and Ma Hongjun, which makes 3 of us. As for the other 4, I have yet to decide. We still have time, Yihai reassured her. "Alas, I should not have placed my trust in you," Xiao Wu murmured. "Oscar? Ma Hongjun? Those 2 who are routinely kicked around like a ball? This is absurd. I might as well sacrifice myself for you to avenge me. That seems more feasible." Yihai shook his head. "Oscar is already at level 20. Are you not surprised?" "Wait, what? Oscar is suddenly at level 20? Wasn't he at level 16 before?" Xiao Wu gasped in astonishment. In the past few days, she had been consumed by anxiety. And although she had accompanied Yihai in hunting soul beasts, she had not contemplated anything else. Yihai casually remarked, "Do you remember the celestial herb, Heartbreak Red, that I asked you to retrieve?" "Of course, but I said I couldn't get it," Xiao Wu replied. Yihai continued, "Oscar and Ma Hongjun both consumed a celestial herb, albeit a weaker variant than Heartbreak Red. Nevertheless, they both gained 6 levels in soul power. Oscar is now at level 23, while Ma Hongjun is at level 18. This meant that Ma Hongjun's soul power had now surpassed hers. Be cautious the next time you confront him," Yihai advised. At present, Xiao Wu's soul power stood at level 17, previously 5 levels higher than Ma Hongjun's, allowing her to dominate him effortlessly. However, that would no longer be the case. Xiao was left dumbfounded. What? Fatima is already at level 18? After recovering, she exclaimed, "Did you say that consuming that celestial herb could enhance soul power by at least 6 levels? What kind of miraculous herb is this?" The prospect of a 6-level enhancement was staggering. Initially, when Yihai presented Heartbreak Red and claimed it could elevate soul power by at least 10 levels, Xiao Wu had been skeptical. Having lived for 100,000 years in the Stardow Forest, she had never encountered such a wondrous herb. She suspected Yihai was deceiving her. Even if he wasn't lying outright, he was certainly exaggerating. Surely, any enhancement would be modest, at most 2 levels. The notion of needing to contemplate a beloved and the associated sacrifices hardly seemed worthwhile. Yet now, Xiao Wu was genuinely intrigued. Yihai had not deceived her. However, desire alone would not allow her to retrieve the herb. Despite her yearning, she found herself powerless. Dejected, Xiao Wu sighed. It seems I am not destined to obtain that celestial herb. Yihai offered no further commentary, merely smiling. He believed she would eventually succeed in retrieving it. Even if she could not do so now, she would undoubtedly manage it one day. As a 100,000-year-old soul beast, Xiao Wu's thoughts were not overly complicated. Her feelings were sincere and untainted, making her the most likely candidate to claim Heartbreak Red. Once she found someone she cherished, she would certainly be able to obtain it. At the Pope's Palace in Spirit City, Bibi Dong, adorned in a resplendent and regal Pope's robe, sat gracefully upon a grand throne. The 2 titled Douluos, Ju and Gue, stood respectfully at her sides. Kneeling before her was a man clad in a fitted outfit. "Your Holiness," he said with utmost reverence. The child named Yihai returned to Shrek Academy several days ago, and the Xiao you are particularly concerned about has also returned. Upon hearing this report, a slight smile graced Bibi Dong's lips as she gestured for the man to withdraw. Once he departed, Ju Douluo expressed his admiration. "Your Holiness, your judgment is impeccable. That little rascal truly has the audacity to bring back a 100,000-year soul beast. Does he genuinely intend to participate in the elite soul master competition 7 years hence?" Bibi Dong smiled gently, her beauty radiant. "That little one is merely 8 years old, yet his strength is already formidable. It would be disingenuous not to possess a degree of pride. The trust that the 100,000-year soul beast places in him is commendable, regardless of the outcome. Their courage is worthy of recognition." Yihai had not disappointed Bibi Dong. Had he ventured into the Stardow Forest with Xiao Wu, should she have failed to return, Bibi Dong might have felt powerless against Xiao Wu, yet she would have looked down upon them in her heart. As her cultivation advanced, she could potentially breach the core zone of the Stardow Forest and hunt down that 100,000-year soul beast. The power of a 100,000-year soul beast equated to that of a level 95 soul master. With her and Ju and Gue Douluo combined, they would possess the strength to hunt a 100,000-year soul beast. Should Xiao Wu dare to breach her promise, Bibi Dong would not hesitate to take action. In a subsequent chapter, Bibi Dong's first martial soul, the Death Spider Queen, had reached its full complement of 9 soul rings. Her second martial soul, the soul-devouring Spider Queen, akin to Ma Hongjun's evil Fire Phoenix, was a mid to long-range attacking martial soul, requiring energy-based attack soul skills. Xiao Wu, being a close combat agile attacking soul beast, was not well suited to the soul-devouring Spider Queen. If she could acquire skills such as Golden Body or teleportation, it would suffice, but the fit would still be less than ideal. However, if what is obtained are the Waste Bow and the 8-section Violent Kill, wouldn't that be a wasted opportunity? Thus, Bibi Dong is not particularly eager for Xiao Wu's spirit rings. However, if Xiao Wu indeed hides in the Stardow Forest, even if she were to give the spirit ring to someone else, Bibi Dong would still seek to eliminate her. Anyone who dares to deceive her will undoubtedly face dire consequences. Yihai and Xiao Wu emerged from the Stardow Forest, not shying away, and thus gained Bibi Dong's respect. She is a proud individual and holds great admiration for those who share her pride. This time, Yihai has once again surprised her, further solidifying Bibi Dong's resolve. As for whether Xiao Wu, having grown stronger, might seek revenge, Bibi Dong is hardly concerned. Were Xiao Wu still a 100,000-year spirit beast, Bibi Dong might have had some reservations. But now, Xiao Wu is merely a novice soul master. Bibidong's soul power exceeds Xiao Wu's by nearly 80 levels, an insurmountable chasm, perhaps even if Bibi Dong ascends to divinity. Xiao Wu may never reach the rank of titled Douluo, sitting majestically upon her grand throne. A faint, enigmatic smile graces Bibidong's lips as she muses. Let us see how this little one creates a miracle in 7 years' time. A year and a half later, Yihai is now 9 years old. Once again, it is the season for enrollment. Last year's enrollment returned to its usual standards, with fewer than 1,000 children undergoing the admission tests, all completed in a single day. Only Oscar barely passed the Academy's test and gained entry into Shrek. If all goes as expected, perhaps only one person will pass the test this year as well. Yihai stands before the dilapidated gates of Shrek Academy, gazing at the long queue. Soon, he spots a young boy among the throng. The boy, around 12 years of age, stands approximately 1.7 meters tall, slightly taller than Yihai, adorned with flowing golden locks and a handsome countenance tinged with resolve. In terms of appearance alone, this boy does not compare to Oscar, let alone Yihai, but he possesses a pair of unique eyes, both exhibiting a dual pupil phenomenon, exuding an aura of unsettling charm that makes him appear quite bewitching. Upon seeing this boy with dual pupils, a smile graces Yihai's face. Dai Mubai has arrived. Another contender has joined the fray. The instructor responsible for the first round of testing remains Li Yusong, known for his swift assessment. Before long, it is Dai Mubai's turn. Li Yusong examines Dai Mubai's physique and nods affirmatively. At 12 years old, you meet the age requirement. Your soul power also qualifies. You may proceed directly to the 4th round. For Shrek's admission test, those who exceed a soul power level of 25 in the first round are exempt from the 2nd and 3rd rounds of testing. Dai Mubai's soul power has reached an impressive 28, allowing him to advance straight to the 4th round, which involves practical combat. Very well, Dai Mubai nods in acknowledgement. He steps out from the crowd and makes his way towards Shrek Academy. As he approaches the Academy's weathered wooden doors, Dai Mubai halts and looks at Yihai, questioning with a hint of confusion. Do we know each other? The excessively handsome boy has been gazing at him, causing a flutter of discomfort within Dai Mubai, prompting him to inquire. Yihai beams brightly. Not at all, I was merely observing. Dai Mubai's lips twitch slightly. Apologies, but my orientation is perfectly fine. I have no interest in men or boys. Yihai's smile vanishes instantaneously as he grips Dai Mubai's shoulder firmly, speaking in a low voice. Repeat that. Dai Mubai glares at Yihai, fuming. Let go of me. Had it not been for the fact that they were at Shrek Academy, he would have retaliated immediately. He had never been threatened in such a manner before. Yihai sneers, using his other hand to seize Dai Mubai's opposite shoulder. Dai Mubai's expression darkens. He enunciates clearly. I will say this one last time. Let me go. Yihai remains unmoved. Dai Mubai shakes his shoulders, attempting to dislodge Yihai's grip. The boy before him appears to be merely 10 years old, while Dai Mubai is 12, and as a 28-level soul master. He should easily be able to cast this boy aside. Yet, as he shakes, he finds himself utterly astonished. Dai Mubai not only fails to break free from the boy's grasp, but his shoulders remain completely immobilized. Unyielding, Dai Mubai tries once more to shake free. Still, he remains stuck. Yihai suddenly laughs. What is this? Are you trying to act cute with me? Dai Mubai nearly spits out blood in frustration. Infuriated, he cries out, You're seeking death. With that, Dai Mubai lets out a fierce roar, a surge of white light erupting from his being, his bones cracking audibly as his muscles swell, stretching his clothes. Each muscle distinctly accentuated. His golden hair transforms into a striking mix of black and white, with white dominating and a few strands of black standing out. 4 faint lines appear on his forehead, 3 horizontal and 1 vertical, forming the character for King. His hands undergo the most dramatic transformation, swelling to twice their size. Covered in white fur, while sharp claws extend and retract from his palms like daggers, each glimmering with a chilling light. 2 yellow 100-year spirit rings rise from beneath Dai Mubai's feet. Teacher, someone is fighting over there. That boy's martial spirit must be the white tiger, right? Such a fierce aura from a 2-ring soul master. How intimidating. Teacher, aren't you going to intervene? I fear that the handsome little brother might not stand a chance against the white tiger youth. A voice from the crowd breaks the tension. Li Yusong glances at Dai Mubai and Yihai, then returns his gaze, dismissively stating, There's no need to concern yourself with them. It's merely a farce. Upon hearing the instructor's words, the boys in the queue turned their attention towards the altercation. After assuming his white tiger form, Dai Mubai's strength surges, and he shakes his shoulders once more, only to be astounded to find his shoulders still unmoving. Enraged, he activates his second spirit ring. A ball of milky white light bursts from his mouth, aimed directly at Yihai. Yihai coldly smiles, raising his right hand to pat Dai Mubai on the head. Instantly, Dai Mubai's head swivels uncontrollably to the side, causing the light ball to veer off course, missing Yihai entirely. Dai Mubai's eyes nearly bulge out of their sockets. His soul technique was so effortlessly nullified. Is this how it's going to be? Chapter 79. Only slightly higher than you in the year and a half since then, Yihai has traversed at least 10 major hunting soul forests, having visited the Stardow forest more than 5 times. He has engaged in battles with numerous soul beasts. He has encountered agile attackers, powerful assailants, energy attackers, and various attribute soul beasts, accumulating a wealth of practical experience. Although his soul power has only increased by 5 levels during this year and a half, reaching 36. His overall strength has multiplied several times over compared to a year and a half ago. He can now triumph over 5-ring soul kings, and even contend with 6-ring soul emperors. Against someone like Li Yusong, whose soul ring configuration is less than optimal, the difference in strength is only marginal, allowing Yihai to engage him in a balanced fight without falling behind. As for Dai Mubai, a soul master yet to reach the 3rd ring, Yihai could easily triumph without even resorting to his martial soul. Dai Mubai, undeterred by disbelief, summoned his soul rings, opening his mouth to conjure a sphere of milky light. White Tiger's radiant wave. However, before the luminous sphere could be released, Yihai delivered a swift kick, sending it soaring into the sky. Thud! Dai Mubai landed on the ground, quickly rising with a furious expression. Yet the next instant, he found Yihai standing before him at an astonishing speed. Startled, Dai Mubai immediately activated his first soul skill, White Tiger's Guardian Barrier. Yihai seized Dai Mubai by the collar and proceeded to deliver a series of blows. You've gone too far. White Tiger's Guardian. White Tiger's Radiant Wave. A minute later, Dai Mubai, sporting 2 black eyes, rose with a look of dejection. This young boy was overwhelmingly powerful, despite employing 2 soul skills. He had failed to defeat his opponent. Not only did he fail to conquer, but he hadn't even compelled Yihai to reveal his martial soul. For the first time, Dai Mubai questioned his own capabilities. Could it be that he was truly a genius, rather than a fool? After giving Dai Mubai a sound thrashing, Yihai patted him on the shoulder, saying, "All right, you've passed." What? Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback. Yihai replied nonchalantly, "I mean, you've successfully completed the 4th test." Dai Mubai, perplexed, asked, "How could I have passed the 4th test? I haven't even reached the instructor for the 4th test yet." Yihai pointed to himself. "I am the one responsible for the 4th test." Dai Mubai's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at Yihai. You're the instructor? How old are you?" Yihai shook his head. "I am not an instructor. I'm also a student at the academy, but I am authorized to conduct the tests." Dai Mubai felt slightly more at ease. "Let us introduce ourselves. My name is Dai Mubai." "I am Yihai," he responded. After exchanging introductions, Yihai explained the academy's structure and introduced the remaining students. Curious, Dai Mubai inquired, "I am quite intrigued. What level are you currently at?" "Of course, if you prefer not to disclose, that is entirely your choice." Dai Mubai was now filled with a strong desire to survive. With a faint smile, Yihai replied, "It's nothing much. I am currently at level 36. Just a little under 10 levels higher than you." Dai Mubai exclaimed, "What more do you desire? You are several years younger than I. Yet your soul power exceeds mine by a full 8 levels. Isn't that enough? Are you trying to defy the heavens?" Choosing to overlook Yihai's remark, Dai Mubai continued, "So, there are only 5 students in our academy now. In addition to Dai Mubai, Yihai, and Oscar, Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun had also passed the test and entered Shrek Academy. Presently, Ma Hongjun was at level 23, while Xiao Wu was at level 21. The configuration of Shrek Academy consisted of 5 students and 6 teachers. Dai Mubai held no disdain for Shrek Academy. Not to mention that 5 of the 6 instructors were formidable soul emperors at the 6th ring or above, including 3 soul saints at the 7th ring. The fact that there was even a 10-year-old soul master at the 3rd ring made Dai Mubai feel that his journey was worthwhile. To be classmates with such a prodigious student would surely facilitate his rapid growth, he thought, though he felt uncertain recalling how Yihai had bested him just moments ago. As the two conversed, Yihai led Dai Mubai to the dormitory area of Shrek. There were only two large wooden houses serving as dormitories. One housed Oscar and Ma Hongjun, while the other was occupied by Yihai and Xiao Wu. Since Xiao Wu had joined Shrek a few days prior, both Yihai and Xiao Wu had moved into the academy. The dormitory area was spacious, with ample space to construct 10 wooden houses. Should new students arrive and the existing houses prove insufficient, new ones could be built on the vacant land. Yihai stated today, "We are responsible for building a wooden house, so you will have a place to stay tonight." Dai Mubai did not inquire further. It was entirely reasonable for the dilapidated Shrek Academy to require makeshift accommodations. After spending half a day, they successfully constructed a wooden house, and Dai Mubai placed his belongings inside. Dai Mubai suggested, "Should I not get acquainted with the other students?" Yihai shrugged, "It's up to you. They should all be in their respective dormitories. I'll leave you to it, as I need to go train." With that, Yihai returned to his own dormitory. Dai Mubai watched Yihai enter a wooden house, contemplated for a moment, and decided against seeking out other classmates. Instead, he returned to his own wooden house to commence his training. With Yihai's remarkable talent and strength, as well as his diligence, he knew he could not afford to be lax. Today's experience had profoundly impacted Dai Mubai. He arrived at Shrek with a mindset of desperation. Coming from a noble family in the Star Luo Empire, his family had a rather stringent rule. All direct descendants would compete until the age of 25. And whoever prevailed in strength, strategy, and influence would become the next heir. Those who were eliminated faced a grim fate. Dai Mubai's older brother, Davis, was a full 6 years his senior, and his talent was no less impressive. This 6-year gap was a formidable chasm to bridge. Dai Mubai could not conceive of a way to catch up to Davis. His only recourse was to leave the Star Luo Empire in search of external assistance. Upon hearing that Shrek Academy nurtured talent, he resolved to come here. Today, events rekindled a glimmer of hope in Dai Mubai. With such formidable teachers and extraordinary classmates, perhaps he could indeed contend with his brother Davis. With this thought, Dai Mubai clenched his fist, suppressing the rising tide of emotions. Murmuring to himself, "I have no other choices left. Shrek Academy, I hope my decision proves to be wise." Chapter 80. The backup candidate upon returning to his dormitory. Yihai cast a glance at Xiao Wu, who was meditating with closed eyes, then slowly made his way to his bed. Sitting cross-legged, he began to ponder. With Dai Mubai now present, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Tang San would not arrive at Shrek Academy for another 3 years. This made 7 individuals, the original Shrek 7 monsters. However, Tang San was the protagonist of the original story, with a resolute belief that made him less susceptible to manipulation compared to others. He also had a penchant for hiding his true abilities, often revealing his full strength only at the last moment. Moreover, Tang San was notorious for his double standards. Yet, these were not insurmountable issues. If Tang San could be obedient, Yihai would not mind having him on the team. However, if he remained as self-righteous as in the original tale, Yihai would not hesitate to expel him. Nevertheless, this meant Yihai would need to find another control-type soul master. Dai Mubai's arrival instilled a sense of urgency in Yihai. With only 3 years left until the protagonist group was to be assembled, he needed to make preparations in advance. Tang San posed an unpredictable variable, prompting Yihai to consider a dual strategy. Excluding Tang San, Yihai had a backup candidate in mind. Duge Yin was an exceptionally suitable control-type soul master. Currently, Duge Yin was 16 years old, and by the next Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament, she would only be 22. The age limit for the tournament was 25, making Duge Yin a perfect fit. Moreover, by the time of the next Elite Soul Master competition, Duge Yin's soul power will undoubtedly exceed level 50, making her one of the most formidable competitors among all participants. However, her current soul skills lean more toward support, lacking in offensive capabilities. Given the presence of Ning Rongrong and Oscar as supportive allies, the team requires a control soul master with significant attacking prowess. This gap, however, is not insurmountable. Duge Yan's 5th soul ring can absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. As long as she absorbs an offensive soul ring, this deficiency can be rectified. Yihai remains indecisive, wavering between Duge Yin and Tang San. Each possesses unique strengths, prompting Yi Hai to observe Tang San's character before making a decision. Setting this matter aside, Yi Hai's thoughts drifted to Dai Mubai. Unlike Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who have been his companions since childhood, he feels a level of uncertainty about Dai Mubai. If he proves himself capable, Yi Hai contemplates gifting him a precious herb. Reflecting on it, Yi Hai recalls that Dai Mubai's herb is the miraculous chrysanthemum, akin to the martial spirit of the chrysanthemum Douluo. As he speaks, Yi Hai retrieves a precious herb from his Rui treasure bag. It is an enormous chrysanthemum, resplendent in purple hues, with each petal appearing fuzzy and charming. The flower is cohesive, devoid of any fragrance, and its center rises prominently above the petals, glimmering with a faint golden radiance. This remarkable flower is indeed the precious herb, miraculous chrysanthemum. This herb is neutral, enhancing vitality and circulating blood, capable of cultivating an indestructible body, perfectly suited for Dai Mubai's martial spirit. After scrutinizing it for a moment, just as Yi Hai intends to return the miraculous chrysanthemum, Xiao Wu, sensing something, abruptly opens her eyes. She glances at Yi Hai before her gaze fixates on the miraculous chrysanthemum. Her expression freezes momentarily. Then she leaps onto Yi Hai's lap, gripping his face tightly, and exclaims, "Yi Hai, how can you claim you have no other precious herbs? What is this? This herb is undoubtedly extraordinary." Yi Hai brushes her hands away and replies calmly, "This is not suitable for you." "Why is it unsuitable?" She retorts, "I can sense the potent life force within this herb. Consuming it would undoubtedly enhance my physical strength. If it is unsuitable for me, then who is it for? Oscar? Ma Hongjun? Haven't those two already consumed precious herbs? Are you planning to give them more?" Xiao Wu is visibly vexed, feeling a tinge of grievance. Why do Oscar and Ma Hongjun get to consume precious herbs while she can only watch? In the past, she could easily overpower Ma Hongjun, but now she finds it increasingly difficult to do so. Yi Hai ponders for a moment and responds, "You are a soul beast. Surely you haven't forgotten? Those above the 8th ring can see through your true form at a glance. Don't you wish to conceal your soul beast aura? Rare are the wonders that can mask a soul beast's aura, and even if they exist, they are beyond our current reach. The Heartbreak Red is a treasure of celestial quality, superior to both 8-petal celestial orchid and coxcomb phoenix sunflower. Consuming it would reshape your body, eliminating any trace of soul beast aura. Even without consumption, it can obscure your soul beast presence. This miraculous chrysanthemum may indeed suit you, but you must understand that its effects pale in comparison to those of Heartbreak Red." This time, Yi Hai chooses reason over force, clearly outlining the advantages and disadvantages to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu ponders seriously, then pouts. "Can I have both of these precious herbs? Only children make choices. I want them both." "You're being rather greedy," Yi Hai murmurs. Consuming 2 precious herbs is not impossible. After all, Yi Hai himself has ingested the 8-pointed mysterious ice grass, blazing fire apricot blossom, and heavenly jade essence. However, these herbs must not possess conflicting properties. Heartbreak Red exhibits extreme exclusivity, incompatible with any other herb. To consume different ones, one must relinquish Heartbreak Red. Yet Xiao Wu is adamant about needing Heartbreak Red to conceal her soul beast aura. Otherwise, she risks being hunted down long before the elite Soul Master competition. Yi Hai is not being stingy. It is simply that Xiao Wu can only take one herb, and Heartbreak Red is the sole option for her. Yi Hai explains the characteristics of Heartbreak Red to Xiao Wu, who sulks and replies, "I understand already." With that, she hops off Yi Hai's lap. Noticing her downcast demeanor, Yi Hai shifts the conversation. "Today, we have a new classmate, Dai Mubai, whose soul power surpasses yours, making him exceptionally strong. Be cautious not to approach him recklessly just because he has a new face." Having spent the past few years with Yi Hai, Xiao Wu's strength has not seen significant growth, but her knack for causing mischief is undoubtedly well-honed. The entire village is familiar with her antics, whether it be teasing or provoking. Naturally, she refrains from engaging in anything too serious. If Yi Hai were not to warn her, her instinct upon encountering Dai Mubai would likely be to challenge him, resulting in her being easily subdued. Chapter 81. The first lesson the following day. Flanders summoned all the students together. His gaze passed over Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai, revealing a look of satisfaction. Finally, his eyes landed on Yi Hai. expressing a mixture of complexity. This young fellow possesses an extraordinary talent, yet he is also quite mischievous, frequently instigating surprises that catch others off guard. Nevertheless, Yihai seems to be on a path of improvement. He has refrained from any major mischief over the past year and a half. After a brief survey, Flanders withdrew his gaze and spoke loudly. This year is remarkable. We have 3 more little prodigies joining us, bringing our Shrek Academy's student count to an unprecedented 5. I hope you all strive diligently in your training and uphold the spirit of Shrek Academy, showcasing to the world the exceptional talents that emerge from our institution. Now, without further ado, I will be conducting your first lesson this evening. Prepare yourselves and gather here at dusk. Flanders intends to take the students to the Grand Soul Arena. Before the arrival of Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mu Bai, Shrek Academy only had Yihai and Oscar as students. Yihai requires no instruction, as he possesses combat prowess that exceeds his level. Oscar, being a support-type soul master, lacks combat ability, rendering his presence at the arena purely as a target. With the arrival of Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mu Bai, Flanders can finally engage in serious teaching. After concluding his remarks, he departs swiftly. Just as Xiao Wu is about to pull Yihai back for training, Dai Mu Bai approaches with a smile. Yihai, he says, there is still plenty of time before evening. Would you like to join me for a meal in Soto City? Yihai is recognized by Dai Mu Bai as the most gifted student he has encountered, with both strength and talent that are truly formidable. Dai Mu Bai naturally wishes to foster a good relationship with him. And what better way to do so than by treating him to a meal? Yihai chuckles and teasingly replies, "What is this? Are you suddenly interested in men and boys?" He is alluding to Dai Mu Bai's earlier remarks. Dai Mu Bai, why does it feel like this guy is describing a pervert? How could someone as charming and universally adored as I am be twisted into something else by his words? Dai Mu Bai remarked, since we are all classmates, we should foster good relationships. After a brief pause, he leaned closer to Yihai's ear and whispered, there are some hidden spots in Soto City where the women are quite beautiful. Are you interested in going? Yihai looked at Dai Mu Bai in surprise. This guy truly lived up to his reputation as a flirt. He had only just arrived at Shrek and had already learned about such secretive places. Consequently, Yihai shook his head and said, sorry, we are not of the same ilk. If you wish, you may seek out Ma Hongjun. With that, Yihai turned and walked towards the dormitory area with Xiao Wu. Yihai did not harbor disdain for Dai Mu Bai. Aside from his flirtatious nature, he had no other notable flaws. While being a flirt is a considerable drawback in the eyes of women, Yihai was not one, and he found it quite normal. After all, it is human nature to seek pleasure. Moreover, Dai Mu Bai was a noble from the Star Luo Empire, making his behavior all the more understandable. Watching Yihai walk away, Dai Mu Bai hesitated, wanted to say something, but ultimately refrained. He pondered aloud. This guy seems quite different from those I've encountered before. Despite his immense strength, why does he strive so hard? How are others supposed to survive? Dai Mu Bai could not comprehend it. If he possessed Yihai's talent, he would have already dealt with Davis. Free from the pressure of death, Dai Mu Bai would undoubtedly indulge in a life of excess. Yet here was Yihai, blessed with an extraordinary talent, still diligently training. A hint of admiration stirred within Dai Mu Bai's heart. He chose not to pursue a life of revelry in Soto City and instead returned to the dormitory to focus on his cultivation. In the evening, Yihai and the others gathered once more on the training ground. Upon seeing everyone assembled, Flander simply instructed them to follow him as he led them outside of Shrek Academy. He guided the 5 students to Soto City, where the other 4 were filled with confusion. Why would their first lesson take place in Soto City? With such questions in mind, they followed Flander into the city and arrived at a magnificent structure. The building was elliptical in shape and towered to a height of 120 meters. In an era where buildings were generally not very tall, the sight of such a towering edifice was truly awe-inspiring. The exterior bore the words, Soto Great Soul Arena. Flander stated calmly, your first lesson will take place here. Now, if you have any questions, please ask promptly. Yihai stood with his arms crossed, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the colossal structure, remaining silent. He was indifferent. After all, he would not lose to anyone. Dai Mu Bai was the first to react, asking, Dean, are we going to battle in the Great Soul Arena? His expression darkened as he spoke. As a noble of the Star Luo Empire, he had never been subjected to the humiliation of being watched like a monkey in the Great Soul Arena. Even in his lowest moments, The thought of fighting in front of an audience was simply unbearable for him. Flander replied indifferently, a soul master, even with a top-tier martial soul and exceptional talent, may not demonstrate great strength without practical experience. True strength is matched by one's martial soul. This is what defines the pinnacle of soul masters. If you're concerned about your reputation, you may enter wearing a mask. The Great Soul Arena will not pursue the true identities of soul masters. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai felt a wave of relief wash over him. Flander then briefly explained the rules of the arena. Soul masters entering the Great Soul Arena must register by paying a fee and will receive a badge. Each victory earns a certain amount of points, and accumulating enough points will elevate the badge's rank. The badge signifies one's rank within the Great Soul Arena and is universally accepted across all major cities on the continent. The ranks, categorized by the quality of materials, range from the Iron Badge, Iron Soul, to Copper, Silver, Gold, Purple Gold, Sapphire, Ruby, and Diamond, totaling 8 levels. After Flander concluded his explanation, he addressed the group. My expectation is for each of you to reach the Silver Soul level before graduation. To achieve this, you must accumulate a minimum of 100 points in the Great Soul Arena. Fighting as an Iron Soul grants 10 gold coins per victory, equating to 1 point. A loss deducts 1 point without any gold penalty. Winning 5 consecutive battles doubles the points, while winning 10 in a row earns 10 points per victory. For Copper Souls, each victory yields 100 gold coins and 10 points. A loss deducts 10 points without gold penalties, with similar point doubling mechanics. In essence, to advance from Iron Soul to Silver Soul, a minimum of 36 battles is required under ideal conditions of consecutive victories. However, it is exceedingly rare for anyone to achieve 36 consecutive wins. If losses occur, the number of required battles increases significantly. Ordinary soul masters find it challenging to secure 5 consecutive wins, often requiring over 200 victories to accumulate enough points. Attaining Silver Soul rank typically takes 2 or 3 years, unless one possesses overwhelming combat strength like Yi, capable of winning 36 consecutive matches effortlessly. Chapter 82. Spending your money leaves me feeling guilty. The group entered the Soto Great Soul Arena. Vast beyond measure, not only in height but also in area. The arena boasted a main battleground and 24 auxiliary arenas, accommodating over 60,000 spectators simultaneously. The Great Soul Arena is a landmark of the city. Only a large metropolis like Soto City could host such a grand structure. As they proceeded along the entrance corridor, they arrived at the registration desk. The registration process was straightforward, requiring only the completion of a form detailing their name, age, birthplace, and martial soul, followed by a test of their martial soul and soul power level. Upon confirmation, they paid a fee of 10 gold coins to receive the initial Iron Soul badge. All subsequent records of their performance and points would be documented within this badge. As the badge's rank improves, there are also considerable discounts available for future expenditures at the arena. While registering, the 5 also signed up for one-on-one battles. However, they would have to wait for their turn to compete. Noticing their eagerness to prepare for the battles, Flander reminded them, you may also register for 2-on-2 matches to expedite your point accumulation. However, group battles are off the table, as you lack sufficient numbers. The group seemed to be inspired, their eyes lighting up. Dai Mubai immediately proposed, Ma Hongjun, shall we team up? In 2-on-2 matches, the role of a support soul master is typically minimal, making them rare in such contests. Dai Mubai had no intention of teaming up with Oscar and directly invited Ma Hongjun instead. As for Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai sensed her close relationship with Yi and decided it best not to provoke him. Ma Hongjun glanced at Yi, contemplated for a moment, and replied, sure, let us team up. He actually preferred to partner with Yi, but their respective soul rings, one at 2 rings and the other at 3, limited them to facing opponents with 3 rings. However, even in the 4th ring soul set competition, Yi remains an overwhelming presence, effortlessly dispatching his 2 opponents at the 3rd ring level. Yet, Ma Hongjun is acutely aware of Yi's temperament. Should he propose teaming up, Yi would undoubtedly reject him without a second thought. Thus, Ma Hongjun wisely chooses to abstain from inviting potential humiliation. As Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun team up, Oscar casts an expectant glance at Yi. Just as he prepares to speak, Xiao Wu kicks him aside. Approaching Yi with an uplifted chin, casting a sidelong glance at Oscar, declaring, Don't even think about it. I'm teaming up with Yi Hai. Flander interjects, Oscar. You need not participate in the one-on-one and two-on-two matches. I have other plans for you. Understood, Oscar responds, somewhat disheartened. Flander then turns to Yi Hai, stating, You and Xiao Wu shall team up, but do not monopolize the victories. It would be of no benefit to her development. Do you understand my intent? Yi Hai nods in agreement. I understand. I'll let Xiao Wu face two opponents while I observe, correct? Flander selectively disregards Yi Hai's remark and looks to Xiao Wu. You grasp my meaning, do you not? Xiao Wu nods, I know. It means I shouldn't slack off and should at least put forth a move or two, right? Flander sighs, I'm so fatigued. Waving his hand dismissively, he adds, prepare yourselves. After the matches, return to the academy. He also sends Oscar off to observe the fights before departing from the Soto Great Spirit Arena. The one-on-one matches conclude swiftly, with only Yi Hai and Dai Mubai emerging victorious, while Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun face defeat. Yi Hai, despite being only in his 30s, possesses a strength nearly rivaling that of a 6th Ring Soul Emperor, winning his match with a single move. Dai Mubai, at level 28 with a premier Beast Martial Soul, similarly dominates the 2nd Ring Great Soul Master level. In contrast, Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu, at levels 23 and 21 respectively, struggle against opponents of level 25 and above, leading to their losses. Next, the 2-on-2 matches commence. The combination of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, one close range and the other distant, complements each other well. Despite Ma Hongjun's lower level, they manage to defeat a pair of opponents, both at level 28. After their victory, excitement radiates from their faces. Yi Hai remarks, impressive. I didn't expect such synergy between you two. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, while pleased, exchange glances that hint at something amiss. Dai Mubai inquires, haven't you taken the stage yet? Ma Hongjun and I have already competed for over 10 minutes. What has taken you so long? Xiao Wu, with an air of pride, retorts, we finished ages ago. Unlike you two, who dawdled and took forever to win. We went in, dispatched them in no time. You wouldn't believe it. Those two soul masters were both level 39 and arrogantly insisted we attack first. My temper couldn't hold back. I charged in and pummeled them into submission. Observing Xiao Wu's animated recounting, Ma Hongjun quips, that must have been Yi Hai's doing, not yours. Xiao Wu shoots him a glare, and they share a moment of mutual understanding. Charming. Phoenix Fireline. Ma Hongjun finds himself momentarily dazed, while Xiao Wu delivers a swift kick to his chest, sending him several meters away, though she also catches some flames in the process. Quickly, she rolls on the ground to extinguish the fire, fuming, you glutton. You're asking for trouble. You've burned a hole in my clothes. I'll need to buy new ones. Ma Hongjun retorts, you're the one in trouble. The tension escalates as they prepare to clash once more, but Yi Hai interjects calmly, what is all this commotion? Neither of you can best the other. Wouldn't it be pointless to leave you both injured? Consequently, they both fall silent. The farce concludes swiftly as Yi Hai leads the group out of the Soto Great Spirit Arena to regroup with Flander, and together they walk back to Shrek Academy. Along the way, Xiao Wu gleefully clutches a gold coin, bouncing with delight. I can't believe how quickly I made money. 20 gold coins in a single night. Yi Hai casts her a sidelong glance. You're that pleased with 20 gold coins? Don't claim to be associated with me. It's embarrassing. He recalls a time when he helped her hunt for soul rings, yielding as much as 2,000 gold coins. Xiao Wu shakes her head. It's different. I earned this 20 gold coins through my own efforts, unlike the money you gave me before. You say you're not supporting me, and spending your money makes me feel guilty. Yi Hai muses, this girl feels guilty? He does not trust even a single punctuation mark. In Chapter 83, The Chosen One, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai earn 10 and 20 gold coins respectively, and both feel a sense of joy. 10 gold coins equate to a month's allowance from the Spirit Hall, and Ma Hongjun is thrilled to have earned it in a single day. Notably, he can now indulge in leisure pursuits with the older sisters. Dai Mubai, while having considerable funds, is nonetheless pleased to have earned 20 gold coins through his own labor, affirming his self-worth. Under the radiant moonlight, the group returns to Shrek Academy. Flander remains silent throughout the journey, finally stating, upon your return, reflect on the mistakes made during battle. Only through repeated errors and corrections can one truly grow. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun nod thoughtfully. Yi Hai hesitantly questions, Director, is it impossible to grow without making mistakes? Flander chuckles. Do you think I care to entertain your inquiries? He merely glances at Yihai, scoffs, and departs. In the days that follow, Yihai and his 4 companions diligently compete at the Soto Great Spirit Arena. While Yihai maintains an unblemished record, the others experience a mix of victories and defeats. Dai Mubai boasts a higher win rate, while Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun struggle. In the 2-on-2 matches, Yihai and Xiao Wu remain undefeated, and the pairing of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun also achieves considerable success. Competing at the Soto Great Spirit Arena not only garners points but also rewards gold coins, serving as an excellent training ground. However, the arena is fraught with danger, and injuries are a constant risk. After several days of accumulation, even the formidable Dai Mubai begins to feel the strain, contemplating a brief respite before resuming combat. Oscar has embarked on his unique training regimen, running laps around the village without pause. Only when he is on the verge of exhaustion can he finally cease. Yihai can only offer a moment of silence for Oscar before bursting into laughter for an extended period. One day, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun arrive at Yihai's dormitory, gently knocking on the door. Upon seeing the two together, Yihai's suspicions are piqued. As expected, Dai Mubai opens the conversation. Yihai, are you going to Soto City? Following this, he winks at Yihai, signaling an unspoken camaraderie among old friends. Yihai was not a lecherous man, yet he understood the situation. Shall we find some ladies? He pondered for a moment before shaking his head in refusal. Dai Mubai raised an eyebrow, inquiring, really not going? Yihai's gaze shifted downward toward a certain part of Dai Mubai, and he coldly remarked, Old Dai, you're only 12, right? Wouldn't you just be looking for a quick thrill? Dai Mubai glanced at Ma Hongjun, his expression clearly conveying the message. It's not me. It's him. Ma Hongjun was instantly taken aback. However, remembering that Dai Mubai was the one treating, he decided to swallow his indignation. Seeing that Yihai truly had no intention of joining, Dai Mubai did not press further and simply smiled. Well then, we shall enjoy ourselves. Don't say we didn't bring you along. With that, Dai Mubai called out to Ma Hongjun, and the two prepared to leave. Yihai hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to follow them. He was not interested in anything inappropriate. He simply wanted to indulge in a hearty meal. At 9 years old, he had no such thoughts. Having spent a considerable time at Shrek Academy, without any opportunity for a grand feast, Yihai was eager to eat his fill. Since Dai Mubai was treating, it was the perfect occasion to enjoy a meal. Dai Mubai noticed Yihai following and refrained from exposing him, merely smiling slightly. Ma Hongjun, however, lacked such perceptiveness, bursting into laughter. Yihai, are you still pretending to be innocent? You turned down our invitation earlier, but now you're following us like a good boy. We've known each other since childhood. I know you too well. Yihai turned his head to look at Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun felt a chill run down his spine, prompting him to quickly say, Yihai, I was just joking. Don't hurt me. 1 minute later, Ma Hongjun lay sprawled on the ground, while Yihai dusted off his hands and stood up. Ma Hongjun, pouting, got to his feet and brushed off the dirt, his panda-like eyes reflecting a sense of grievance. Dai Mubai wore a look that suggested he wanted to laugh, but held it back. He had anticipated this outcome, so he refrained from mocking Yihai. Otherwise, he would have ended up in the same predicament as Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun, feeling disgruntled, declared, Yihai, I am the chosen one. My future achievements will surely surpass yours. Aren't you afraid that I might come back and beat you up later? Yihai inquired, what are you? Ma Hongjun proudly declared, the chosen one. Yihai smirked and replied, I have a nickname. Do you know what it is? Ma Hongjun's face was filled with confusion. Having known Yihai since childhood, he was unaware that Yihai had a nickname. He asked, you have a nickname? What is it? Yihai replied with utmost seriousness. It is the chosen one. Ma Hongjun exclaimed in disbelief. What the hell? Yihai then insisted, now loudly tell me, what are you? After hearing Yihai's words, Ma Hongjun felt both angered and embarrassed. After a moment, he muttered, nothing at all. Dai Mubai, watching from the side, nearly burst into laughter. Finally managing to suppress his amusement, he patted Ma Hongjun on the shoulder and said, let us hurry to Soto City, or we might end up spending the night there. Spending the night would entail additional costs, and they needed to be frugal. Ma Hongjun, thinking about the prospect of encountering beautiful ladies, felt his mood lift considerably. The three continued their journey towards Soto City. Upon arriving at an establishment, they entered a room filled with the fragrance of orchids, where a line of beautiful women stood before them. Ma Hongjun, with a silly grin, gazed at the numerous lovely ladies, nearly drooling. Flinder had never brought him to such a fine place, and overwhelmed by the sight of so many beautiful women, Ma Hongjun felt like crying from joy. Dai Mu Bai and Yi Hai, however, maintained their composure. Yi Hai was not there for any ulterior motives. The beauty of the women held no appeal for him. Furthermore, whether it was Xiao Wu or Duge Yin, both were far more beautiful than these women. Thus, Yi Hai felt no stirrings of emotion. Dai Mu Bai, possessing a discerning eye, found the women too worldly for his taste. In truth, given his looks and capabilities, Dai Mu Bai could attract women of all ages, from young maidens to mature ladies. Being young and wealthy, he could easily draw in a swarm of admirers with just a flick of his finger. This outing to the establishment was merely an opportunity to strengthen camaraderie among classmates. If it were solely for his own indulgence, he would never have chosen such a place. He had better options. Just days prior to arriving in Soto City, he had already formed an acquaintance with a student from a nearby prestigious Soul Master Academy, who was both pure and beautiful. Chapter 84. Are you satisfied? Ma Hongjun, seemingly still under the spell of his desires, hurriedly took one of the ladies to a nearby room. Dai Mu Bai turned to Yi Hai with a smile. Yi Hai, why don't you pick one as well? Yi Hai shook his head. I'm only here for the meal. You need not spend extravagantly on me. Dai Mu Bai replied with a light-hearted grin. What does it matter? Just choose one. It adds a touch of charm to the meal. Unable to refuse such hospitality, Yi Hai casually selected a younger woman who exuded less of a worldly aura. Dai Mu Bai chose a more striking woman, gesturing for the others to leave the room. The two women gracefully approached and sat beside Dai Mu Bai and Yi Hai. Dai Mu Bai playfully slapped the attractive woman's rear, eliciting a gasp as he lifted her onto his lap. The beautiful woman playfully scolded him. Young master, you are too mischievous. You nearly frightened me. Dai Mu Bai laughed heartily, raised a cup to drink, and then offered it to the lovely woman's lips. She smiled flirtatiously, drank it all, and then leaned in to reciprocate the gesture. Witnessing this scene, Yi Hai couldn't help but feel his face flush with embarrassment. What on earth? Dai Mu Bai was quite the player. In all his past and present lives, he had never seen anyone as adept as Dai Mu Bai. Yi Hai sensed a pair of sparkling eyes watching him from the side, making him feel as if he were being pricked by thorns. He turned to see the younger woman gazing at him with her doe-like eyes. Yi Hai inhaled sharply, grabbed a piece of pastry from the table, and stuffed it into his mouth to mask his awkwardness. Young master, do you plan to continue this formal demeanor with me? After a moment, the younger woman could no longer contain herself. Yi Hai thought to himself that this was not how one should use formal demeanor, but he held his tongue. Continuing to eat while feigning calmness, you should eat too. It would be a shame not to. The younger woman giggled, covering her mouth. Young master, am I not more delectable than these pastries? Just look at the young master beside me. He is about to devour his lady. Yi Hai glanced at Dai Mu Bai, who was engrossed with the beautiful woman, both appearing to be in a world of their own. The woman was playfully flirting, while Dai Mu Bai's eyes sparkled with desire. Had Yi Hai not been present, it seemed they would have directly succumbed to their passions. Yi Hai suddenly felt rather foolish. He had thought he could relax and enjoy his meal, but the atmosphere was so flirtatious, especially with Dai Mu Bai, who was elevating the suggestive ambience to new heights. This cannot continue, otherwise, the younger woman beside me will surely pounce on me. Yi Hai pondered this and then spoke to Dai Mu Bai. Old Dai, why don't you move to the other room? You're disrupting my meal. Dai Mu Bai's handsome face flushed slightly from the excitement, and he chuckled. Yi Hai, since we are here, there is no need to be so reserved. Let loose and enjoy yourself. It's not a bad thing. After a brief pause, Dai Mu Bai seemed to have an epiphany and asked with astonishment, you can't possibly still be a virgin, can you? Upon hearing this, Yi Hai's expression darkened. Dai Mu Bai truly had a knack for stirring the pot. He would need to teach this fellow a lesson upon their return. Yi Hai had lived for 30 years, across both this life and the last, and had never lost his virginity. The beautiful woman clinging to Dai Mu Bai's body, resembling a snake, glanced over and, with a breath fragrant as orchids, whispered in his ear, it seems that this young master is indeed a virgin. Seeing the expression on Yi Hai's face, Dai Mu Bai burst into laughter. I must have overlooked this. I ought to take you somewhere special to ensure you have an unforgettable night. Get lost, Yi Hai retorted, slightly angered. You can enjoy yourself. Don't concern yourself with whether or not I'm a virgin. Dai Mu Bai refrained from further commentary, and, with a firm grip on the voluptuous thigh of the beautiful woman, carried her off to a nearby room. Thus, The room was left with only Yi and the younger woman. The younger woman's gaze towards Yi was imbued with a hint of fervor. This youth was strikingly handsome. Merely looking at him evoked a sense of being drawn in, and coupled with his innocent demeanor, she felt an overwhelming urge to push him down. Young master, the younger woman bit her lip, her eyes glistening with allure. Shall I give your shoulders a massage? As she spoke, she leaned closer to Yi, her delicate hands resting softly on his shoulders. Yi, however, was preoccupied with his meal. After Dai Mubai's departure, Yi no longer felt awkward. He could handle just one woman with ease. After a while, the younger woman's gentle hands began to wander restlessly. Yi flicked her hand lightly, and she playfully complained, "Young master, you hit me." Yi replied nonchalantly, "Just give a proper massage, nothing else." In the evening, the three emerged from the establishment. Both Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun wore satisfied expressions, while Yi simply let out a contented burp. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Dai Mubai asked, "Yi, you didn't actually spend the entire time in your room, just eating, did you?" Although he was adjacent to Yi's room, he had heard no sounds. There were only two possibilities. Either Yi and the younger woman had done nothing, or their time together had been brief. The distinction was negligible, and Dai Mubai could not discern the truth. Yi calmly replied, "Just mind your own business." With that, he strode off. Dai Mubai chuckled and followed in Yi's footsteps. After Yi left, the younger woman sat in a daze for a moment before coming to her senses. That extraordinarily handsome youth had truly spent the entire time in the room eating. The pastries before the meal and the subsequent array of dishes had all been devoured by that striking young man. It was as if those dishes were more delectable than she, a beautiful woman. Yet when she took a few bites, she found the food to be merely passably delicious, not extraordinary enough to make one forget everything else. How infuriating! Was it possible that a delicate young girl like herself could be less appetizing than a banquet? The younger woman pouted, feeling somewhat wronged. At that moment, the beautiful woman who had attended to Dai Mubai entered the room. She yawned, a hint of fatigue on her face. Casting a glance at the younger woman, she cheerfully remarked, "Sister, how is it? Am I generous enough?" That youth was so handsome that I almost couldn't resist the urge to throw myself at him and seek his comfort. It took a great deal of resolve for me not to compete with you. Were you satisfied? Chapter 85. Xiao Wu is upset seeing the beautiful woman's languid and satisfied expression. The younger woman felt a pang of disappointment and, with a quivering lip, began to cry. Her voice choked as she exclaimed, "He isn't a man." The beautiful woman furrowed her brow in confusion and asked, "Is he a woman then? No wonder he looks so exquisite. What a pity." The younger woman retorted, "Can't you tell that was sarcasm? Can't you hear the lament in my voice? Woe is me. How I long for a man. I crave that handsome youth." The beautiful woman consoled her, "Sister, do not be disheartened. Serving men is no easy task. It is quite exhausting. Being able to rest is a good thing." The younger woman sighed. She knew the truth in those words. However, that youth was simply too captivating. Merely gazing upon him brought her joy, and the thought of not being able to share a bed with him was truly regrettable. Yet, she understood that missed opportunities could not be reclaimed, and she quickly composed herself. Before the night was completely enveloped in darkness, the three returned to Shrek Academy. Oscar had just finished a day of training and lay sprawled at the village entrance like a dead dog. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, one lifting his head and the other raising his foot, carried Oscar back. Oscar, with a weary voice, asked, "Where have you all been? Why did you come back from outside the village?" Ma Hongjun clicked his tongue, excitedly stating, "We went to the establishment. Boss Dai treated us." "Oscar, you have no idea. The women there are truly exquisite, far surpassing any establishment I've been to." "Damn." Oscar suddenly sat up, feeling as though he had been jolted back to life. He pointed at Yi and the others, heartbroken. "You all went to the establishment without me? Are we still brothers?" Ma Hongjun chuckled. "We didn't want to disturb your serious training. Get lost." Oscar lay back down, feeling utterly forsaken by the world. After a moment, Oscar suddenly looked at Yi with surprise and asked, "Yi, you went to the establishment too?" Yi had never shown any interest in women, so Oscar was astonished that such a youth could succumb to temptation. Yi, not wishing to elaborate on the outing, merely nodded in acknowledgement and remained silent. As Oscar opened his mouth to inquire further, Dai Mubai interjected, "Oscar, if you wish to avoid adding more scars to your body, I suggest you refrain from asking too many questions." Oscar glanced at Yi, pondering. It is said that a man's first time is brief. Surely Yi is no exception? Oscar chuckled quietly, halting just before Yi turned to look at him. Upon returning to the dormitory, Xiao Wu was meditating with her eyes closed. Since her last encounter with Bibi, she had become far more serious about her training. She seemed to understand that if she did not work diligently, others might possess lower levels and weaker powers, but her life could be at stake. Enhancing her strength even slightly would increase her chances of survival during the elite Soul Master competition across the continent. Upon hearing movement, Xiao Wu opened her eyes and inquired, "Where have you been all day?" Yi responded casually, "I went to the establishment." He figured that if he did not say it, Xiao Wu would eventually learn from Oscar and Ma Hongjun, so it was better to be forthright. Yi did not see it as a significant issue. Firstly, he had not indulged in any illicit activities. He merely went for a lavish meal. Secondly, even if he had, Xiao Wu would not mind. Yi felt there was nothing wrong with his statement, so he spoke it openly. However, he was taken aback when he sensed an abrupt stillness in the air following his words. Unbidden, Yi glanced at Xiao Wu. At that moment, the stark contrast of her large eyes revealed a hint of murderous intent, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. She coldly remarked, "Did you visit the brothel? Did you indulge like Ma Hongjun and the others?" "Yes, and what of it?" Yi understood that Xiao Wu was angry, yet he could not fathom the reason for her ire. Though he had not partaken in such activities, he deemed it unnecessary to elaborate to Xiao Wu, as such explanations seemed overly burdensome. Moreover, he instinctively sensed that her anger was not rooted in his actions. For Xiao Wu was neither his girlfriend, nor did she harbor any affection for him. It seemed implausible that she would be upset for that reason. He surmised that perhaps her anger stemmed from his decision to go out without her. What's the problem? Xiao Wu's teeth clenched audibly as she tightened her fists. With a huff, she sprang from the bed and aimed a kick at Yi. He furrowed his brow, firmly grasping her delicate foot, and admonished Xiao Wu, "Cease this nonsense." Ignoring him, she attempted another kick with her other foot. Yi seized that one as well, but before he could speak, Xiao Wu retaliated with a punch. With a swift motion, he pushed her back onto the bed. His physical strength was formidable, even without invoking his martial spirit. Xiao Wu was no match for him. Once on the bed, she glared at him and declared, "If you have the ability, don't retaliate. Let me give you a beating. Do you take me for a fool?" Yi replied. Xiao Wu, her fists clenched, leapt up again to kick him. This time, he captured her fair foot and seized her arm, flipping her over and pinning her onto the bed. He questioned sternly, "Why do you want to hit me?" With a cold snort, she remained silent. Yi delivered a firm slap to her bottom and pressed, "Speak quickly, or I shall leave you with a sore backside." Finally, Xiao Wu responded with a defiant tone, "Why did you go to the brothel? Men who do such things are bad men. Why would you choose to be a bad man?" Yi was momentarily taken aback. So, it was indeed his actions that incited her anger. What was this situation? Could it be that she harbored feelings for him? As this thought crossed his mind, he inquired, "Do you like me?" "I do not," Xiao Wu retorted, sulking. Yi pressed further, "Then why do you care whether I went to the brothel? Regardless, I do not like you. I simply believe that your actions classify you as a bad man, and I refuse to associate with bad men." She insisted. This reasoning is illogical. Ma Hongjun and Oscar have frequented brothels more than once. Yet Xiao Wu has never reacted with such hostility towards them. Why does she treat me like an enemy upon hearing of my actions, her disappointment outweighing her anger? Xiao Wu's argument is evidently flawed. Yi stood there, momentarily stunned, a thought flickering through his mind. Could it be possible that Xiao Wu has no true understanding of what it means to like or love? Might she be unaware that she actually has feelings for me?